International Incident Number 1. Jack Packard, from whatever corner of the world you may be in at the moment, you're hereby being summoned to London in a matter of the gravest expediency. Signed, the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park. I love adventure. The American Broadcasting Company presents a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring the international escapades of Jack Packard, Doc Long, and Reggie York. Tonight's incident is entitled The China Coast Incident. That's the message I received at the American Consul's office in Port Said at 7 o'clock yesterday morning. Jack Packard, from whatever corner of the world you may be in at the moment, you're hereby being summoned to London in a matter of the gravest expediency. Signed, the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park. There it was. Here I am on the last lap of my journey up from Liverpool to London. I could have flown right into Croydon Field and been there by this time, except for one of those grisly, greasy black fogs of London. However, I'll be there in good time, even so. And now, who are the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park? Who are they? I've never seen any mention of them in the papers. They certainly have had no rumor value in official circles, no conversational value in social circles, no scandal value in high places. And yet, when I gave some slight indication of putting the radiogram down as a practical joke from either Doc Long or Reggie York, wherever they might be in the world today, suddenly there was pressure all about me. A gentle hint from this quarter, a subtle warning from that quarter, an over-eagerness to help me get on my way to London. Nobody ever came out and said, I know the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park, and you'd be wise to obey them. Nobody even mentioned the 21 old men. But it took me less than an hour after I got this message to get the idea and bestir myself. And here I am, plunging through the dripping, grimy tunnel of fog, only minutes from Piccadilly Station. I wish Doc Long and Reggie York were waiting at the end of this trip. I even wish I had the faintest notion where they are. We broke up the A1 detective agency out in Hollywood when Pearl Harbor came along. Reggie made a beeline for the Royal Air Force back in England. I'd get cheerful messages by way of returning American ferrying pilots, and then I lost him. Doc Long got himself a job with the Flying Tigers over in China. Then he became a P-38 fighter pilot in the last phase of the war. Then he just fell out of sight. I'd always meant to get over that way one of these days, put a tracer on Doc, but up to now I've been chivied about by American intelligence until I haven't been able to call my soul my own. The fact that I've been completely released from all intelligence work to meet the 21 old men in itself is one of the marvels of modern times. Well, I get my luggage. The train's slowing down.
Major Jack Packard?
Uh-oh, here it is.
Major Jack Packard? Major Jack?
Yeah, what is it?
You're Major Jack Packard?
That's right.
Very good, Major. We're entering the station. I shall have the pleasure of conducting you to your destination.
Was that necessary?
Oh, watch yourself, sir. Come along, sir. There's no time for conversation. Headed straight for the Lion's Den at once, sir. This way, please.
Did I hear you correctly? Did you say Lion's Den?
That you did. The Lion's Den, alias 10 Gramercy Park. This is as far as I go, sir.
Oh?
Go right in, sir. Make yourself comfortable.
Oh, walk right into the Lion's Den, huh?
It's all right, sir. Walk right in. Bye, sir.
Amazing. A regular cathedral of a room. 2, 3 stories to the ceiling, dimly lit by the tall, leaded dome-like windows in which the color and pageantry of the ages have been done by some exquisite artist. Tapestries on the wall, period furniture, and richness and luxury known only to a fabulous oriental monarch someplace down the corridors of history. What's this? Suddenly before my eyes, a great tapestry which covers the whole of one end of the room is rolling back. And there before my eyes is the greatest mirror I've ever seen. 40 feet across, 60 feet to the ceiling. A flawless mirror reflecting every item of color and beauty all over again. And there I am, repeating myself in the glass. Hello, a voice.
To you, the west wall is a mirror. To the 21 old men seated in the room behind it, the west wall is a window through which we not only enjoy the great beauty of the room you stand in, but can examine you with infinite care, so that we may know you from this time on, but without you knowing anything of us.
Are you able to hear me?
We hear you.
Why am I here?
You are needed.
Who are you?
That you will never know.
Then I want to get out of here.
Wait.
There's no use. For all I know, you may be a criminal gang. You may be the instigators of war. You could be anything. With as much money and power at your disposal as this setup indicates you have.
Yes, we have money and power.
Only official government should be allowed to...
You have been a citizen of the world for a great many years. In your young manhood, you studied to be a physician.
Well, here
Oh, yes. We know that. We know why you were never able to complete your medical education.
Now, just a minute.
That is not meant as a threat nor a warning, because when we complete this interview, you are free to go as though you'd never been called in. We simply want you to understand that we know everything there is to know about you. You were a freebooter in South America. You and your later companions, Doc Long and Reggie York, were members of the Chinese National Army when the first Japanese incident took place years ago. You had a detective agency in Hollywood.
That's right.
During the war, you had been with United States intelligence. We know your work there, and it is because of your wide knowledge, not only of formal negotiation, but of rough and tumble undercover fighting, that you have been assigned to us at our request.
By U.S. intelligence?
Yes.
Well, that should be good enough, but I want to know more.
You know that in this world of chaos, which is our heritage out of World War II, there is banditry and piracy and madness abroad in every land.
Yeah?
You know that much of it is too delicate, too touchy for the official government of any nation to handle. A formal government could plunge its country into new wars overnight, if it even looked in certain directions today. But much can be done undercover, beneath the surface. Much can be done by 21 old men, each representing the country of his nativity. We are men who would do for the people of the world what their own governments know should be done, but cannot do, because their hands are tied.
Well, in that case, count me in.
That is well. Sir James, will you give Major Packard his first assignment?
There is a man somewhere in French Indochina, in the area of Saigon, who is a great man, a fine scientist. He is either a prisoner of international gangsters, or he is a man in hiding. He has the knowledge of a destructive force, which placed in the hands of the wrong people would mean murder and slaughter for half the world. He is a friend of democratic people. We want him, and we want his scientific knowledge. We cannot have it. It must not fall into the wrong hands at any cost.
The man's name?
Dr. Alfred Wentz.
When can I leave?
A plane takes off for the Orient in exactly 1 hour. You will be aboard it.
In this pea-soup fog?
London's pea-soup fog will be one of the very minor obstacles of this assignment. Step outside. There is a batman waiting to deliver you to your mission.
The refugee liner Viking, out of Saigon with its load of frightened, nondescript humanity, gleamed from the chaotic whirlpool of Indochina hate and strife is in the China Sea, 300 miles off the island of Hong Kong. On this last lap of my assignment, after 7 hectic and nerve-shattering days in the back alleys of Saigon and 4 days at sea, I was on the promenade deck, consoling a good-looking Scandinavian girl.
Oh, no.
Take it easy, honey. Take it easy.
Oh, Mr. Packard.
Listen, Frida, anything can happen on this screwball ferry boat.
Oh, but there was a shot.
Chinese firecracker. Somebody let off a pop gun. Let the bridge worry about it.
That piece of paper I handed you tonight at dinner. You got it?
Yeah, one word. Pirates.
Yes. One of the evil ones is aboard the ship. One of their cleverest and brightest. I noticed him the second day out.
And so you think he's after someone on this tub, huh?
I do not think Mr. Jack Packard. I know.
Who?
Me.
And how does a good-looking young woman know so much about piracy in the China Sea?
Because I have escaped from them just in time. If I had not escaped when I did, I would be on their secret island hideout now.
Well, that sounds fine. So my favorite gang is trailing you, the girl who was the toast of the Malay Peninsula. You know so much. Just what does this monkey look like?
He is tall, heavy set with gray hair, and a scar on his left cheek. I tell you, Mr. Packard, he is after me. I'm afraid to go out of my cabin after I've seen him.
You know his name?
Yes. Houseman.
Yeah, you're cooking. I almost believe you. Poor guy whose papers he's traveling on is dead in a Saigon alley. But Frida, take it from me, they're not trailing you. They're after bigger stuff.
So? Then what I hear is true. Dr. Wentz is on this ship.
You think so?
Yes. All Indochina boiled with the news of his escape from the enemy's clutches, and everybody knows you helped him escape.
Okay, why did I help him?
You ask me, Mr. Packard. All Saigon knew that also. Dr. Wentz is the inventor of the most important formula developed since the war. His formula is the most deadly force yet conceived. Wentzite.
Go to the head of the class, baby. Now, do you think these pirate roughnecks are chasing you?
I think first Dr. Wentz, then you, then me. We are all in this together.
Maybe you got something there. Maybe you are on our team.
Believe me, Mr. Packard, I am. I am.
If you're right about this enemy agent prowling around here, we got no time to waste. You're to come with me.
Where?
To my cabin. But if it should happen that you're on the wrong team, I can be very mean to little girls, especially little dames from the Saigon underworld. Just a second while I turn on the light.
Yes.
Get in here, quick. Lock the door.
Oh, monsieur, look at this cabin.
Yeah, somebody was looking for something and really wrecked the joint. Dr. Wentz? Hey, doctor, open the door.
Oh, it is true, Dr. Wentz is with you.
You wouldn't know about that, would you? If I thought you were holding me up there on deck while this mug was working on
Oh, no, I swear it, no.
I'll figure that one myself. Stand back so I can crash down this door. Charlie.
Oh, no.
Doctor, they really must you up.
Oh, the poor man.
Water and towels, quick.
This is wicked, so wicked.
Doctor, can you hear me? Doctor. Hey, it's me, Packard. Can you hear me?
Look at his feet and his fingers.
Sure, he's been tortured. Must have thought they killed him and then ripped up the cabin looking for the formula.
Packard. Breathe easy.
Take it easy, Doctor. Take it easy. Just give me a token and answer to my question. Just nod or shake your head, can you? Okay.
What a poor man. Here, I'll soothe his burn.
Doctor, how many of them were there? One? Was that all? Did they find your formula? No? Well, couldn't you have found it when you were unconscious?
He is shaking his head.
Hey, careful there, you hurt.
I am being as gentle as I can.
Okay, Doctor. Then where is it? Can you tell me? They sure worked you over, didn't they? I'll take care of that Jolly Roger for you. Don't worry.
You want your gun?
You don't want my gun, Doc. Doctor. Yeah. There's a good guy gone. Must have hurt plenty right there. You see him try to grab for my gun.
The great Dr. Wentz to die like that. It is too terrible.
You better get out of here and go back to your own cabin. If that butcher didn't find what he was after, he'll be coming back.
Oh, but I cannot go alone.
Okay. I'll take you to the cabin. But stay parked there, please. I got to get back here and find that formula.
Oh, yes, Mr. Packard. Anything to help.
Call me Jack, will you, sweetheart? That Mr. Stuff gets me down. I guess I'm licked. Why didn't the doctor tell me where the formula was hidden when I asked him to so many times? One thing I can do, I'll put a dragnet around this tub when we reach Hong Kong that these parts will never get through. Well, I guess this recipe for the super explosive just isn't in here. Maybe it's in my little joint next door.
Sorry to interrupt your little soliloquy, my Hamlet-minded friend.
Why, you...
Keep your hand away from that gun. I don't want to shoot you yet. Later, yes, but not yet.
How'd you get in here, Houseman?
That charming mademoiselle, when she told you my name.
That's right.
Behind that wardrobe is a door into the next cabin. I arranged most carefully to get that cabin. The poor fellow who had it found it quite impossible to leave Saigon.
Well, that's one right guess I made.
Just so you won't be tempted to reach for that gun, Packer. Unbuckle the shoulder holster without touching the gun. Drop it to your feet. Now, kick it with your foot. Splendid, splendid. Now you may sit down if you wish.
Thanks. Do I take off my shoes and socks so you can give me the regulation hot foot, or do you go for the splinters under the fingernail routine?
No. I have a better argument to use with you.
I'm listening, but I don't hear so well.
Well, it would be most unfortunate if you do not hear, for you and a lot of other people. I believe you can find that formula if you want to, badly enough. And I think I can make it very important for you to find it.
If I didn't know you were a bunch of waterfront scum and wharf rats, I'd think you were drunk. So I say no and you shoot me. Is that right?
You say no and I shoot you. You say yes and find the formula.
Yeah, and I get to join you and become Captain Kidd himself.
No. I still shoot you. But if you don't find that formula, the 1,100 passengers on the ship will die tonight.
That's ridiculous.
You think so? Once I get my hands on the formula, you don't think for 1 minute I will continue on the ship into Hong Kong, do you?
You're to be taken off by another ship?
Submarine.
You say pirates have a submarine?
Is that so amazing?
Brother, I gotta hand it to you, toughies. You play rough.
Well, what is your decision, Herr Packer?
Well, looks like it's heads you win, tails I lose, I guess, if there's 1,100 people to think about. 1,100 people on a refugee ship as hostages. Your kind is always making a sort of specialty of hostages, aren't you?
We have found them useful, thank you.
No, that's one word for it, but skip it. Tell me this. Suppose I make an honest effort and don't find the formula. Why should all these people die tonight?
Because the formula is on this ship somewhere, probably in these 2 rooms. If the Vance formula cannot be found, the ship must be destroyed. You see, we do not intend that the organized free countries shall have it.
Organized free countries?
Yes. We are against all people who live under a formal government. We are at war with all of you, although you may not realize it yet.
You don't say.
Well, what's it to be?
Well, if it were a question of my skin alone, I'd tell you where to go.
Yes, I'm sure of that.
But you know I can't let 1,100 men, women, and children burn and drown.
Then you agree?
Yes, I agree, but I'm humiliated. I thought I was good, but you outfigured and outmaneuvered me into an impossible situation.
Packer, you don't know the perfection of our planning. Everything is provided.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by this submarine business.
Precisely. A rendezvous at 12 o'clock tonight. There will be a moon.
You even thought of that. Wonderful. Joshua made the sun stand still, and your boss makes the moon shine.
Do not speak lightly of our leader.
Forget it. If everything goes well, you get the formula, the sub takes you off, and this boat gets the green light.
That is the plan. But if I arrive at the sub without the formula, the ship will be sunk without a trace or a survivor.
Yes, but suppose something happened to you, so you couldn't signal the sub.
Then their orders are to sink the ship without warning.
How about that? You think of everything.
Yes. Now, you have only a little more than an hour and a half to find the formula. I can tell you something that might help you.
What's that?
I have already searched this cabin, but it may be in a very tiny space. He learned that Vance had reduced his papers to microfilm. The man who did it for him confessed. They had him shot, of course.
Thanks a lot. Every little bit helps. Now, let's see. A roll of microfilm could go in almost any...
Stop! What's that?
Jack!
Gotta take a gander at a pretty dame. Maybe that'll teach you super gangsters to keep your minds on your work, eh? It's okay, Frida, come in.
Oh, are you all right, Jack? Oh, you killed him?
No, I'm saving him for hanging. Hand me the straps off the suitcases, will you?
Yes, Mr. All right, Jack.
Go see the captain, Frida, and no one else. Tell him to send a couple of husky sailors down here to watch this rat. As soon as they get here, I'll go up on the bridge and give them the payoff. And say nothing of what's going on down here except to him.
All right, Jack. I go.
There. Yeah, that ought to hold you. I won't gag you because I can hardly wait to hear what you say when you open those big baby blue eyes. Here you come, out of the nowhere into the here.
You fool. Now all of us will have to die on account of you.
Relax, sweetheart, relax. The unexpected certainly throws you supermen, doesn't it? Well, that's the story, Captain. It's 10:30 now. How far from Hong Kong are we?
250 miles out.
About 80 minutes flight by plane. It's going to be close, Skipper.
Oh, here's the radio operator.
Okay, Sparks, here's a message. Get it out to the Royal Naval Air Station at Kowloon and hurry.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to suggest, Skipper, that you hold general quarters and lifeboat drill at 11:45. Those planes don't get here, we're in for it. No use telling the passengers until we have to.
Right. Mr. Vogel, you see that's done? Mr. Anderson.
Yes, Captain?
Signal the engine room to reduce speed to 6 knots.
Aye, sir. Just a second. Hold it, Anderson. Yes, sir.
Well, what is it, Packard?
Skipper, I think you ought to maintain speed and course as it is.
Why should I risk my ship and passengers to keep a date with a submarine?
I don't think the sub is waiting for us, Skipper. I think she's been trailing us. Any change in speed or course without a signal from their agent aboard would really gum the works.
Yeah, you have something there. Mr. Anderson, maintain speed and course.
Aye, sir. Well, here comes the moon, just as Captain Kidd ordered. Nothing to do now but wait and hope those planes get here in time. 11 o'clock. Plenty of clouds now. Our human sharks are going to be awful sore about that.
Here's radio. What is it?
Message, sir.
Royal Naval Air Station. Planes away 2242. Good luck.
22:42. That's 18 minutes before 11. Only hope they got plenty of tailwind.
Mr. Mate, what is it?
What's going on here?
Lifeboat drill, madam. Wear your life vest, please.
Oh, it's ridiculous waking us up at 11:30 for a lifeboat drill.
It's outrageous. Might as well stay up for the rest of the night.
It wouldn't be so bad if they'd open the bar.
Where's number 3 lifeboat, officer?
Port side forward, madam.
Oh, which is port side, right or left?
Left side, going forward.
Oh, why don't sailors speak English?
Almost the 0 hour.
Yeah. You got a sailor who speaks German, Captain?
Yes, why?
I want him to relieve the 2 men guarding Houseman.
I don't get it.
I want him to say something to Houseman in German and then let nature take its course.
Mr. Anderson, tell Keller to step out here on the bridge.
Yes, sir.
I still don't understand.
You will in a minute.
Here's Keller, sir.
Say, Keller, I want you to relieve 2 men who are guarding a prisoner in my cabin. Mr. Anderson will show you where it is.
Yes, sir.
When you're alone with him, say something to him in German, like, something like, if I turn you loose, will you take me with you? If he agrees, and believe me, brother, he will, then unstrap him and let him scram.
What's the matter, Packard? Are you insane?
No, Skipper. It's 11:45. If that sub surfaces and doesn't get a signal and code from Houseman, it'll torpedo us without warning, and we don't have the code.
I get you.
And if I know my pirate history, they'll be nervous. They'll want their signal at exactly 12 o'clock, or they'll start shooting. Our planes might be late. The sub will send a boat to take Houseman off, and I want that extra time.
Yes. Keller, carry out Mr. Packard's instructions.
Yes, sir.
Almost 12 o'clock.
Yeah. I'm positive that Houseman had tried to save his own hide.
Here comes Keller.
I did what you said, sir. He ducked into the next cabin, grabbed the flashlight, and ran out into the corridor.
Good.
Before he ran out, he gave me this for myself, sir.
Well, you keep it. You deserve it.
I don't think I do, sir.
What is it?
An American $1 bill with a swastika stamped on it. He said to show it in the Hong Kong Bazaar, and I will be given safe conduct to their headquarters.
How about that? O'clock, Captain.
There's the signal off the starboard beam.
Yeah, now watch for the answer.
There it is. Forward on B deck.
Let's get a couple of men on B deck. Don't grab Houseman, but don't let him get out of sight. There's their searchlight. And they got their deck gun manned.
They're firing across our bow. Signal the engine room to stop the engine, Mr. Anderson.
Yes, sir.
Ahoy to Viking!
He knows us all right.
You will heave too. I am sending a boat aboard. Any resistance, and you will be sunk.
Well, where are those planes?
They're putting a rubber boat off the starboard.
Yeah, talk about piracy on the high seas. Here comes the boarding party. It won't be long now. Hey, listen.
I don't hear anything.
Me either. It was a nice thought, Skipper.
Quiet.
Planes. Yeah. Planes. The pirates hear them, too. There goes their searchlight.
Yeah, where are you going?
Down to B deck. There's one shark I want to take care of personally. Hey, where is he, Keller?
Over there, climbing over the rail.
Oh, no, he doesn't.
He jumped. Did you get him?
I don't know. That last shot missed fire.
Something's dropping.
Oh, look, where?
There it is. It's as bright as day. The boat.
You'll never make it.
The sun's going to crash dive.
Too late. Here comes the first step, John.
That's got her, I think.
Yes, they got her. Yes, they got the rubber boat, too.
Straight down.
Here we are, nearly at the Royal Naval Station, Jack.
What's that?
I say we are nearly at Kowloon.
Yeah, so we are, and I hate to check in. Poor old Dr. Wentz. I sure fluffed this one.
Oh, everybody fails once, Jack.
Yeah, even this gat of mine misfired on me once. Hey, wait a minute.
What are you going to do with that gun?
Why didn't I think of that before? Dr. Wentz wasn't the kind of man to kill himself. When he reached for my gun, he was trying to tell me. Here it is. A little cartridge that didn't go off. And the bullet comes out. And there it is. The microfilm and the formula for Wentz sight.
Kowloon. Kowloon, next stop.
Oh, Jack. This night in Hong Kong may well be something for you to remember.
Is that a promise?
Perhaps.
This Oriental sing-song palace isn't a bad starting place. How about another one of those little green drinks with shaved
Jack,
ice?
that man, the little Chinese in uniform over there, he's looking at you. He's coming to our table.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh, my pardon. You Major Jacob Parker?
Check.
Radiogram for you. Please sign here.
Thanks. Yeah.
No, monsieur. Thank you. Excuse me.
It is important.
The London-Bombay Air Express will be robbed in midair on Sunday next. Report to London immediately. Signed the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park.
But not tonight. Just this one night.
How about that? Not even one night in Hong Kong with the girlfriend. And how do you rob a mail plane in midair? Will you tell me that?
You have just heard I Love Adventure, a Carlton E. Morse production featuring Michael Ruffetto as Jack Packer. Next week, The Great Airmail Robbery, an epic adventure 23,000 feet in the stratosphere. Rita was played by Gene Bates. Houseman was played by John McIntyre. The spokesman by Everett Glass. The captain by Russell Thorson. Others in the cast included Tom Collins, Earl Lee, Janet Logan, and Harry Lang. The China Sea Incident was written by Carlton E. Morse with John Paul Schofield. Organ by Rex Curry. Your announcer, Dresser Dahlstead. Now, a listening reminder. For an unusual story, one you'll never forget, don't miss The Clock. The Clock will be heard at its new time starting tonight over this same ABC station. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents It's Dismal to Die, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
When Captain Friday and Skip Turner arrived in New Orleans on the return home from the Chilean jungles, a telegram was waiting for them. It read, "Implore your help. Impossible to contact police. Can you meet me, Lake Drummond, South Carolina, on the edge of Dismal Swamp immediately?" You decided to go to Lake Drummond, South Carolina, Captain Friday?
No, it was Skip. He made up our minds in about 2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
You're doggone right I did. You forgot the important part of that telegram.
What's that?
It was signed Julie Lane.
The damsel in distress.
Well, you can't leave a poor, helpless little female wringing her hands in the middle of the Dismal Swamp in South Carolina, can you? Anyhow, not a pretty little one like Julie.
How'd you know what she was like? You never heard of her before.
Brother, when it comes to female women, I got second sight. That was as pretty a hunk of gal as ever I set eyes on, too. Black hair and blue eyes and skin like wild honey right out of the comb.
And married, Skip. Don't forget that.
No, I ain't forgetting the look on her face when she told us her husband was lost in the swamp.
Lost?
Yes, that's the word she used. She said her husband had been lost in the Dismal Swamp for more than a month. It's all she told us until we were deep in the swamp.
They reached Lake Drummond just after sunrise on a brilliant October morning, when a dawn wind ruffled the water, stained by juniper and cypress, to the color of old Madeira. There they met Julie Lane. She was waiting for them with a flat-bottomed boat, waiting to pole them into the heart of the swamp, waiting fearfully and begging them to hurry, hurry. In 5 minutes, they'd left the wide reaches of the lake behind them. Giant cedars and cypress, older than the memory of man, blotted out the sun. Her husband was lost, and there was no time to talk. That's all she would say. They pushed their way through networks to tangled grapevine and honeysuckle overhanging the stream. Captain Friday and Skip alternately poling and fending the boat from snags of fallen timber. The girl, Julie, hung over the bow, scanning the water for cypress knees, waiting just below the surface to rake the bottom of the boat.
Snag, Skip. Watch it.
Yeah, I got it. Oh, man, the fella sure picked a right name for this place. Dismal.
And dark and damp and crawling.
The bottom of a well would be cozy by comparison.
Yeah.
At least well water looks like water. This stuff looks like all Custer's army got themselves massacred in it. How you coming, Julie?
All right. Stop pulling now, Captain Friday.
Oh?
Cypress knees underwater, whole forest of them. I'll have to pull us through.
Hey, let me up front. I'll do it.
No, you just waste time. I know how to do it. I know the channel.
Okay, but I feel awful foolish squatting here like a blamed Injun while a little old scrap of squaw no bigger than my arm does the hard work.
Just sit quietly.
Skip.
Yeah?
You smell something funny.
Yeah, this whole stinking swamp.
No, I mean about the girl's story.
Oh, a fish factory couldn't reek no higher. Husband lost in the swamp, but she don't call the cops.
Yeah, doesn't call in anybody for more than a month after he's gone. Nobody knows about it except us and the boy's father.
What I want to know is why ain't Julie's father here instead of her? You'd think if one of them had to go traipsing around this swamp, it'd be him.
If he's able-bodied.
Oh, he was able-bodied enough to come camping on Lake Drummond with Julie and his son, back when Julie's husband disappeared.
Yeah, that's right.
Captain Friday, you think the whole story's a phony? You guess ain't no husband?
Oh, I imagine there's a husband, all right. But nobody but a darn fool or a dinosaur would wander off alone and risk losing himself in this primeval wilderness. There's got to be more to it than that.
Yeah. Well, as soon as we get us a chance to talk, little Miss Julie's going to have a raft of questions to answer.
There. That puts us in clear water again.
Hey, the creek's widening out.
Oh, yes. Use the oars, Captain Friday. We'll make better time.
You're the boss.
Nothing but a few cypress to watch for.
Man, I'm just a fella to do the watching, too. Come on back here, Julie, and give yourself a rest.
I don't want to rest. I'm perfectly all right.
Sugar, you're real smart at dishing out orders. Now, let's see how good you can take them. Give me a hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean
Oh,
to.
you just plain chucked it out, that's all. Come on, easy now. There.
Oh.
Now sit yourself.
Oh, but you'll have to keep a sharp lookout. So hard to see in this twilight.
Yeah, them moss-hung trees has closed in on us till you think we was rolling around in midnight.
It never gets light in the swamp.
Well, don't you worry. I got eyes like a hootie owl.
Well, get up there in the bow and keep those hoot owl eyes peeled. Those snags won't move out of our way.
Somebody's always taking the joy out of life. Okay, Cap. Hold it to the center of the creek.
Right. Now, Mrs. Lane, what's happened?
What?
The story. The real one this time.
I've told you the real story, Captain Friday. Except for one thing. Oh, don't you see, I couldn't stop to explain. We had to hurry to get here first.
First?
Hold it, Skip. One thing at a time. Now, you told me that you, your husband, and his father made a camping trip to Lake Drummond. Your husband wandered off one day and never returned. I take it he wasn't lost after all.
No. Captain Friday, he was kidnapped.
Oh, now we got some.
Why didn't you go to the police?
Look around you. What good do you think the police were doing here? I've always lived close to the swamp. I love it. I know it as well as anybody. But there are miles of it I've never seen. Nobody has. Except maybe a descendant of some old Cajun or swamp family.
Cajun?
The Cajuns are a queer mixture of the backcountry people. Live to themselves. They've had these swamps to themselves for ages. Of course, they had to fight snakes and bears and quicksand.
Quicksand? Is that stuff in here, too?
Plenty of it. That's another reason I couldn't ask the police for help. The note from the kidnappers warned me. They said they'd put Johnny in quicksand, alive.
Oh, great.
They promised to return him safe if he paid up?
They said they'd bring him back if we did what they said. But they didn't want money.
What?
Oh, whoever heard tell a kidnapper's not interested in dough.
These aren't.
Well, then what do they want?
I can't tell you.
Now, wait, Mrs. Lane. How do you expect us to help you if you won't say what's behind all this?
But I don't know what's behind it. Honestly, I don't. Oh, Captain Friday, what does it matter what they want, just so we save Johnny?
You don't trust the kidnappers to set him free?
They'll never free him. He's been with them a month. He must know something about them. They wouldn't dare let him go.
Well, maybe you've got something there, sister.
Easy, Cap. The creek's getting narrow again.
Oh, you can still use the oars for a while. We're almost there.
Well, pardon me if I sound curious, but just where is that?
The place where I lost the dummy.
The dummy? What's a dummy got to do with it?
Not a dummy, the dummy. The big, shaggy Cajun who lives in the edge of the swamp and can't talk. I followed him here. As far as that bend up ahead.
And lost him. Losing folks seems to be an awful bad habit of yours.
Well, you just try tracking somebody through this country.
You think this dummy had something to do with your husband's disappearance?
I know he did. Once a week he goes into the swamp, and each time I lose him. This is his day to go in again. I thought if we could get here first, we could hide and watch him.
Oh, so that's the reason for the hurry. Yeah. Reach me the pole, will you, Skip?
Why, Short? Yeah. Pretty narrow here for rowing.
We only had a few minutes start as it was. The dummy always leaves right after...
Hold it.
What's up?
Listen. Hear that?
It's the dummy.
Yeah, right behind us. Skip, grab those vines. See if you can haul us into the bank.
You bet your life.
Captain Friday, it's only a few yards to the bend. Can't we get around it so we can walk?
No, not a prayer. Our only chance is to take cover. Let's work her in under the vines, Skip.
Yeah, okay. It takes some doing. This stuff's been here since the year.
Yeah. Yeah, there. Yeah, that ought to do it. We're out of sight now. Mrs. Lane.
Yes?
Answer my questions, but keep your voice down.
All right.
How did you know the dummy was mixed up in this?
After the first kidnap note was delivered, I watched. The dummy brought others.
Did you question him?
No. He can't speak or write, and he pretends to be more feeble-minded than he is. But he's not crazy, Captain.
Does he know you spotted him?
I'm sure he doesn't. If he did...
Oh, there. He's close. Glory, hallelujah. Do you see what I see?
I do.
That ain't a man, it's a gorilla.
I told you he was big.
You didn't exaggerate none. 6'6" if he's an inch, and built like a tar barrel. Maybe if that guy had caught on to you and wrapped a hand around your soft little neck.
I know. I've been terrified, but I had to find Johnny.
Listen, that sounds like a gorilla, too.
It's the way it talks to himself.
He's around the bend. Shove us out, Skip.
Yeah.
I'll help, Captain. Got the pole ready.
It ain't necessary. Here it goes. Like a rabbit out of a hole.
A couple of good thrusts ought to do it.
Yeah. Okay, now, hard a port. Swell. Hold it. I can see. Hey.
What is it?
Well, look for yourself. He ain't here.
But he's gotta be. We were right behind him. He couldn't just vanish.
Well, he has. Are there any cross streams here he might have turned down?
Oh, not as far as the next bend, but he didn't have time to get that far.
Well, then he's taken to a trail.
Mrs. Lane, you stay here. Skip and I are going to search the banks.
Right with you, Cap. Here I go.
Oh, look out. The quicksand.
It's all right. This stuff will hold. Like balancing on top of wet jelly, though.
We won't go far. If anything frightens you, sing out.
Oh, just hurry, please. You'll lose him.
On my way. Yeah, get going, Skip. I'll keep in your tracks.
So going right. I can use somebody handy if this ground starts grabbing me. Nothing to do but slam straight through these vines.
Now, stay as close to the bank as you can. There's got to be a trail here somewhere.
Yeah, well, if there is, it'll show up like a lighthouse in a fog. And I can show you some light, too. It's darker than the inside of a cow.
Yeah. Funny to think it must still be daylight up above this jungle.
Yeah,
maybe we've made better time searching the stream for the dummy's boat.
Oh, why, sure. He had to hide it somewhere. And at least we could tell our elbow from third base. If you want to go back...
I might try this a little further.
Hey, that's Julie.
Yeah. Stay with me, Skip.
Yeah. We're coming, honey. Hey, can you see where you're going?
A little light from the creek along the trail we broke. Now, there it is, straight ahead.
Lucky we didn't get far.
No, we're here. We're here, Mrs. Lane. What?
We're here, but she's gone.
Yeah, boat's gone, too. They both vanished.
Just like that dummy guy. But she couldn't be out of shouting range. Hey, Julie!
Mrs. Lane! Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. She can hear you, this charming Mrs. Lane. But I don't think she will answer.
Hey, who's that?
I can't see anybody.
No, senores, you cannot see me. I don't think you ever will. I don't think you will live so long.
Captain Friday and Skip Turner have gone with Julie Lane in search of the girl's kidnapped husband. They are deep in the heart of Dismal Swamp, South Carolina, a fearful region of ancient moss-hung trees, swarming vines, rotten earth, and quicksand, so buried in vegetation that not even a bird can live there. They were trailing the dummy, a huge gorilla-like descendant of a Cajun swamp family. But around a bend in the creek, the dummy vanished. When Captain Friday and Skip left Julie to search for him, she vanished too, and their boat disappeared with her. They shouted for her, but their only answer came in the mocking voice of an unseen man.
No, senores. You cannot see me. I don't think you ever will. I don't think you will live so long.
Oh, you don't, huh? You just step out and show yourself, and we'll see who lives the longest.
Hold it, Skip. You, whoever you are, is Mrs. Lane with you?
Si, senor. She is here. Morales has told you.
Ah, so that's your name, Morales. I won't forget that.
Listen, if Julie's there with you, why don't she answer us? If you've hurt that girl...
But she is not hurt. It is because she does not wish to be hurt that she will remain quiet.
What are you talking about?
Have you forgotten the dummy? Me. I am not so big, but he is much man. I do not think he like it that the Senora Lane lead you here. She make one sound. The great hand of the dummy will reach out and... like chicken for the pot. Goodbye, senores.
Well, that low down.
Listen, Morales. Maybe we can make a deal.
So? And what have you to offer?
Safety. For you and your gang. We'll get out of here and keep our mouths shut. You can go right ahead with your dirty work.
And from me, you want what?
The girl.
Only the girl? Not the young husband, too?
He'll have to take his chances. Just give us Mrs. Lane.
No, Captain Friday. John here.
Hey, what are you doing to Julie?
Enough, Tommy, enough. You see, Senora, I do not wish to hurt you. Not yet. Such a beautiful lady.
Come on, Morales. What about my offer?
Your offer? I spit on your offer. I am safe now, Senor Capitan. You will never escape from these woods.
I wouldn't count on that, brother.
And how will you go? You are many miles from lake. You have no boat. The beds of the creeks, they are full of quicksand. And the woods, have you not seen? To go even a few yards requires many hours. No, senores, you will stay here till you rot. Bring me woman, dummy.
Wait, Morales.
There is nothing to wait for. I go to show the doctor are so pretty bride. She was not invited here, but she will be most welcome. The doctor also appreciates the beauty. Farewell, my friends, and pleasant dying.
Doggone it, Cap. Are we going to let that cheap gangster get away with this?
Did you hear what he said about a doctor? How does a doctor fit into this picture?
Never mind no doctor. What are we waiting for?
For our pal Morales to get out of earshot.
Yeah, but all that truck you was feeding him about trading Julie for safety. You must have known he wouldn't go for it.
Oh, but he did.
Huh?
I wanted to keep him talking. Not hard to do. Boys like Morales like to run off at the mouth.
Talking?
Skip, when Morales first spoke, could you tell where he was?
Oh, I got you. No, I couldn't. Sounded like he was all around.
That's it. All this water pressed down by the jungle makes a cave effect. But I knew where he was before he left.
Why, sure, right across the creek, behind that wall of fallen timber. Well, come on. What are we waiting for?
Yeah, better test the creek bottom first. Here, I'll get a branch off this tree.
Yeah, lots easier deaths than smothering in dirt. How's she feel?
Okay, no suction. No mud to your knees, though. Come on, let's go.
Oh, boy, you ain't kidding. I'd sooner wade through a tub of glue.
Yeah. Good the creek's narrow here.
Yeah. But what are we going to do now? There ain't no bank over here to climb out on. Water goes clean up to a mess of fallen stuff. You reckon we can clamber over?
Well, the boats didn't. Got to be a way through it somehow.
Well, I'd give up pretty to find it. This stuff they call water feels like snakes tugging at my legs.
Uh-huh. Nasty. Tugging. Skip, you've got it.
Who, me?
Yeah, the water. Take a look. It's sluggish, but it's flowing.
Hey, it seems to be going under the barrier.
Exactly. And that's no pile of lumber we're looking at. It's just what you said, a gate, a barrier across the mouth of the Branch Creek. Now we know what we're looking for.
You're doggone tootin'. A rope or hinge to heist that wall up, or swing a rope.
Right. How about a vine? Here's one. Good stout grapevine. There. You hear that?
Oh, music to these ears. Give her another yank.
Here she comes.
And another creek behind her. Wow.
Now keep it quiet. You see anybody?
Nary a soul.
I guess Morales was the only guard. Let's get a move on before he comes back.
Trail along the creek edge. I can just see it in the twilight.
Swell. Probably leads to the hideout.
Oh, boy, it feels good to get my toes out of this bush.
Yeah, we can make time on a dry trail, too.
Poor little old Julie. The way I feel, a real thorough killing wouldn't do Morales a speck of harm.
Yeah, we haven't played it too smart, Skip. When the dummy let out that yell, we ought to have known we were close to home.
Yeah, but Julie said he was just talking to himself.
Not that time he wasn't. He was signaling Morales.
Hey, look. There's our boat.
Yeah. And the dummies. Skip, see what I see? The tarpaulin up on the bow has been jerked back.
Well, what do you know? Canned goods. Enough for an army.
Enough to keep the gang living in high for a few days, anyway.
So that's what the gorilla man was up to, running in supplies.
Yeah, they had to have a pipeline. Make it snappy, Skip. We've got to get off this trail. The dummy's due back to unload.
It sure wouldn't be no healthy place to get trapped, would it? And look ahead. The path's just a black tunnel chopped through the wood. Oh, I wish we had a flashlight.
Well, we might take to the woods, but we'd make a noise like a herd of elephants. Now, come on, and keep it quiet.
Yeah. Cappy, I sure wish I knowed what this is all about. Personally, I'm up to my armpits in pure ignorance.
I could ask a few questions myself. For instance, why Julie's father-in-law sent her into danger instead of coming himself.
Right on the nose. And why she clammed up on us back in the boat.
Oh, that's easy. She's scared.
You mean her husband's old man? He might be out on a limb?
Yeah, or the husband himself. For all we know, the kidnappings are blind. He could be up to his neck in this dirty work.
Could be, for a fact. Hey.
Huh?
Something's wrong with my ears.
What's that?
Well, I keep thinking I hear birds. There ain't no birds.
Oh, sure, it's birds.
But there ain't no birds. Birds don't come in here.
Well, not in the jungle itself. It's too dark and tangled. Yeah, there must be a clearing ahead.
Hey, then we're there.
Yeah, just about. There seems to be a sharp turn in our tunnel just ahead. Well, here we go. Skip. Sunlight.
Well, for crying out loud. Man, that's the prettiest sight Oh, doggone it. Now I can't see a thing. My eyes are crying like babies.
Yeah, I'm blind, too. Coming out of the swamp dark into bright light. Yeah, they'll clear in a second.
Hey, I thought you was in front of me.
I am.
Well, who's behind you? Hey, look out! Quit driving me! Quit!
The dummy. Let go, Skip. Let go, I tell you, or I... What the blue places?
No, Captain. Do not move.
Oh, another one, eh? Who are you?
Your friend is in no immediate danger. A little uncomfortable, perhaps, with his head bent so across the dummy's arm. An interesting physical specimen, the dummy. Magnificent development. A little more pressure upon your friend's head.
Tell him to release, Skip.
Ah, you are prepared to be amenable? Very excellent.
What do you want?
But impatient. A regrettable characteristic of Americans. To the scientific mind, patience is essential. I want only a little cooperation. Revolver in your hand. If you will drop it on the ground.
All right.
No false move. You will recall that I placed 2 rifle shots at your feet. Your eyes are clearing, yes? You can see now?
Yeah.
Then you will observe how the bullets kicked loose dirt over your boots. For a physician like me, it would be a simple matter to choose for a target that exact portion of the anatomy.
You can save the lecture. There's the gun. Now tell your ape to lay off Skip.
An ape? You are observing. I myself have compared him to the anthropoids. Dummy, release the man. Remove his weapon.
All right, fella.
I reckon so.
Do not be alarmed. The sensation will pass now that the breathing passages are no longer obstructed.
It's real kind of you, mister.
Doctor, my friend. Dr. Eckhart.
Why not make it hair doctor?
Exactly so. That would be more correct.
An uninvited guest in our country.
That is due to the stupidity of your people. But I'm here, and I have been of service. Perhaps later, I shall be still of greater service. But enough of this. You will step forward out of the trail.
Now, that dummy. He never could have took me in a fair fight.
An interesting speculation. Perhaps we may arrange a little contest between you and him. We have so few amusements here. Gentlemen, how do you like our little home?
It ain't so little.
As you say, you observe the large living cabin. The one over there, the small cabin, is for, shall we say, storage? The wide protecting strip of marsh?
Protecting?
I should not advise you to cross it without a guard.
Hey, you got Julie across there.
You are concerned for her? But you need not be. She's safe with Morales.
Safe? With that guy?
Oh, perhaps he is a little nervous at the moment. We have been long in the woods, but I command here. He has his orders. I shall save Mrs. Lane for a higher destiny.
You talking about yourself?
Exactly.
Well, listen, I'll tear you limb from limb.
You will do nothing. Dummy!
Hey! Why, you ugly... knocking Skip out from behind.
And you, Captain.
Oh.
Very good. Excellent teamwork, dummy. As I say, I am a cautious man. Our guests will not now observe our passage across the march. Search them, dummy. Take them to the storage cabin and tie them tight. They will make excellent specimens for my table.
Tied hand and foot in a cabin in the inaccessible heart of Dismal Swamp, Captain Friday and Skip are powerless to save the girl Julie. The second episode of It's Dismal to Die comes to you next week at the same time. You are listening to Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents It's Dismal to Die, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
All through the day, Captain Friday and Skip Turner pulled their flat-bottomed boat along the crisscross waterways of Dismal Swamp, South Carolina. The girl, Julie Lane, crouched at the bow, directing them through the strangling vines that overhung the creeks and underwater forests of cypress knees, lurking to rake the bottom out of the boat. The jungle blacked out the sun and smothered the swamp in a weird twilight at all times, but they knew it must be close to evening. Captain Friday, you didn't fight your way into the heart of the Dismal Swamp just for the experience.
Oh, hardly. We're here in reply to an urgent telegram from Julie Lane. Her young husband had been kidnapped, although the kidnappers hadn't asked for ransom, and she swore she didn't know why he was being held. But she'd found out that messages from the kidnappers were being delivered by a giant dumb Cajun, a descendant of a race of swamp folks as old as white civilization in America. She'd followed him several times to a certain creek bend deep in the swamp, but always lost him.
Yeah, for a pretty little southern babe, though, that Julie had her head screwed on right. She figured if we could get to the bend first, we could spot where the dummy went to.
Yeah, but we didn't quite make it. The dummy caught up with us, and we had to take cover. By the time we'd rounded the bend, he'd disappeared.
Yeah, and right there's where we made our big mistake.
Okay, Skip, take over.
Well, we left Julie sitting in our boat while we tried to sniff out the dummy's trail. Only we'd no sooner turned our backs than the kidnappers grabbed her, too. And then when we located their hideout, what'd we do but walk ourselves right smack into the arms of a couple of them tough hombres.
Captain Friday and Skip woke up hog-tied in a little dark hole of a cabin, and somebody lying on the floor by the wall was moaning faintly.
Hey, you reckon that's Julie?
I can't tell from here.
Oh, them low-down skunks have hurt her. Doggone it. It's blacker here than it was in the swamp.
Look at the window, Skip. Night coming on. Listen. Skip, that's not Julie. Sounds like a man.
Well, whoever it is, they need help. If I can get rolled over off my face.
Yeah. Sit up.
We can haunch ourselves across the floor, boys.
Yeah. Gathering the season's finest crop of splinters.
Yeah.
Wait. I can see him now.
Yeah. It's a man, all right. Holy jump. Look at the way they've roped him.
I'm looking. Ankles hitched to his wrists behind his back and the rope crossed around his neck.
Every move he makes half strangles him. Oh, what a nice party this is.
Hold it. He's coming to. Can you hear me, Mr. Lane?
Lane? Hey, you think this is Julie's husband?
Who else could it be?
Well, I reckon I've been thinking so hard about that pretty little black-haired Julie, I clean forgot her husband. You...
Careful. Don't budge. You'll choke yourself.
But I hurt...
Now, we're friends, Lane. This is Skip Turner.
Yeah, and that's Captain Friday. We come looking for you.
Now, don't try to talk. We'll figure some way to get out of this.
Sure, we will. But I'd give it pretty if some little birdie'd tell me how. Pocket. Whoa there now. You just keep quiet like Captain
Wait,
said.
Skip, wait. What did you say, Lane?
Pocket.
Something in your pocket?
Glass.
Uh-oh.
Skip, can you shove yourself around and reach into his pocket?
Well, I can sure make one honey of a try.
Easy. Don't bump him.
I'd sooner bounce a newborn baby on its head. Yeah, there's the pocket. Now, if I can just finagle one of my hands down into it. Hey.
Got it?
Yeah, a hunk of glass sharp as a razor, too. There she comes. Now, fella, you're going to be loose in nothing flat.
You better cut me loose first. We'll need both our hands when we work on him. Okay?
Yep, hold still now. I got the glass against the rope. Hey, try sawing your hands up and down whilst I hold it tight.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be too all-fired energetic if I was you. Not unless you've got a hankering to cut your hands off at the wrist. That does it.
Yeah, good. I'll take that glass. The rest can wait till the rope's off Lane's neck. There. One more minute. There.
Oh, thank you.
Now, never mind that. Just lie there and practice breathing. Yeah, just for my ankles. Your next, Skip.
Well, that don't make me mad.
Wrists. There. And ankles.
There we go.
Now we'll get you loose, Lane.
Yeah, about time, too. Hey, fella, don't them ropes hurt, biting into your flesh?
They did it first. I guess I must have passed out from the pain and the choking. But I don't feel anything now.
Now try straightening out.
All right. Funny, I can't move my legs or arms.
How long have they kept you bailed up that way, Lane?
Just this afternoon.
Uh-huh. Rub his arm, Skip. I'll go after his legs.
Sure thing. Hey, what'd you do to make him tie you up in knots, anyhow? Start a riot or something?
Tried to. This doctor comes here sometime to lecture me about the super race and what his country's going to do to the world in the next war.
Oh, now that's it.
I jumped him, but haven't had much to eat. I was pretty weak.
Hey.
He didn't like it.
They've been starving you, too?
Not exactly. The dummy always feeds me when he's here, but the rest of the time, the doctor and Morales don't bother much.
Hurts, huh?
A little.
Good. Circulation's coming back. Hang on, Lane. Be over in a minute.
Go ahead.
Are Morales and the doctor the only men here in the camp?
Except for the dummy. He comes once a week to bring food.
No sign of anyone else?
Funny you asking that. I've wondered myself.
Well, what's that mean?
I was only in the big cabin once. The dummy got me out to the edge of the swamp and turned me over to Morales and the doctor at the log cabin. I was only there a few minutes, but I could see they were equipped to take care of a lot more people. It was a pile of stretchers stacked against the wall.
But you're certain no one else has been in or out?
Positive. My window overlooks the main cabin. I've had nothing to do but look out of it.
Now, ain't that nice? 3 of them to 3 of us. Gents, this ought to be a picnic.
Yeah, well, one of us is in pretty bad shape.
If I can just get my feet under me, I'll be all right. Honest, I will. The pain's almost gone already.
Hey, you want to try it?
You bet I do.
Well, what we're waiting for? Get us that arm, boss.
Yeah. Easy now. Okay.
Swell. You don't need to hold me. Just let me walk around a little.
Watch out you don't stumble in the dark. Keep talking. Why were you brought here, Lane?
Well, that's just it, Captain Friday. I can't figure it out.
There's been no talk of ransom?
No talk about anything. Except the doctor's crazy ideas. Once a week, they make me write a note to Dad to prove I'm alive. That's all I know about it.
Yeah, but they gotta want something.
Something that your father can supply. Could that be it?
Honestly, I haven't any idea. There'd have been some sense in kidnapping me when we lived in New York a few years back, but...
New York, huh? Well, that explains one thing. I thought y'all lived close to here. But you don't sound like no southern boy to me.
No, we were New Yorkers until Dad lost his money. He used to be a wealthy man, a famous sportsman. Thought all he saved out of the crash was his boat and a little house down here that he used to stop at on his way to and from Florida.
Florida? A boat?
Yeah. Dad owns a good-sized houseboat. He's taken it down to Florida every winter for the last 30 years.
Even after he lost his dough? Well, it takes money to run them things.
Oh, he couldn't have managed it if it hadn't been for his friend. Friend? A big rancher from South America. Loads of money. 5 or 6 years back when Dad cracked up, they made a deal. Dad would take him south every fall in the houseboat and bring him back in the spring.
Uh-huh. You know this man?
No, I've never met him. He's a queer duck. Eccentric the way a lot of very rich men get. Well, my father can understand that. If you're rich, everybody you meet is after your money. Dad says this poor guy would go to all sorts of extremes to avoid people. Dress in shabby clothes, mix with the crew.
So that's it.
Hey, you got ID?
A barrel full.
Well, what's it all about? How did you two men get here, anyhow?
Never mind that now. Answer my questions. On these trips, did your dad supply the crew?
No, his friend did.
Same crew each time?
Oh, no. You see, Dad lived on the houseboat during the winter, but his friend didn't. So he'd just pick up a new crew for the trips.
Uh-huh. And your dad decided not to go to Florida this year?
Well, say, how did you know that?
That does it. Wrapped up in blue ribbon.
Yeah? Like you say, clear as mud.
We've got to get out of here. Any ideas, Lane?
I'm afraid not. I managed to break a water glass and hide that piece in my pocket. But these log walls are a foot thick.
I can't risk breaking down the door. We'd be heard clean to Jericho.
Yeah, iron bars on the windows, too.
That leaves the dummy.
The dummy?
Well, you said he brought your food when he was here.
That's right. He ought to be here pretty soon now. Black dark outside. He must have finished eating up at the main cabin.
And he won't be expecting trouble. Skip?
Save your breath, boss. Just leave me get my paws on that baby. Just let me wrap my arms around his neck.
Okay, you take one side of the door, I'll get the other. Now, you stay out of this, Lane.
Why, no, I'm all right. I got a few scores to pay.
Hey, watch it. Here he comes. Look out the window.
Yeah, somebody's coming across the swamp with a torch. Now, when I shut the door behind him, we take him, Skip. Get it?
And how? And I don't need no blueprint.
Okay, everybody. Steady. Let's take him.
I got it!
And one red engine bites the dust.
Gee, that was a fight.
You all right, Skip?
Yeah, ain't his fault, though. That boy don't care what rules he plays by.
Well, that's one down, 2 to go.
About time, too. Oh, when I think of that poor little Julie.
Cut it. We got enough trouble without the kid going crazy. He doesn't know about Julie. Now, Lane, you know the layout. Can you lead me to the main cabin?
Sure I can.
Good. Stay here, Skip. Get this fella tied up and follow us as quick as you can.
Yeah, in 2 ticks.
All right, Lane, and keep it quiet.
Right. There's a sort of path between the 2 cabins. Better stick to it. Quicksand around.
I'm right behind you.
Swell. A little lighter out here. Moon coming up.
Now, look here, Lane. You asked how we got here.
Well, I wondered. How'd you find your way in?
I'd better warn you before we get there. Just keep your head, will you?
No!
What's that?
Don't touch me!
Why, that sounds like... That's Julie. That's my wife.
Please!
That's Julie. I'll kill somebody. I'll kill him with my own hands.
In the desolate heart of Dismal Swamp, Captain Friday and Skip, with the girl Julie, have found the hideout of the kidnappers who nabbed Johnny Lane, her husband. But the kidnappers also caught Julie, and when Captain Friday and Skip went to her rescue, they were ambushed. Tied and thrown into a cabin used for storage, they have succeeded in releasing themselves and young Lane. Then, a scream in the night, and Johnny first learned that his wife is in the hands of his tormentors.
Lane, listen to me.
Let go of me.
You young fool, stop fighting and keep your voice down.
But that's Julie. She screamed.
Yes, Julie brought us here. They caught her. You'll have to face it.
Blast you, I got to...
You've got to use your head. You're armed. We're not. Not a good you'll do her running smack into a bullet. Snap out of it, boy.
Well, do something. Do something.
Follow me. Make for the cabin, but keep it quiet.
Hurry.
Keep close to me. Now give me the layout of the cabin as we go.
Big main room up front. Kitchen lean-to and back.
Doors?
Front and back. This path leads to the kitchen door.
Yeah, looks like it's open. Lamplight filtering out.
Let's rush it.
Not until we've done a little reconnoitering.
But my wife, Julie.
We'll help her most by not sticking our necks out. Hey, look, the path seems to run around the house. That's for us.
I hope you know what you're doing.
Easy around the corner.
Lighted window up ahead.
That's where we're headed. Easy now. Heads down until we get under the window.
That's Julie sobbing.
Quiet. Okay. Inch up under the window. Careful, careful. Don't hurry.
Captain, she's all right. See, Julie's all right.
Just scared, I'd say. The doctor and Morales seem to be having a little argument. That's a pleasant sight.
Why do you say that?
If we can get them quarreling among themselves, they're likely to do our work for us. Okay, this gives us the setup. Now we'll go in the back way, quick as you can.
The back door?
Yeah, hold it. Yeah, nice of the dummy to leave the back door open for us.
That door across the room there opens into the main room.
Good.
You think we'll be able to hear through it?
We'll see. Here we go. Yeah. So far, so good.
Can't hear a thing.
And we'll have to ease it open. Quiet now.
I'm waiting, Morales. It will be instructive to ascertain what excuse you can offer for disobeying my orders.
Orders? Doctor, he's joking.
I congratulate you. It is difficult to surprise me, but you have succeeded. Even a man of your limited mentality should have realized that I never joke.
But I don't understand.
To a scientist, patience is essential. But I suggest that you do not try me too far. Mrs. Lane, this Dummkopf has received orders to leave you alone. He saw fit to disregard them. Accept my apologies.
It doesn't matter.
You are generous. A peculiar American trait which I cannot admire. Generosity is weakness, my dear Mrs. Lane. We must endeavor to cure you of it.
Dr. Eckhart, please. If I could just be by myself a little while.
You wish to retire?
Yes.
It pains me to refuse the request, but I cannot permit it. You have been a witness to the insubordination of the Schweinehund. It is fitting that you should also witness his punishment.
But I don't want to.
You force me to remind you that it is not a question of what you want, but of what I consider desirable. Well, Morales, I'm waiting.
What have I done, Senor Doctor? This lovely young lady is lonely, is it not so? She's sad. What harm to offer her the consolation? To speak the words of admiration? To steal the kiss?
Why, the dirty...
Lane, keep still.
If either one of them...
Listen.
Permit me to explain the obvious. Your fault does not lie in your familiarities with Mrs. Lane. You had your orders. You disobeyed them.
And why was I given these orders? The Herr Doctor would like to explain this also.
That does not concern you. Unquestioning obedience is demanded.
It is perhaps because the Herr Doctor wants the Senor all for himself.
You forget yourself. My intentions are not to be questioned.
Oh, no, Senor Doctor. I don't think so. It was Morales who found the Senora. She belongs to me. I will keep her.
Oh, no.
He's got a knife.
Here, but watch the doctor.
So, you threaten me, huh?
See. The great Dr. Eckhart, always he is right. Do not move, Senor Doctor. If you move, this little knife will flick out like the tongue of a snake. So small, so deadly.
That is enough. Your usefulness is ended. There's no place for such as you in our great enterprise.
Your great enterprise. I spit upon it. Always you and your kind make the big noise, the big trouble. Twice you have promised to conquer the world. Twice you had defeat. Now you are finished.
My country is never defeated. Nor am I.
Upon you also I speak.
You killed him. You killed Morales.
Certainly. Exactly through the heart. Excellent. You are surprised, Mrs. Lane? I'm a superb shot. I do all things well. I have held the gun aimed and ready here in my pocket since I entered this room. I could have killed him at any moment.
But you could have wounded him. You didn't have to shoot him dead.
Extraordinary. I find myself constantly amazed at the naivety of the American mind. No, I did not have killed him. But why should I permit him to live? He has been useful in the past, yes. He is no longer so. These fools. When we win, they lick our boots. But when the tide turns, they would like to leap upon us and tear us. It does not matter. There will be many to take Morales' place when the day comes. Besides, it will be more pleasant without him.
You're horrible. Horrible.
Indeed. I find you charming. Sit down again, Mrs. Lane. We have matters to discuss.
I've nothing to say to you. Ever.
So, Morales has profited by his lesson. It would seem you have not. Need I remind you that I do not tolerate disobedience? Sit down, Mrs. Lane. That is better.
Hey, what's
Make
going on
quite
here?
comfortable.
Don't make a sound.
Yeah, but what's up? I was coming up from roping the gorilla when I heard a shot. Then I seen you two in here crouching on the floor like a couple of tomcats in a mouse hole.
The doctor just shot Morales. Now he's got Julie. Hold it, both of you. Listen.
You assure me. It is regrettable that you should choose the chair across the room from me. However, no matter for the moment.
Dr. Eckhart, what do you want?
Then we do have things to discuss. Excellent.
Why did you kidnap Johnny?
Very simple. Your husband's father presumed to interfere with my plans. That I do not allow. A small question of the use of his boat. It occurred to me that he would be, shall we say, more amenable if his son's life depended on it.
I don't understand.
It is not necessary that you should. There has been an absurd evaluation placed upon woman's mentality. That, too, we shall rectify. A woman should be charming, docile.
But you let Johnny go if Father Lane does what you wish?
That, my dear, depends entirely on you.
On me?
Exactly. Tomorrow, the dummy will carry certain communications to your husband's father. There will be a brief note from the younger Mr. Lane as proof of his continued existence. You, my dear, will add a line, and I shall send a letter embodying exact instructions.
You'll do anything you say?
Quite so. These lessons in obedience are salutary, but we must allow him a day or so to prepare his vessel for our little journey, days which might pass slowly except for your unexpected arrival. It will please me to spend this interval of waiting in your company.
Dr. Eckhart, if you knew how you made my flesh crawl, if you knew...
So, perhaps you would care to consider the consequences of such an attitude. I am a doctor. I am also a surgeon. There are certain operations which I have never been called upon to perform in my career. Very curious operations, very intricate, painful too, I fear. Unfortunately, I have only a limited supply of anesthetic. Too little, I'm sure, to prove effective in deadening.
What are you trying to tell me?
Simply, my dear young woman, that the decision is entirely yours.
But you'd let Johnny go? You promise?
Gladly. You have my word. And now, dear Mrs. Lane, surely you will be more comfortable here beside me?
I can't take this.
Hey.
Johnny, stay where you are.
Julie, wait! Don't go near it!
Johnny, it's you.
Stop, Mr. Lane, I warn you.
Johnny, the gun.
Yes, the gun. Do not move, either of you.
Oh, Johnny, why did you come here?
It's all right, darling. We never had a chance of getting away, any of us.
But he promised. He was going to let you go.
You didn't really believe that, did you? Look at him.
Mm-hmm. Quite right, my young friend. No, I had no intention of allowing you to live. This place must remain secret. Still, you might have had several more days in which to enjoy your miserable little life. As it is, you force me to eliminate you now.
Captain Friday and Skip Turner watch tensely as the doctor lifts his gun against Johnny Lane. Why does the doctor want the Lane boat? Why is he prepared to murder his captives to keep his hideout unknown? You will hear the answer to these questions next week in the closing episode of It's Dismal to Die, entitled Bad Medicine for the Doctor. You are listening to Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents It's Dismal to Die, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
Dead of night, in the desolate heart of the dismal swamp. And in the lonely hideout, Dr. Eckhart has just raised his gun to shoot down Johnny Lane before his young wife's eyes. Captain Friday and Skip Turner came here with Julie Lane in an attempt to rescue her kidnapped husband. But Julie was stolen from them, and they themselves were ambushed. They managed to free themselves and Johnny, and to overpower the gigantic swamp man called the Dummy. Then they crept along the narrow path between the quicksands into the kitchen lean-to of the main cabin. Through a crack in the door that leads to the living quarters, they watched the doctor shoot down his assistant Morales in a quarrel over Julie. But Johnny lost his head and rushed to his wife's assistance. In a cold fury, the doctor leveled his gun.
Now, Mr. Lane, it is your turn.
A fool. A crazy young idiot.
Yep, that's torn in little bitty pieces.
This interruption was ill-advised, Mr. Lane. You might have had several more days in which to enjoy your miserable little life. As it is, you force me to eliminate you now.
No, please.
Mrs. Lane, remain where you are. If you move by a hair's breadth, I shall shoot your husband in the abdomen. It will kill him just as surely as a bullet through the brain. But he will not die so quickly. No, I can assure you as a doctor and a scientist, so painlessly.
Oh, Johnny.
Better stay still, darling.
Now, Mr. Lane.
Hey, boss, are we just going to stand by and let that?
Quiet.
You aren't going to kill me, Dr. Eckhart.
No? You interest me. The fantasy of a disordered mind. Or possibly the vaunted American tendency to laugh at death. I do not approve. Death is serious, Mr. Lane, as life is serious. That is why we are the master race. That is why, in the end, we cannot fail.
Oh, yes, you can. As a matter of fact, you already have.
Another joke?
Plain truth. You can't kill all of us, you know.
All of you?
You're pretty good with a gun here, Doctor. But even Annie Oakley would have her trouble spotting 3 active men.
3?
Captain Friday and Skip. They're loose, too?
Of course they are. Wouldn't you think the doctor would have realized that when he saw me up here?
Where are they?
Getting a little careless in your old age here, Doctor? Maybe you ought to keep that super mind of yours on business and leave...
Be silent! Answer me!
Well, make up your mind, can't you?
Johnny, please.
All right, Julie. Glad to tell the doctor all about it. Let's see now. Did you know I broke a glass one day, Doctor? Too bad the dummy isn't as careful as you are. I managed to keep a peace
Good
with a
boy.
nice...
Where are
a
these
few
men?
minutes.
And a few minutes is all.
Doctor,
That's all we
where's
need.
that scientific
Yeah? You got something in
patience you're
mind?
always
Wait till I get the
talking
door
about?
shut so we
I'm
can talk.
coming to it.
Skip, there's only one lamp in that room. You can't see it from here, but it's on a straight line from the window.
How you know that?
Saw it when Johnny and I were snooping around. Now, if we rush the doctor with that light on, somebody's going to get hurt. Do you think you can get it out?
Can I? Oh, just let me wrap my paw around a hunk of rock.
There are plenty of those outside. But smash the window before you let fly.
Smash the window? What for? The rock will do that going through.
Listen, Dope. If the doctor pressed that trigger by reflex action when the light went out, Johnny'd end up with a smashed skull. But when the window crashes behind him, he's practically bound to whirl around. You get it?
Oh, sure, I get it. He spins around and aims squares for me.
Yeah. Now, you'll have to get that lamp fast.
Yeah. Don't worry yourself none. When I got my skin to think about, greased lightning don't hold a candle to me.
Okay. That smashed window will be my cue. I'll rush him from here. And don't miss that lamp.
Brother, it's sure too bad you never seen me pitching sandlot baseball down home. Man, I could have give Grover Cleveland Alexander pointers if I'd have minded to.
I guess you ought to watch those impulsive little gestures of yours there, Doctor. Too bad you bumped Morales off. You could have used him about now. As it is, you're 1 against 3.
Now it is you who forget. There is still the dummy. A formidable opponent, my young friend.
Oh, yes, the dummy. Didn't I tell you?
Tell me what?
I wouldn't count on him if I were you. He's lying in the storage cabin, tied up like a bundle of laundry.
You got the dummy? Oh, thank heaven.
When you talk about formidable opponents, Dr. Eckhart, don't underrate Captain Friday and Skip Turner. And no mean shakes themselves. As I said, you're 1 against the 3 of us.
So, and you imagine the balance is in your favor. I hold in my hand a powerful assistant, Mr. Lane. 1 against 3. But the one is armed.
If you fire, they'll be on you like wolves. You can't get all of us.
I do not admit that. However, there is a possibility that I might not. A slim possibility. But I have considered it. The light is dim. I'm a careful man. I take no chances. Congratulate your husband, Mrs. Lane.
What do you mean?
He has convinced me of the advisability of changing my tactics. Captain Friday.
Say, what the devil...
Be silent. Captain Friday. I have no time for childish games. Naturally, you are within hearing distance. Reply, if you please.
Okay, Doc. Spare your voice. I'm here.
Behind the door of the lean-to. No doubt Mr. Turner is with you?
You're doing the talking.
I am. Listen carefully, please.
With both ears.
In 1 moment, I shall leave this cabin. You, Mr. Turner, and Mr. Lane will remain here. You will make no move to follow me.
Oh, that right?
You will not raise a finger to prevent my escape.
I see. You wouldn't be taking Mrs. Lane with you, I suppose?
Excellent. For once, I need not point out the obvious. Naturally, Mrs. Lane accompanies me.
Julie? Oh, no, you don't. Julie stays right here.
Mr. Lane, may I remind you again that I hold a weapon in my hand? Do not move.
Weapon or no weapon, Julie stays here.
My dear young man, are you totally devoid of intelligence? Her dead body may remain here.
Better get it straight, Johnny. One false move out of you and he'll shoot your wife.
I'll get you. I'll get you if it's the last thing I do.
Perhaps you might. That is a possibility which I also admit. But it will scarcely restore your wife to life.
How about you, Julie? Seems to me you're the one most concerned.
I'll go with the doctor.
Splendid, my dear.
Julie, you can't.
Oh, don't you see, Johnny? I can't do anything else. If I refused, he'd kill you. If you try to stop me, he'll shoot me and probably you, too. It's our only chance.
A clear summation of the facts. No need you concern yourself about the young woman.
Due to this unexpected alteration in my schedule, I shall not have time for her excellent company.
I wouldn't believe you on a stack of Bibles.
You can this time, Johnny. You'll be too busy saving his own hide. Won't be quite so easy to get to Florida now.
Florida? Why do you say Florida?
Oh, come now, Doc. I know all about it.
You know nothing.
No? Let's start back a few years. Your Fuhrer's pals had quite an organization built up in this country before the war. But the FBI wasn't as sound asleep as you thought. After Pearl Harbor, the boys made mincemeat out of your setup.
So?
So you had to get new agents in to take the places of the ones you lost. You tried sending a few in by submarine. Not so hot. If they managed to land, they were picked up a few miles inland. You had to find a safer route. That's where you proved useful.
Go on. I'm listening.
You've been running a neat little underground railway here, Doctor. You smuggled your boys into Florida from South America. There's a huge tract of swamp down in Florida, too, the Everglades. They'd hide out until it was safe to bring them up here.
You know, too, how to a boat?
Well, that's clear as glass. Through the inland waterway and the dismal swamp canal. Yeah, you were pretty smart. Morales posed as a rich ranchero and got hold of Johnny's father. He had a big houseboat, no money to run it. You hired his boat and supplied him with crews. New agents coming in, old ones and escaped prisoners of war going out.
No one suspected, no one.
No. Not until Mr. Lane caught on, refused to play any longer. Why should they catch on? He'd been making that trip for 30 years. Everybody along the waterways knew him and his boat. You were safe as houses. Well, how does that stack up?
You know much, but there is much you do not know.
Oh?
You stupid Americans. You think because you have won 2 little victories that we are finished, kaput. It is laughable. You think because your soldiers rule our country that we are helpless. Like children, you are incapable of understanding what it is to prepare for every emergency.
Got your plans all made, huh?
They were made before a gun was fired. There are still places on this earth where we are welcomed. There are hidden and inaccessible spots where we can live and work without interference until we are ready.
Yeah?
I go now, Captain. But in time I shall return to this country. I and my men will seep into your homes, your towns, your public offices. This time we shall not strike until we are assured of final victory. Mrs. Lane.
Yes?
You will walk ahead of me to the door. You will open it and precede me through it. Mr. Lane, I advise you to remain quite still.
Captain Friday, isn't there anything we can do?
No, Mr. Lane. There is nothing you can do. You may proceed.
Hey, Doc! Duck, kid! What's that? The left, Skip.
Coming up! Keep away from me, I warn you.
That's what you think. Just let me get my hands on you. Julie, are you all right?
Yes, I think so. Captain Friday, the captain. He's on fire.
Hey, get her out of here, Johnny, fast. Skip, where's the doctor?
I don't know. He couldn't have got out the window. I come in that way. The front door. It's open, Captain.
Yeah, that's the way he went, all right. Get Julie out of here. Kerosene all over the place, going up like a haystack.
Come on, darling. Hurry.
Skip.
Yeah, boss?
A gun. Be in here somewhere.
You get the table. I'll try the chest.
Right. Any luck?
Not yet. This doggone smoke. Hey.
You got him?
Yes, sir. Both of them. Flashlights, too. Whoopee.
Now, don't stop to gloat. Grab them and run. And don't spare the horses.
Murder has moved into the black, decaying heart of the dismal swamp, which Dr. Eckhart has used as a headquarters for a band of enemy agents. A few moments ago, the Herr Doctor shot down his assistant Morales. He intended to kill his prisoners, too. But Captain Friday and Skip made their escape and released young Johnny Lane. At the main cabin, Skip threw a rock through the window of the room where the doctor was holding Julie Lane, smashing the lamp and setting the cabin on fire. In the mix-up, Dr. Eckhart made his escape, Now, outside the burning building, Johnny and Julie are anxiously waiting for Captain Friday and Skip.
Johnny, what's happened to them? Why don't they come out?
Now, darling, don't worry. Captain Friday and Mr. Turner can take care of themselves.
But the whole inside of the cabin's in flames. The fire's licking at the roof. Johnny, those shots the doctor fired, they may have been hurt.
They both sounded all right. I don't know, though. Everything happened so fast.
We gotta go back in there, drag them out.
Wait a second. Captain Friday, Turner, you all right?
Keep your shirt on, fella. We're coming.
There's one of them running out of the door. It's Skip.
And Captain Friday right behind him. Over here. Here we are.
Okay. Be right with you. Doggone smoke.
Ain't enough. It stings the man's eyes out. Got to choking to death, too.
You're not hurt. You're both all right.
Hey, sugar, what's the matter with you?
We thought you'd been hurt. The flames, you might have been burned to death.
No, not us, Mrs. Lane. We just had a little business to attend to.
Uh-huh. Getting back the guns the doc lifted off us.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Ain't she a sweetheart? You know, I've seen a lot of pretty little females in my time, but never one that fitted the palm of my hand like this here shooting pistol.
Look, how are we to stand here in the light from the fire? If the doctor's hanging around out there in the dark...
Not a chance. He won't be hanging around here. Come daylight, we'd have him cold.
Yeah, he'd make tracks out of the swamp.
Right, and we're going after him, fast as we can make it. Johnny.
Yeah?
I gather there's quicksand all around this camp. Do you know the path through it?
Well, I've seen the men take it from the window of the cabin where they held me.
Uh-huh.
I was going to try it if I'd managed to get away.
Now, do you think you can show it to us now?
I don't know. It's tricky even in the daytime.
Yeah, we'll have to try it. Here, take the flashlight. I'll be right at your heels in case you get into trouble. All right, let's go, boys.
Yeah. Hey, what about little Julie?
Huh?
Me? What about me?
Oh, we can't leave you here all by your lonesome.
I'll say you can't. How do you think you'd find the trail without me?
Yeah, she's right at that, Skip. She's the only one who knows it.
Yeah, but, honey, you're plumb tuckered out.
Tuckered nothing. I brought you in here, Skip Turner, and I'm taking you out. Right, Johnny?
Swell, Julie. If these gentlemen can go looking for trouble, I guess it's up to us to help them find it. So let me get the flashlight on. Ought to be a path through the marsh leading off close to here. Hey, is that it? Looks like it. Come on. We can make time at first.
All right. Now, better make it Indian file, Skip. Julie? And no straying.
Hang on to my coattails, honey.
I got him.
Oh, slow down, everybody.
Huh?
Marsh grass coming up.
All right. Hold it, Skip.
Yeah.
What's marsh grass got to do with it?
It marks the place where the quicksand begins.
Oh, yeah.
We seem to make a 3 or 4 foot jump here, sort of at an angle. Funny, I can't tell where we're supposed to land.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold it. Now, swing your flashlight to the right again.
Okay.
Now, a little further. Yeah. Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah. Flat rock.
Uh-huh.
That must be the place.
Here, Johnny. Hand over that flashlight. I'll try it. If it's safe, I'll hold the light for the rest of you.
All right, Captain, but don't miss.
Don't worry. I won't. Yeah, good. Yeah, she's sound as $1. All right, come ahead, Johnny.
All right. Right with you.
Yeah, it's fine. All right. You next, Julie.
Right.
Think you can make it?
Well, that's awful big jump for awful little gal.
Oh, you. I'm the original mountain goat.
Gotcha.
Let's see if you can do it that well, Mr. Turner.
Well, it'll be a tough job at that. Well, stand back here, Bunny. Give a guy room. There.
All right. Come on now, and don't talk.
Oh, boy, it sure feels good to plank my feet on firm ground again. Thought I had to jump one more of them quaking balls.
Quiet, Skip. Yeah, we can't be far from the boats now.
Hey, you think he'll have left us one? Mighty kind of him.
Nope, that's just sensible.
Takes time to scuttle a boat, Skip. Yes, you'd be right after him.
Yeah, that's so, ain't it?
And he couldn't trail an extra boat behind him either, unless he wanted to snarl up for a fare you well.
Hey, wait a minute. See? Water ahead. You see the gleam?
Yeah. Got that light.
Right.
Good. Now listen, everybody. Down on your hands and knees. We creep up within sight of the stream. Then Johnny snaps the light on. But stay down. We've made good time, and the dock can't be far away. Now, you got it?
Sure thing.
Okay. Here we go. Okay, Johnny. The light.
Right.
There. There it is. The boat.
Yeah. One boat. And that's all. That means the dock's still ahead of us.
Well, it can't be far. Come on, let's get a move on.
Wait. Better look at that boat first. Come on, bring the light, Johnny.
I'm with you.
All right. Yeah. Now throw the beam in the boat.
Hey, why, doggone his hide.
What's the matter?
Look for yourself. Oh, that mean Joe buzzard. He ain't nothing but a low-down thief. He done stole our oars.
Well, what'd you expect, Skip? Well, it won't delay us for long, though. Plenty of stuff around to pull with. Johnny, swing that beam along shore so we can pick it down. Cut that light.
Julie, where are you?
I'm here, but so's the doctor.
Quite right, my dear Mrs. Lane. I have been here since you reached the stream. It was time to make my presence known.
Yeah? Why right now?
I cannot permit you to provide yourself with substitute poles. Not at the moment. Had you reached the stream 2 minutes later, it would have made no difference.
Uh-huh. Got here a little too early for you, eh, Doctor?
I believed it would take you longer. I'd expected to be through the floodgate before you reach this place. But I always take precautions in the event...
The floodgate?
Exactly, Captain Friday. The barrier which closes the stream leading to our camp. I must ask you and your friends to remain without moving until I have opened it and closed it behind me.
And then what?
Then, Captain, nothing you do will concern me. As you have no doubt observed, the barrier is extremely heavy. It is operated by a most ingenious mechanism. When I am outside, I shall destroy the mechanism.
Hey, that'll trap us in here.
Yeah, he'd be halfway to Florida before we get out.
Listen, my excellent friends.
Johnny, hand over that flash. Now, flat on your faces, you and Julie.
What?
Get down. Ready, Skip?
Raring to go?
Auf Wiedersehen until I return.
Watch it now, Skip. I'm going to use the flashlight. There he is. Let's take it.
Yeah. Brother, you ain't never going to get that gate shut.
Stop, you fools. Stay where you are.
Oh, so that's the way you want it, huh? Well, two can play at that game.
Don't kill him, Skip. We want him alive.
Sure. I'm just keeping him bothered.
I warn you. Stay away from me.
Grab the boat, Skip, and spill him out. The water's shallow. I'll keep the light on him.
Now you're talking. And over you go!
No!
That does it.
I got him, boss. I got it. Stay still, doggone.
Get your hands off me. Let go.
Oh, no, you don't.
Watch out, Skip.
I told you. You will never take me.
Skip. Are you all right, fella?
Sure. I just slipped in the mud. A little blow like that would never push me over.
Well, never mind that now. He's making for the bend. If he gets around it, we may lose him.
Well, come on. Keep that light steady.
Well, it's not so easy in this mud.
Oh, well, we're gaining on it just the same. You better give up, Doc. You ain't got a coon's chase.
I will never give up. And you will never...
Hey, what?
Skip, don't move another step.
What? Help me, help.
Yeah, but what's got into him?
Don't you see? He's in quicksand.
Quicksand? Great glory.
Help me, please. Please, you cannot let me die like this.
Fella, I reckon you're right. Not even a rat like you.
Doctor, listen. There are vines above you. Grab them.
Yeah.
Now, hang on till I can get back with an oar.
But I still think I cannot hold.
Sure you can. Anyways, you better. Hey, don't try to pull. Keep working your body from side to side.
All right, here we are. Now, when I reach the oar to you, Let go the vines and grab it. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Now, come on. Just keep working your body. That's it. There. We'll pull from this end. Give me your hand, Skip.
Here. Slow and steady ought to do it, huh? We went to too much trouble to nab you alive, Doc, to hand you over to quicksand. I reckon the FBI will want to have a little talk with you about them hideouts you and your friends fixed up to hatch another war in. That's it, baby. Come on. Come to Papa.
Are you coming, Skip? Dr. Eckhart giving you any trouble?
What, wrapped up in vines like he is? Heck, fine, no. He and the dummy are laying in the bottom of my boat peaceful as babies. How you folks coming in your boat?
Everything under control.
You know, one thing's still nagging at me, though.
What's that?
The same thing that's bothered me all along. Julie, why in thunder didn't Johnny's old man come with us instead of sending you?
Oh, but don't you see? He couldn't come. The ransom notes ordered him to be ready to leave when they sent word. He had to stay with a houseboat. Thought Johnny's life depended on it.
Poor Dad. What'll they do to him, Captain Friday? He didn't know he was running enemy agents in and out of the country.
And he still doesn't. He never suspected Morales at all till the last trip. Then he thought the men were criminals, gangsters, skipping the country.
He'll just about kill him when he finds out. You think he'll jail him?
Well, I can't answer for the FBI, Johnny. But your father didn't know the score. They might figure you Lanes did the country a pretty big service, after all.
What do you mean?
Well, the government men know these enemy agents had bases of retreat lined up in case of defeat. Locating those bases and wiping them out's important to the whole world. We're giving them a guy who can spot those hideouts. No, I wouldn't worry too much if I were you. When we hand the doc over to the FBI, I'd say it'll be all over but the shouting.
Like all who live by the sword, Herr Dr. Eckhart finally has come to the time in his life where he must face the consequences. You are listening to Adventures by Morse.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century. Six o'clock in the morning, on top of a haystack in somebody's pasture somewhere in Yolo County, California. It was at 1:45 last night when Jack, Doc, and Reggie crawled wearily, not to say disgustedly, and at the same time gratefully, onto this haystack, burrowed in for warmth and comfort, and went to sleep. The reason they were forced to take to a haystack is typical. Doc was driving the car along the main highway through Yolo County. He suddenly decided that one of the dirt roads to the left was a shortcut. This was at 9 o'clock, and Jack and Reggie were dozing in the back seat. And so they drove for 2 hours in the dark of the moon on dirt roads that were not meant for car travel even in broad daylight, and at night would have been hazardous for Beelzebub himself. Jack woke up and cursed Doc inelegantly, and Reggie hung onto the bucking machine and chuckled. And Doc plowed doggedly ahead until he finally failed to negotiate a sharp turn and ended up in the ditch with a car on its side. Half an hour later, Reggie found the haystack, and now at 6 o'clock, dawn has broken, and Reggie moves in the hay and stretches. Awake, Reggie?
No, I say, Jack. Quite. I thought I was the first to open my eyes.
No, I've been lying here watching the dawn come. Doc?
He must have a clear conscience. Sleeping peacefully.
Trouble with him, he hasn't any conscience at all. Getting us into this kind of a mess.
Oh, well, we weren't going any place in particular.
Oh, you like sleeping in a haystack?
Well, I can't say I've really minded.
It wasn't so bad at that, was it?
Jolly comfortable, on the other hand.
All right, but don't let Doc know you like it.
Quite. He's definitely in the doghouse.
Running the car into a ditch and turning it over, miles from civilization.
You make it sound much worse than it really is, don't you think?
You think so, huh?
Quite, yeah. First place, Doc was traveling slow when we went into the ditch, and we toppled over easy. I mean to say, I don't think anything was broken.
Even so, a car on its side in the ditch is pretty poor transportation.
Oh, but look here, a team of horses from a nearby farm.
Just a moment.
Yeah?
You say horses from a nearby farm?
Yeah.
Have you by any chance cast your eyes over the countryside since you opened them?
No, not exactly. Lying here on my back, it looks to be a beautiful world.
Flat on your back, all you can see is sky.
Beautiful sky. Lovely morning.
Uh-huh. Well, sit up and take a gander at the surrounding environs and say whether it looks so lovely.
Righto. I will. Oh. I say.
Well, is the morning still as lovely?
Oh, but look here. Miles and miles in every direction and not a bally thing in sight.
Yeah. It appears we've got quite a jaunt between us and today's breakfast.
That's what I said, the road. Someone's bound to come by sooner or later.
That, Reggie, is optimism with very little justification.
Why so?
Well, there's every evidence that our red-headed Texas friend not only got us lost, but ran us 8 or 10 miles up a private road to turn us over.
I say, private road?
Well, it certainly isn't a county road. Matter of fact, if you look close, there's spots that look more like a rabbit's run.
But even so, 8 or 10 miles of private road.
Certainly. Out here, some of these big grain ranches spread for miles and miles without even a fence.
Beautiful. What?
Yeah. Roll that sleeping Texan over here closer so I can kick him.
I say, he's going to suffer enough when he wakes up.
He sure is, if I can contrive it.
No, I mean when he's discovered there's no food in the immediate vicinity.
Yeah. I hadn't thought of that. Wake him up.
Righto. Doc. I say, Doc. Wake up. Come on, Doc. Sun's up.
Son?
That's what I said. Sun's up.
Well, that's his tough luck.
Doc. Doc. Wake up.
Pretty soon.
Not pretty soon. Now.
Okay. Stop shaking, man. I'm awake, ain't I?
I don't know, are you?
Of course I am.
Say something then. Jack, I think this is a task for Hercules.
You're not violent.
I've shaken him until his teeth chatter.
Here, I'll show you how to wake him up. Get hold of his feet.
Righto.
I've got his arms. Now then, we'll swing him 2 or 3 times and let him go high in the air. When he comes down, he should either be awake or have a broken neck.
Oh, but look around. Aren't we liable to throw him clear off the haystack?
If we're lucky, maybe we will. Come on now. Swing him.
Righto.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Let him go.
Hey, look out! Dadgum, your ornery hides. Boy, if you two ain't the top-notch sleepy cats I met yet.
Morning, Doc.
Morning, my grandma. Don't you know you're liable to bust a feller's neck by flinging him around that way?
Yes, we thought of that.
You went and done it anyway?
Apparently.
Well, now I'm a slick-tailed hipponocerus, trying to murder me in my sleep. Nice, cozy couple of partners.
Well, at least we accomplished our purpose.
The same being?
Waking you up.
Well, you could have been accomplished just as easy by speaking nice and gentle to me.
Well, Doc, now that you're awake, sit up and look around you.
I ain't going to do it. Going to lay right here and rest.
Oh, I say, listen.
You're going to do nothing of the kind.
Yes, I am. And Reggie, while I'm resting, you run over to the nearest farmhouse and have them start frying ham and eggs and mixing up a batch of about 20 sour milk hotcakes.
Is that all?
Well, do all right for a starter. And when the eggs is turning nice and crisp around the edges, give a yell and I'll come a-running.
You sure you wouldn't like some orange juice and, say, half a cantaloupe?
Yeah, it might be good at that.
How about a side order of crisp fried potatoes?
Yeah, and maybe some hot biscuits. Well, what you standing there chortling about, Reggie? Get a-going.
It's all a big, beautiful dream, Doc.
Huh? What you mean?
Sit up and take a look around you.
Yeah? Well, hey. Well, spank me for a baby.
I'd rather kick you for an idiot. You got us into this.
But look, you, Jack, this is serious. We're marooned.
Marooned on a haystack.
And not a sour milk hotcake in sight.
But it must be 8 or 10 miles to the nearest inhabitants.
That's what we figured.
But I can't do that, Jack. I can't go without my food like this. Well, you boys know how my stomach is.
Doesn't he suffer interestingly, Reggie?
Oh, yes, there's a beautiful expression of agony in his eyes.
Well, I ain't fooling, fellers. Honest, I ain't. Well, right this minute, I'm so hungry I got cold chills up and down my spine.
Those aren't cold chills. They're hayseed and stickers down your back.
Well, there's nothing for it, Doc, but to walk to the habitat of the nearest native.
Reggie, did you say walk?
Looks like it.
Unless you can figure some way of making the car carry us while lying prone on its side.
Yeah, that's it, the automobile.
I'm afraid not, Doc.
But, looky, we ain't seen her this morning. Maybe if we all get our shoulder under her...
You know better than that, Doc.
But I can't walk 10 miles. On a full stomach, I can't walk 10 miles. On an empty one, I can't even hardly get off my back.
Who was the smart driver who took this shortcut?
Yeah, I know.
Who was the smart driver who turned us over in a ditch?
Okay.
And you spilt the milk, so stop crying over it.
Oh, it ain't that I'm exactly crying, Jack.
I say,
just...
Jack. Look yonder.
What's that?
Well, I'll be doggone. Why, Jack, it's little old female girl a-coming up the road.
Look here, where did she come from? She wasn't inside a few minutes ago.
Oh, I see something else that looks fairly interesting.
Why, there ain't nothing more interesting than a pretty little old she-woman. Blamed if I don't think she's come to rescue us.
Well, now, what do you expect her to do? Pack you out of here on her back?
Well, I wish she'd hurry up and get close enough so as I can see if she's as pretty as I hope she is.
I'm still more interested in what I see further in the distance.
The distance? Oh, Jack, I say. Dust raising.
And the way it's rising, I'd say there was a car coming this way in a hurry.
Doggone, a pretty girl and a ride to town all in one breath.
Yes, but look here, shouldn't we get down off this haystack and flag the car?
Decidedly.
Yes, sir. Let's make that our thought for the day. Get down and flag that automobile.
Well, get up, Doc. Get moving.
Wait a minute. I just had a better thought.
Well, hurry up. What is it?
You and Reggie flag the automobile, and I'll flag the girl.
Oh, no.
All right. Now, you've had your joke. Here, wait a minute.
Huh? What's the matter?
Get down, Reggie. Out of sight.
I say, Jack.
Keep down. Now, watch. That girl's seen the dust rising back of her.
But what
I say, look at her. She's running for this haystack.
Well, what you know? You suppose she's seen me and recognizes me as her dream man?
Oh, yeah.
You keep down so she doesn't see you.
But I don't get it, Jack.
I don't either. Apparently she's afraid of that approaching car. Or else she just doesn't want to be seen.
Boy, will you look at her run. Why, my cousin Winnie Mae down in Texas couldn't do no better than that.
I say, the car's getting closer rapidly. I just caught a glint of the windshield in the sun.
Poor little feller. She's still got a ways to come.
She'll make it before the car gets close enough to see her. If she can keep it up.
Man, I'd sure hate to have to chase that baby. Come on, sugar, keep laying them down. You'll make it.
I say, just another 100 yards.
Car's still 1.5 miles down the road.
Yeah, but it ain't wasting no time. And that ain't no road to make time on, neither. Hey, looky at her. Why, Jack, that little old female girl's a hunter.
Jove, look at her face. She's frightened.
She'd have to be frightened to run like that. Now, she's going to make it all right.
Jove, there she goes out of sight. What do you suppose she'll do?
Burrow into the hay and lie quiet if she's smart.
Well, Jack, maybe I should ought to slide down off this here haystack and kind of comfort her.
You stay right where you are.
But look here, Jack. The car will be here in another minute. Now, if we don't get down and flag it, it'll be gone and we'll still be without transportation.
Yeah, son, it'll flash right by.
Let it flash by.
Well, hey, and us have to walk 10 miles to breakfast?
Is your breakfast more important than this girl's safety?
Yeah, that is a problem.
I don't see any problem.
Well, I do. Which would you rather do, sacrifice a girl's honor or my stomach?
Well, there she is.
Going right by.
Apparently they aren't going by after all.
No, they've seen our car in the ditch.
Can you see how many there are, Rodden?
3. 2 men in the front seat and 1 in the back.
Getting out to examine our automobile.
Jove, look at the size of those 2 young chaps getting out of the front seat.
Real honest-to-goodness farmer boys. Reggie, how'd you like to tangle with one of them?
Right. I hope I don't have to.
That man in the back seat, he's much older.
Yeah. He seems doggone curious about our automobile.
Why shouldn't they be? Car in the ditch way out here?
I say, they're looking over here.
Yeah. Well, I was afraid of that.
Yeah. You mean they'll be coming over here?
They're bound to. And if they do, they're almost sure to find the girl.
Well, son, we can't have that.
But is there anything we can do?
Yeah. Let's slide down off the stack and go to meet them.
And if they're still curious about the haystack after that?
We're in good health. What's to keep us from stopping them?
Son, I was hoping you'd say them words. Come on, Reggie. Let's go see if we can't get ourselves a little fist fighting.
The further adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century. Six o'clock in the morning, on top of a haystack in somebody's pasture somewhere in Yolo County, California. Last night, while Reggie and Jack slept in the rear seat of the car, Doc tried for a shortcut, ran the car onto a private road some 10 miles from civilization, and turned it over in a ditch. The trio, making the best of it, found a haystack and turned in for the night. Shortly after dawn, they awakened and lay discussing means of getting breakfast and help when a girl on foot approached up the road. Suddenly, she saw the dust of an automobile behind her, and in a panic, she ran to the haystack and burrowed in, unaware of the trio up above. The approaching car was on the point of speeding past when the driver saw the boys' car in the ditch and pulled up. After examining it, their attention was turned to the haystack some 100 yards distant. Jack, realizing if the three in the car came to the haystack, they'd find the girl, decided that he and Doc and Reggie should descend from the stack and go to meet the occupants of the car.
All right, Reggie, slide off the haystack.
Well, I say, right out in plain view of those three chappies over yonder?
Well, why not?
Righto.
Take it easy, son. That's 20 feet down to the ground.
Well, the sides aren't too steep. I can slide all the way down.
Yeah, but you're going to slide fast.
Well, here goes.
Never mind that.
Never mind that.
Boy, he shot down that haystack like a toboggan sled.
Doc. Huh? Those men have seen us. Get down, quick.
Yeah, here we go.
You came down fast, all right.
Hey, that's okay. A little pile of hay to land on.
Well, man could use a parachute.
Look out, here comes Jack.
Yeah.
Well, that was quick.
Talk about shooting the chutes. Reminds me of the time me and my female cousin Winnie Mae slid off a roof on the farm.
Mm-hmm.
Only it was splinters that time. Well, what do we do now?
Well, those three men looked to me slightly on the antagonistic side.
Yeah, just standing over yonder staring at us. Do we go over?
That's what we came down for. Come on.
Yeah. Those two younger chaps. Bit on the brawny side, huh?
Yeah, built like a couple of bull rhipotamus.
Like what?
Ain't you never heard of a rhipotamus?
I assure you, I never have.
Yeah, kind of a second cousin on his mother's side to a hipponoceros.
I see.
Now, when we get over to him, Doc, don't start getting humorous.
Okay. Only you know how I am when I think of something funny.
Well, try not to think of anything funny.
Them's orders?
Definite orders.
That's all I want to know.
Well, the nearer we approach, the more those two look alike.
Probably Siamese twins or something.
No. I say not Siamese.
No? Well, they do look a little bit more like Scandinavians, don't they?
Well, they're Nordic, all right. Blonde, fair, thick bull necks.
Not too intelligent looking, I'd say.
Yeah, fine a pair of identical morons as I've come across yet.
Old chappie looks like a pretty fair sort of citizen, though, huh?
Well, that's enough comment. They quite definitely don't like our looks.
Well, that goes double.
Doc, behave yourself.
Hey there, you men.
You talking to us?
Who else? How are you? Good thing you came along.
Don't say.
Ask him if he's got a fried egg about him.
Doc, I told you to cut the comedy.
Okay.
I suppose you men know you're trespassing.
Unintentionally, I assure you.
So you say.
Well, if you can think of any reason why we'd maroon ourselves out here in this wasteland on purpose, I'll put in with you.
That haystack yonder is private property.
Sleeping in it do any damage?
Tain't allowed.
Now, look. What would you have done if you'd run your car into a ditch at midnight?
I ain't got no car.
Looks to me like you have.
That's the boss's car.
Well, that's beside the point.
Besides, what was you doing out here at midnight anyhow?
We took the wrong road and got lost. And if you want to do us a favor, you can hitch a tow rope onto our car and pull us right side up and out of that ditch.
This ain't much of a place for doing favors.
Well, now that's an ornery thing to say.
Doc.
Well, if you want to know what I think...
Nobody does. So you won't give us a hand, huh?
I don't know. Ain't made up my mind yet.
Well, when you do, will you let us know?
I might. Might not.
Well, while you're trying to decide, would you mind telling me something about your bodyguard?
Bodyguard?
Yeah, these two hunks of men. Don't they never say nothing?
Oh, them's Big Swede and Little Swede.
Look here. Big Swede and Little Swede, huh? Well, how do you tell which is Little Swede?
Little Swede can't talk no English. Big Swede talks some English.
And that's the only way you can tell them apart.
That's the only way I can tell them apart.
Well, doggone. You say something to him, and the one what looks intelligent's Big Swede.
Well, I wouldn't say exactly intelligent.
Yeah. Hello, son. Nope. That must be Little Swede. Hello, Big Swede. Glad to meet you. Hey, what's the matter? Nothing happened there either.
All right, that's enough, Doc.
Well, I'm plumb curious.
We'll save it. If you don't mind, I'd like to introduce ourselves.
Go right ahead.
Oh. Well, I'm Jack Packard.
Jack Packard, huh?
Yes, do you mind?
It's a good name as any, I suppose.
Thanks. This is Reggie York.
Now, that's a silly name, ain't it?
I say, old boy.
Don't mind, Reggie. And this red-headed Texan is Doc Long.
Is, huh?
Well, ain't you going to say glad to meet us?
No.
Why, you lop-eared cow.
Stop it, Doc. Would you mind saying who you are?
I'm Jasper.
Jasper, huh? Is that all?
Ain't it enough?
Why not? Well, have you made up your mind about pulling us out of the ditch?
Don't push me.
Oh,
hey,
sorry.
Looky here, fella. We ain't had no breakfast yet this morning.
Well, I was reading in a book where people eat too much anyway.
Well, ain't you the sympathetic cuss?
I don't aim to be.
And another thing, tell Big Swede and Little Swede to stop standing there glaring at us.
They ain't doing no hurt.
No, except they give me the willies. Standing there like that, like they was waiting to jump us.
They would, too. A word from me, your names would be mincemeat.
Hey, now, you ain't bragging, are you?
Never mind that, Doc.
Well, are we going to stand here and let him intimate that them two gorillas can...
We're a lot more interested in getting our car out of the ditch.
Just a minute. Is one of your boys aiming to say he can lick one of the Swedes?
No.
I am, too. I'm a-saying me and Reggie here can wipe the ground up with them two boys of yours.
Doc, I told you to...
Well, we can, and I'm here to prove it.
Joe, Doc,
Well, now, that's mighty interesting. I think the boss would like to meet you, boys.
Boss?
Yes, the boss is what you might say, cracked on the subject of prize fighting.
Now, see what you've got yourself in for, Doc?
How you mean, prize fighting?
Well, he just likes it. He likes prize fighting better than most folks like Saturday night bingo.
Well, we haven't got the time.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Let's see what he's got to say.
Naturally, we don't get no professional matches up this way. Living out here on a 40,000-acre ranch, we don't get much of anything.
All very interesting.
Jack, will you hush up? Now, what's that got to do with us going to see your boss, Mr. Jasper?
Well, on account of he likes prize fighting so much, he kind of built his own ring, if you get what I mean.
Yes, I do. And I don't like it.
Well, I do. Keep it talking, fella.
As I was saying, having his own ring, he's always on the lookout for fighting men.
Home talent, huh? And is Big Swede and Little Swede a couple of his fighters?
They're his prime favorites.
Well, what you know?
Doc, I could break your neck with pleasure.
What you talking about? Why, well, we couldn't any more pass this up than... How about it, Reggie? We ain't scared, are we?
No, of course not, but...
But nothing. Son, you hitch your automobile onto ours and pull us out of the ditch, and we'll go talk to your boss about smacking these two Nordic babies clean back where they come from.
Deal?
It's nothing of the kind.
Well, I say it is, and Reggie says it is. That's two against
But,
one.
Doc, I didn't say
Sure
anything.
you did, fella. You ain't never run out on a good fight. Not never.
But it's insane, Doc. It's one thing to fight for a purpose, but just to get into a ring for the pleasure of a wealthy farmer because he likes prize
Make
fighting.
up your minds, gents. I ain't got all day.
I say no.
I say yes. Well, what do you say, Reggie?
Jove, now,
You don't care one way or the other. Is that it, Reggie?
Well, I say I wouldn't mind a bit of a round with one of those chappies. It might be very interesting. On the other hand, Jack's quite right.
Okay, Jack, we're stymied, so I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll flip you a nickel. Heads we fight, tails we stick our tails between our legs and get for home.
Shouldn't even do that.
Oh, come on. Where's your sporting blood? Heads we fight, tails we don't. Here she goes.
All right. Now, here, let alone. Let me see that.
Heads she is.
Should have known better than to let a crazy idiot like you...
Okay, Jasper, hook on to us and pull us out of the ditch.
That's the way it's going to be, huh?
That's the way it's going to be. And are your two hunks of humanity going to be sorry? Go on. Hook your automobile onto us.
Ain't going to need the car. Big Swede, Little Swede will lift you out of the ditch.
I say you mean those two chaps. But...
Sure. Go on, you fellas. Put that machine back on the road.
Well, doggone. They're going on to do it.
I say, Doc, perhaps Jack was right after all.
Now, just a minute, you fellas. There's something else.
I think that's plenty for now.
Well, this is something else. You fellas been over in that haystack since last night?
Yeah, that's right.
See anything of a girl?
A girl? Out in this no man's land?
That's what I'm asking you. Did you see a girl?
Certainly not. Was she in an automobile?
No, she weren't in no automobile.
Horseback, huh?
No, not on horseback.
Well, what sort of looking gal was she?
Oh, kind of yaller-haired, small. Prettiest thing in all the state of California.
Yeah? Well, what would any female gal like that be doing traipsing around on foot way out here?
She was running away from home, if it's any of your business.
You don't say. You're home?
No, I ain't married.
Oh, I see. But you want to get married.
No, I don't want to get married, and I'll stomp the man's teeth out who says that I do.
Then would you mind saying who this gal is?
She's the boss's daughter, if it's any of your business.
Which, of course, it ain't.
That's what I was thinking. So you ain't seen her?
No, I'm afraid not. But will you tell me why the daughter of a man who owns 40,000 acres of land is running away from home at 6 o'clock in the morning?
Because she's 18, got just as much spirit as her old man.
Is that what brought you out here looking for her?
Well, maybe it is, maybe it ain't.
Now, ain't that a pretty business, hunting down gals? It's a wonder to me you ain't got bloodhounds on her trail.
You want a poke in the nose?
Now, looky, you're lots older than me.
Well, keep your comments to yourself about that girl, and that's just what you're going to get.
Well, I still think it's a mighty mangy trick, running around the country trying to catch a gal that don't want to be caught. What kind of an old buzzard is her old man anyway?
Never mind that either. He's my boss.
Yeah, I get it. Well, Jasper, old kid.
Jack, will you look at those two men?
Holy jumping catfish.
Lifting that car back on the road as though it were a sack of flour.
And them's the two guys we're supposed to fight.
Oh, quite.
Yes, sir. A couple of bull elephants.
Well, you asked for it. I hope you're satisfied.
Adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at the same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Forson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York, with Louis Van Ruten as Jasper.
Well, sir, you want to know what happened next? You want to know what happened when Reggie sinks his fist in Big Sweet's kisser? You like to know what Jack said to the girl with the yeller hair and what she said to him? Well, then you just listen to I Love a Mystery tomorrow night. That's right, tomorrow night, when you're going to meet Miss Jack Dempsey Ross in person. Thank you kindly.
Ted Malley speaking. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed. Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century. 7 o'clock in the morning on a private road of a 40,000-acre ranch somewhere in Yolo County, California. Last night, Doc took a shortcut, got lost, and landed the boy's car in a ditch 10 miles from anywhere. The three spent the rest of the night in a nearby haystack. At 6 the next morning, from the top of the haystack, they watched a girl approach down the abandoned road. Suddenly, the dust cloud of an approaching car sent her running for the haystack. Quickly, she burrowed into the hay and lay still. The car stopped when the occupants saw the boy's machine in the ditch. Jack, Doc, and Reggie slid down the haystack and went to meet them. Two of the three men were young giants, almost identical, known as Big Swede and Little Swede. The only way of telling them apart was that Big Swede spoke a little English. The third and older man was Jasper. Jack asked him to pull them out of the ditch.
Yes, and that was when Jasper made me a counter-proposal. He said he'd get us out if we'd return with him to the ranch house and fight the two Swedes. But the big boss was prize-fight crazy and had a private ring. Well, I was against it, but Doc was all for it and won his point. So Jasper sent the two Swedes over, and with apparent ease, they lifted the car out of the ditch. Then Jasper asked if we'd seen a girl in the vicinity. Said she was the daughter of the ranch owner and was running away from home.
Reggie, I swear to goodness. Did you see what them two Swede boys did, John?
I say, and those are the two chappies we've just agreed to fight.
Well, you made a bargain. Can't go back on it now.
You'd hold us to it against our wishes?
You sure would. You agreed to come to the ranch and put on a fight for the boss if we get your car out of the ditch. There's no backing out now.
Well, who the heck said anything about backing out?
I just wanted to warn you. Big and Little Swede can throw that car back in the ditch as easy as they lifted her out.
Now, just a minute, Jasper, whatever your name is.
Well, deal's a deal, I always say.
Oh, you always say that.
Exactly, in so many words.
Well, just get this through your head. Nobody gets very far with us using threats.
A bargain's a bargain, I always say.
There's quite a heap of things you always say, seems to me.
And when I says them, I mean them.
That's all right. We made a bargain, we'll keep it. But don't get it into your head that you're forcing us into anything.
No?
No. We don't force worth a cent. Doc, you and Reggie go over and see if the car's all right.
Sure. Come on, Reggie.
Right on. Shouldn't be too much wrong with it.
And maybe we can get them Swede boys to let us feel their muscles.
Why do you want to do that?
Well, I kind of like to find out if they got fighting muscle or just common, ordinary lifting muscle.
That's right. There is a bit of a difference, all right.
Oh, howdy, boys. Huh. Not a spark out of either of them.
Jasper said you could tell Big Swede because he could talk a little English.
Yeah. Which one of you talks American? Oh, you won't talk, huh?
Well, perhaps you'd tell us which one of you is Big Swede.
Well, honest to Grandma, Reggie, I ain't never come across anything like it. Two great big hooks are standing there shoulder to shoulder giving us a deadpan.
A bit rummy, all right.
Now, look, you fellas, are you just playing dead, or don't you, honest to goodness, understand the United States?
Well, it's no use, Doc. Not a flicker from either.
Reminds me of the time my cousin Winnie Mae got her jaws glued together chewing beeswax.
Mm-hmm.
Her papa had to knock out one of her front teeth with the butt of his six-shooter so they could feed her.
Joe, it's a bit primitive, what?
Oh, Winnie Mae didn't mind.
No?
She used that empty tooth to spit through. Blind a squirrel with tobacco juice at 20 paces.
Oh, how old was Winnie Mae at the time?
Well, let's see. That's the year before she eloped with Ernie Schulter.
Mm-hmm.
Who must have been going on about 10, I reckon.
Oh, kid.
Hey, Doc, what's the matter? Won't the car start?
Oh, I ain't tried it yet. I was just telling Reggie about Winnie Mae.
Oh, blast Winnie Mae.
Jack, you oughtn't to talk that way about my blood relations. It ain't chivalry.
Doc!
Okay. Yeah, I reckon we ought to try out the automobile at that.
You want me to get in?
No, I'll do it. Yeah, feels the same to sit in.
Oh, did you think it wouldn't?
Hi, up front there. Hey, you two Swedes, get out of the way. No telling what this thing will do when I start her up. Hey, did you hear what I said? Stand aside. Hey, Reggie, go on up there and push them two big bull elephants over to the side of the road.
Right. Now then, you boys stand aside, eh? I said stand aside.
That's it, Reggie. Push her.
Why, you...
Hey, Reggie, he swung on you.
Swing on me, will you?
Attaboy, Reggie. He's sagging. He's going down. Reggie, son, you knocked him out.
Jove, I badly near broke my fist doing it.
One Swede down and one to go.
Oh, I say we can't hit this other chap. He hasn't even moved. Matter of fact, the expression on his face hasn't changed.
Well, come on, fella. Put up your dukes. What's the matter with you? Ain't you going to fight for your partner?
Hey, what's going on? Here, Doc, stop it. What's going on here?
Hey, what's the matter with Little Swede?
Well, Reggie just up and knocked him out.
Knocked him out? I don't believe it.
Well, maybe you'd like him to knock out Big Swede, too, just to prove it.
Stop it, Doc. What was the matter, Reggie?
Oh, sorry, I lost my temper for a moment. Doc wanted to start the car, and the two were standing directly in the way. Well, we asked him to move, and then I went over and started to push them to the side of the road, and that chappie swung on me, and I let him have it.
That's a lie. You hit him with something.
Mr. Jasper, did you say I lied?
You hit him with something.
Sure he did, with his fist.
Did you say I lied?
Now, see here, young fella.
Did you say I lied?
No, on second thought, maybe I was a mite hasty. You swear you just up and knocked him out?
Certainly.
Well. You sure? There was no trick about it.
If you're insinuating,
No,
Mr. Jack...
no, don't get me wrong. In fact, it's the best thing that's happened. Well, come on, boys. What are we waiting for? Let's get back to home ranch. Big Swede, pick up Little Swede there and toss him in the back of my car.
Just a minute. I don't know whether our machine will go or not.
Well, hurry up and find out. If it won't go, I'll tow you in. Just one thing, though, boys. Can you keep this a secret?
What do you mean?
Do you mind not saying anything at the home ranch about knocking out Little Swede?
Why should we?
Sure, that's the stuff. Spoil the big fight for the boss if he knew beforehand one of his men had been knocked out by one of you.
The big fight?
Sure, in the ring at the ranch. Y'all promise not to say anything.
All right.
That's talking. Now I'll go get my car and bring it up alongside.
Whoa, what's it all about, Jack?
I don't know. He certainly got awful friendly after he saw what Reggie could do.
I say, I'm getting rather keen to see what the home ranch and the boss is like.
Have you both forgotten that girl over in the haystack?
Hey, that's right.
Well, now listen. I want a chance to talk to her. It's apparent that Jasper and the two Swedes were chasing her. What I want to do is get rid of them.
Yeah, so's we can have a nice, cozy chat with the little lady.
Not we.
What you mean, not we?
You and Reggie are going back to the ranch house with Jasper and the two Swedes.
Hey, now, Jack.
Will you listen, Doc? You haven't got much time. If you two are with him, he won't be worried about me not following. That'll give me the chance I want.
Okay, well, we'll go with him.
Yeah, but I'm the ladies' man in this outfit.
Now, here he comes. Now, do as I say. Let me do the talking.
What's the matter? Won't you start?
Self-starter was stuck. I think I got it fixed now. I'll try it. Yeah, seems to be all right. Hey, how about Reggie and Doc riding back with you?
Sure. It's a good idea. Lots of room.
Right on. Come on, Doc.
Okay, but I ain't happy about it, I can tell you.
If you lose me, take the road to the right about 3 miles down. Take you right up to the ranch house.
Thanks. I may have to take it a little easy. Now we'll see what that girl in the haystack has to say for herself. All right. Safe to come out. Hey, wherever you are, come out. At least she doesn't believe me. Oh, no use trying to hide anymore. You're not at all well covered up. That's a very pretty silk stocking sticking out of the hay.
Oh, Doc!
Well, hello.
You couldn't either see my leg sticking out of the hay.
I know. That was one way to find you.
Well, that's cheating. You should be ashamed.
Oh, I am. You know, sitting up in the hay that way, you look like my picture of Aphrodite emerging from the ocean spray.
A few more clothes on, I hope.
Yes, but she was no better looking.
Say, who are you, anyhow?
I'm Jack Packard. Who are you?
You know who I am?
No.
I thought everybody in this part of the country knew me.
I'm not from this part of the country.
I'm Jacqueline Ross.
How do you do, Jack?
How do you do, Mr. Packard?
You know, you're a very nice young person to be running away from home and hiding in a haystack.
I thought you didn't know anything about me.
Well, I was on top of this haystack and saw you run over here and dive in.
But how did you know I was running away from home?
Because the car you were running from stopped over on the road, and a man named Jasper seemed very anxious to find you.
Oh, was it only Jasper? If I'd known that, I wouldn't have run.
Well, there were 2 Scandinavian boys with him.
Oh, they wouldn't have made any difference. They don't ever say anything anyhow.
I see. Well, now that I've found you, what am I going to do with you?
Oh, I like that. Who do you think you are, anyhow?
It looks like I've suddenly become your guardian angel.
Oh, no, you haven't.
Oh, yes, I have.
Are you being funny?
No.
Well, I'm not going back to my father, and that's that.
Why?
Because I'm going to choose the man I marry no matter what anybody says.
Good. That'll be our thought for the day. Marry anyone we choose in spite of anybody.
You agree to that?
I do. How old are you?
18.
So your father wants you to marry one man and you want to marry another?
Yes.
Isn't there anything that would make him see it your way?
Yes, but it's silly.
What's silly?
Well, he's crazy about prize fights. He's so crazy about prize fights. You know what he named me? His own daughter?
You said your name was Jacqueline.
Well, that isn't what he named me. He named me Jack Dempsey Ross.
What?
Yes, he did. Because Jack Dempsey is his favorite champion. That's just how crazy he is about prize fighting.
But what's that to do with you marrying whom you want?
Well, the only way I can marry Duke is if Duke can get a fighter that can whip Big Swede and Little Swede.
Would you say that again?
I know it sounds crazy, but that's my father. If Duke can
Duke's
find...
the man you want to marry?
Yes, if Duke can find a fighter who can whip the two Swedes, Father will agree to me marrying Duke. He's got a real prize fight ring right on the ranch.
Yes, Jasper told me that.
But it's silly. There's nobody around here who would even dare get in the ring with them. They're too big and strong.
Now, just a minute. Which side of the fence is Jasper on?
He's a love. He's done everything to help me.
Well, I thought he worked for your father.
He does. He's foreman of the ranch. Well, if Father knew he was helping me run away.
Helping you run away? I thought he was chasing you.
No. I'm sure he was hoping to find me and take me on into town.
Is that where you were going, into town?
No. I'm supposed to meet Duke right here.
Well, we'll sit right here and wait for Duke. I'd like to meet that young man.
Hey, you mean you'll help us elope?
No, I'm afraid not.
Oh. So you're a traitor.
Here, just a minute.
So that's the kind of a man you are. Ruin a girl's whole life.
But if you just listen...
I don't want to listen. You just wait till Duke gets here. I hope he's got a gun. I hope he's got a great big gun.
A cannon, maybe?
Well, anyway, something to shoot you with.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at the same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York, with Louis Van Ruten as Jasper, and Mercedes McCambridge as Miss Jack Dempsey Ross. Whether you're a sporting fan or not, you'll want to hear this week's Sports for All show over most of these stations on Thursday night. For Bill Slater's guests this week are two of America's great inspirational sports names. There's prize fighter Barney Ross and ex-New York Giants football star, whom Grant Led Rice named for all-time All-American football honors, Ken Strong. So hear them on Sports for All this Thursday night. Frank McCarthy speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery, transcribed. Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century. Seven o'clock in the morning, on the lee side of a big haystack in an isolated section of Jim Ross's 40,000-acre ranch somewhere in Yolo County, California. Last night, Jack, Doc, and Reggie spent the night in this same haystack when Doc got lost and ran their car into a ditch 10 miles from the nearest town. This morning, from the top of the stack, they saw a girl approach on foot and then run and hide in the stack below them on the appearance of a car in the distance. The car drew up abruptly when the driver saw the three comrades' car in the ditch, and the trio slid down from the stack to ask for help. They were met by Jasper and Big and Little Swede.
Yes, that's when we learned that we were on the Jim Ross ranch, of which Jasper was foreman. That the ranch consisted of 40,000 acres, That Jim Ross was a prize fight fan, even to having his own prize ring on the ranch. That the two Scandinavian boys, Big and Little Swede, were the big boss's favorite fighters. And it would be well worth anyone's time if he could whip these two young giants. Against my judgment, Doc accepted the challenge, and Reggie sided in with him.
Yeah, and was Jasper tickled. He insisted we should go back to the ranch house with him after Big and Little Swede had lifted their car back onto the road. Jack took our car and sent me and Reggie on ahead with Jasper and the Swedes.
As soon as they were out of sight, I went back to the haystack and found the hiding girl. She turned out to be Jacqueline, Jack Dempsey, Ross, 20-year-old daughter of the big boss, running away from home to elope with a man she loved. A man named Duke. She said she was to meet Duke here at the haystack and asked me to help them. When I said I thought not, she flew into a rage and dissolved into tears, refusing to listen to anything I tried to say.
Oh, why? Why does a girl ever trust a man?
You're acting like a little fool.
That's it. Call me names. Way out here with nothing for miles but this haystack.
But if you'll just calm down.
I am calm.
All right. If you're calm, then listen to me.
I won't. I tell you all about me. I trust you. And then you turn on me.
I haven't turned on
You
you.
have too.
You women make me sick.
There, you see, you hate women. You like seeing me, mister.
What you need is a good spank.
Sir, don't you dare lay hands on me.
I'm not going to lay hands on you, but somebody ought to.
Oh, just you wait till Duke hears about this. Just you wait.
Well, if Duke's a smart man, he'll never show up.
What do you mean?
Well, just that you've got a temper like a catamount and a disc like two cats with their tails tied together.
I have not.
I say you have. If your father's trying to palm you off on some man, I'd say he has an awful grudge against you.
You're absolutely and completely horrid. And you couldn't tell the truth if you wanted to.
Couldn't I?
No, you can't. I'm young and lovely. And every young man in the country's crazy about me.
They're crazy, all right. Hey, there's a car coming up the road.
Oh, you suppose it's father?
Well, suppose he's your father, then what?
But he mustn't find me. I'm eloping. I don't want anybody but Duke to find me.
Well, maybe it's Duke.
But supposing it isn't.
Well, then you better get back under the hay until we find out.
What good will that do? You'll tell on me.
Will I?
Well, you said you wouldn't help me.
No, I won't help you run away, but neither will I give you away.
Do you mean that?
Well, look, if you don't want to be seen, you better dive back into that hay. That car's getting close.
Oh, yes. I got a nice little nest dug down here.
Well, lie still. I'll finish covering it. Well?
I'm sorry I was so rotten. I didn't mean to think like that.
It's too late. You've already shown what kind of a girl you are.
Oh, I hate you worse than any man I ever knew.
Now, you better keep still. That man's getting out of his car and coming over here.
Is it your father?
How do I know whether it's your father? I never saw him in my life.
Has he got a paunch and red hair?
Shut up. Oh, good morning. Is this your haystack?
No, it isn't my haystack. Hey, what are you doing here?
I slept here last night.
Yeah?
Yeah. My name's Jack Packard. What's your name?
Does it make any difference?
It might.
I asked you what you were doing here.
And I said I slept here last night.
Well, you're not sleeping here now, are you?
No.
Then would you mind moving on?
Well, that's not very friendly.
Well, I don't feel very friendly.
That's too bad. Hangover?
No.
I thought maybe it was, and you'd come out here to this haystack to sleep it off.
Well, I didn't.
Mind telling me why you did come out here?
Yes?
Yes, what?
Yes, I mind telling you.
Oh. Your name wouldn't be Duke, would it?
How did you know that?
And you wouldn't be looking for a girl named Jack Dempsey Ross, would you?
Her name isn't Jack Dempsey. It's Jacqueline.
Well, the way I heard it, her father's a nut about prize fighting and named his only child after his favorite ring champion. And his name certainly wasn't Jacqueline.
Say, who are you anyway?
I told you that once. Jack Packard.
Well, supposing I am Duke Carter, and supposing I am here to meet Jacqueline, what of it?
Going to run away with her, aren't you?
Is that any of your business?
Going to marry the girl?
Say, look here now.
I asked you a simple question, and I repeat it. Are you going to marry her?
Certainly I'm going to marry her today.
I wouldn't if I were you.
What?
I wouldn't even elope with her.
Say, are you crazy?
No.
Then why shouldn't I marry her? If I can get her out from under her old man's thumb.
Because she's got a horrible temper.
She has not.
Oh, yes, she has. She's a wild Indian if I ever saw one.
I don't care if she's a Fiji Islander. If I love her and I want to marry her, I'll do it, and it's none of your business.
You feel that way, do you?
Yes, I feel that way.
She isn't very pretty.
That's a lie.
Her legs are too long.
They are not.
I don't see what you can see in her.
I'll tell you what I see in her. She's the most beautiful, the most charming, the loveliest girl that was ever born. And if you say she's not, Take off your coat and see what happens to you.
Well, Duke, I guess you win.
Certainly I... Huh? What do you mean?
Come on out from under the hay, Jack Dempsey.
Jacqueline.
Say, you...
You speaking to me?
Yes. Stop calling me Jack Dempsey.
But you told me
I
yourself.
don't care what I told you. You stop calling me Jack Dempsey. And another thing.
I'm listening.
You're everything I ever said about you for saying all those things to Duke.
What difference did it make? They didn't even faze him. He's in love.
Jacqueline, has this man been annoying you?
He certainly has.
All right, you. Take off your coat.
What for?
I'm going to give you the worst licking you ever had.
Well, listen to the boy.
You heard what I said.
Well, it's pretty hot for a fight, even this early in the morning. Besides, I haven't had breakfast yet.
I said to
I
take...
heard what you said. I like a good fight myself at the right time and place, but this isn't it. Let's sit down and talk.
Oh, come on, Duke. Let him alone. We got to get started.
Sit down.
Hey, you pushed that girl.
You sit down, too.
Why, you...
That's better. Now then, listen to me. I like you two.
You like us?
That's what I said.
Well, you sure have a great way of showing it.
Now then, listen to me. You two are making the mistake of your lives running away to get married like this.
Well, that's our business.
Well, I'm making it mine. You run away, and Jack Dempsey here will be disinherited by old man Ross.
I told you not to come.
Isn't that the truth?
Yes.
To look at you, Duke, I'd say you weren't any too well off.
Well, I've got a little ranch.
Sure, but it'd be a lot better if you both stood in well with the girl's father, wouldn't it?
But I told you. He wants me to marry another man.
With one exception.
Oh, it's crazy.
Well, nevertheless, he's agreed to let you marry Jacqueline here if you can bring an amateur prize fighter into the ring who can whip Big Swede and Little Swede.
Yes, but where can I find anyone like that? Well, there isn't a fighter in these parts who isn't afraid of them.
You're wrong.
What?
I've got a partner who can knock the stuffings out of either of those Scandinavian boys.
Oh, you're nuts.
Don't tell me I'm nuts, son.
Why not?
Because I don't like it.
All right. If you've got a man who can do what you say, where is he?
He and my other sidekick have already gone back to the ranch house with the foreman of your father's ranch.
Jasper?
Yes.
But if Father gets hold of him first. I mean, before Duke.
I thought you said Jasper was on your side.
He is.
Well, Jasper seemed awfully pleased about something. I don't think he's going to let your father get hold of Reggie before he's had a talk with you and Duke.
Reggie?
That's the boy who can whale the tar out of the Swedes.
How do you know he can do it?
Because he already knocked out one of them this morning.
Are you sure?
Ask Jasper. He saw it done.
Oh, Duke, do you suppose?
Oh, I don't know what to say.
Well, look, even if you're doubtful, it's worth taking a chance, isn't it? If by some hook or crook Reggie is defeated, you can still elope sometime in the future.
Well, I guess so.
And this way you're gambling on staying in the old man's goodwill and still getting the girl.
And what do you say, Jack?
Oh, yes. Please, let's try it.
I don't know. After all, I'm marrying you and not your father's money.
Oh, don't be silly. I know that.
Well, if you do...
Of course I do. And after all, Father is all alone in the world except for me. I mean, if I can have you both, it'll be so much better.
Good. Then that's settled. Now then, let's all get to the ranch house as fast as possible.
Hey, wait a minute. Old man Ross ordered me off his place and threatened to shoot me if I ever came back.
He won't shoot anybody.
Oh, you don't know Father.
Well, never mind. I'll see he doesn't shoot anybody. That is, until you've had a chance to tell him about your fighter. After that...
if he once knows Duke's got a fighter to put up against his men, he'll forget all about his grudge.
Good. Then let's go tell him.
Well, if I get shot...
If you get shot, I'll personally tie up your wounds. And if you die, I'll chant hymns on your grave every night for a year.
That isn't a bit funny.
You think not? You can hear me chant a hymn once.
Jacqueline, this fellow sounds to me like he's talking through his hat. You think he's really got a fighter?
Oh, I don't know. I've never seen him.
Now, look, am I going to have to hog-tie you two kids to get you to the ranch house?
Well, you are telling the truth.
Oh, do we have to go over all that again?
I suppose you know I'm trusting the honor of a good woman in your hands.
Well, let's make that our beautiful thought for the day. You're trusting the honor of a good woman in my hands.
If you're making light of
Oh,
what
come on. Stop acting like the hero and the drunkard, and let's get started. And just so you won't get any ideas about eloping, after all, you ride in my car, Jack Dempsey.
If you don't stop calling me Jack Dempsey...
I know. You're going to be mad at me again.
Oh, why wasn't I born a man with lots of muscle? But just you wait. My father'll take care of you.
further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York, with Mercedes McCambridge as Miss Jack Dempsey Ross. Frank McCarthy speaking. You know, maybe he works at a desk next to yours or on a machine down the line. Now, he makes the same money you do, yet he can afford to send his son through college. How does he do it? Well, it's simple. You see, he played it smart. He started buying United States savings bonds through the payroll savings plan when it first started. And today he's got more than enough to see his boy through college. Now, if he can do it, so can you. Plan to put twice as much in savings bonds as you're doing now, and save that money before you spend it. With the automatic purchase of savings bonds, you'll pile up savings that will buy you a home of your own, or a college education for your children, and old age without financial worries. Join the part payment payroll savings plan where you work, or if you're self-employed, use the bond-a-month plan where you bank. If you can't participate in a regular plan, buy an extra bond now at any bank or post office. Don't delay. Your own future, your country's future can't wait. Buy United States savings bonds. This program came from New York. There are sports thrills for all on Sports for All over most of these stations tonight. Hear Bill Slater with his sport guest, Flightmaster Barney Ross, and the all-time All-American football star Ken Strong on Sports for All tonight. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century.
Looky, Jack, ain't I about the prettiest thing you ever did see? Purple trunks and everything.
Doc, they are positively ghastly.
What you mean, ghastly? They asked me what colored trunks I wanted to fight in, and I said the purplest purple they had. And these is them.
Yes, there's no doubt about them being purple, all right.
Yeah, they kind of match my red hair, don't you think?
No, I don't.
Well, that's because you ain't got no sense about colors, Jack. Well, maybe you're kind of colorblind or something.
I wish I was every time I look at you.
Well, you're simply going to overpower your cowboy opponent by sheer weight of color, Doc.
I'm going to overpower him with more in color. Boy, I'm going to wipe up the floor with that curly hombre.
The old fire eater himself.
You
huh?
dang tootin'. Hey, Jack, you better hurry up and get yourself in your trunks. Fights are starting pretty soon.
I'm not going to put on any trunks.
Well, you ain't?
I am not. I think the whole business is silly. I'm not going to make it any sillier by dolling myself up like a chorus girl.
What you mean, chorus girl? These here are honest-to-goodness fighting trunks.
And I'm still not going to put them on.
Well, you'll have to strip down to the waist. They'll insist on that.
Then I'll strip down to the waist.
Well, anyway, fella, now put on these regulation shoes. Well, you don't want to have your feet go slipping out from under you just when you're ready to give him the coup de grace.
What? Oh, no.
Coup de grace.
Well, sure. Fighting in the ring ain't like fighting with your feet on solid ground. Come on here. Put on these shoes.
All right, Doc. All right.
Well, come on out there. What are we waiting for?
Well, Doc, I say there's still 20 minutes until we're due at the ring.
What I want to know is, how did we get ourselves into this?
Well, that's simple. That curly cowboy got nasty with me, and I up and socked him to sleep. Now I got to give him a chance to get even. Only he ain't going to get even on account I'm going to send him bye-bye again.
Well, that doesn't answer my question.
Well, you ought to know how you got into this. That there Ole hombre barges around the corner of the barn and smacks into you, and then he ups and takes a swing at you.
Yeah, but why did he take a swing at you?
Because he has that kind of a disposition, I suppose.
Well, I think you're wrong.
Hey, what you talking about?
I think both of these fights are frame-ups.
Oh, look here, Jack.
How can they be frame-ups? Well, Curly picked a fight with me, and Ole picked a fight with you.
Well, that's just it. Two strangers pick quarrels with us out of the empty air. Why? It doesn't make sense.
Well, all I know is when a guy swings on me, he better duck on account of I'm going to swing right back.
Certainly. That's just what Jim Ross anticipated.
I say, are you saying Mr. Ross deliberately set those men on you?
Sure he did. It's as plain as the nose on your face.
Well, what did he want to do that for?
For tonight's show.
I say, do you think his love of prize fighting would make him go that far? I mean, say, deliberately start a quarrel so that the men would fight it out in his own private prize ring?
Yes, and I'll tell you why. You heard him say he had 150 men working for him.
That's quite.
And he also said that they put on 2 or 3 grudge fights in the ring every Wednesday night.
Yeah, sure he did.
Well, doesn't it sound a little unreasonable to you that 150 men can't work together without having 2 or 3 bitter quarrels every week?
Joe, that does seem a large percentage.
Unless all his men are as ornery as Ole and Curly.
Well, if they are, they've been made that way by Jim Ross.
What you driving at, son?
I think that man spends all his spare time causing trouble among his men just for the pleasure of seeing them fight.
Why, the old son of a gun.
Yeah, and we've fallen very neatly into his trap.
Well, son, I reckon ain't nothing we can do about it at this stage of the game.
No, but we can see that we don't fall into the trap again.
Well, I don't see how. Every time anybody takes a swat at me around this here ranch, I'm going to bop 'em right back.
Yes, and that's another fight for the ring.
Nothing of the kind. We'll insist on settling the argument right then and there.
Yeah, sure. That's the way to handle it. Hey, where's Duke Carter? I ain't seen him all evening.
Oh, look here. He's about somewhere with Jacqueline Ross. Naturally.
Yeah, I suppose so. Lucky stiff. Only good-looking girl in miles. She's got to be in love with somebody else.
Mm-hmm. Well, your women always seem to be in love with someone else, Doc.
Yeah, I can't figure it out.
No.
Me being as popular as I am with women.
Just the same, Jack. That was a smart understanding you had with Mr. Ross, insisting that his daughter and Duke could see as much of each other as they liked until the fight.
Oh, I didn't do it for them. I just thought it'd make the old man uncomfortable.
You don't like him?
Oh, he's all right, I guess. Only this prize fight mania proves that he's got a cruel streak in him. And I don't like that.
Yeah. I never thought about that.
You know, I say, there's one thing I don't care about.
Well, what's that, Ray?
This business of 2 weeks of training. He's already talking about coming over here and watching me train. What does he expect me to do? Put on a show for him?
Well, professionals always go through a lot of monkey business. Gym stuff, sparring partners, road work, stuff like that.
But I say I don't need it, and I won't have it.
And you don't have to do it either.
Oh, look here, if Ross expects it of me, well...
Oh, tell him to jump in the lake. Oh, by the way, Doc, I've got an idea. Let's see what you think of it.
Well, shoot, son.
How'd you like to go into the ring double tonight?
Double?
Yeah, we go in together. The old back-to-back stuff.
Hey, I think you got something, fella.
Yeah, it works in the open. I don't see why it wouldn't work in a prize ring.
Oh, boy, could we make Ole and Curly look silly.
It's spectacular and probably give the crowd some excitement.
Yeah, but look here, do you suppose Ole and Curly would go for it?
Well, they will if Jim Ross tells them to.
Then all we got to do is sell the big boss on the idea.
Yeah, I can do that. He'll go for anything that's new and exciting.
I say, shall I go round up Jasper and have him take care of it?
Yeah, if you will, Reggie.
Hey, you suppose that's our call?
Well, I'll go have a look.
Well, tell him I'm ripping and raring to go.
I say, Mr. Ross. Miss Jacqueline?
Are the boys decent? Can we come in?
Yes, certainly. Come right in. We thought you two would be down at the ring.
No, there's lots of time for that. Hello, Mr. Packard.
Well, what's this?
Oh! Doc, what in the world are you wearing?
Hello, sugar. How you like my purple trunks?
They're terrible.
You must be colorblind, too. Oh, howdy, Mr. Ross.
Well, you boys ready for the fight?
Sure we're ready. And we'll give you some fighting that is fighting.
But we don't like it.
You don't like it?
No, we don't like it.
And I don't blame you either. I think my father is a mean, underhanded old man.
Jack Dempsey?
Oh, I do. And Duke agrees with me. Framing Mr. Packard and Doc.
Young woman, who's running this shebang?
I don't care who's running it. You got Mr. Packard and Doc into this on purpose, and it's a mean trick. And Duke agrees with me.
Will you stop bringing that young whippersnapper into the conversation?
Duke is not a young whippersnapper.
Well, he is a young whippersnapper. He always was a whippersnapper, and he always will be a whippersnapper.
Dad, you're just saying that to infuriate me.
And you'll keep bringing his name into the conversation to infuriate
Duke
me.
is the sweetest man in the whole world.
Yes, he's probably the poorest man in the whole world.
He's not. Well, he won't be forever. He's got ambition.
That's right. He's got ambitions to inherit my money.
He has not.
I say he has.
I say he has.
Hey. You two, wait a minute here.
Doggone. Did you ever hear two people go on like that?
Well, what's a man to do with a daughter like Jack Dempsey? I ask you.
Yes, and I ask you, what can a girl do with a father like Jim Ross?
We're not interested in your family quarrel.
Well, you should be.
Honest to goodness, honey, do you and your papa go hammer and tongs like this all the time?
No, Dad can be as sweet as pie when he wants to. Trouble is, he never wants to.
Well, I tell you one thing. If my cousin Winnie Mae ever talked up to her papa like that, well, he'd have busted a rail fence over her and flung her off a cliff long ago.
You never said a truer word. She's spoiled rotten.
I don't care. I don't care about anything except marrying Duke Carter.
Well, you'll never marry him.
I will, too. Just as soon as Reggie wipes up the ground with Big Sweet, I'm going to marry Duke at the biggest wedding this county's ever seen, and you're going to pay for it.
When Reggie wipes up the floor with the Big Sweet.
Yes, and he can do it, too.
I say he can't do no such thing.
I say he can.
Well, I say he can't.
Hey, will you two wait a minute?
Reggie can lick Big Sweet any day in the week.
Jacqueline, will you shut up?
Oh, I don't care. He can, too.
Well, I agree with you, but I've got something more important to say right now.
What's more important than my marrying Duke?
Listen, Jack Dempsey.
Hey, don't call me Jack Dempsey.
Well, I am calling you Jack Dempsey. If you don't keep still, I'm going to turn you over my knee and whale the living daylights out of you right here in front of your father.
That's the way to talk to a Packard.
That's it. One girl against 4 men.
Honest to goodness, honey, you do talk awful loud and long for such a little piece of girl.
Will you all shut up and listen?
All right.
Now, look here, Ross. The fight starts in about 10 minutes.
That's right. All the boys are gathered down the ring, and Jasper's refereeing.
Well, I don't care about that. I'm interested in what Jacqueline said about you framing us into these fights.
Oh, she don't know what she's talking about.
I do, too.
Be still.
Yes, sir.
I think she does know what she's talking about. I suspected it before she gave it away.
Well, what about it?
Just this. We go through with the fights tonight. But don't try it again.
If one of my men picks a fight, you gotta fight him or show the white feather.
But we don't have to fight him in the ring. And we won't fight him in the ring.
No?
No. We'll knock him out where he stands, and that'll be the end of it. Now then, tonight, do you want a really good show?
What do you mean?
Put Doc and me in together with Curly and Ole.
4 men?
Why not? Then you'll see a really good fight.
You boys want to do it that way?
Certainly.
Then, boys, that's how it'll be.
Whoopee! Jacqueline, tonight you're going to see some fighting that is fighting. Blood, guts, and feathers everywhere.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century.
You know something, son? The nearer it gets time to go in that ring and mop up, the better I like it.
First thing you know, you'll be enjoying yourself.
I think he's doing that right now.
Of course I am. There's only one thing, though, Jack. Us fighting double this way, it ain't so good.
I thought you wanted to fight double. I asked you.
Oh, yeah, I know. The fighting's all right. It's just that I'm going to have to divide the glory with you afterwards.
Oh, no. Well, that's all right with me. You're welcome to all the glory you can get out of this.
Well, that's pretty darn swell of you. Only you know I won't take more than my share.
Oh, no.
Well, I won't. Well, Dad, blame it, did I ever take more than my share of anything?
Well, how about the girl?
Oh, gals is different.
Oh, yeah?
Well, sure they are. I got first call on all the women. Oh, by the way, where's that little old Jack Dempsey gal and her pappy go?
Down to the ringside. Old man Ross went down to give Jasper instructions for the four-man fight.
Did Ross say Jasper was refereeing?
Well, what we need a referee for? In a four-man fight of bare fists, anything goes.
I doubt that, Doc. They'll probably keep it a stand-up, clean-blow fight.
Well, shucks, I didn't mean to get a man down and gouge him. Well, just the same with four in the ring, Jasper better keep moving or he's liable to get run down.
Yes, quite. I'd certainly hate to referee a four-man fight in that small a space.
Sure be a good chance to get the referee down and kick him around some, though, if he wasn't giving you the breaks.
Oh, but look here, Doc. Remember, Jasper's on our side. He'll want to see you two chappies win.
Yeah, we can't kick Jasper around tonight.
Well, let's make that our thought for the day. We can't kick Jasper around tonight.
Hey, what's holding things up? I'm a raring and stomping to get started.
Ross said they'd send word up here to the training quarters when they're ready for us.
It must be about time, though, don't you think?
Should be.
Speaking of training quarters, these are a bit all right, what?
Yeah, we should ought to have some fun here the next couple of weeks. I ain't never seen a gymnasium like this here. Punching bags, weightlifting machines, bars, trapezes. Say, did I ever tell you about the time Winnie Mae's mama took my cousin Winnie Mae and me to the circus?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, I did? I don't remember telling you.
Oh, go on, Doc. What happened?
Well, Winnie Mae didn't ever see a circus before. She was sitting there eating hunks of Cracker Jack when them acrobat hombres and females in tights begun swinging out on their trapezes. Well, all of a sudden, one of them female acrobats let go way up in the top of the tent and started doing flip-flaps.
Flip-flops.
What'd you say?
Flip-flops.
Well, anyway, she started doing didos, and Winnie Mae sucked in her breath and swallowed a hunk of Cracker Jack backwards.
Backwards?
Well, I swear to my grandma, that girl darn near choked to death right there. And then some feller picked her up by her feet, and her mama whanged her on the back for maybe 10 minutes before they jarred it loose.
Well, how old were you and Winnie Mae then?
Oh, 6 or 7, I reckon.
Mm-hmm. Weren't you pretty young to remember all the details?
Well, shucks no, Reggie. I even remember reading soft as silk cake flour across the back of her underwear while this hombre was holding her up by her feet.
Oh, no! I say, there they are.
Come in. Well, if it ain't our little old gal friend. And Duke, come on in, Duke.
You boys ready?
We've been ready for hours. You come to get us, Duke?
Yes. No rush, though. Jasper said to bring you out in 2 or 3 minutes.
Everything set for Doc and me to go into the ring together?
All set.
Jasper says you're crazy to want to do it.
He does, huh? Why?
He says Curly and Ole are old sidekicks, and they know plenty of dirty tricks.
Well, he's not going to let him get away with it, is he?
Well, that's just the trouble. What can he do about it?
Well, he's refereeing, isn't he?
Well, sure, but with 4 men in the ring, he's not going to be able to see everything.
Well, shucks, what do we care, Jack? We can be just as dirty as they can.
In other words, anything goes, huh?
Well, that's what it amounts to. Does the crowd love it?
The crowd's pulling for Curly and Ole, I reckon.
Well, sure, that's natural.
Duke and I'll be sitting in your corner with Reggie.
Now you're talking. With a pretty little old gal like you pulling for us, we can't lose.
Isn't Doc cute, Duke? I'm crazy about him.
You are, sure enough?
Bend over here and I'll kiss you for luck.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Now, don't be a darn hog, Duke. Be a good guy and turn your back.
I will not.
Well, don't pay any attention to Duke. He's just jealous. There. Good?
Good. Lady, I feel like I've been kicked by a mule. Ooh-wee! Am I dizzy? Jack, son, you should ought to get you some of that. It's potent.
Nothing doing. Jacqueline's my girl, and she's not passing out any more kisses.
You're right, son. If I had a girl with that much dynamite in her lips, I'd put up a fight, too.
Gee! Am I really that good?
I ain't kidding, sugar. Your name should be Jack Dempsey, 'cause you sure carry a wallop.
Well, just because she did it once, don't think she's ever going to do it again.
All right, son, all right. Now, don't get all head up. I ain't going to steal your girl.
I say, shouldn't we be getting out to the ring?
Oh, sure, it's time. Come on.
Okay. Well, Jack, fella, here we go, boy.
You're still dizzy from that kiss.
Sure, I'm still dizzy. I'm walking around on air.
Well, that's great.
What you mean that's great?
I want a fighter at my back tonight, not a Romeo full of love and kisses.
Son, it's just like I'm always telling you. There ain't no time I fight better than when some gal's honor's at stake.
All right, all right.
I say, you two coming?
Yeah, go ahead with Duke and the girl. I want to talk to Doc.
Right-o.
Now, look, Doc.
Yeah?
No rough stuff unless they start it first.
Well, sure, but that don't go if they do start something dirty.
No, we'll use whatever tactics they use. We'll work back to back unless they're too cagey for us. If they won't fight that way, then we'll have to split up and go it on our own. But the minute they start pressing us, back to back again.
Sure. Same old tactics as we always use.
That's it.
Hey, looky yonder. Outdoor ring all lighted up. Good-sized bunch of people, too. It's funny how your blood starts singing at a time like this.
Yeah. Oh, just one thing more now. If one of us knocks out his man first, he's to go to a neutral corner and let the other fight it out alone.
Hey, they won't do that. If they get one of us, why, they'll both jump on the other, and you know it.
Well, just the same, we don't fight that way.
Well, okay, fella. But that gives them an advantage.
All right, come on. Hurry it up. They're waiting for you.
All right, we're here, aren't we?
Curly and Ole are already in their corners. Come on. Jasper's waving to you.
All right, boys. Come on. Climb into the ring.
All right, Doc. Right here through the ropes.
Here I come.
You next, Jack.
Attaboy, Doc. Attaboy, Jack. Show
You boys all ready?
Let her go any time, Jasper.
Well, let me warn you, I'll do the best I can, but I can't watch everything, and Curly and Ole are bound to get in some fouls.
Oh, shucks, don't worry about that. We'll give them as good as they send.
Well, that's fair enough. All right, then, I'm going to introduce you.
Yeah, let her go.
All right. Ladies and gents, tonight we got something new and prize fighting for you. Tonight we're going to give you 4 men in the ring at once. 2 grudges are to be settled in one fight. In this corner we have Curly Wilson and Ole Jenkins. And in this corner we have Jack Packard and Doc Long.
Listen to little old Jacqueline.
Yeah, look at old Jim Ross sitting over there on the edge of his chair.
Yeah, doggone. He sure does love a prize fight, don't he?
Now, before I call the boys out to the center of the ring, I want to make one more announcement. There will be no rounds in this fight. Once they start, they keep fighting until one side is the winner. Center of the ring. That's it. Gather around here. Gather around. That's right. Now then, this is going to be a hard fight to referee. I want you all to keep it clean. That's all. Now go back to your corners. When the bell rings, come on, fight.
You bet you.
Come on, Doc.
Doggone, fella. This is all right.
Look out. Here comes the bell.
Let me at him.
Back to back, Doc. Back to back.
Come on.
Fight him, Doc! Fight him, Jack!
What's that strategy, Doc? What's that teamwork?
Say, those two are real fighters.
Curly and Ole are no slouches.
All right, you sit.
Oh, did you see that? Did you see that?
Come on in. Let's bring him.
Look at that! Look at that!
Jack, I got Curly's measure.
All right, then. Let him have it the next time he steps in.
You bet.
Keep at him, Doc!
Here he comes. Take that. He's down, Jack. He's down.
Get him a neutral corner.
All right, Ole. It's just you and me now.
You mean it's just you, fella?
What are you waiting for? Come and get it.
You just watch.
Come on, Jack! Look out!
Hey, boy, Jack! You got it, woman!
Try to foul me, will you? Well, try this on your chin.
He's down, Jack. He's down.
Get over in the neutral corner, Jack.
Doggone fella, we did it. We did it.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century.
Come on, let's go in.
But, Jacqueline, we can't do that. That's their bunk room.
I know it. Come on.
But there's men asleep in there.
Of course there are. That's what I want to find out. How anybody can be asleep at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Everyone isn't up raring around the country at the break of day the way you are.
Well, stay out here if you want to. I'm going in.
But it isn't decent. An 18-year-old girl. And besides, you're engaged to me.
So what?
Well, so you can't go in there.
Oh, I can't I? Well, listen to me, Duke Carter. My father's tried to tell me I couldn't do things all my life, and look what it's got him.
Yeah. Say, maybe your old man's got a lot of sympathy coming to him after all.
When I want to do something, Say, what did you say?
I just said you can't walk into a man's bedroom.
That isn't what it sounded like to me.
No?
No. And I'd like to know why I can't. These training quarters belong to my father, don't they?
Sure, but Jacqueline, a man's bedroom is sacred. How'd you like to have some man walk into your bedroom while you're sleeping?
What I don't know wouldn't hurt me.
Well, that's a nice thing to say.
All right, you stand here and argue while I go in alone.
It's unfair, indecent, and nothing a nice girl would do.
Well, you just stand there and feel bad while I'm gone.
No, sir. If you go in, I'll go in.
Suit yourself.
If they wake up, they'll throw us out in our ears and kick us down the steps, and I won't blame them.
Don't talk so loud and they won't wake up. Oh, look. This must be Mr. Packard. Sleeping with his head under his pillow.
I don't know how you can tell.
With those are his clothes over the foot of the bunk. Hey, do all men sleep with their heads under their pillows?
No. Packard must be part ostrich.
What keeps him from smothering?
Maybe he is smothering for all I know.
You think we should lift up the pillow and see?
No.
All right. I don't think I'd like to marry a man who sleeps with his head under his pillow. You don't sleep with your head under your pillow, do you?
Certainly not.
Well, let's see what else we can find. Oh, this is Doc. Goodness, doesn't he have red hair?
Mm-hmm. If he should open his eyes right now.
Look at the expression on his face. He looks like a satyr.
Probably dreaming about women.
Yeah, he's sure crazy about girls, all right. You know, he kind of appeals to me.
Oh, he does?
Mm-hmm. You know, it fascinates me.
Well, you keep away from him. He's known women all over the world.
Uh-huh. That's what I mean. When he looks at me, I can see him thinking about every woman he's ever known.
You like that?
Oh, I don't know. But I would like to ask him how I stack up alongside all those other girls he's known.
The quicker that guy gets out of here, the better I'm going to like it.
Oh, look. Duke, look at his left eye. It's all black and blue.
What'd you expect? He had a fight last night.
Oh, but I didn't know he got a black eye. Well, anyhow, I'm glad he and Mr. Packard won.
Oh, so am I. We've got your father worried.
Uh-huh. And is he in a temper this morning? He's crazy to see what Reggie can do now.
Jasper said he told him if Jack and Doc can fight the way they did last night, and Reggie's even better, well, that Englishman may give Big Sweet trouble.
I'll say he's going to give him trouble. Let's go over and have a look at Reggie. Oh, hello, champion.
Hey, don't talk to him. You might wake him up.
Duke, he looks like a baby.
Pretty good-sized baby.
No. Sleeping on his back with his arms up over his head. His face so relaxed and innocent.
Yeah. He's not much older than we are. 23 or 4, I think Doc said.
Do you really think he's got a chance against Big Sweet?
Well, Jack and Doc think so.
I sure hope they know what they're talking about.
Hey, look out. He's stirring in his sleep.
Wouldn't he be surprised to open his eyes and see us looking down at him?
Come on, let's get out of here. Now, luck won't last forever.
Okay. I know. Let's go out and get Belshazzar to wake him up.
What you want to wake them up for?
Because they've slept long enough. Besides, I want to talk to them.
Go on out and I'll close the door.
No. Leave the door open. What for? Never mind. Just leave the door open.
Hey, Belshazzar!
Yes, Miss Jackie, I'm coming right up.
Look, Jacqueline, why not let them sleep?
No, they've slept long enough.
Morning, Miss Jackie. You want me, lady ma'am?
Look, Belshazzar. Didn't my father send you down here to cook for Mr. Packard, Mr. Long, and Dr. Igor?
Yeah, you sure did, Miss Jackie. You sure done just that.
Well, then why aren't you doing it?
Well, for goodness, Miss Jackie, how I gonna cook for them when they're sleeping the way they is?
Well, you've got a dinner gong, haven't you? Wake 'em up.
No, I swear goodness I done rung that gong until my arms wore right down to a nubbin.
And it didn't faze them?
No, ma'am. Didn't even make 'em turn over. They was the sleepiest young gentlemen I ever did come across.
Well, try it again.
Yes, ma'am. Ain't no use, though.
Well, give it to 'em good and loud this time.
I sure will, ma'am. Come and get it!
What's happening inside, Duke?
Nothing.
That didn't wake 'em up?
Not a move out of any of them.
Belshazzar!
Yes, ma'am.
You take that dinner gong into that bunk room and ring it until you get some action.
Huh? Right into the bunk room?
Yes, walk up and down beside their beds and make it loud.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And don't come out till they're awake.
No, ma'am, I won't.
Push the door open wider so we can watch what happens.
Well, I'm not responsible for this, and I'm going to tell them.
Come and get it! Come and get it! Come and get it!
Say, old chap!
Hey!
My dear friend, do you have to do that?
Yes, sir. I sure do.
Hey, Reggie, I think we've been invaded.
Yes, quite. Oh, by a big, husky Negro person.
Hey, you.
You talking to me, sir?
Yeah, I'm talking to you. Well, what's your name?
Belshazzar, sir.
Oh, no, not Belshazzar.
Yes, sir, sure is.
Oh, well, what's the idea of coming in here pounding on that thing?
The orders, sir.
Orders? Whose orders?
Well, Miss Jackie, sir, she done told me to come in here and ring this here dinner gong until you was all awake.
Oh, dear.
Hey, Jack, did you hear that? Hey, Jack, ain't you awake?
Certainly not.
Hey, Belshazzar.
Yes, sir.
Go on over there by Jack's bed and do that again.
Well, this gentleman?
Yeah, only he ain't no gentleman. Give it to him good.
Come and get it!
Oh, I say, isn't that awful?
Hey, what happened?
Well, nothing happened, boss.
You don't suppose this gentleman's dead, do you?
No, he ain't dead.
Well, he done got a pillow over his head.
Well, take the pillow off and do it again.
Yes, sir.
Come and get it!
Hey, Reggie, turn off that alarm clock.
Well, this ain't no alarm clock, sir.
Oh, what is it then?
Well, this here, sir, is a dinner gong.
What?
A dinner gong. It don't even work like no alarm clock.
Oh.
But no, sir, it works like this here.
Hey, stop that.
Hey, you awake, sir?
Say, who are you anyway?
I'm Belshazzar, sir.
You sure you're not Beelzebub?
Oh, no, sir, I'm Belshazzar.
Well, what are you doing here? What do you want?
I'm your cook, sir. Hey, how you want your eggs? The sun is side up or with the eyes closed?
Hey, you fellas awake?
He wants to know, are we awake? Of course we're awake.
Look, Beelzebub.
Yeah, Belshazzar, sir.
No, all right, Belshazzar. You may be our cook, but you keep that infernal machine out of our bedroom after this. Do you understand?
Well, them was orders, sir.
Yeah, that little old she-daughter of old man Ross sent him in here.
What? Jack Dempsey?
You stop calling me Jack Dempsey.
So you're at the bottom of this, huh?
Yes, I am. It's silly for grown men to sleep after 7 o'clock.
Hey, you mean that's all the time it is? 7 o'clock?
Certainly. Now get up and take your showers and then come and have breakfast.
Say, Jack, what we got ourselves into
Hey,
anyway?
what do you think you are out there?
I'm Jacqueline Ross. My father owns this place.
You're everything I ever said you were.
I don't remember what you said.
You're homely, and your legs are too long, and you got a bad temper. And Duke's crazy if he marries you.
Why, you great big... Stand up and...
And what?
Well, Duke Carter is standing right out here beside me. And the minute you get out of that bed, I'm going to have him take you apart.
Hey, Duke, you out there?
Yes, but I didn't have anything to do with this. I was against it all the time.
There you are. That's the kind of a man I'm going to marry.
You mean you stood by and let that girl do this to us?
But what's a fella gonna do? I told her not to, but she went right ahead and did it anyway.
A fine married life you're gonna have.
You stop saying that. First thing he knows, he won't want to marry me.
Well, I wouldn't marry you if you're the only woman in the world.
Neither would I. I swear to my grandma you're worse than Winnie Mae ever was.
I say, Duke, are you sure you don't want me to lose my fight with Big Swede?
I don't care what you guys say. I'm gonna marry Jacqueline no matter what you think.
Boy, now there's a man that's a real hero. I swear to my grandma, somebody ought to pin a medal on him.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century.
My father's starting any dirty work around here. I won't wait for the fight. I'll marry Duke Carter right now.
You'll do nothing of the kind.
I will, too.
Quiet.
Don't you tell me to be quiet.
Quiet!
Yes, sir.
If your father starts any underhanded stuff, we can be just as underhanded as he can.
Sure, honey. Don't you worry none. We're used to fighting city
I
cats.
say, here they come.
Boy, will you look at it.
Jacqueline, do you know these men?
No, where do they come from?
They don't work on the ranch?
No, I've never seen them in my life before.
Uh-huh. And they're a couple of ringers your father's imported.
Well, that shows you. That proves he's not playing fair.
Well, never mind that. Let's see what they have to say. Well, come on over. What are you standing there for?
Oh, so you want us to come over?
That's what I said, wasn't it?
So we come over. What about it?
What's your name?
Benny, take it or leave it. This here's Mud.
Mud what?
Mud Puddle, probably.
Oh, wise guy, huh?
Oh, I've been around some.
Say, you two, where did you come from?
Hey, Mud, a skirt. That's great.
I asked you where you came from. You don't belong on this ranch.
A skirt with venom.
With what?
With venom. You don't know what venom is? Where's your education?
I said you didn't belong on this place.
She says we don't belong on this place, Mud, and after the old man giving us 200 smackers to come all the way from Reno.
Oh, so Ross brought you down from Reno.
You catch on quick, Johnny.
Well, why did he bring you here?
He wired Reno he needed a couple of smart sparring partners for a fighter. So the chief of police said he'd let us two boys out of the can if we'd get out of the state. So we accepted the proposition.
Hey, you fellas just get out of the calaboose?
Yeah, it wasn't much of an assignment, though. We was only in for 3 months.
I say, what were you incarcerated for?
Hey, Mud, did you hear that? Or is my ears deceiving me?
You'll have to talk just plain United States to these mugs, Reggie. He wants to know what you was in for.
For beating up 5 policemen.
Oh, look here. You two men beat up 5 policemen?
That's the plain truth, Percy.
I say, what did you call me?
The Wade was Percy.
It's quite. I just wanted to be sure.
And a kid, Reggie.
Hey, Mud, you see that? He popped me on the chin.
Well, I say.
Hey, ain't you heard at all?
No. And it is mighty fortunate for him I ain't, 'cause when I am hurt, I am a dangerous brute.
You're a brute, all right.
Sure, did you see that, Jack? And I really hit him, too.
Yes. This looks like something new in fighting men. Is Mud as good as taking it as you are? How about it, Mud?
Don't ask Mud to talk. It hurts him.
Yeah? Well, what's the matter?
His esophagus laid an egg on.
You mean he can't talk?
Oh, he can whisper. I've been telling him for years, can't he, to get him sooner or later.
Boy, if this ain't a pair I never seen in it.
So you've come down to be Reggie's sparring partners.
Who's this here Reggie?
I am.
You mean Mud or me come all the way down from Reno on account of that Percy?
Now, see here, Benny. I'm getting pretty sick of your implications.
You know, boys, he talks like his mouth was full of syrup. Sweet, I call it.
Yes, well, you heard me, and the next time I hit you, it won't be for fun.
The next time you hit me, chum, I'm going to tear a leg off you and shove it down your throat.
Well, if you're going to be Reggie's sparring partner, go into the other room and get into a pair of trunks.
Yeah, it's a waste of time, but that's what we come for. Come on, Mud, let's go peel.
Mr. Packard, are you going to put Reggie up against that man?
That's the only way we'll find out what he's got.
What do you care what he's got? The only man Reggie's supposed to fight is Big Sweet.
What about it, Reggie?
Well, I say, I'd like to guard him. I've never seen a chappie who could stand up under a punch like that.
Yeah, I didn't even make him blink.
Well, better go get into some trunks.
Yes, righto. Only take half a minute.
I think you're crazy. You don't know what that man has up his sleeve. If my father sent all the way to Reno for him, he's got some good reason for it.
Exactly. And I want to know what that reason is.
Well, I think it's dangerous.
Well, why are you so sure about that, Sugar?
Because I know my father.
Honey, you sure enough ain't giving your papa much credit for fair and square shooting.
Square shooting. My father? Oh, how do you suppose he got $1 million in a 40,000-acre ranch? Not by giving his opponents the breaks.
Then you really think that your father would stoop to putting Reggie out of the fight if he had any doubts at all about Big Sweet winning?
I know he would. More important to father to win this fight than you realize.
You mean on account he don't want you to marry Duke Carter so much?
Oh, what does he care about me marrying Duke Carter?
Well, he sure sounds like he cared a heap when you mention Duke's name.
Well, he doesn't. Not really. He's against me about Duke just like he's against me in everything I want to do. Not because he cares, but because he enjoys it when we're yelling at each other.
Well, will you listen at that? Jack, I'm beginning to get the idea that Jackie's pappy is just a plain old he-sicky-cat. Do you like him, huh?
Of course I like him. He's the only father I got. Besides, it's nice having somebody around you can get things out of.
You can get things out of your old man?
Sure, I can yell louder and longer than he can.
Man, oh man, what a life you two must lead up yonder in that big house. It reminds me of the time that my cousin Winnie Mae...
Never mind Winnie Mae just now, Doc.
What you mean, never mind Winnie Mae?
Just never mind Winnie Mae.
But I don't like you saying never mind Winnie Mae. Winnie Mae is my blood cousin on my mama's side, and it ain't chivalrous for anybody to go saying never mind my blood cousin on my mama's side.
Doc.
Well, dadgummit, Jack.
Will you shut up? Your mouth runs like a leaky faucet when you get started.
But, son, when I got something to say...
You haven't. You just forgot to turn off your mouth.
Well, that ain't a pretty thing to say.
We've got way off the subject. Reggie and Benny will be back here in a minute.
Oh, and don't forget Mud.
No, I'm not forgetting Mud. Now to get back to what we were talking about. Jacqueline, you said your marriage wasn't the important thing in this fight. Then why does your father want Big Sweet to win so badly?
Because right now he's got the reputation of owning the two best amateur fighters in the country.
Big Sweet and Little Sweet.
And if Reggie whips Big Sweet, his best fighter, then everybody will laugh at him. And my father'd rather sell me across the border than be laughed at.
I think your old man's crazy.
Well, he's certainly crazy on the subject of fighting. And I'm warning you, don't let Reggie go up against this Benny person. There's a trick in it.
Look here now, Miss Ross.
Hey, Reggie, did you hear what Jackie just said?
Yes, quite. I think she's making too badly much of it.
I don't see how he can hurt you much with nothing but his bare hands.
I'm jolly well certain he can't.
Well, what about this Mud person?
Oh, he ain't going to be doing nothing but standing quiet on the sideline.
You don't know that.
Yes, I do. On account of I'm going to be standing right alongside of him to see he don't.
And I'll be standing by to jump in and stop any dirty work that might be dangerous. Hold it. Here they come.
Go. Will you look at the build on that Benny hombre?
I say.
I've got it. Benny's no fighter. He's a wrestler.
Yeah?
That's it. A dirty wrestler. So that's their game.
Well, what do you mean, Jack?
Catch you off guard, wrench your back, break your arm before you realize what he's up to.
Why, the double-crossing
Wait a minute.
old...
Hold it. You all ready to go, Benny?
I didn't come out here to spar with my shutter.
Well, come here a minute.
Say, you're always telling me to come here. How about you coming to me sometime?
Never mind that. You're a wrestler, aren't you?
A wrestler? Me?
Yes, you.
Now, ain't that a funny thing to say?
Don't try to kid me. You're no more a fighter than Lady Godiva.
Well, you don't see me riding no horse, do you?
Are you going to stand up and fight, or are you going to use a flying tackle and try to butt him to death with your head?
I'll fight my way, and he could fight his way.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's going to be rough and tumble, Reggie. You want it?
I say, I haven't had a good rough and tumble bout since I took on Captain Jenkins aboard the Lady Mary.
Oh, golly, I wish you wouldn't.
You touch...
Hey! You chuck me under the chin, will you?
Oh, Bay, out of your fight, Jack.
You great big lug!
Yeah, I ain't never seen no skate with such venom. Cute stuff.
I told you to keep your hands off me!
I say, old fellow, don't touch that girl again.
Well, if it ain't Percy himself.
Oh, boy, Reg, what a sock.
But I say, it didn't faze him.
Well, anyway, you made him shake his head.
Look out, Reggie. Get out in the center of the ring.
I said the next time you bopped me, I was going to tear off your leg.
Well, come and tear it off, then.
Look out, Reggie. He's going to dive. Right. Oh!
Good work, Reggie. Missed you miles.
Let on his face in the splendor.
Come on. Stop squatting there, you. Get up and fight.
Hey, look out. Look out.
Hey, they're down. Get on top, Reggie. Get on top.
Get your finger out of my eye.
Oh, said so.
Now you'll keep it out of my eye.
Roll over, Reggie. Roll over.
Yeah, she says to roll over.
Right.
Come on, boy. Come on there, son.
You're doing it. You're doing it, Reggie.
Get on your feet, Reggie. Get on your feet. Now get up.
You bet you.
And try this.
He's down. He's down.
He's up again.
You want some more?
Look, he's down again.
Get up on your feet.
Yes, certainly. You ain't hurting me none.
Oh, is that so?
That's it, Reggie. Keep doing it.
Here. That's enough of this.
Whatever you say, Jack.
Well, Benny, what do you think of Reggie now?
Hey, that kid's all right. Too bad he ain't got no power behind his blows.
What you mean he ain't got no power? He sure knocked you for a mess of loops.
Well, me, I ain't got no use for a mug that can't beat my ears off, see?
Benny, you're sure one tough hombre.
further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century.
You see, my father did send Benny down here to injure Reggie.
I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Yeah, but he didn't have much luck.
If he'll try something once, he'll try it again, and maybe next time he'll succeed.
Well, as soon as Reggie's had his shower and dressed, we'll go around to this scoundrelly father of yours.
My father's not a scoundrel.
The heck he ain't, Sugar.
He is not. He just wants to win.
Well, anyone who wants to win badly enough to pull dirty work is a scoundrel for my money.
He is not.
All right. And he's not a scoundrel.
Well, he's not.
Well, I said he wasn't, didn't I?
Yeah, but you don't believe it.
Say, what side of the fence are you on, anyway?
Yeah, honey, who you rooting for? Here we come into your camp and we're fighting your battles tooth and toenail against your ornery pappy, and then now you go defending him.
I'm not defending him. I'm just saying he's not a scoundrel.
Well, let's make that our beautiful thought for the day. Jack Dempsey's father is not a scoundrel.
Well.
Well, what?
Well.
That's intelligent.
Jack, what was you saying that we was going to do as soon as Reggie comes out of the showers? When you was so rudely interrupted by Jack Dempsey here.
You don't stop calling me Jack Dempsey?
What's that, honey? Well, what is you going to do if we don't stop calling you Jack Dempsey?
Going to lie right down here on the floor and kick and scream.
No.
Well, I will.
Sugar, that wouldn't be polite for a nice little old girl wearing a dress.
You would say something like that.
Yes, ma'am, I sure would.
And you call yourself a gentleman.
No, you're wrong there. I never did.
Well.
Are we back to that again?
Paying attention to her don't get us nowhere, Jack. Now, what was it you said you was going to do as soon as Reggie gets dressed?
We're going to hunt up Jim Ross and get this thing settled once and for all.
You mean about him trying to sabotage our Reggie boy?
Yeah, and tell him to lay off that rough stuff or take the consequences.
Now you're talking, son.
Well, that's good, and I'm going along.
Oh, no, you're not.
I am, too.
I said you're not.
Hey, whose father is this, anyhow? Guess if I want to give my father a piece of my mind, I can. And who's going to stop me?
Doggone fella, it looks like she's got you there.
Yeah, then I guess we just won't go after all.
Oh, why?
Because you'll be under our feet messing everything up.
No, I won't.
Hey, Jack.
Yeah?
Jack, there's somebody sneaking off the porch. I seen him bust by the window.
Did you see who it was?
No, I didn't make it out.
Well, come on, let's have a look.
Oh, look, it's my father.
Why, the old son of a gun's been a-spying on us.
Hey, Ross. Jim Ross.
You yelling at me?
Yes, I'm yelling at you.
Well, say, who do you think you're talking to?
I'm talking to you. What are you doing sneaking around here?
Well, I'll come back there and break every bone in your body if you don't change your tone of voice.
Well, that's a good idea. Come on back.
You bet I'll come back. No two for a penny adventure can talk to me like that.
Doggone, he's a-coming.
You think he'll try to hit you?
With that bay window out in front, he won't hit anybody.
No, what do you mean by talking to me like that?
I talked to you like that because you had it coming.
I'll have you know that...
Yes, I know. You're Jim Ross, and you own 40,000 acres.
And I don't take lip from no man.
And if you're such a big man, why do you go around spying on people?
Spying? Who's spying?
You were.
Oh, that's a lie.
Don't tell me I lied.
And don't tell me I've been spying.
Well, you were, weren't you? Sure you were. You sicked that bone-busting Benny on Reggie, and then you came down to watch him put our boy out of commission.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about those two mugs, Benny and Mud.
Well, what about them? Your Englishman's got to have sparring partners, ain't it?
Look, Jim Ross, I'm your daughter, and I'm ashamed of
you. Keep out of these jacks.
I will not keep out of this. You're scared to death that Reggie's going to whip Big Sweet.
I'm nothing to the kind.
You are, too.
You're crazy. Big Sweet will knock that kid silly and too rough.
He will not, and you know it. You're so scared you're trying every foul play you know to keep Reggie out of the ring next Friday.
What do you mean talking to your father like that?
Because that's the kind of man my father is. Just a great big double-crossing, two-timing scoundrel who doesn't know what it means to play fair.
What did you call me?
I called you a scoundrel, and
Why,
you are, too.
You baggage.
I am not.
You're a...
Hey, cut it out. This has gone far enough.
Call me a baggage, Willie.
Jacqueline.
Great big so-and-so. If you weren't my father,
Hey, for crying out loud, honey, let up, will you?
Oh, who does he think he is, anyhow?
I'm your father by thunder, though I don't know why.
Will you two lovebirds shut up and let somebody else talk?
Boy, you'd sure know that them two was cut out of the same hunk of wood, wouldn't you?
You think that's a decent way for a father and daughter to be acting? Screaming at each other?
Well, that's the only way you can make my father understand. You yell at him.
I told you to keep still.
Oh, when a girl's all by herself.
Quiet!
She... yes, sir.
Yeah. Apparently, a person's got to yell at you to make you understand.
Well, living around
Keep
him...
still!
All right.
Now, don't anybody make a sound for 5 seconds. Now then, I'll do the talking. The first thing I want to know, Ross, is why you sent a wrestler down to spar with Reggie if you're not up to something.
Who said he was a wrestler?
I say so. You know he is, even if you didn't know it before, because you were watching in the window and saw him fight Reggie.
Well, what about it?
This about it. He tried every way he knew to injure Reggie. He even tried to gouge his eyes. Luckily, Reggie's just as good at rough and tumble as he is at stand up and knock down. There was all the proof that anybody needs that you paid Benny to come down here and put that boy out of commission.
That's a lot of balderdash.
Well, there's no use trying to talk yourself out of it. It's the truth, and you know it. Now then, what I want to know is, now that Benny's failed, are you going to try some more underhanded tactics?
I deny the whole thing.
Well, that isn't answering my question.
You're casting reflections on my good name, and by thunder, I have a half a notion to kick the whole caboodle of you off my place.
Oh, so that's your game now.
What do you mean?
You're afraid to have Reggie fight Big Swede, so now you're going to chase us away so there won't be any fight.
Dad, I think that's dirty, rotten.
You keep still, young woman.
I won't keep still.
Jacqueline Ross, if you don't keep out of this, I'm going to have Doc gagged.
And, baby, I'm sure the hombre that can do it, too.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. Is that your idea, Ross?
Certainly not. Keep a civil tongue in your head and the fight will go on as scheduled.
But how are we going to keep a civil tongue when you're going around making trouble for us?
Forget it. You're making a mountain out of a molehill.
You see, Ross, we can't get a straight answer out of you. It's as plain as the nose on your face that you've got some more dirty work cooking.
You can't talk to me like that. I'll have you know I'm a respectable member of this community.
I think we can take care of that, too.
Now, what do you mean by that?
Jacqueline, what's the nearest town around here that has a newspaper?
Knight's Landing.
Knight's Landing, huh? You suppose the editor of the Knight's Landing paper would be interested in what's going on out here?
If that editor prints one word about me, I'll sue him right down into the ground.
Well, I don't think that'll worry him much. If he's printing the truth.
Truth? How's he going to know what's the truth and what's lies?
We'll only tell him what we can prove.
You can't prove a thing.
I think so. How do you think you'd stand in the community if I were to take Jacqueline and Duke Carter into this Knight's Landing editor and have them tell him how you're jeopardizing their future happiness on the outcome of a prize?
Yes, and we will, too, if Mr. Packard wants us to.
You'll do nothing of the kind.
We will, unless you give us some assurance that you'll go through with the fight without any dirty work.
Get off my place. Clear out of here, all of you.
All right, that suits us. Doc, go hunt up Duke Carter and then start packing up our things. Get out the car.
But you can't do that.
We can do it, and we're going to. Now get yourself ready to go into Knight's Landing.
Knight's Landing? What does she want to go to Knight's Landing for?
Yeah, what do I want to go to Knight's Landing for?
So you and Duke can tell your story to the editor, of course.
They'll do nothing of the kind.
Oh, yes, they will. And the story they tell will have the whole state of California in arms against you. The righteous indignation against you in Yolo County will be so thick you can cut it with a knife. What are you standing there for, Doc? Go find Duke.
You bet you, pal.
No, wait a minute. No.
Wait, nothing. You've ordered us off your ranch.
I didn't do nothing of the kind. And you're not going to move 1 foot off this place.
Well, will you make up your mind?
You heard me. None of you step a foot off this ranch until after the fight next Friday night.
Those are orders.
Well, ain't he the one? First he kicks us out, and now he just the same as makes us prisoners.
You aren't about the doggonedest father a girl ever had.
And as for you, young woman, the minute Big Sweet has punched that English boy silly, I'm sending you to an institution for girls.
I'd like to see you.
You think I won't, and I know just the place, too. Under the eyes of strict, sour-faced old women all day and locked up at night.
Oh, they won't keep me very long.
Oh, no?
No, I'll sink my teeth into the first old woman who opens her mouth to me. I'll show you. I'll break up their silly old school inside of a week.
Not this school, you won't.
Besides, I'm going to marry Duke Carter.
You're not going to do anything of the kind.
I am too.
You're not.
Hold your hats. Here we go again.
Well, tell me what I'm going to do.
Yes, and I'm telling you what to do. I'm your father.
Worse luck. All right, Ross. Are you finished?
No, I'm not finished.
Neither am I.
Well, save it. I just want to give you one final word of warning. The next underhanded move you make, we turn loose on you with everything we've got. Doc.
Yeah?
Go and see if Reggie isn't almost ready.
You bet you.
Have you got that straight, Ross?
I'd just like to see any of you get to that editor at Knight's Landing. It's 30 miles and no transportation.
What do you mean, no transportation?
Just what I said. No transportation for any of you.
Hey, Jack.
Yeah?
Jack, something's the matter. Reggie's gone.
Gone?
I swear to goodness he is. Ain't hiding her hair of it.
Ross, what do you know about this?
Looks like your English boys run out on you.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century.
Jasper, what have you got to report?
Not a blame thing. I'll be hung for a horse thief if I can figure out how that English fella could so completely disappear without leaving a trace.
Well, I'll tell you how he disappeared. He is kidnapped, and Dad bust Jim Ross for a yellow coyote anyhow.
Yeah, but how could they get him off the ranch or hid away without somebody seeing something is beyond me, and who done it?
We'll get to that in a minute. What do you got, Duke?
No news. That is, except that Jacqueline's hanging on to her father's coattail every place he goes.
Well, what good's that going to do?
Well, she figures either he'll drop something that'll be useful to us, or he'll talk to somebody that'll give us a clue.
Not a bad idea.
But Jim Ross has got more sense than to say anything with her around.
Yeah, unless he thinks he can put something over right under her nose without her getting wise.
Well, anyway, it'll keep her busy and out of our way. Now then, Jasper, you asked who did it. I think that's obvious. Benny and Mud did it, with perhaps the help of one or two of the men here on the ranch that Ross can trust.
Benny and Mud, who in thunder are they?
Hey, you don't mean that those two sippy cats come on the ranch without you knowing about it?
Sure, no one's on me.
They came here to the training quarters this morning and said they'd been sent over by Ross to act as Reggie's sparring partners.
We should have known right then there was something wrong.
We did. Benny turned out to be a wrestler. And when Reggie went up against him, he tried every trick he knew to injure him. Flying tackles, butting, gouging.
Say, if I'd been around, I'd have kicked him off this ranch quicker than take a tell it.
I wish you had been around. But we felt pretty safe for the moment after Reggie succeeded in handling him so well.
Reggie took everything he had and licked him, huh?
Reggie couldn't knock him out, but it got to the point where Reggie was knocking him down as fast as he got to his feet.
Boy, howdy, and every one of them knockdowns was like a breath of fresh air.
Jim Ross see it?
Yes, we caught him sneaking away from the gymnasium. He'd been outside watching through the window.
You mean he didn't have the nerve to come in and face you guys?
Apparently not. We had a row and threatened to go into Knight's Landing and expose him to the newspaper there. That's when he issued orders that none of us was to be allowed off the place until after the fight next Friday.
Yeah, he means it, too. He's let all the air out of your tires, and he's got all the other cars locked up.
Well, shucks, there's plenty of horses around if we want to make a break.
It'd be as much as your life's worth to get one.
How's that?
He's got a bunch of the toughest boys on the ranch guarding him with 6-shooters.
Well, what you know? Gun stuff, huh?
Well, we don't want to make a break. We're staying right here and fighting Jim Ross on his own grounds until Reggie's back safe.
You bet you. Hey, Jack, how about us starting a war that is a war?
Now, we'll discuss that later. First, I want to ask Jasper a couple of questions. Is there any place Reggie could be held prisoner on the ranch that hasn't been investigated?
Oh, I can't think where, except in the big ranch house. Nobody's been in there that I know of.
Oh, sure they have. Jacqueline's been through that house from top to bottom.
You sure she did a good job?
You bet she did a good job. After she'd been through once, I sent her back and made her do it all over again. If Reggie's in that big house, they've flattened him out and shoved him under the carpet.
You think Ross had him sent off the ranch?
No, I don't. I don't think he'd chance it. Boy's right here on the place somewhere.
Yeah, but 40,000 acres is a lot of acres when you start looking for somebody.
That's true. There's gulches and ditches and underbrush, high grass. I don't know what all it'll take us a month of Sundays to comb through.
Well, if we're sure he's not any of the buildings, that's our next bet. Now then, my next question. I don't think Benny and Mud could have handled that kidnapping alone. Which of the men would Ross be most apt to trust to help them?
Curly Stewart, Ole Jenkins.
Hey, you don't say. Them two hombres that me and you put to sleep the other night, Jack.
Yes. Have you seen them around since Reggie disappeared?
Sure, just usual.
Notice them acting any different?
No, can't say I did.
Where do you imagine they'd be about now?
Oh, down around the bunkhouse. Boys always gather down in front of the bunkhouse for horseplay and talk until time to turn in.
All right, let's go down there.
Here now, what you got in mind?
I'll tell you as we go down.
Well, it ain't far.
All right, let's go.
Hey, wait a minute. What about Jacqueline?
Well, what about her?
Well, she said if she got anything, she'd come here.
All right, you wait. We won't be gone long.
But what's the idea? What'll I tell her if she comes?
Just say we've gone down to the bunkhouse to pick up Ole and Curly.
Oh, you mean you're going to bring them back here?
That's right.
Here now, you ain't going to get those boys to come up here without a fight.
I don't think there's going to be any fight. Come along and I'll tell you about it.
Well, what the heck if there is a fight? I could do with another sock at them two.
There's not going to be any fight, I tell you. There's a group of oak trees 100 feet or so from the bunkhouse, isn't there, Jasper?
That's right, on this side.
Okay. When we get down there, Doc and I'll wait in the shadow of them while you go on down.
Yeah, and then what?
Well, your job will be to hunt up Curly and Ole and tell them you want to talk to them. Bring them over under the trees. Doc and I'll do the rest.
Now you're a-talking. One sock each and they go bye-bye.
Forget your fists for a minute, Doc. We want those boys in a condition to talk.
Oh, I get it. Just tie 'em up and gag 'em. I wondered what you brought along that bandana for.
Oh, getting in the trees now.
Think you can get them over to us without stirring up the rest of the hands?
Sure, I'm still foreman of this here ranch.
Good.
Now, you boys better not come any further.
All right, we'll wait here.
Hurry it up, though, Jasper, old kid.
Yeah.
Listen to them there old katydids.
Uh-huh.
Takes me back to the time when me and Winnie Mae used to sneak out and steal watermelons. The most fun I ever had, except the time old Granddad Fiedlebaum caught me in the seat of the pants with a load of rock salt. The meanest man in Texas, I swear to goodness he was.
Was, huh?
Yes, sir. Rock salt hurts. Winnie Mae was on the top of the fence when he let go, and she turned a complete flip-flap before she hit the ground.
Flip-flop?
Yeah. Well, anyway, I never run so fast in my life. I thought sure the seat of my britches was on fire.
Hold it. I think they're coming.
Hey, how are we going to work it?
Wait a minute. Yeah, I can see him. He's only bringing one.
Yeah?
When they get in here, put your hand over his mouth and I'll upset him.
That's the ticket.
Go down on top of him and be sure to keep his mouth covered.
Bet your boots.
All right, now. Quiet. Now then.
Got it. All right. He can't get up. Slip the gag in, Jack.
Here it comes.
Uh-huh. There she is. Now, take his belt here and tie up his hands.
Come on now. Put your hands behind you. There. That's it. There. All right. Let him up, Doc.
Yeah, that's one of them. But where's the other one, Jasper?
I couldn't locate Curly. None of the boys seem to know where he is.
That's not so good.
No, it ain't.
Well, what the heck? One's almost as good as two. Why don't we take Sweet up and work on him for a while?
Might as well, I guess.
Well, you go ahead. I'm going to have a look around for Curly.
All right, you do that. We'll hold Sweet until you get back.
All right. And careful you don't run into anybody on your way back.
We'll watch out for that.
I'll see you later, then.
All right, sweet old kid. Step along.
Keep hold of him, Doc, so he can't break away.
You better not try to break away. You hear what I say, fella?
Better keep to the left. There's more shadow.
Yeah, over this way. Shucks, Jack. This is easier than shooting fish.
Well, I hope it'll be as easy getting information out of him.
Oh, sure it will. Why, Swede here will open up like the Grand Canyon when we start working on it. Won't you, Swede? Now, he shook his head, but he's just fooling.
All right. Between here and the door, it's moonlight. We'll just have to chance it. Keep on walking. Fast.
Yeah. Step on it, son. There. We made it.
Hey, you back already?
Yes, sir, and look at the prize we got.
Shut the door, Doc. Duke, help me pull down the blinds.
Yeah, sure. But where's Curly?
Well, he wasn't around. Jasper's still out looking for him.
Maybe he's up with Jim Ross.
Yeah, maybe. All right, sit down, Swede.
Jack said, sit. Yeah, that's better. Shall I take off the gag, Jack?
Yes. But don't yell, Swede, or you get a fist right in the teeth. Now take it off.
Uh-huh. There you are.
What's the meaning of this? Shanghaiing a fella right out of his own chicken roast?
Son, I sure do like to hear you talk.
Hey, Curly, and I get turned loose, I'm going to raise more trouble with you fellers than you can take care of from now on.
Well, it's fair, isn't it? You kidnap Reggie, so we kidnap you.
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about very well. Now, where have you taken Reggie?
I ain't took him nowhere. You fellers must be loony in the head.
Yeah, there's no use trying to give us that stuff. We've caught Benny and Mudd, and they've confessed the whole thing. They said you and Curly helped them abduct Reggie.
Who?
Benny and Mudd.
Well, for goodness sake, who's them guys?
Jack, it ain't no use. Swede ain't gonna talk until we work on him a little.
What you mean, work on me?
You see, Jack, he's too innocent to know what it's all about.
I'm just a good-natured Swedish boy with a wife and 6 children.
Now, ain't that sweet?
Duke, is Swede married?
Not that I ever heard of.
But they're all back in the old country.
Come on, Swede. Shall I turn Doc loose on you?
Hey, tell him to put that knife away. I bleed easy.
Jack, you remember the time I skinned that pirate alive down off the Strait Settlements? It wouldn't tell us what we wanted to know.
My goodness gracious. Skinned him alive?
Sure did, son. Right before his very eyes. Now then, how about it, Swede? Where's Reggie?
Fellers, look at me, sweat standing out all over me. You boys is making a big mistake, picking on a nice, sweet, good-natured Swedish boy like me.
We're giving you one more chance, Swede. Where's Reggie?
Well, I guess there ain't nothing to do but shut my eyes and grit my teeth.
Will you look at him, Jack? Ain't that the awfulest expression you ever did?
Go ahead, fellers, but remember I bleed easy.
All right, Doc, that's enough. You can open your eyes now, Swede.
Is it over already?
We're not going to use a knife on you.
You ain't?
No.
By golly, I feel better already.
But, Durney, Jack, we didn't get a thing out of him.
I know, but I just got a better idea. Turn him loose.
Turn him loose?
That's what I said.
All right, but it don't make sense. There you are, Swede. Now, get to going now.
Thank you, boys. It's been mighty pleasant knowing you.
Doggone, Swede, you can't help laughing at
But
him.
what's your idea, Jack?
Jim Ross has kidnapped Reggie, so he can't appear in the ring next Friday. So how about us kidnapping Big Swede so he can't show up either?
Say, now you've got something.
Say, that's all right. Hey, Jack, how come I never thought of that?
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery, transcribed.
A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century. Nine o'clock at night in the training quarters on the Jim Ross Ranch somewhere in Yolo County. When Jack, Doc, and Reggie first came to the Jim Ross Ranch, they found that Ross liked a prize fight better than anything else in the world. He liked fighting so well, he named his only daughter, Jack Dempsey Ross, since changed to Jacqueline. He has his own training quarters on the ranch and his own prize ring, where he puts on grudge fights between his 150 workmen every Wednesday night. And he has his own favorite fighters, Big Swede and Little Swede, two mammoth Scandinavian boys. He liked fighting so well that he even offered to let his daughter marry the man she loved, if Duke Carter could bring forth an amateur fighter who could defeat the Swedes.
But when Reggie stepped out and accepted the challenge and showed signs that he might win the fight, it suddenly became apparent that there was something Jim Ross liked even better than prize fighting, and that was victory. It is now evident that he'll do almost anything to prevent Reggie from whipping Big Swede in the ring this coming Friday night. He imported Benny, a vicious wrestler, as Reggie's sparring partner, with orders to incapacitate the young Englishman. When this failed, Reggie mysteriously vanished, quite evidently kidnapped by Jim Ross's henchmen to prevent his appearance against the Big Swede. Well, that was this morning. Now, at 9 o'clock tonight, Doc, Jasper, the foreman of the ranch, and I are holding a council of war in the training quarters.
Where you been, Jasper? We've been waiting for you.
I've been hunting high and low for Curly Stewart. I can't find hide and a hair of him.
Well, never mind Curly. Jack's got better ideas.
Get any information out of Ole?
Not a word. But it was while we were holding him that I got this new idea. I wish Duke Carter'd come back.
Where'd he go?
Well, I sent him out to look for you.
Oh, then he'll be along pretty soon, I reckon. Anyway, what's this bright idea you got now?
Well, Jim Ross has kidnapped Reggie to keep him from appearing in the ring Friday.
Yeah?
How about us abducting Big Swede for the same purpose?
Say, now, I think you got something there, Packard.
You bet your sweet life we got something.
Of course, that don't give you back your fighting Englishman.
No, it doesn't. Once we get Big Swede under cover, we'll be in a position to dicker with Ross.
I guess you're right.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you. Do you think Ross will dicker?
Well, you'll sure enough be in a panic. Sets a heap of store by Big Swede, and he's going to do some sweating his boots if the boy's missing.
Good.
Yeah, now we're getting somewhere. Now, where does Big Swede keep his self-knives? Down in the bunkhouse with the rest of the cow's chambermaids?
Not in your life he don't. Big Swede's much too precious to sleep in no ordinary bunkhouse.
Well, where does he hang out?
One of them guest cottages the boss has got behind the big house.
Yeah, he sleep there by himself?
No, him and Little Swede sleep there together.
Well, now, that shouldn't be such an awful tough job. We just bop Big Swede over the head in his sleep, carry his unconscious carcass out, tie him up, and lug him to where we're going to hide him, and there you are.
And suppose Little Swede wakes up in the process.
Well, bop him on the head, too.
No, it ain't going to be as easy as all that.
Well, how come it ain't?
Because Ross is too smart. Now, he's kidnapped Reggie. You don't think he ain't anticipated us retaliating, do you?
You mean he's probably got guards outside the guest cabin tonight?
Tonight and every night from now until Friday, or my name ain't Jasper Fuller.
Well, shucks, what's a couple of guards? We'll bop them, too.
They'll be armed with orders to shoot.
Well, yeah, I know, but most folks is so unhandy at pistols. Why, there ain't one man in 100 that can really protect himself with a gun. We'll just up and take their shooting irons away from them, and then we'll bop them.
I wouldn't advise you to be too optimistic.
Well, that's what we're going to do, ain't it, Jack? So why don't we get started at it? What are we sitting around here talking for?
Well, that's what we're going to do, all right, but we certainly want to know what we can expect to run into and what to do under various circumstances.
Doggone, Jack, you're getting to be a regular old grandma.
What do you mean by that?
Well, fella, I can remember the times when we used to bust into trouble and figure out what to do right while we was a-doing it.
Well, we can still do that when we have to. Now then, Jasper, where are we going to hide Big Sweet once we get him?
You want a place close by or far away?
As close by as we can get him and still safe from Jim Ross and his men.
All right, how about up in the top of one of them silos?
Silo? But won't that be one of the first places they look?
Sure, only it's going to be easy to keep them from looking.
I don't see what you're getting at.
Well, look here. Them silos are clean full of silage, clean up for 50 feet in the air. The only way to get up there is a little ladder on the outside of the silo, just wide enough for one man. Now, if a feller was to stay up there with Big Sweet, he could guard the steps against all comers till kingdom come.
Doggone it, we'd be holding Big Sweet prisoner right under old man Ross's nose.
You like it?
Couldn't ask for anything more. But how do we get Big Sweet up there if he's unconscious?
There's a block and tackle down in the machine shop that I could rig up quicker than a cat can jump sideways.
That's all we need to know. If you rig up the tackle, Doc and I'll deliver Big Sweet down at the foot of the silo.
Hey, wait a minute. Which silo? There's 5 of them.
I'll make it the one at the back of the barn. Less chance anybody's seen us at work.
All right, is that everything then?
No, it ain't, but I'll take care of them things.
Well, what you mean?
Well, if somebody's going to be up there guarding Big Sweet, there's got to be food and water enough up there for 2 people for the next 5 days.
Good head, Jasper. I forgot all about that.
Yeah, and who's going to do the garden?
We'll put Duke Carter up there. After all, he's got the most at stake.
Yeah, if this thing don't pan out, he's going to lose that little old Jack Dempsey gal.
Oh, see if you can locate Duke while you're doing your other jobs, Jasper.
I'll keep an eye open. How long you figure it'll take you to get Big Sweet down there?
5 minutes, if we have any luck. 10 minutes at the longest.
Better step on it.
You betcha. There you go, and here we go. Come on, Jack.
Watch out for armed guards.
What's he worrying about armed guards for? They're all in a day's work.
Let's hike off across the field here. That'll bring us up back to the big house where the guest cabins are.
Yeah. Say, talking about that little old Jacqueline baby, I wonder where she's at.
Duke said she was tagging her father around, trying to get a clue as to what he did with Reggie.
Yeah, you suppose she's still at it?
I wouldn't be surprised. Got a little bulldog in that girl's character.
Sure enough is. Nice moonlight night.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't mind having a cute little old female gal out here alongside me instead of you on a night like this.
Now keep your mind on the business at hand.
Yes, sir. When I think of the bunch of pretty nights that I've wasted, and all the girls in the world that ain't had me to make love at.
They don't know how lucky they are.
Now, what you mean by that? Winnie Mae once said to me, if and I weren't her blood cousin on my mama's side, she'd hound me to death till I wedded her.
Well, it takes all kinds of tastes to make up the world.
It sure does. Hey, wait a minute. Was that supposed to be a dirty crack?
Keep your voice down now, Doc. You can see the outlines of the guest houses against the skyline.
Yeah. You know, I just thought of something. That there Big Sweet weighs 1 ounce less than a horse. It's going to be a job of toting his carcass clear down to the silo.
Well, it's too late to think about that now.
Unless we could catch her unconscious and make him walk.
No, he'll be too much to handle. If he once starts a fight, he'll make so much noise we'll have the whole place on us.
Okay, fella. But I sure ain't got no stomach for toting bull elephants.
Now then, keep it quiet. We're up to the hedge.
Yeah. Now we gonna get through it. It's 6 foot high. It's an inch.
There must be some way.
And remember, we got to get the bull Swede through there coming back.
Wait a minute. What's that gleam in the moonlight?
I don't see nothing.
Well, I do. Come on. Good. Just what I was hoping.
What you mean?
Here, feel it. An iron gate.
Well, doggone, son. Just as neat as you please. Can you get it open?
Yeah, just latched. Careful now. Come on through.
Yeah.
Leave it open in case we have to get out fast.
Picture of us getting out fast, carrying 2 tons of limp hipponocerous meat.
All right, follow close.
Yeah. Right there, the cottage just ahead.
I don't know. We'll have to investigate.
Hold her, son.
What's the matter?
Look here at that shadow just alongside that window. Ain't that a man?
Yeah, I think you're right.
You're darn tootin' I'm right.
Must have guards at each door and window. Now then, the old teamwork. I'll slip up behind him and tell him not to move, and you step up and clip him on the chin.
When do we go?
Now. Wait till you hear me speak to him.
Okay.
Here I go.
Don't make a move. I got him, Jack.
Good work. Now around the back of the house.
Yeah. If there's a back door, there's bound to be a guard there.
Uh-huh. Nope. No back door.
Well, that's one hombre we don't have to send bye-bye. Keep on going around?
Yeah, there'll be a window on the other side. Take it easy around the corner.
Yep. And there's our customer.
All right, same tactics. Here I go.
Don't make a move. Hey, you didn't catch him like you did the other hombre.
I didn't have time. He went down too fast.
Yeah, I reckon it's all right. He didn't make much noise. Now in front?
Yeah. This is liable to be the hardest job, especially if the guard's up on the porch.
Yeah, maybe we'll have to rush him.
I hope not. If he's fast on the draw, we may be out of luck.
Well, there's only one way to find out. That's to go and see.
Just a few steps now, so don't make a sound.
Hey, Jack, looky at that. 2 of them.
Oh, that's bad. One of them's bound to make some noise before we can stop him.
Hey, looky. They're standing there whispering with their heads together.
So what?
Well, I bet you if I was to sneak up on them and wham their heads together hard enough...
You think you could do it?
Well, son, I can sure try.
All right, I'll be right behind you. If it doesn't work, we'll each jump a man and finish it off fast.
Here goes everything. I got him. I got him, Jack.
You certainly did. I hope you didn't fracture any skulls.
Shucks, who ever heard of fracturing a cowhand's skull? So, we just let him lay?
Yeah, let's get into the cabin. And be quiet on the porch in case there's anyone prowling inside.
Yeah.
The door's locked.
Son, I'll take care of that before you can say sick.
Gonna give you any trouble?
Nope. When you make it open this with a hairpin. There she is.
Fast work. Now, don't stumble on anything.
Boy, sure is black in here.
Now we've done it.
What's the matter, son?
How are we going to tell Big Swede and Little Swede apart?
Hey.
They're both here, and they look exactly alike.
Yeah, only Big Swede can talk a little United States.
Well, it doesn't do us any good with them asleep.
Well, then, will Dad bust it? We're going to have to take them both along.
You were groaning about carrying one of them between us. We can't possibly carry both of them.
Hey, wait a minute, feller. I got an idea.
Well, talk fast.
Yeah, I darn near stumbled over a wheelbarrow around the corner of the house.
Yeah, that's right.
Sure. We'll dump them both in the wheelbarrow and let Jasper tell us which is which.
All right, let's go. This must be the bedroom in here.
Will you listen at that?
Quiet. We each get beside a man and let them both have it at the same time.
Okay. I'll get over here.
You ready?
Yeah.
Now. All right, quick. Drag them off the beds and out on the porch.
Yeah. Right out on the porch?
Yes.
There they are, son.
Quick, get the wheelbarrow.
You bet.
Oh, boy. What a job.
Okay, son.
Give me a hand with this one first.
Yeah.
Now the other one, right on top of it. Up we go.
Well, so far it's all hunky-dory.
I'll take the wheelbarrow first. You keep them from sliding up.
Let's go, fella.
What's so funny?
I just thinking. I'll bet this is the first time anybody has ever taken for a ride in a wheelbarrow.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century.
In retaliation, Doc and I kidnapped Big and Little Swede. Ross's team of fighters and stowed them away up on top of one of the big 50-foot silos on the place with Duke Carter to guard them. The only means of reaching the top was a small iron ladder attached to the outside of the silo, which allowed only one man to climb up at a time. Besides guarding the two Swedes, Duke's job was to prevent any of Ross's men from climbing up and releasing the two fighters. And now here I am with Doc, Jacqueline, and Jim Ross himself at the foot of the silo, while peering out 50 feet above is Duke Carter.
How you doing up there, Duke, old kid? Doing fine. And I'm a long ways up in the air. Hello, Jacqueline.
Hi, Duke. You really and truly got big and little Swede up there?
No kidding. Tied up tighter than a sack of potatoes.
Ha-ha.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Ross.
Don't you good morning me, you no-account chicken thief.
Hey, that's no way to talk to a man who's going to marry your daughter.
When you marry my daughter, there'll be 2 moons in the sky.
Is that true, Jacqueline? Do I have to wait that long?
You wait that long to marry me, Duke Carter, I'll run away with Doc Long.
Now you're talking sense, baby. Hey, you keep away from that Doc Long.
Well, you heard what I said. I want to get married, and I don't want to wait forever.
Well, Ross, what do you think of the setup?
I'll send men up that ladder and get my Swedes out of there in no time.
I don't think so. Any man climbing that ladder is going to have to use his hands for hanging on. All Duke's got to do is tap him on the head.
And boy, would he come down fast.
And it's a long way down.
That'd be murder.
Sure would. You know any of you boys that wants to be murdered this early in the morning?
I think Duke Carter come down out of there fast enough. He was ordered to by the sheriff.
Oh, so you're going to bring the sheriff into this.
And I might add that the sheriff's a very good friend of mine.
Yes, but would he be such a good friend if we got out a warrant charging you with kidnapping?
Try and do it.
You don't think we can?
I know blame well you can't. You can't prove a thing on me.
How about that wire you sent to Reno asking for 2 tough characters? How about Benny the wrestler and Mud, his sidekick, showing up yesterday and then disappearing along with Reggie? I think we've got all the case we need.
Sure, hombre. Run and get the sheriff. We really got a story to tell him.
Couple of smart operators, ain't you?
Now look, Ross. An hour ago you drew a gun on us and threatened to shoot both of us. We had every legitimate right to treat you pretty tough when we took that gun away from you, but we didn't.
And I can't figure out why yet.
Well, I can. You behaved like gentlemen because Jim Ross is my father.
Yeah, that's it. I keep forgetting a nice girl like you can have such a ornery, low-down cuss for a papa.
Now then, you looky here, you long-legged excuse for a Texas steer.
Hey, don't you call me no excuse for a Texas steer, you small-time, four-flushing chiseler that hides behind women's skirts.
What do you mean, hiding behind a women's skirt?
Just what I'm a-saying. Well, if it hadn't been for your little old daughter here, we'd have mussed you up long before this.
Yes, and that's the truth.
You keep out of this, Jack Dempsey.
Don't you tell me to keep out of this, you poor excuse for a father. Why don't you get next to yourself? Everybody in the whole country knows you cheat the eye teeth out of your grandmother.
I've never laid a hand on you, Jack Dempsey.
Yes, and you'd better not begin now.
Well, by thunder, I will if you give me any more of your lip.
Go ahead. Go on. Lay a hand on me. Jack and Doc are just aching for an excuse to give you the works. What's so funny, you big lug?
Give me the works, eh? Well, I don't think they will do that now or any other time. Look what's coming around the barn.
What?
Hey, Jack, looky what's a-coming.
Just a few of my men.
Well, doggone, there's our old friends, Curly and Ole. 2, 4, 6, 7.
You mean you got an army of 7 men just to take care of Jack and Doc?
And they're coming to do it right away.
What's the idea of this, Ross?
Well, you got 2 of my men prisoners up there in that silo, haven't you? Just thought I'd take me a couple of prisoners, too.
Oh, so you just thought you'd take Jack and me prisoners.
That's right.
But you've already got Reggie.
Well, that'll make me one up on you, won't it?
Well, of all the mean, low-principled fathers a girl ever had.
Never mind that, Jacqueline. They're getting close. We haven't got time for that.
Yeah, what have we got time for, Jack?
To get ready to fight.
Son, them is just the words I was hoping you'd say.
You mean you 2 are going to fight all 7 of them?
Why, Jacqueline, honey, I remember the time in the Philippines when me and Jack was up against 21 ripped...
Doc, will you shut up and get ready?
But, son, I am ready.
I want my back against something so one of them can't hit me over the head from behind.
Well, what's the matter? This here silo.
All right. This amuses you, Ross?
You haven't got a chance, boys. You might as well give up and come quietly.
What you talking about? We ain't got a chance. Why, you're just plumb sending your hombres to quick and sudden death.
Duke Carter, can you hear me up there?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's going on down there?
My father's got 7 men coming to take Jack and Doc prisoners.
Hey, that's dirty. I don't see how you can stand being around that old man of yours.
Well, I can't much longer.
Say, ask Jack if he wants me to come down and give them a hand.
Jack, Duke wants to know...
I heard what Duke said. You tell him to stay up there and guard our prisoners.
But if there were 3 of them...
You tell Duke what I said and stop trying to run things.
Hey, Duke!
Yeah?
You better get ready, Jack. They're getting pretty close.
All right. Listen, you Jim Ross.
Have you decided to surrender?
No, we haven't decided to surrender. But understand this. I've stood all I'm going to from you. And the minute we've cleaned up this mess of men you've got coming, we're going to turn you across a barrel and use a 1x4 on you till you won't be able to sit down for a week.
Doggone fella. Let's make that our thought for the day. Spank Jim Ross with a board until he can't sit down for a week.
Hi, only...
Sure, boss. You ready for
You
it?
bring the boys and get them.
You betcha my life. Come on, fellers.
All right, Doc. Fight with our backs against the silo as long as we can. If they get us away from the wall, then back to back.
Feller, I don't know when I've been so happy. Doggone, I hope there's at least a couple of good fighters in that mix.
All right, boys, spread out. And I say the word, pitch in and finish 'em off quick.
Hi, Ole.
Sorry, boys, but you're all washed up this time.
You don't say.
You better come quietly and save yourself getting hurt.
Oh, feeling sorry for us already, huh?
That's right. I got a mighty soft heart.
Yeah, and do you still bleed easy?
Sure, you're going to make us come and get you, huh?
That's just what we're going to do, son. And, Ole, you're just a-fixing yourself to go bye-bye again.
All right, boys, you ready? All ready. All right, you're getting up.
Here they come, Jim. What's up, Doc?
Come on, Jack. Attaboy, Doc. Get a boy, Doc. Hit him again. Oh, that's it. Go ahead and laugh.
Oh, why didn't I think of this before? This is the best fight I ever had.
Oh, you make me so mad. Hey, look, 2 men are down. 2 men are down. Fight him, Jack. Fight him, Doc. Fight him.
How we doing, Jack?
Save your breath for fighting.
You get you. Honest, Grandma, I don't know when. I had so much fun. Come on. Hurry.
Oh, this is lovely. It's lovely. 4 of them down. 4 of them down. Only 3 to go.
Call out the reserves. I want those men captured.
Ha-ha. How do you like it now, my double-crossing father? Oh, boy, wait till this gets around the country. Jack and Doc alone beat up 7 of your best
They
men.
can't do this to
Oh,
me.
yes, they can, and they're doing it beautifully. Hey, there he goes. There he goes. That's 5 men down. Only 2 men left on their feet. Wow.
Looky, Jack, only 2 of them left.
Yeah, which do you want, Curly or Ole?
Well, let me have Ole. You care?
All right, let's go after him.
Hello, Ole, you old city cat.
So we meet again,
You
huh?
sure enough do, and I'm going to knock your block clean off your shoulders.
Can you imagine that?
Shucks, you don't call that no blow.
Hurry up, Doc. Finish him off.
Hey, you finish off, Curly?
Yes, Curly's washed up.
That's all I wanted to know. Look out, Ole. And here comes one I've been waiting for.
Yeah, boy, Doc. Get away, Doc. He's down. He's down.
Hey, down there, you fellas. That was a grand fight. Congratulations.
Thanks, Duke. Just part of the day's work.
Ha-ha.
Boy, what a mess of humanity. Hey, Ross, do you always have your ranch messed up with unconscious hombres?
This is an outrage.
Outrage nothing. This is the most wonderful thing that's ever happened on this ranch.
An outrage, I tell you. You 2 men should be locked up. You're too dangerous to be left running around loose.
What you mean, dangerous? We're just as gentle as lamb stew.
Ross, you remember what I told you?
What do you mean?
I said the minute we cleaned up this mess of men, we were going to turn you over a barrel.
No rough stuff.
He says no rough stuff. Hey, Jack, how about that barrel over yonder?
That's the very one I had in mind.
No, you're not being serious.
You don't think so? Come along.
No, listen my arm.
Come along.
No.
Doc, get some boards.
Hey, you really mean you're going to whale him with a board?
You're going to see your father spanked until the sparks
No,
fly.
I won't have it. It's preposterous.
Here you are, Jack. Here, how are these?
Yeah, they look pretty light.
This here one looks like a Jim Dandy.
All right, Ross, lay over this barrel.
No, you let me alone.
Get over that barrel.
Help!
Who gets the first wallop?
You wham him till you get tired, and then I'll take her out.
Movie!
Pull up his coattail. I'll hold it.
Hold everything!
Here, hold still.
Jack killing me. I can't stand it. I can't stand it.
Listen to him suffer.
Stop! Oh, Jacqueline! Jacqueline, make him stop.
Father, did you call me Jacqueline?
Oh, yes, Jacqueline, darling. Help me, dear. Help me.
Well, that's the first time in your life you ever called me Jacqueline.
Poor Jacqueline, my daughter. Ouch!
If I make them stop, will you never call me Jack Dempsey again?
I promise. Oh, save me. Save me.
And will you let me marry Duke Carter?
Yes.
Oh.
I'm being killed.
All right, Father. Now, where's Reggie York?
I'll tell you.
Well, go on and tell him.
He's tied up in the pump house by the reservoir.
Pump house by the reservoir? Is that the truth,
Yes,
Ross?
yes.
All right, Doc. I guess that's enough.
Just one more for good luck.
Oh, that did it. That did it. I'm a ruined man.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century.
Reggie, old son, I don't know when I've been so glad to see your homely face.
I say it's jolly well mutual.
You know, Jack, I think this here occasion calls for a doggone celebration. Wine, women, and song.
Look here now, that would be a bit of a...
Yes, sir. Today's one of them days. Why, we had ourselves a swell fight this morning with 7 medium good fighters.
I say, Duke Carter says the bunkhouse looks like a full-fledged hospital.
And he ain't kidding either. And as I was saying, we had ourselves a fight, which always makes me feel good. We turned Jim Ross across the barrel and whammed him with a board till he yelled uncle. And on top of that, we got old Reggie back again. Yes, sir. Wine, women, and song. Nothing less.
Nothing less, he says.
Only thing, wine gives me a headache big enough for a hipponoceros, and I can't sing worth shooting.
Which leaves women.
Yeah, and the only woman in miles is that little old she-daughter of Jim Ross.
Well, Jacqueline's a lot of woman.
I say she's a lot of woman. Boy, there's enough get up and get in that gal for a dozen females. What Duke Carter wants to tie himself up to a she-whirlwind like her for... I just can't plain figure out.
I say, he's in love with her.
Well, he sure gotta be to take what she hands out.
Reggie.
We.
Reggie, you sure you feel all right after having been tied up all that time?
Oh, yes, quite. Bit of a bruise on the back of my head where they slugged me before they carted me off.
The 2-timing yellow dogs. Why, that Benny and Mud just slipped up behind you in the dressing room and whammed you behind the ear? Was that it?
Yeah, that's about the way it happened. When I woke up, I was tied hand and foot and gagged in the pump house up by the reservoir.
You sure you wouldn't like to get to bed?
Oh, no, not at all. I've been sleeping all the time I was up there. Nothing else to do.
Not very good training for a hombre that's got an A1 fight on his hands like you got tomorrow night.
I don't think Reggie's got any fight on tomorrow.
Huh? What you mean he ain't got no fight on? Or didn't Jim Ross say he'd let Jacqueline marry Duke Carter if Reggie licked Big Swede tomorrow night?
Yes, that's what he said originally.
Well, sure he did. And didn't we turn Big Swede loose out of the silo as soon as we got Reggie back?
Yes, Doc, that's right.
Well, then how come no fight? Both the fighters are back on the job.
Well, if you'll keep still for a minute, I'll tell you.
Well, go on and tell us then. Don't just keep saying that there ain't gonna be no fight.
Doc, will you stop talking?
I ain't a-talking.
Well, you're certainly wagging that jaw a lot about something.
Well, Jack, what is the setup now?
Well, all I know is that while we had Jim Ross across the barrel, Jacqueline made him agree to let her marry Duke any time she wanted to.
I say, fight or no fight?
That's right. Nothing was mentioned about the fight. Ross simply said that the girl could marry Carter.
Yeah, that's right. I plumb forgot about him saying that.
Oh, Jove, I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, you are?
That's quite.
Now, I was looking forward with real pleasure to meeting Big Swede.
Well, of course, if you insist.
Oh, no, but look here. It takes all the meaning out of it to fight without a reason.
Well, that's silly, Reggie. What's anybody want a reason for fighting for?
I say.
Well, shucks, fighting's enough reason itself. Me, I'd just like to wham somebody just to be whamming him.
Well, let's make that our beautiful thought for the day. Doc likes to wham somebody just to be whamming him.
Say, by the way, Jack, I haven't seen Jim Ross since you let me loose. Where is the old codger?
Well, Jim Ross is indisposed.
Indisposed my grandma. He's just plain sick in bed.
I say, really?
He sure is. And I bet you can't guess where he's ailing.
No, I don't think I can.
He's ailing in the spot where I busted him with a board while he was laying across that there barrel.
And all accounts from the sickbed report that he's lying on his face, suffering nobly.
Oh, Jove, I would have given a lot to have seen that.
Boy, did he holler. Every time I come down with a board, you could have heard him plumb down to Turtle Creek, Texas.
Oh, I say, company.
Yeah, must be Jasper. Come on in.
Hi, boys.
Well, if it ain't our little old Jack Dempsey. Come on in, honey.
Doc, won't you stop calling me Jack Dempsey?
Well, sure, sugar. Anything your little heart desires.
I'm through with the name Jack Dempsey forever and ever.
You are sure now?
Yes, I am. You heard me make my father promise never to use that name again.
We heard you, but how are you going to hold him to it?
Well, I'll hold him to it, all right. I made a bargain with him.
But, honey, you know your old man don't keep his promise worth a plug nickel.
Well, he'll keep this one, all right. I promised I'd never tell anybody about you boys turning him across that barrel as long as he calls me Jacqueline.
He's not very proud of that barrel episode, evidently.
Why, he hates it. If that got around in the community, people would never stop laughing at him.
So you don't mention the barrel, and he doesn't mention Jack Dempsey.
That's it. But I didn't come down here to talk about that.
Well, what did you come down here for, baby?
To find out if Reggie's all right.
Oh, quite, yes, thank you. Never felt fitter.
That's good because I want you all to come to my wedding tomorrow.
Your wedding?
Tomorrow?
Sure. You heard Father say yourselves that he gave permission for me and Duke to get married.
But tomorrow, ain't that kind of rushing things a little?
No, it's not. I got my chance to marry Duke, and by gee, I'm going to do it. Before my father feels good enough to think of new reasons why I shouldn't.
And before Duke changes his mind.
Yeah, before Duke... Hey, what did you say?
Oh, I said Duke's a great find.
You did not. I heard what you said, and you're no better than you should be.
Well, let's make that our beautiful No, we can't do that. We've already got one beautiful thought for the day.
Intimating maybe that Duke doesn't want to marry me.
You're plumb sure he does?
Of course I'm sure. I don't know any man in the country who wouldn't be crazy to marry me.
Well, that's right. Any man would be crazy to marry you.
Jack Packard, you stop saying that. I'll be the best wife any man ever had, and you know it.
Well, not for my money.
And you can count me out, too, lady.
Well, what's two men's opinions? You'd marry me in a minute if I asked you. Wouldn't you, Reggie?
Well, look here, I mean, say...
Speak right up, Reggie.
Reggie! You don't mean you don't like me either.
Oh, but I say, I like you immensely. But...
There, what did I tell you?
Yeah, but he ain't said he'd marry you.
Well, you would, wouldn't you?
Oh, please, Job, I couldn't, you know. An old sick mother and all that sort of thing.
Oh, poor Reggie. You're positively precious.
No, not a bit of it. No, I won't have that. No.
Boy, there's a way out of a proposal I ain't never heard of. Old sick mother and all that sort of thing.
Reggie, you'd let an old sick mother interfere with your love life?
Quite, yes. Bit of a sentimentalist, you know.
Oh, look, you've all got to come to the wedding tomorrow.
Yes, but Jacqueline, you can't marry in the state of California on such short notice. You've got to wait 3 days after you've announced your intention to marry.
Oh, that's all taken care of. Duke and I took out an intention to wed certificate 2 weeks ago when we were planning to elope.
Oh, thought of everything, looks like.
Of course we did. Oh, and it's going to be a big outdoor wedding. Out on the lawn, and everybody in the country's coming. It'll be the biggest wedding this county's ever seen.
Society even, huh?
You bet it'll be a society event. When Jim Ross's daughter gets married, that's news.
Well, and I guess you'll have to count us out.
I won't either count you out. What do you mean by saying a thing like that?
I wouldn't slick down my hair and raise my little finger for the King of England.
But you gotta be there. Jasper's going to be my best man, and I want you boys to put on tails and be ushers.
You want us to what?
Put on tails.
That's what I thought you said. Jack, you can put on a tail and wear it clean up over your shoulder if you want to. But me, I was born a human being, and I'll be darned if I don't stay one.
Not a tail, Doc. Tails. Full dress clothes. You just got to. All of you.
Well, personally, I'd prefer one of Doc's tails to full dress. I won't come near the place.
Oh, but that's hateful.
Besides, it's time we were pulling out of this part of the country.
Pulling out? What do you mean? You're not going to leave.
You bet we're going to leave.
You honest to goodness mean that, Jack?
Yes, this is the longest we've stayed in one place in years. I'm getting fed up.
Right-o. I'd say, where are we going?
Oh, does that matter?
Look, you big lugs. You don't step a foot off this place until you see me safely married.
Listen at her. If that don't sound just like Jim Ross, I'll swallow it whole.
Well, you heard me. You can't stick by a girl through a lot of trouble and then run out on her at the most important moment of her life.
I said no. We're leaving, so don't try to browbeat us.
Oh, you great big lugs.
Now, you said that before.
Well, I don't care. I set my heart on having you see me get married. And now look at you.
Oh, looky, honey. It ain't nothing to cry about.
So I hate you. I hate all of you.
Well, of course now, Jack. We didn't know little old Jack Dempsey.
I'm not Jack Dempsey. I'm Jacqueline Ross.
Well, now, looky, honey. If you're going to yell at me, I won't finish what I was going to say.
I'm sorry, but I'm so miserable.
Well, like I was saying, we didn't know that she really wanted us this much. Of course, that makes a difference, don't it, Jack?
No. I won't put on a monkey suit for Jacqueline or anybody else.
Well, of course, I ain't never seen one of them. Is it as bad as all that?
No, they aren't. Men look beautiful in full dress.
Well, then, honey, I reckon that lets me out, too. On account of that's one thing I ain't got no hankering to be. Beautiful.
Well, I'd just like to see you get off this ranch until I'm married.
Hey, are you telling us we can't go?
Yes, I am. When were you planning to go?
First thing tomorrow morning, right after breakfast.
Well, you can't. I'm giving orders to Jasper right now to put guards on your car tomorrow morning.
No.
I am, too. You just watch and see if I don't. And another thing.
And another thing.
Yes, and another thing. I'm sending Belshazzar down here with 3 of my father's suits of dress clothes. And you put 'em on.
Doggone. What a little old she-girl.
Jack, why did you tell her the time we're going to leave?
Yeah, you played right into her hands.
Oh, I don't think so.
Well, what you mean?
Because we're pulling out of this ranch at midnight. And when Jacqueline Jack Dempsey Ross wakes up in the morning...
Son, when Jacqueline wakes up in the morning, she's going to be so mad she ain't even going to enjoy her own wedding.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century.
All right, Reggie. Is all our dunnage packed?
Well, I think that's everything, Jack.
Where'd that fool Texan go?
Doc? I think he's in the bedroom.
What's he doing? What's in there?
Well, Doc's simply fascinated by those full-dress clothes Jacqueline had sent down.
That crazy idiot. I suppose he's got the light on.
I'd rather imagine so, yeah.
I told him to keep all the lights out except in here where the shades are down. Does he want the whole place down on our ears?
Well, you know Doc.
Besides, we've got to get a move on. Go get him, Reggie.
Righto, I'll bring him right along.
Hi, Reggie, old kid.
Oh, I say, Doc.
How am I doing?
What's the matter, Reggie?
I say, Jack, come here.
Ain't I about the prettiest human critter you about ever did see? Man.
Oh, no.
What's going on here?
Hey, what's so funny? This here monkey suit fits me like the skin on a heifer's flank.
You look like the first cousin to an undertaker.
Hey, you crazy lunatic. What do you think you're doing?
Well, what's the hurt? I just trying it on. I ain't never been in a dress suit with all the trimmings before.
You're not in one now.
What you mean I ain't?
Reggie, when you look at that shirt...
Why?
Yeah, well, this here shirt ain't all the shirt ought to be. What you suppose is the matter with it?
Well, in the first place, you've got it on backwards.
I ain't no such thing. Looky, here's a button.
Yes, but, Doc, all old-fashioned dress shirts button in the back.
This here is an old-fashioned dress shirt?
Quite, and it buttons in the back.
Hey, what you giving me?
No, it's the truth, Doc.
But it ain't reasonable. Who ever heard of a shirt of buttoning up the back?
All right. You've had your fun. Now get out of those things and hurry up about it.
Jack, you sure we hadn't ought to stay?
Yes, I'm sure.
But looky, fella, it might be kind of fun to dress all up.
No.
What you mean, no?
Just no. What does it sound like? Are you going to get out of that junk?
Well, I am, ain't I? Doggone it, though. Poor little old Jacqueline's going to be mighty disappointed.
All right, if you want to stay, stay. But Reggie and I are getting out of here.
No, if you fellas are going, naturally I'm a-going, too. Only it does seem a shame.
Well, you go ahead and feel bad. I've got other things to think about.
You know how that girl is. She might just sit right down and bawl if we ain't there.
Yeah, pitiful.
And well, we couldn't have nothing like that happening.
Will you hurry up?
Well, look at me. I'm right down to my underdrawers, ain't I?
Well, let's make that our beautiful thought for the day. Doc's right down to his underdrawers.
Now I'm skinning into my pants. Boy, that sure is nice material they use in them dress breeches.
Forget it. Tuck your shirt into your pants and come on.
Hey, looky, Jack, are you pushing me around?
Well, if we're going to get out of here, we've got to go.
Such a blamed hurry. Where are we going to go when we do get out of here?
I'll tell you about that when we get started.
Oh, I say, Jack, you mean you've got something in mind?
Certainly. Are you finally ready, Doc?
I reckon. Say, it wouldn't exactly be stealing if we took one of these here dress suits along with us, would it?
Oh, look here, Doc.
You can think of more nonsense.
Well, we might even leave a $20 bill pinned to the bed to pay for it.
$20, Doc. Each of these suits cost $200 if they cost a cent.
200, Barry?
Yes, quite.
Well, stuff me for a hootie owl.
All right. Reggie, Doc, you each take one of those duffel bags. I'll bring these two suitcases.
Righto.
Might as well, I guess. Kind of got so I like this place.
Open the door, Reggie.
Belshazzar's going to be plumb put out at us, sneaking out this way without saying so long.
Go ahead, Doc. Keep in the shadows as much as possible on the way down to the garage.
Yeah. This way's best, I reckon.
And keep your voices down.
Oh, shucks. Everybody's asleep anyhow.
You don't know whether they are or not.
Sure one pretty night. Looky up there at that moon.
Mm-hmm.
Winnie Mae always said a moon like that was made for sparking. Winnie Mae always was my favorite cousin. Been a great lady if she'd ever learned to wear shoes.
Oh, Doc.
Yeah?
Your mind's wandering.
It ain't neither. Can't a hombre think about his own blood kin if he's a mind to?
It seems to me you think about Winnie Mae an awful lot.
Of course I do. Didn't I just say she was my favorite cousin?
You better watch out. We're coming to the garage.
Oh, all right, huh?
Yeah. Keep quiet now.
Hey, looky. The garage door's open.
Someone must have forgot to close them last night.
Well, take it easy. I don't see any guards, but that doesn't mean they're not around. Slip inside. Our car's right in the middle.
Yeah. Here goes.
I say. Bit black in here.
You ain't kidding there.
Hey, who turned on those lights?
Aha! I caught you, didn't I?
Well, son of a gun if it ain't little old Jacqueline herself.
Look at 'em, Jasper. Bag and baggage. Try to run out on me, will they?
Looks like you boys is caught red-handed, all right.
Nevertheless, we're leaving.
Oh, no, you're not.
Don't tell me what we're going to do and what we're not.
Jack Packard, don't you dare yell at me like that.
I am yelling at you like
all
that.
All right, then yell. Yell all you want to, but you're not leaving this ranch until you see me married.
I don't care if you never get married.
You do, too.
I don't either.
You do.
Hey, for the love of Pete, Jack. You sound just like Jackie and her papa.
Ooh, that girl does something to me. She'd make a saint scream. Jasper, will you pull this female catamount off and let us get out of here?
I'm afraid I can't do that, Package.
Why can't you?
Because if Jacqueline here wants you to stay, those are orders as far as I'm concerned.
Now, don't tell me she's got you wrapped around her little finger, too.
I say she's had me hog-tied ever she was all legs and pigtails.
Huh? Well, then I guess we'll just have to plow through you, too.
More than me you got to plow through. Take a look in the driver's seat of your car.
Hey, who's that?
I say, it's Big Swede.
That's right, Big Swede. And he's got orders not to let you boys take that car out of this garage.
Well, now, what you know about that? Jacqueline, you mean you gone and sick Big Swede on us? After all we done for you.
Yes, I have. I don't care what you say.
Tell him to get out of that car.
No, sir. He stays right where he is.
Well, how's he going to fight Reggie under the wheel of a car?
Yeah, and that's the object of the meeting, ain't it?
No, it is not. The object is to keep you boys here. And I'd just like to see you get him out of that car.
Jack, she's a honing to see us get Big Swede out of her car.
Well, that's just what she's going to see. Reggie, get in the back seat. Doc, you get in front alongside of him.
You betcha.
I wouldn't try that if I were you.
Well, why the heck not?
I'll tell you why not. Because I ordered them to tear the gear shift out by the roots if you start pushing them around.
Oh, I say, pull the gear shift out by the roots.
And he can do it, too.
Well, what do you say to that, Jack?
Just that we're going to keep him so busy he won't have time to think about gear shifts. Back seat, Reggie. Front seat, Doc. I'll take him from this side.
Whoopee, let's go.
There goes our windshield. Oh, never mind that. Keep his hands off the gear shift.
I say it's like fighting an elephant. There goes the side window.
Give it to him, Big Swede. Give it to him. Go on. Tear up their old automobile. Smash it to pieces. I'm glad. Smash everything. Smash them. Whole cockeyed car. Smash it up. I don't care.
We're getting him. Come out here. Help me pull him out, Reggie.
Right on. Look out. I got him.
Give up.
Now together, Jack.
Yeah, let's go. Pull.
He's out.
Yes, but
He's
pulled
out.
the front door off of our
Here,
car.
you. Get up on your feet.
Look out, Reggie.
Oh, take that.
He's sagging. Hit him again.
Right on.
Yeah. That's the boy, Reggie.
He's out. You knocked him out, Reggie boy.
You great big heroes, you. 3 of you picking on one man.
Quiet.
I won't keep quiet.
Here, Doc, take this handkerchief and gag her.
Come on,
You
honey.
let me alone. I won't keep quiet.
Just listen to her go on, will you?
Well, Jasper, we got by Big Swede. Any more objections to our leaving?
I reckon not. We done the best we could to keep you.
Thanks. All right, Reggie, get in and start the car.
Righto. Oh, Joe, what a mess. Front door gone, windshield gone, side windows gone.
Well, goodbye, Jasper.
Goodbye, boys. Glad to meet you.
All right, Doc, let Jacqueline loose and jump in.
Okay, only first I'm going to take this gag off so I can kiss her right square on the mouth. Here we go, honey.
Double-crossing quitters I ever
Now
met.
quit talking, because I'm going to kiss
You
you.
run out on me up.
Boy, you're the kissingest girl I ever did meet.
I hate you. I hate all of you.
Come on, Doc.
Here I come. Let her go.
Goodbye.
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 Poor little old baby. She sure enough went for us big.
Yeah, didn't she? Practically tore our car to pieces.
It's going to be very uncomfortable driving without a windshield.
Oh, go on. Say what you want to. There's a girl that is a gal for my money.
Well, Jack, we're on our way out of the Jim Ross ranch. Now what?
Yeah, fella. Where do we go from here?
We're going to Santa Margarita in the state of San Marino.
State of San Marino.
Well, for goodness sake, where is Santa Margarita, San Marino?
East Coast, just south of the equator.
South of the equator.
That's right. You remember Charles H. Fortune, the wealthy rubber tycoon we met last time we were in San Francisco?
I say, will we ever forget him?
Well, he's fitting up a South American scientific expedition for rubber exploration in San Marino. And he wants us to go along as guides and scouts.
Oh, I say, bit of all right.
But looky, Jack. There ain't no fighting in the equator jungles, is there?
Oh, no?
Well, is there?
I think before this expedition is over, you'll have more excitement than you know what to do with.
No kidding.
You bet I'm not kidding.
Well, son, lead me to it. I ain't never had all the excitement I wanted. Fist fighting and gun shooting. Boy, howdy.
other transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York, with Louis Van Ruten as Jasper. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. Meet FBI man Fred Wilk, who recently won the Wanamaker Mile, and meet Ruby Goldstein, winner of Sport Magazine's award as Referee of the Year on Bill Slater's Sports for All, over most of these stations tonight. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The City of the Dead, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like big adventure, come with me. If you like stealth and intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
But first, our sponsor. The City of the Dead. Midnight in October. A night when almost anything is liable to happen. And much already has. Old Joshua Friday, mayor of the City of the Dead, otherwise known as the caretaker of the old cemetery no longer in use, had just been mysteriously shot. The shooting took place when Mayor Friday pulled a bell rope in the little church ruins at the lower end of the City of the Dead. Old Dr. Tuner and the mayor had been led to the abandoned ruins in their search for the phantom toll of a church bell. They found no bell, just a bell rope. And when the mayor pulled it, he was shot. And now, back in the mayor's cottage at the other end of the City of the Dead. Earlier in the evening, Dr. Tuner and the mayor had locked up young Jimmy Parker and the girl, Phyllis Carroll, who had stopped there for aid when their parked car had been stolen from them by gunmen. But that was 9 o'clock. It's midnight now, and Doc Tuner had carried the unconscious body of his friend from the old church back to the caretaker's cottage.
Is he dead?
Of course not. You think I'd lug a dead body to a cemetery at midnight?
How badly is he hurt?
Oh, I reckon it's just a scalp wound.
Who shot him?
I wish I knew, Miss Carroll. Reckon I'll do a bit of telephoning.
But you told us you didn't have a phone.
Did I now?
You most certainly did.
Yeah, guess that's just one of those things.
But look here.
Now, Parker, keep your shirt on. Just sit still and listen while I take care of things.
Oh, so that's where you keep the phone.
Yep. Long distance, please. Uh-huh. Long distance? Listen, Central, will you get me Skyline 2020?
Who is it you're calling?
You'll know in good time. But, hello? Hello, Captain Friday's office? Yeah, well, is Captain Friday in? Good. Hello, Captain? Say, this is Dr. Tuner. Yeah, Doc Tuner. No, nothing much. Say, I'm down with your father in the City of the Dead. Yeah. Now, listen, Captain, something's happened to the mayor. No, it's not his heart. He's been shot. No, he ain't gonna die, just a clip on the head. Yeah, I'd tell you if it was serious. But look here, boy. There's something wrong down here. Something wrong, I say. Yeah. Could you come down for a week? Yeah, keep your mouth shut and come down. Good, that's the ticket. And be sure you don't talk. Yeah. Goodbye.
Has Mayor Friday got a son?
Yeah, Captain Friday, private investigator. Owns his own agency up in the city.
And he's coming down here?
He is, and he'll want to talk to you, too.
When is he coming down?
A couple hours.
But why can't we call the city?
Not until you talk to the captain.
Dr. Tuner, what on earth is that on your back?
My back?
Yes, there's a footprint on your coat.
You don't say. Yeah, I'll take my coat off.
What kind of a thing made that?
The same thing that scratched my face. Jiminy crickets, what a footprint.
Did someone knock you down and walk on you? Looks like it.
Who ever heard of a barefooted man running around at midnight in a cemetery?
Well, did he scratch you with his hands?
No, with his claws.
A man with claws?
Well, look at this footprint. That's a human foot, all right, and if those aren't claws at the end of his toes...
Oh, well, did you see him?
I did not. I felt him plenty, though.
Yeah, did he shoot the mayor?
Well, I reckon the story will keep until the captain gets here. Hello, that's the mayor.
Oh, is he coming too?
No, I reckon not. Good sign, though.
Oh, I want to get away from this place. Doctor, how long are you going to keep us here?
Well, that depends, Miss Carroll. That depends. Would you rather spend your time here or up at the city in jail?
Jail?
What kind of talk's that? What have we done to be sent to jail?
That remains to be seen. We'll just sit right here and wait.
2 o'clock. Oh, dear.
There he is. That'll be him.
Hello, Doc.
Hi, Captain Friday. You made a quick trip.
One of the traffic boys brought me down on his motorcycle. How's Dad?
Just as I told you, not in the slightest danger. Still unconscious, though. This is Miss Phyllis Carroll and James Parker.
How do you do?
Company, eh?
Well, in a way, maybe.
Not company? What then?
Look here. Supposing you sit down and hear the whole story. There's a deuce of a lot of nonsense going on out here.
Fire away, but first you're sure the old man's okay?
Yes, the wound is hardly a scratch.
Just grazed him, huh? Okay. Go ahead with your story.
Well, in the first place, there have been indications of marauders in the City of the Dead for the last 3 nights.
Yeah?
Footsteps on the gravel. Footprints the next morning. Once the mayor was certain he saw one down among the graves.
Mm-hmm.
And then tonight, well, we heard a scream that had raised the dead, and then someone ran by the house sobbing as though scared out of his wits.
Man?
Sounded so. The mayor slipped outside, and pretty soon he shouted to me to open the door, and he brought these 2 youngsters in.
Well.
And they swear they didn't make the noise.
Did either of them look as though they'd been frightened?
No, they're just nervous. They said they'd just been held up by 2 gunmen and their car taken away from them.
Better and better. What next?
Well, after they were held up and were walking toward the cottage here, they say this frightened man that the mayor and I heard ran past them.
Did you get a good look at him?
No, we got off the road when we heard him coming.
No. Too bad.
And then they claimed to have come directly to the house here. They wanted to telephone the police in the city.
And Dr. Tuner said there wasn't a phone in the house.
What was that for, Doc?
Let's pass over that for the moment.
Uh-huh. Go on.
Well, Mayor and I took it into our hands to detain these 2 young people.
Lock them up?
Well, yes, in a way.
High-handed business.
Well, how do we know but what they're grave robbers?
Ever rob a grave, Miss Carroll?
No, sir.
You, Parker?
Do I look like a grave robber?
There you are, Doc. Looks like you and Dad pulled a boner. Now then, what happened?
Oh, yes, I almost forgot about the phantom church bell.
Don't tell me you got a ghost mixed up in this.
Well, these youngsters came in with the story of hearing a bell ringing down at the other end of the City of the Dead.
Down in the old church?
Yes, but the mayor said there wasn't any bell there.
This is beginning to have possibilities.
Well, after we locked up these 2, we went out to look around, and I'll be a son of a gun if we didn't hear a bell. Well, Captain, your dad's sort of impetuous at times.
Thinks after his son. I bet your money he dragged you down to the old church.
He did. First up in the balcony, and then back to the old study behind the altar.
Isn't that where that old fellow, what's his name, hanged himself?
Yes, it is. Well, as we were creeping up on the room, the most ghastly moan you ever laid ear to came out of the study.
The ghost.
I was ready to come home by then, but the mayor insisted that we'd had something cornered and we'd ought to capture it. So we laid down on our stomachs and wiggled up to the study door. It was darker than the inside of a pirate's heart. And we were lying directly in front of the door, and the mayor shoved it open.
And out popped the ghost.
I wish it had been a ghost. Look how it ripped my face with his claws.
Oh, that's how you got scratched up.
It ran the full length of me, wailing fit to curl your hair.
You don't say.
It ran out of the building, and the mayor and I jumped to our feet, and your dad switched on his flashlight, and the study was empty.
Naturally.
But there was a new bell rope hanging through the ceiling.
The bell?
That's just what your dad thought. He gave the rope a yank, and someone shot him.
Yeah? But did the bell ring?
Blamed if I know. I was so rattled I didn't hear anything. I didn't wait. I grabbed the mayor up on my shoulder and didn't look back till I got home.
Amazing. Offhand, how do you think Dad was shot? There are no windows in the study, as I remember.
No, there ain't. And I'll swear there wasn't anyone in that room but us.
Could anyone have shot from the door?
No, it had swung shut. And besides, the mayor had his back to the door, and he was shot from the front.
Curiouser and curiouser. Tell me more about this animal that gave you the trouncing.
Now, here, look at that footprint on my coat. Does that look like animal to you?
No. Barefoot man, what do you know?
And look at those claws.
I don't believe it, Doc.
That footprint and these scratches are all the proof I want.
Then I'm supposed to find a barefoot man with claws, a phantom church bell, a hysterical man, not to mention 2 auto thieves. More than that, I'm supposed to find out why 2 law-abiding citizens, one of them my own father, have practically kidnapped a perfectly respectable boy and girl.
I reckon you'll be just as well off not to look into that bangle very close. Yeah, and there was something else. You know the mayor's got a sort of a half-wit gardener working for him.
Old Lammy Fink? Is he figuring on this, too?
Well, we found his cap down among the tombstones as we were going down to the church. Here it is. The mayor said he saw Lammy wear it home from work last evening, and it looks to me like Lammy was back in the city of the dead last night.
No, not Lammy. He's scared to death of this cemetery after dark.
That's what your dad said, Captain.
Now, that's the truth. I know Lammy. He wouldn't come near the place after sunset.
Well, then explain the hat.
Give me time, Doc. Give me time. I haven't been here a half hour yet.
Look here, you two talk and talk. Aren't you going to let us call the city?
Well, what about it, Doc? Going to let our young friends depart in peace now?
No, look here, Captain Friday. We can't do that. I want to talk to you alone for a spell.
All right, Doc, if you're ready to talk. You don't mind if Dr. Tuner and I adjourn to the kitchen for a little chat, do you? Come on, Doc. Well, it's like this, kids. Dr. Tuner has thrown new light on this business. Suppose you tell me, Mr. Parker, who you are, what you do.
I'm a student at the University of California, junior year.
I see. Living with your parents?
No, I have a room in a small hotel.
What hotel?
In Britain.
Would you be missed if you didn't show up for, say, a week?
Why, I suppose so.
I see. What about you, Miss Carroll?
I don't work anywhere.
Live at home?
With my mother.
What's your address?
The Brundell Apartments on Jackson Street.
Any phone?
Franklin 7076. But you aren't going to keep us here, are you?
Tell me this, Mr. Parker. How did you happen to come down to the City of the Dead tonight?
Just driving.
No ulterior motive. I mean, besides the moon and the girl.
No.
Well, look here, you two. You seem to have gotten yourselves into a mess.
But no.
Yes, wittingly or unwittingly. Now then, you have a choice. Either you remain here for a week and submit to being locked up nights and having a guard at all other times, or else I'll have to take you back to the city and have you locked up.
We haven't done anything.
Oh, that's to be proven. I can have the police hold you for investigation.
I don't understand it. I don't know what it's all about.
You can't do this to us.
Nevertheless, it's happening. Now then, which shall it be?
I don't know what to say.
I want to go home.
Well, that's impossible at the moment, Miss Carroll. If you chose to stay here, I'll make it right with your mother. Likewise with your hotel partner.
Oh, Jimmy.
We could get out on bail.
Not on a held for investigation charge, you couldn't. Believe me, I'd advise you to stay. Jail's a rotten place to spend time.
Oh, yes. Oh, please, let's stay here, Jimmy.
All right. We'll stay.
Good. I'll run up to the city in the morning. Probably get back tomorrow afternoon about 5.
You're going to the city to check up on Jimmy and me?
Is there any harm in that?
No. No, I guess not.
That's fine. You two wait here a minute. I want a word with Doc Tuner.
Oh, Jimmy, darling, what have we got ourselves into?
Bill, get hold of yourself.
I knew we shouldn't have come. I knew it all the time.
Then the youngsters, Phyllis and Jimmy Parker, aren't so innocent of the night activities as they're pretending. What will Captain Friday have to report when he returns from the city? But first, our sponsor.
Hello, Dr. Tuner. Back again.
Well, back from the city already? Quick trip, Captain Friday.
Yep, sitting pretty. Oh, hello, Miss Carroll. Didn't see you and Jimmy.
Did you see my mother?
I did the first thing this morning when I got to the city. I left her not the least bit worried.
But how did you explain
Don't give it a thought. Just settle down and have a good time while you're here. How's the mayor, Doc?
Yeah, he came to just after you left this morning. He was feeling so rotten, I gave him a mild powder. Still sleeping.
Did you tell him you brought me down here?
Yeah.
What did he say?
No, he growled a little bit, but he's really tickled.
He was, huh? Old son of a gun. Say, Doc, what time are you going to give us some dinner?
Oh, in about an hour, if Miss Carroll here will give me a hand.
Why, of course I will.
Well, that'll give Parker and me a little time to look about. Like to come along with me, Parker?
Why, sure.
Good. We'll take a run down among the tombstones. See you later, Doc. It's been a long time since I had a good look at the city of the dead.
Oh, that's all?
Mm-hmm. Here, let's cut across this way.
Where are we going?
I want to look over the ground where the mayor and Dr. Tuner picked up Lammy Fink's cap last night. Did Lammy show up for work this morning?
I guess not. I heard the mayor and Dr. Tuner talking about it when the mayor came too. Doc promised to go over to Lammy's cabin and see what was the matter.
Did he go?
I suppose that's where he went. Anyway, he locked Phyllis and me up about noon and was away for a couple of hours.
Yeah. Be careful where you walk and let me know if you find any footprints. Not that you're likely to find any on this grass.
Captain Friday, what's it all about? Why are you keeping us here like this?
Answer me one question, Parker, and perhaps I can answer both of yours.
Well, I will if I can.
What were you and Miss Carroll actually doing here at the City of the Dead last night?
I told you.
See, there you are. You won't play square with me. How can you expect me to be on the up and up with you?
But I tell you, it was just an accident that brought us here last night.
And I tell you, I think you're lying.
Look, just because you're a private detective...
Now, Parker, don't get nasty. If you don't want to talk, it's all right with me. I'll find out for myself eventually. In the meantime, our relationship can be pleasant or strained. However you want it.
You won't find anything out about me. You took the trouble to look me up while you were in town.
I did take the trouble.
Well?
I found you just what you purported yourself to be. A junior at the University of California. Likewise, Miss Carroll told the truth.
Well, doesn't that satisfy you?
Under ordinary conditions, I'd be willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. These are extraordinary circumstances.
In what way?
That remains to be seen. Oh, just a minute. Here we are. Dr. Tuner said they found the cap just a little to the left of old Lady Gregory's grave. If I remember, that would be right over there.
You mean you know every one of these 10,000 graves by heart?
Well, not all of them. I got a pretty good idea of the lay of the land here. You see, when I was a kid, this was my playground.
What a curious childhood.
Yeah, that's the grave, all right. Now then, supposing we do a little looking around.
Exactly what do you expect to find?
I don't know. Look here. If Lammy Fink was here among the graves after dark last night for some diabolical reason, and believe me, it would take the devil and a legion of his assistants to get him here, there must have been a reason for him leaving his cap behind.
And you expect to find out what took him away in such a hurry that he didn't have time to stop for his cap?
No, it would help.
Say, don't you suppose the fellow that ran by us sobbing was Lammy, do you?
I've been wondering if it couldn't have been, since I heard about this cap business. Sounds like something Lammy would do. Found anything?
No, sir. You?
Yep. Rather what I expected to find.
What? Well, what was it? I don't see anything.
You don't, huh? Come on, I've come all I've come to see. Let's get back to the cottage. Doc will be having supper for us by the time we get in and cleaned up.
But what was it you saw, Captain Friday?
You'll find out soon enough, Parker. Don't push me. I'm not much for going off before I'm primed and loaded. I promise you this much, however. This is going to be the biggest night this cemetery's had in a lot of years.
Now that you've had your supper, Mayor, don't you think you better turn in? You look sort of peaked.
Yeah, not on your life. I ain't going to spend much time in bed from now on until I catch the fella that shot me.
That's what I'm down here for, Dad.
I'll catch my own gunman, young fella.
Yeah, you probably will at that. Now, but look, now that we're all gathered around in one big family, what do you say to a little intimate chat?
About what particularly, Captain?
Well, for instance, what about Lammy's trip to the city took most of the day? Did have a look around the place where you folks picked up Lammy's cap, though.
Find anything?
I did.
You did? What did you find, boy?
Before I tell you, I want to ask Miss Carroll a question. You mind, Miss Carroll?
Why, of course not.
Good. What would you expect to find if you opened a grave?
Why do you say that? Why do you look at me like that?
Say, what are you trying to do?
Suppose you keep out of this, Parker.
An asinine question if I ever heard one.
Yeah. Perhaps you'd like to answer the question yourself.
Sure. Offhand, I'd say a corpse.
Not a half-bad guess. Somebody evidently wasn't quite so certain.
Look here, Captain, what are you getting at?
That's what I say. Somebody evidently wasn't quite certain just what one does keep in a grave.
What do you mean?
Somebody opened one down in the City of the Dead last night.
Opened a grave?
What? Robbing a grave in my city? By thunder,
Dad, take it easy. You know anything about it, Miss Carroll?
Why, no. No, of course not.
Anything to say, Parker?
Do I look like a grave robber? Besides, how do you know a grave was opened?
So where the turf had been carefully cut about the edges and then replaced. It was old Ernie Morton's grave, Doc.
Ernie Morton's grave, eh? Think of that, Mayor. Think of anyone wanting to disturb poor old Ernie Morton's bones.
I'll have somebody's hide for this.
Thought we'd go down this evening and see whether the ghouls carried Ernie away with them.
Here she is. Here's the grave.
Yep, this is the one, Mayor. Strip off your coat, Parker. You and I are going in for a little heavy exercise.
I'm to help dig?
That's the idea. Hey, see here? The sod's all loose. We'll lift it off first, and then it can be replaced.
The ghouls who did this knew their business.
That's a neat job, huh, Dad? Oh, excuse me, Doc.
Now, keep out of your way. It is a neat job at that, eh, Mayor?
Yeah, too neat. It'd take an expert to cut up the sod as perfectly as this and replace it in this manner.
Know anyone who could do it besides yourself, Dad?
Any landscape gardener could do it.
Here, Parker, pile the sod like this so we can fit it back together when we get through. Could Lammy Fink do it?
Lammy? Why, of course he could.
Yeah. So I thought.
But look here, son. You can't make me believe Lammy'd come down here and open a grave himself.
Hey, listen to that, Captain.
Church bell, all right.
Yeah. Coming from down toward the old church, too.
Looks like I'm going to have to take a run through the ruins tomorrow.
I'll go through in the daytime. No godly man would ever go in there at night. The Mayor and I know, don't you, Mayor?
Yeah.
Now, enough of the heavy work, Parker. Here's a shovel. You work at this end, and I'll work at the head for a while. When we get down a foot or two, we'll have to work in relays. There won't be room for us both.
I'm not used to this sort of thing.
You're not, huh? What about those blisters on your fingers and the palms of your hands?
Blisters?
Certainly. You don't suppose I'd overlook your hands, do you?
Well, I didn't get them digging up bodies.
Look to me as if they were made by a shovel.
Suppose they were.
Well?
Why don't they stop ringing that bell?
Getting on your nerves?
Yes, it is.
What about those blisters?
Well, I'm working my way through college, if you must know.
So?
Got a job gardening.
What's the use of lying? It'll only make it worse for you.
I'm not lying.
No. Here, rest a moment. Get your breath.
Yeah, you're making good headway. Down about 1.5 feet already.
Yeah, the dirt's still loose. It's easy to you.
Here, don't you want me to take a hand at shoveling?
No, Doc. You'd creak under the weight of a shovel full of dirt.
Thanks for nothing. You know, it's been 20 years since we laid Ernie away. Do you remember it, Mayor?
Yeah.
It was storming to beat the deuce. There wasn't anyone present except you and me and the 2 grave diggers and the fellow that drove the hearse.
Yeah, Doc, I remember. One of the grave diggers had to keep bailing out the grave until we could get Ernie into it.
Did you help bury all of your patients, Dr. Tudor?
Every last one of them. Sort of a little courtesy, if you get what I mean. I saw them through life, saw them safely tucked away in the ground, and now I sort of watch over them while they sleep.
Go to it, Parker. If you got your breath, you take a shift down in the hole, and then I'll follow you.
Yeah, sure, but...
Well?
Well, suppose I dig into something. That'd be awful.
Well, suppose you do. Sing out, and we'll all come down and take a look.
I don't like it.
Good full moon tonight.
Yeah.
I never stood around on one foot in the graveyard at night before. It does give a fellow the creeps, don't it?
Getting the molly grubbles?
Mm-hmm. You begin to see things.
Bless my soul, did you hear that? That's it, son.
What do you mean?
It's the claw-footed man.
Claw-footed man, huh? I don't see anything.
There, over there. There's something white moving. It disappeared. Listen. Captain Friday. Captain Friday.
What is it? What's the matter, Parker?
I've dug up something ghastly. His dead arm is reaching up to me.
You have just heard the second episode of The City of the Dead, written and produced by Carlton E. Morse. What was it that Jimmy Parker uncovered in the grave? What was the phantom at which Captain Friday shot? What will the old church ruins reveal by daylight? Come with us next week when you will hear the third episode entitled The Body That Walked Off.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery, transcribed.
So that's all you're doing. Just asking.
Yeah, that's all I'm a-doing. Just asking. When you found out we couldn't get delivery on that plane for 2 weeks, why'd you go ahead and order it?
Because we want an airplane.
But there's other airplane factories. Why didn't you tell them to go jump in the lake?
Because this is the kind of plane we want.
Well, just the same, it looks to me
forget
like...
it, will you, Doc? We've been over this once. We've been over it a dozen times.
Well, I'd like to know what we're going to do in San Diego for 2 whole weeks.
Sit here and like it. Besides, supposing we had the plane. We haven't got any plans. What would we do with it?
Well, I could think of something, I bet you.
Such as what?
Well, how about flying to the Hawaiian Islands?
And what would we do after we got to Hawaii?
Well, I hear they got some mighty good-looking hula girls in Hawaii.
Oh, nuts.
Well, okay, then.
How about a non-stop flight from here to Singapore?
Yeah, or Timbuktu.
You don't like that either, huh?
No, I don't like that either, huh?
Well, we ain't been to Central America for quite a spell.
Well, now that's something better.
you kind of like that, huh?
I don't know. What will we do when we get there?
Well, how do we know? There's always something interesting to do in them countries down there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
I'll say it ain't. There's a lot of hot stuff down yonder besides food. And I don't mean the weather.
I wonder what Reggie'd say to Central America.
Oh, what the heck? Reggie don't care. If me and you say Central America, then Reggie says Central America.
We'll have to steer clear of Guatemala.
Oh, they probably forgot us by this time.
Don't you think they have? And there's one thing I don't want to do. Spend the rest of my life in a Central American jail.
Boy, do they have filthy hooscows down there. Then it's Central America, sure enough?
Yeah, let's sleep on it. No, it sounds good.
And here we gotta wait 2 weeks before we can get started.
Now, Doc, don't start that again. Hey, where'd Reggie go anyway?
He said he's going over and sit in the lobby of one of them big hotels and look at the pretty women.
Reggie said that?
Well, I said it, and he didn't deny it.
Not Reggie.
No, I reckon he's over at the airplane plant, keeping an eye on our ship.
Now, that's more like it.
Yeah, he was saying this morning he's going to see that every bolt and wire that went into our plane is going to be right.
Well, he's the boy who can tell.
I'll bet he's about as popular as a mad dog over there.
He won't let that worry him. What's the idea? Who are you calling now?
Same place. Hello? Give me room service.
Hey, you're not going to eat again.
Well, what else is there to do?
But this is the 4th time.
Hello? Room service? Well, looky. Send up half a dozen fried ham and egg sandwiches. Yeah, half a dozen. And a quart of milk. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's all. Wait a minute. You want any, Jack?
No, I don't want any.
Okay, that's all. And don't take all day.
Don't you realize at 6 o'clock we'll get down to dinner as soon as Reggie gets here?
Well, what the heck? 6 sandwiches ain't gonna hurt anybody's appetite.
Well, not yours, anyway.
Hey, Jack.
Huh?
You done any thinking about the maestro and Nasher lately?
No. Why?
Oh, I don't know. I keep feeling kind of bad. The maestro went and got himself sent up for life.
He was lucky not to get the gas chamber.
Yeah, I suppose so. But I keep seeing his big fat carcass is sitting on a stone bench in one of them little old cells. He wasn't made for that sort of thing.
Pretty tough, all right.
It's sure swell of you to get Nasher that job.
Oh, why not? She'd have starved to death without the maestro if somebody hadn't done something for her.
Yeah, she sure did depend on him a lot.
Dancing in a nightclub up in Hollywood isn't much of a job.
Well, just the same, the crowd sure go for her.
Well, it's a meal ticket anyway. She's as good as they seem to think she is. Maybe she'll get something better.
That poor old maestro. I wonder if he'll try any of his magic tricks up in the big house. Well, open the door. Come on in.
I can't. The door's locked.
Oh, hey, Jack, open the door for the waiter, will you?
Certainly not. They're your sandwiches.
Well, of all the two-tailed city cats.
Hey, you're gonna open this door, ain't you?
Well, ain't you got a key?
No, I ain't got no key.
Oh, okay, I'll get up. Just plain accommodating, ain't you?
Well, they're not my sandwiches.
Well, don't ask for one either.
Don't worry.
Hey, you guys and all.
I'm a-coming. Keep your britches on.
Oh, thanks, pal.
Well, hey, where's the sandwiches? I said, where's the sandwiches?
What sandwiches?
Well, ain't you the waiter?
No, I ain't the waiter.
Oh, you ain't, huh?
That's right, buddy. I ain't the waiter.
You don't say.
Sure I say. And don't neither of you boys bat an eye on account of I'm a torpedo and I'm hot.
You hear that, Jack?
Yeah.
I don't see no shooting pistol.
What you think this bulge in the coat pocket is? A birthday present?
Oh, so you're a torpedo and you got the drop on us. Well, what about it?
You got cash?
Well, what about it, Jack? We got any cash?
A little.
Yeah, we got a little cash, son.
And how about shelling out?
Oh, I get you now.
What do you mean you get me?
Well, you're one of these people who advocates the redivision of wealth.
I don't get you. No, don't move your hands.
I mean, you want half of everything we've got.
Wrong.
I am?
You bet. I want all of everything you got.
Just a doggone hog.
All right, come on. Cut the gab. I'm passing the collection plate. Shell out.
Well, now, fella, when you put it like that...
Hey, who's that?
Probably the waiter with Doc's sandwiches.
Waiter, huh? You let me handle this. And the first mug that speaks out of turn gets hot lead in his sandwiches.
You ordered sandwiches?
That's right. Bring 'em in and set 'em down.
Sure.
What kind of sandwiches are they?
Fried ham and egg.
Yeah? The egg's fried soft.
How can you eat a soft egg in a sandwich?
Well, what you standing there for?
I usually get a tip.
Oh, so you want a tip, huh?
Yeah.
Well, take a tip from me, buddy. Do something about that sore throat.
That ain't no sore throat.
It ain't?
No, I had my tonsils cut out and some of my vocal cords come out with them.
Get out. Get out of here.
No tip?
No tip.
No, I am glad I spilled them sandwiches on the floor.
Spilled them on the floor, huh? Well, they don't look spilled to me.
Hey, let them sandwiches alone. They're mine.
Quiet, buddy. Ham and egg sandwiches are my favorite fruit.
Why, blast your ornery hide.
Hey, that's good, too. What's that stuff in the bottle?
It's some milk, and you leave it be.
You drink it?
Of course I drink it.
Huh. I ain't had no milk since I cut my milk tooth. Almost forgot how it tastes.
Jack, are we just going to sit here and let him eat my sandwiches and drink my milk?
I am.
Well, I ain't, Dad, blame me.
Sit down.
Sit down, nothing.
Sit down. Or would you rather have a hole in your middle?
Doc, don't be a fool.
Well, that makes me just plain mad.
That's better. Hey, say, that milk ain't such bad stuff. No wonder babies cry for it. Goes swell with sandwiches.
You gonna eat 'em all?
Thanks, Belle. I don't mind if I do. And say, how about ringing downstairs and having them send up some chocolate cake?
Well, I'll be doggone if I will.
You don't like chocolate cake?
No, I don't.
Well, I ain't adverse to a slug of coconut cake. You like coconut cake?
No. And I don't like banana cake.
What? You don't like banana cake?
No, I don't.
Oh, that's too bad. Here, hold it. I'm going to have me another slug of milk.
Get him, Doc. You bet you. Hey, look out, will you? Get his gun, Jack.
I got it.
Now then, get up on your feet.
Hey, cut off the rough stuff, huh?
Eat my sandwiches, will you?
Hey, we shouldn't have knocked him out, Doc.
Why not?
Now we got a body on our hands.
Yeah? Well, just open the door.
What for?
Well, just open it. I'll show you. Yeah, kind of hefty at that.
What do you think you're going to do with him?
You see that linen closet across the hall?
Huh? Oh, I see. You want some help?
Nope. Just open the closet door. There. Let him sleep off my sandwiches in there.
I wonder what gave him the idea he could come into our room and hold us up in the first place.
Oh, probably just one of them smart operators.
Yeah. Well, by the time we get back into our room and clean up a bit, Reggie ought to be here.
Yeah, come on. I'm hungry.
Hey, Doc. Listen.
Doggone. Will you listen to that little old she-girl cry?
It's coming from the room right next to ours.
You think we ought to do something?
I don't know.
Yeah, come on. It ain't right to let a little old she-girl cry like that.
Well, guess it won't hurt to rap on the door.
Yeah. Try the knob. Unlocked?
Yeah.
Open it a crack. Let's see what's going on.
We may get our heads knocked off for this.
Hey, look. All alone, just laying here on the bed, sobbing her heart out.
Yeah. Well, what do we do now?
Well, I don't know.
I do. Come on in.
Who's there?
Hello.
Who are you?
We're from next door. We heard you crying. Is there anything we can do?
No, go away.
Hey, we can't leave you here crying like
Go
that.
away if you know what's good for you. Go away.
All we want to do
If
is...
you know what's good for you, stay away from me.
Why do you keep saying that?
It's true. Something horrible happens to every man who knows me.
Hey, what sort of something?
Death. Horrible thing. Oh, I want to die. I want to die.
Oh, that's silly.
I'm an enemy of society. Killing the things I love. Bringing death to those who try to help me.
You do all that?
Yes. It's the Richard curse. I'm evil. Evil. Don't touch me.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
Who are you? What are you doing in my room?
I'm Jack Packard. This is Doc Long.
I still don't know who you are or what you're doing here.
Well, there are three of us. Reggie's out just at the moment. Three men looking for adventure.
You mean soldiers of fortune?
Well, not in the ordinary sense, but the term does help to explain us. We like excitement. When we find something that interests us, we go after it.
And hearing me crying in my room interested you?
Yes. Now, if we can help
But you can't. Nothing will help. But to put an end to my miserable life.
Hey, you stop talking like that.
You mean you came to this hotel with the intention of taking your own life?
Yes.
But you're young and beautiful.
And evil.
Hey, what kind of talk is that?
There's no use talking about it. Everywhere I go, I spread death and destruction.
You haven't told us your name yet.
Sonny Richards. Sonia, but they call me Sonny.
Say, that's swell. Sonny. You wipe them tears away and Sonny fits you like a paper on the wall.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You're beautifully dressed. That bracelet on your wrist must have cost a lot of money. Everything about you says money. You must have come from a very wealthy family.
There is no family. It's just me.
I see. Then you're wealthy in your own right.
Money, what good is it? What good when...
When what?
When everything I touch turns to dust and ashes under my fingers.
Do you mind explaining?
Why should I?
Tell us what's wrong and let us decide whether we can help you.
It's hopeless.
Now tell us. If we think it's hopeless, we'll walk out of here and let you go ahead and do what you intended to do.
Do you mean that?
I promise. Now then, what is
it? It's the Richard curse.
What do you mean?
Every other generation, it falls on some member of the family. 4 generations ago, it was my great aunt, 4 times removed. 2 generations ago, it was my grandmother. It always falls on one of the women. In this generation, it's me.
Well, what is this Richard curse?
The great-aunt caused the death of her husband, and then she caused the death of her 4 children.
You mean she murdered
Oh,
them?
no. She loved them dearly. It was accidental. She was cleaning her husband's gun, and it went off and killed him. And the children were burned to death in their home. She'd locked them in while she was away from the house because they were so little. And when she came back, the house was burned down.
Accident.
It's a curse. It's been in the family for generations.
Well, what about your grandmother?
Grandmother was kind and gentle. She wore a little knitted shawl around her shoulders, and she spent all her spare time reading her Bible. But she was cursed. When she was a little girl, the first man she loved was thrown from a horse and killed.
But that wasn't her fault.
Wait. The next man who loved her fell off a cliff to his death.
Was she there at the time?
No.
Well, then, don't you see how silly
And
it
then
is?
she married my grandfather. And after my mother and my uncle were born, he was drowned. And then when my uncle was 15, she shut him up in a closet to punish him. And he was suffocated.
Hey.
And it's always been that way. What are the women in every other generation?
And now what about you?
Well, I'm worse than any of them.
Maybe. Let's hear it.
First it was my mother and father.
You was the cause of their deaths?
Yes. I wanted to be a flyer. I learned to pilot a plane. And one day I got them to go up with me.
The plane fell?
They were both killed.
Now, please. Please try not to cry.
Oh, it's all right. I haven't much cry left in me.
Here, use my handkerchief.
Thank you.
You were an only child?
Yes. But then about a year ago, I became engaged. Phil. We'd only been engaged 3 months when his car went over a cliff and it...
Dead, huh?
No. But he was so badly hurt he'll always be a bedridden cripple.
Oh, fella, that's too bad.
He would have been better off if he had been killed.
But it wasn't your fault.
Wait! About 6 months ago, I began letting Roger come and see me. I was still in love with Phil, but I should go out a little. And one night, just as he was leaving my house, he was held up and shot.
Did they catch the gunman?
No.
Any more?
Yes. There was an old friend of my father's. He used to visit me sometimes, and about 4 months ago, he fell down the front steps at my house. And he was hurt so badly that he never recovered.
Hey, I'm beginning to think you got something with that curse.
I knew you'd believe me.
I don't.
But there's no other explanation. Things like that don't happen to other people.
You weren't connected in any way with any of these things. They're unfortunate, but you've nothing to do with them. You've let them prey on your mind until you've become morbid.
Morbid?
Yes, you've developed a guilt complex, if that's all.
It isn't. Yesterday it happened again.
You mean somebody else died because of you?
Yes. I was to have had lunch yesterday with Freddie. I'd only met him a week ago. He didn't keep the engagement. So I rang up his home. And you know what they told me? You know what had happened?
What?
Suicide. He killed himself with a gun in his bathroom.
Sonny, stop it.
That's funny, isn't it? You struck me.
Now get hold of yourself. Yeah, that's it. Cry. It'll do you lots more good.
I wish I were dead. I wish I were dead.
Jack, this is awful.
Oh, go away and let me do what I've got to do.
We're not going anywhere.
But you promised.
I said we'd go if there wasn't anything we could do.
Oh, you can't.
I'd like to try.
Oh, you fools, you fools. Get out of here. Don't you understand? It'll happen to you, too.
What do you mean by that?
Everybody who comes near me is cursed, and you're the same as dead being in this room with me. Now go away. Go away. I can't bear any more.
If we're willing to take that risk, what's it to you?
I don't want any more blood on my hands. I can't stand it. Don't you understand? I can't stand it.
You can stand it for 2 weeks, can't you?
2 weeks?
Yes. Give us 2 weeks to find out what's the matter.
Oh, I know what's the matter.
Well, maybe you do, maybe you don't.
I don't know what you mean.
You say the Richard curses on you. All right. Give us 2 weeks to lay that curse.
Oh, you can't cure a curse.
I'll bet money we can.
But it's something evil in me. Something evil that will live and die with me.
And I say we can kill the curse without killing you.
You believe that?
Certainly I believe it. I believe it so much, I'll make you a proposition.
What?
You give us 2 weeks to lay your curse, and if we fail by then, we leave you alone to destroy yourself without lifting a finger.
Oh, but your own lives are in danger.
We'll take that chance.
No, you mustn't. I'm nothing to you.
Hey, wait a minute, sugar. Of course you're something to us.
I am.
You're darn right you are. Well, this here world needs all the pretty little old female girls it can get.
I don't understand.
But Doc means you're beautiful. That it's always an unforgivable crime to destroy beauty.
Is that what you meant?
Well, yeah, I didn't say it is pretty, but that's the idea.
Put it this way. From the beginning of time, men have fought and died for beauty. It's one of the few things in the world worth fighting for. And you're a beauty. You're worth saving. We think you're worth enough to fight for you. And it's our right, and you can't stop us.
No one ever said anything like that to me before.
Then you agree?
Yes.
Now, under no circumstances, no matter what happens, you won't try to kill yourself for 2 weeks.
Yes. I promise.
Good. Now get up and go in the bathroom and wash the tears off your face.
Oh, I know I shouldn't hope. But I do.
Go on. Make yourself more beautiful than you are.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Well, you asked for it, fella.
What do you mean?
Well, you know as well as I do you can't cure curses. What you think you are, a witch doctor?
Curse, huh?
Yeah,
In
curse.
the vernacular of Archimedes, nuts.
Now, looky, Jack. 6 people connected to Sonny had been killed.
5 killed, 1 hurt.
But hurt so bad he might as well be dead. Well, what was his name?
Phil.
Well, you can't tell me that all those folks just happened to die, and all within a year.
That does sound fishy. There must be a reason for it.
The Richard curse.
Something besides the Richard curse.
But there ain't no sense to that. They was all accidents. Well, anyway, ways that she couldn't have had nothing to do with. Her papa and mama in the plane crash, her lover Phil in the auto crash, one guy shot by a robber, and one fell downstairs, and the last one killing himself in his own bathroom.
Well, they don't seem to tie together very well, do they?
Except for the curse.
Now, look, Doc. I want you to stop mentioning that curse business.
But, Jack...
Especially in front of her. Never mention it.
Well, what's the idea?
I want her to forget it. Get it out of her mind. It's an unhealthy thought, and she can't have a healthy mind until she gets rid of it.
Well, son, all I gotta say... Well, visitors.
Good evening, gentlemen.
You were looking for something?
Yes, Sonny Richard.
Sonny?
Just a minute, Doc. Who are you?
My name is Marks, Leslie Marks. I'm Miss Richard's attorney.
Attorney, huh?
And the executor of the Richards estate.
I see.
Now then, what right have you to question me? Who are you? What are you doing in Sonny's room?
We're friends of Miss Richards.
Friends?
That's what I said.
Friends. How long has this been going on?
Long enough.
Sonny hasn't been having many friends lately.
Why not?
Apparently you haven't been her friends long enough to hear of the Richard curse.
Are you one of the people who's been filling her mind with that sort of nonsense?
Pretty serious nonsense. 5 people killed, 1 injured for life.
I know all about that. Doc.
Yeah?
Tell Sonny to come out of the bathroom.
Sure, I'll get it.
How long have you known that Sonny was in this hotel?
I found out 15 minutes ago. I've had private operatives out looking for her ever since she disappeared from home this morning.
You know why she came here? So you do know.
I suspected. That's why I was so frantic to find her.
Marks. There, that's him, Jack.
Well, Sonny,
Hello, Leslie.
I've come to take you home.
All right.
We're going with you, you know.
What's that?
Why not? Got the house all to myself.
Yes, but these men, who are they? What right?
We're taking the right. We're Sonny's bodyguard.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Sonny is your attorney.
As Sonny's attorney, you can go take a jump at yourself.
So, you won't be warned.
About what?
The Richard curse.
Please, Leslie, please.
Listen,
Hey, take your hand off me.
if I ever hear you mention that curse again in the presence of Sonny, I'll tear you limb from limb. Now get out.
Look here, get out.
You get your things together, Sonny. We're going home with you.
I shouldn't have done that. He won't take that.
Shucks, honey. This is only the beginning. Only the beginning.
other transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller.
Now then, Sonny, if you're ready, we're going to start taking you apart.
Taking me apart?
Yeah, see what makes you click.
This sounds very desperate.
Pull down that other blind over there, Reggie.
Quite.
And what I mean is I want to know everything you can tell us about yourself. Don't skip the intimate details. They may be important.
Important for what?
In finding the source of the influence that seems to have surrounded you.
You mean the Richard curse?
And I refuse to recognize any such thing as a curse.
Then what do you call it?
I'd say an evil influence.
That means the same thing?
Well, now then, let's get started on you.
Hey, just a minute before you get too serious.
Well,
I just want to mention, I think Sonny's just about the prettiest 1949 model female yet.
Why, Doc.
Well, what is it that you got, honey, that other girls ain't got?
Oh, Doc, you're swell.
No, honest. When you come downstairs in them lounging pajamas, my heart done a flip-flap.
Flip-flop.
Huh?
Flip-flop, not flip-flap.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you, Sonny, if you ever feel in the mood for some sparking, I'm the red-headed Texan that can fix you up and no holds barred.
Thank you, Doc. I'll remember.
Mm-hmm. Well, now that Doc's got romance off his chest, let's get down to business. Reggie?
Yes?
I want you to take down names and dates as we come to them.
Right on.
All right. Now, first, Sonny, I want the names of all the people in any way associated with you. Is that a big order?
No, not very. I'm pretty much let alone now.
All right, let's begin right here in your own house. Who takes care of you here?
Jackson.
He's the Negro butler?
Yes. His wife is in the kitchen, and I have a Negro chambermaid for the upstairs work.
They've been with you a long time?
Jackson and his wife have been here ever since I was a little girl, and they're very devoted. The upstairs girl has been here for 2 years.
Now then, what about that attorney fellow who came up to your hotel room?
Leslie Marks?
Yes, Marks.
Well, he and my father were close friends. He's been the family attorney as long as I can remember. That's why Father named him executor of his estate until I reached the age of 25.
And how old are you now?
24.
You're fond of Marks?
Well, he's been very kind, but he is domineering. He has a violent temper, and lately I'm afraid we've quarreled quite a lot.
About the estate?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it was about?
Well, I needed extra money over my regular allowance. Quite a lot of extra money.
Why?
On account of Phil.
Oh, yes. Phil was the man you were engaged to and was injured in that automobile accident.
Yes. See, Phil hasn't any money of his own. He was the pro at the golf club. That's how I met him. He taught me to play golf.
I see. And so when he was injured, you took it on yourself to pay his hospital expenses?
Yes. Everything.
And your attorney objected?
Yes. He said that I wasn't obligated to take care of Phil, and that as my trustee, he wasn't in a position to give me the extra money. And so we quarreled.
He didn't give you any extra money then?
Oh, yes, some. But mostly I've had to skimp on my allowance to take care of Phil.
Hey, but looky, Sonny, what does this Phil fella have to say about you paying his way?
Well, at first he was too ill to realize that. And then when he did find out, he made a fuss, but now he just seems to be resigned.
Well, doesn't Phil have any folks?
Only a younger brother, Arthur. He's just past 18, and I'm awfully worried about him.
Why?
Well, since Phil has been hurt, Arthur has had no steadying influence. I tried to do what I could, but he won't have anything to do with me. He blames Phil's accident on me. And of course he's right.
You mean the boy actually blames the Richard curse for his brother's auto accident?
Yes.
Oh. I'd like very much to talk to Arthur. Where can I find him?
We lives in a boarding house, 69 Jameson Street.
You got that, Reggie?
Yes.
Who pays his room and board?
I do.
Hey, he don't like you, but he'll take money from you.
Yes.
Great kid, little Arthur.
All right, now then, what other business or social contacts have you?
No one that's close. Acquaintances at the golf club. That's about all.
That is natural. What about men?
No. Not now.
What a beautiful young woman like you with a fortune in your lap. There should be honorable young men and fortune hunters all over the place.
Not anymore. I am attractive and my money is attractive, but the curse has scared them away.
The story of this curse actually is as widespread as that?
Everyone knows.
I say, and everyone believes.
What would you believe under the circumstances? Within 1 year, my mother and father killed, my fiancé crippled for life, one suitor shot outside my door by robbers, an old family friend falls down my front steps and dies, and still another suitor shoots himself to death. Wouldn't that drive you off?
Sure.
All within a year.
The police have investigated each of these deaths, of course.
Naturally.
No results?
No.
I think I'll go down and have a look at some of their records tomorrow.
You won't find anything.
Maybe not. Now then, Sonny, I'm going to make a peculiar request of you.
Yes.
Are you any sort of an actress?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I mean, could you pretend to be more than a little fond of me?
I don't understand.
Well, you don't have to. But for the next 2 weeks, I want you to show a lot of interest in me when we're around people. I want us to be seen together. I want you happy and smiling. I want you to be very much in love.
Oh, I don't know.
You'll try?
It's important.
Very important. Will you?
Yes. Except in the presence of Phil.
Except Phil?
Yes, it would hurt him, and I couldn't bear that.
All right. I'll take care of that. Naturally, you'd be reserved around him, but there's no reason why I can't show my affection.
Oh, but that would hurt him, too.
Well, it's only for 2 weeks. After that, you can explain to him that there was nothing behind it.
Well, all right, I'll try.
Good. Now then...
Phone?
I'll get it. Probably Leslie.
The attorney?
Yes, wondering if I got home all right. Hello? Phil, why aren't you asleep? What? You want me to come to the hospital at this time of night? What? Oh, yes, of course, if it's important. Oh, I see. Oh, hold the wire for just a minute. It's Phil at the hospital. He wants me to come right over.
How far is the hospital?
Just 2 blocks across the park.
All right, tell him you have company, and you'll have to bring us along.
Oh, but
Go ahead, tell him. See what he says anyway.
Hello, Phil. Listen, dear, I have company. And if I come, I'll have to bring them along. Oh, no, it's no one you know, but I'd like to have you know them. All right, we'll come right away. Bye.
What'd he say?
He said it was all right.
All right, go get something on.
Just slip on a fur coat. It isn't far.
Jack.
Well?
Well, what the heck are you taking us all over the hospital for?
Well, one reason, I don't want to leave Sonny alone. The other, I want to meet all of Sonny's acquaintances as fast as possible. This is a good chance to meet Phil.
Jack, what's this business about making love Sonny?
Yeah, that there's my department.
Not this time it isn't.
Oh, I get it. When a really pretty girl comes along, me and Reggie's supposed to take a back seat.
Well, it's all right with me. No women, no trouble.
Well, it ain't all right of me.
I am ready.
Well, come on, let's go.
I had Phil put in this hospital because it was so near here. Oh, I must remember to give you all keys to the front door when we get back.
Yes, we may need them. Now, which way?
Well, here we can cross the street and right through the park. That's the hospital over there with the lights in the windows.
Top's lost in the fog.
Yes. Another hour or two and the fog will settle down on us like a blanket.
Park's not too well lighted.
Oh, I know the way. Here, this path is a shortcut.
Well, Sonny and I'll lead. Reggie, you and Doc fall in behind.
Right on.
Oh, I just thought of something.
Huh?
I should know something about you three. Phil will be sure to ask me.
All right. Well, we're aviators. We're in San Diego now waiting for a plane to be put in condition for us.
What, is that true?
Yes. Yes, I'll give him the name of the plant if he seems curious. If he wants to know any more, let me do the talking.
This is all so curious. I met you less than 3 hours ago. And here you are closer to me than...
Hey, that was a gunshot.
I know it. The bullet knocked my head
off.
off.
No.
Doc, Reggie, go after him that way.
But, Jack...
Don't argue. I'm taking Sonny to the hospital.
Righto. That gum two-tailed silly cat.
Oh, you see? It's begun already.
Stop talking. Come on, run.
But you mustn't... I can't let you...
You can't stop me. Here, across the street.
If you're killed...
Save your breath. Now up the steps. Now get inside. Yeah, now we're all right. Which way's the elevator?
It's that way.
Come on.
Oh,
Oh, here, stop there.
I can't stand anymore.
What floor is Phil on?
4th floor.
All right. Get in the elevator. 4th floor, please. You all right now?
Yes.
Good.
What about Doc and Reggie?
They can take care of themselves. Out with you. And which way?
The room right down at the end of the hall. Don't say anything about the shooting to Phil.
Well, why not?
I haven't told him about it. About any of the tragedies. It might upset him to know all that's been going on.
All right. This it?
Yes. Just walk right in.
Is that you, nurse?
No, Phil, darling, it's me. Sonny.
Sonny? What the deuce you doing here at this time of night?
But Phil...
Who's this fellow?
This is Jack Packard, Phil. Phil Terry, Jack.
How do you do, Terry?
He's the one I said was with me when you called.
When I called? What are you talking about?
But, Phil, you did call. I talked to you.
You're crazy. I haven't called anybody tonight.
But your voice...
I said I haven't called anybody tonight.
Then you must have been mistaken, dear.
Dear? Who are you calling dear?
Why, Sonny. I'm very fond of her.
Oh, you are? Well, I'll have you know Sonny belongs to me. To me, do you hear?
Phil, don't get so angry.
Trying to steal my girl, are you? Just because I'm a cripple?
I'm sorry, Terry.
Well, did you ever hear of the Richard curse?
Phil!
Well, it got me. It got me, see? And it'll get you just the same way.
Phil, please.
And if the curse doesn't, I will.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
Well, all I got to say, Sonny, that was one bang-up meal.
Oh, righto.
Thank you, Doc and Reggie.
You bet you. If you keep putting up meals like this, why, you're liable to have us on your hands for a long time to come. How about that, Mr. Marks?
Yes, the old Negro lady out in the kitchen knows how to cook. I've eaten many of her meals through the years.
You have, haven't you, Leslie? Ever since I was a little girl.
For almost 20 years.
You were in the confidence of Sonny's father all that time, Marks?
Both as his attorney and his friend.
I see. Oh, by the way, what's become of Arthur?
Here I am, over here.
Oh, well, why pick a dark corner? Come on over and join the conversation.
What's there to talk about?
Oh, come on, Arthur. Be a good sport.
Oh, all right. Things like this bore the pants off me. You're an ungracious scamp, Arthur. So what?
I asked Sonny to invite you especially tonight, Arthur.
Why?
Because I wanted to make your acquaintance.
Well, I didn't want to make your acquaintance.
And why did you come?
Because Phil told me to.
Arthur, I don't think you're being the least bit nice.
So I ain't being nice.
No, you're not. What's getting the matter with you? You didn't used to be this way.
Well, I am now, see?
Yes, I do see. I don't think Phil, lying over there in the hospital, knows how you're changing.
Stop riding me, will you?
Arthur, you remember I offered you a job in my office right after your brother was hurt.
What about it?
The job's still open if you want it.
Nothing doing.
Don't you work at all?
Sometimes.
Doing what?
Whatever's handy.
I saw you the other evening with a girl.
Yeah?
I wonder if you realize the character, the reputation of that girl in this town.
Yeah. Sure I know.
Then I'm surprised you were seen on the street with her.
Oh, for crying out loud. Am I any better than she is?
I can assure you you won't be for long if you continue in that kind of company.
Say, will you folks lay off of me? Who do you think you are, anyway?
But, Arthur, we all feel responsible for you. Now that you haven't Phil to help you.
I don't want any help. Just let me alone.
Hey, fella, you know what you sound to me like?
Yeah?
You sound to me like a young punk that needs a tar whaled out of him.
And I suppose you're the guy that can do it, huh?
That's right, son. You ain't tough. You're just a kid that's trying to put on a front.
Is that so?
I say.
Doc, look out. He's got a gun.
Arthur, what are you doing?
So I ain't tough, huh?
Well, well. A real he-gun toter, huh?
And I just as soon drill you as look at you.
Arthur!
Don't anybody move.
I'm a-moving, son. I'm a-moving right up on top of you.
Careful, Doc.
Careful nothing. Why, this little pasty-faced, four-flushing cat meat's afraid to shoot. Looky at him. Can't even look me in the eye.
Keep back. Keep back away from me.
Looky at him. Him a-pointing a gun right at me and giving ground.
Keep away. I warn you, keep away.
Just a minute, I'm going to have him backed into a corner where he can't back up no further. Then what you think's going to happen to him?
Look out, Doc.
No.
No, huh? What you mean, no? Now you know what I'm going to do?
I'll shoot. I'll shoot.
Well, go ahead and shoot.
Stand back. Keep out of the way.
Get away from me. Pull a gun on me, will you? Here's a gun. Catch it, Reggie.
Got it.
Now, get to your feet. Up with you.
Hadn't you better let him lie down? You gave him quite a jolt.
What's a little jolt to a tough guy? Come on. What you wobbling for? Stand up.
I'll get you for this. If it's the last thing I do, I'll get you for this.
Okay. Save the threats. Now sit down in that chair. Let that be a lesson to you.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, then I'll tell you. Don't you never pull a gun on a man unless you aim to shoot him dead.
I'll remember.
Now, you better, son. 'Cause folks just don't mess around with shooting irons.
Oh, Arthur, what made you do it? What made you?
I don't know. You got me mad.
But pulling a gun.
Where'd you get that gun?
I found it.
Let me see it, Reggie.
Fine. It's an old thing. Wonder it didn't blow up in his hands.
That was a very brave thing you did, Mr. Long. Walking right up to the muzzle of a gun in the hands of an angry boy.
Shucks, I knowed he wouldn't shoot. Tell by the way his eyes kept going from side to side. All he wanted to do was escape.
Will everyone sit down, please? I've got something to say.
I want to get out of here.
You stay right where you are till I've finished. Sonny, darling?
Oh, yes?
My dear, will you come here and sit by me?
What's this?
What do you mean?
What impertinence leads you to call Sonny darling and your dear?
It isn't impertinence if Sonny doesn't mind, is it?
Sonny?
And you don't mind, do you, sweetheart?
No. No, of course not.
Sonny, are you mad?
But, Leslie, I'm in love.
In love?
Yes, that was one of the reasons for this party tonight, to announce our engagement.
Hey, Sonny, you gonna marry this guy?
Yes, Arthur.
But what about Phil? What about my brother Phil lying up there in the hospital?
Sonny, you must be out of your head. Why, you haven't known this man more than 24 hours.
That's not true. We've been seeing each other quietly for the past 6 months.
But you can't do it. You can't do this to Phil.
Your brother already knows, Arthur.
He does?
Yes. We were over at the hospital last night.
What did he say?
He said the Richard curse would do to me what it had done to him.
Yeah. Yeah, and it will, too.
What do you have to say to that, Marks?
Yes, I think Arthur's right. You're challenging death when you announce your engagement to Sonny.
Oh, no, please.
Oh, please, darling. We decided the Richard curse was a lot of nonsense, so don't let their talk upset you.
You decided it was nonsense after all the men who have died?
That's what I said. Nonsense. There's no curse.
But there is something.
Oh, there is something.
Yes, we know that. We had a demonstration last night.
What was that?
Last night when I was taking Sonny over to the hospital, we were walking through the park when suddenly a bullet knocked my hat off.
Someone shot at you.
Are you surprised?
No. No, I can't say that I am.
I thought not.
What happened?
Well, Doc and Reggie searched the park. Tell them what you found, Reggie.
Crime. We found the gun that fired the shot.
Where was it?
We found it in the pocket of a man sitting on one of the benches in the park.
You mean you caught the murderer?
We don't know yet. He hasn't sobered up enough to talk sensibly. We've got him locked up in the basement downstairs until he comes to.
Yes, but how do you know it's the gun? You couldn't tell the caliber by the size of the hole in your hat.
That's true. But when we got the gun, the barrel was still warm. It smelled of burnt powder, and there was an empty shell in the chamber.
You're going to turn this man over to the police.
We'll talk to him first. He doesn't seem to me like a very good candidate.
Yes, but the gun in his pocket just after it'd been fired.
A man so drunk it takes him 12 to 14 hours to wake up would hardly be able to take a gun out of his pocket, let alone see where to fire it.
Naturally. That's my point. It wasn't attempted murder. It was the Richard curse at work.
That needs some explaining.
Well, don't you see? The curse doesn't breed murder. It breeds accidental death. The drunken man accidentally fired the gun, and you were accidentally in the path of the bullet. That's how the curse always works.
You don't believe that, and you're stupid to try to make me think you do.
Yeah, but it's happened so often before. Sonny's father and mother killed in a plane accident. Phil injured in an auto accident. The young man killed by robbers.
I know all about them, and I still maintain that shot was fired with deliberate attempt to kill last night.
May I see the man you have locked in the basement?
No.
You can at least be civil.
No one sees or talks with him until we've had a chance at him.
Sonny, surely you're not in love with this man.
Oh, but I am.
If you really are, then you should send him to the other end of the world.
I don't know what you mean.
Yes, you do. If you love him, then you can't want any harm to come to him.
Oh, no.
But you know harm will come to him if he stays close to you.
Marks, I think you've said enough.
She knows it's true. She knows it just as well as Arthur and I. Arthur... Where's Arthur?
He slipped out of the room. Doc's trailing him.
Why? Why did he go like that?
Let him alone. Doc will see he gets home all right.
Gets home all right?
Yes.
I don't understand what you mean. Why shouldn't he get home all right?
Sonny, I'm afraid this gathering tonight's been loaded with more dynamite than you realize.
You mean Arthur is in danger?
Everyone, with the exception of yourself, is in danger. Everyone who sat down at your dinner table tonight.
You mean me too? Mean I'm in danger?
You know, that's a funny thing about you, Marks. You've probably been more closely associated with Sonny here than anyone else.
Is that true?
Then why have you escaped the curse when so many others have been its victim?
Leslie.
Perhaps you're immune to curses?
Leslie, I never thought of that. Why have you escaped?
I don't know. I've been expecting it to happen for a long time.
You've been expecting to be struck down, and you've continued the association.
I'm a friend of the family. I'm Sonny's executor. I've got a job to do.
You could have turned it over to the courts.
I'm not exactly a coward.
I see.
But, Leslie, you mustn't. You mustn't take any more chances.
That's a very strange thing for you to say, Sonny.
What?
Ask me to give up a job put in my hands by your dead father when you're willing to let Jack Packard here, the man you love, stay by your side.
The phone.
I'll take that.
Jackie.
I've got it there. Hello? Oh, Doc. What's that? I see. All right. All right, we'll be ready. Okay.
Jack, what is it?
Arthur's just been hit by an automobile.
What's that?
You see, there's no end to it. There's no end to it until I'm dead.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
I just got a report on the boy, Jack. Well? A fractured left arm and an assortment of bumps and bruises.
Not serious, then, huh?
No, not a bit of it. The doctor is putting the arm in a cast, and nature will take care of the rest.
Boy, that's going to relieve Sonny's mind. Is she up in the bedroom with him?
Yes, both Sonny and that attorney chap, Marks.
Doc, close the door, will you?
Huh? Oh, sure.
Bit of a conference?
Yes, well, we have the library to ourselves.
And about time. We ain't had a minute to ourselves since we got on this business.
Well, first, Doc, tell us what happened to the boy.
Well, it ain't much to tell. You remember, we was all sitting in here gabbing after Arthur pulled a gun on me and I bopped him. Well, when he thought nobody was looking, he sneaked out. And you give me the nod to follow him.
Yeah.
Well, I did. He seemed awful skittish all the way down the street. Then suddenly an automobile come around the corner and threw its headlights right smack on me, and he saw me. Well, he jumped like he was shot in the pants with a box of tacks and started running across the street, and the car smacked him.
Did the car stop?
Yeah, a cop was standing on the corner, and he come over and said that it wasn't the driver's fault. But, well, the fella was scared silly. He insisted on bringing Arthur back to the house.
No chance of it being anything but an accident?
Not a chance.
Mm-hmm.
What are you getting at?
Well, in all these tragedies which have happened to people associated with Sonny, I'm trying to separate those which couldn't have been anything but accidents and those which might have been murder or attempted murder.
Hey, you think murder's mixed up in this?
I'll bet money there is.
Well, what you know? Well, go on, talk some more.
Well, as nearly as we can find out, the Richard curse began to work about a year ago with the death of Sonny's mother and father.
Yes, but they were killed when Sonny crashed her airplane.
Yes, that looks like they were killed accidentally.
What you mean, looks like?
Well, if someone had wanted them dead, what would be simpler than to tamper with the plane?
Oh, but look here, then that would indicate whoever did it wanted Sonny dead, too. I mean, she was flying the plane, and it's a miracle she wasn't killed, too.
Well, why not?
Then you think that plane crash was deliberate murder?
I'm putting a question mark after that. Now, the next tragedy was Phil Terry's auto accident.
Well, that looks like just plain accident to me.
Yes, it does to me, too. His car might have been tampered with, and I see how it could have been fixed to get out of control at a certain point in the road so it would go over a cliff.
Pretty far-fetched.
Yes, so we'll have to put Phil's crash down as accident. And next comes Sonny's boyfriend, Roger.
Yeah, shot to death by robbers.
Right in front of his house.
Does that mean anything?
I don't know. But we do know that it was murder, pure and simple.
But in a way, it was an accident. I mean, maybe if he hadn't tried to fight him off, he wouldn't have got shot.
On the other hand, why couldn't he have been deliberately murdered and then his money taken to make it look like a holdup?
Yes, but who would do it? And what for?
The same one who might have tampered with Sonny's plane. Motive? We don't know yet.
Well, Jack, you're beginning to make it look like there's a mighty smelly polecat hanging around in the background somewhere.
Only theory, of course. But we put murder down after the name of Roger.
Well, who's next on the list?
Well, next was the old gentleman Franklin Skinner, friend of Sonny's father, who visited her from time to time. He fell down the front steps of this house and died of the injury.
Accident.
Or could he possibly have been pushed down those steps?
I say.
Well, you ask it. Can you answer it?
No. No, a question mark goes down after his name.
Fine. Bear looking into, all right.
And now Freddie, the fellow who shot himself to death in his own bathroom.
Suicide.
I wonder.
You wonder what?
Well, it wouldn't be the first time that murder's been made to look like suicide.
But if the police are satisfied, Jack...
We don't know that they are. That's where you and Doc come in.
Well, how you mean?
Tomorrow morning, Doc, I want you to go down to the police station and talk to every man on the force who had anything to do with the investigation of these cases.
Right from the plane accident on down?
Right straight through the whole series.
Well, ain't the boys in blue going to think I'm kind of nosy?
Oh, not if you work it right. I've still got my credentials given us when we did that job for the insurance company.
Oh, I'm an insurance investigator.
Why not?
Well, it suits me.
You, Reggie?
Yes?
Go out and talk to the employees at the airport where Sonny crashed.
Right on.
And find out from Sonny where Phil lived before he was hurt and get all the personal information you can from people he used to know.
Well, that'll take time.
Okay, if you get stuck, don't waste time. And go and see Franklin Skinner's family. Find out what his relationship was to the Richards family.
Quite.
Now, while everyone's occupied upstairs with Arthur, let's go down to the basement and see how our drunk's coming along.
I say, the chappie who took a shot at you in the park last night.
Well, at least the man who was left holding the gun that fired the shot.
Yeah, let's go.
To the back of the house is quicker.
Out by way of the kitchen?
No, there's a door off this hall down to the basement. Oh, here, I think this is it.
Oh, no, this is only a closet.
Oh, wait a minute. Put on the light.
Huh? Well, what for?
There. Have a look at that.
Jack, a sawed-off shotgun.
A sawed-off shotgun?
Keep your voice down, Jack. Come on, close the door and get out of here.
But ain't we gonna have a look at it?
Not now. We might get caught. I don't want anyone to know we've seen it. Doc, can you lock this door?
Yeah, easy.
Then work on it. Make it snappy.
Yeah, just a second.
But a sawed-off shotgun, Jack. No one uses those bloody things but gangsters.
Interesting, isn't it?
What's going on in this house, do you suppose?
Hi, come in, Doc.
It's coming. There she is. What'd you want it locked up for?
I don't want that gun moved until I've had a chance to examine it. I'll come down later tonight when the house is clamped.
Uh-huh.
Well, this next door must be the basement.
Yeah, this is her.
Now, wait till I turn on the light. All right, pull the door to and come on. Not so much noise, Doc.
Yeah.
Here, this way.
It's that door on the right.
Mm-hmm. I left the key in the door. I get the light.
Right out.
Yeah, well, this is what I call a lousy can.
Oh, so you've come too, huh?
Oh, what did I do to get thrown in the jug?
This isn't a jail.
No?
No.
Oh, what is it then?
The basement of a house.
Well, what's the idea?
Are you sober?
Yeah, I guess I must be. I feel rotten.
You got our sympathy, fella.
Yeah? You got a smoke?
Yeah, here you are.
Got a match?
Yep. Hey, you got as fine a case of the shakes as I about ever saw.
Yeah. I need a drink.
Yeah, that's too bad.
What's your name?
Fish Evans.
Fish Evans, huh? How much do you remember of what happened last night?
Before or after?
Before or after?
Before I got stinko or...
Well, both. Where'd you take on the load?
Down at Ed's place.
Saloon?
Yeah.
You're known down there?
Sure. Everybody knows Fish Evans down at Ed's.
Mm-hmm. And after you left Ed's?
Well, I remember thinking some fresh air would do me good, so I went up to the park.
What else do you remember?
Was there anything else?
I'm asking you.
If there was, I don't remember it.
How long have you been carrying a gun?
What you talking about?
I asked you how long you've been carrying a gun.
I never had a gun in my life.
That's funny.
It don't make me laugh.
I mean, we found a gun on you.
That's a lie.
No, we found it on you less than 5 minutes after someone took a shot at me in the park.
Oh, say, I must still be drunk.
And what's more, the barrel of the gun was still warm. It smelled of powder smoke, and there was an empty shell in the chamber.
Oh, so that's it.
What do you mean?
Trying to pin a rap on me, huh?
No, we're telling you the truth.
Are you dicks?
No.
Well, then who are you?
I'm the guy that was shot at.
Say, wait a minute.
Well?
I'm kind of beginning to remember something.
Well, it's about time.
Seems like I was sitting on a bench in the park.
Yes?
Yeah. I was sitting on a bench and somebody come running up to me and stopped where I was sitting.
What did he do?
He kind of stopped and pawed me over for a minute, and then he beat it off into the dark. I thought I dreamed it.
Well, could he have put a gun in your pocket?
There wasn't nothing to stop him.
Can you describe him?
Well, there was 3 of him.
What's that?
3 of them. Maybe I didn't even have my eyes open. How do I know?
Yeah, you're a great help.
Looky, Jack, how about him making up all this just to give himself an alibi?
Well, your guess is as good as mine.
But you're sure someone came up and planted the gun on you?
Mister, I ain't sure of nothing except my tongue's hanging out a foot.
If we turn you loose, where do you intend to go?
I tail it for Ed's place.
We can find you there if we want you?
That's right.
All right, come on.
I say, Jack, you're not going to send him loose.
That's right. Come on.
There's an outside door to the basement.
Yes, I know.
Don't ever get on the liquor, boys. It'll get you.
Thanks for the tip.
Here we are.
Hey, listen. Sounds like a fire somewhere.
Must be a big one. Well, there you are, Evans. You're free.
How about 4 bits for a taxi, so I can get to Ed's quicker?
Oh, look here. Here you are.
Thanks. Look me up sometime, huh?
You sure enough think that was smart, letting him go, Jack?
I hope so. Give him a few seconds more, and then you go after him.
Oh, I get it. Tail him and see what contacts he makes.
That's it. If he was telling the truth, we'll soon know it. If he goes directly to Ed's place...
Jack, fella, that was gun shooting.
Come on, quick.
It had to be a gun.
This way. There on the sidewalk.
Somebody's sure laying down.
Right under the streetlight. There. Turn him over.
Yeah.
It's our man. It's Evans.
Man, oh man. What could have killed him like that?
I'll tell you. A sawed-off shotgun. Up close.
Sawed off? Hey, Jack.
You don't have to tell me. There's a sawed-off shotgun in Sonny Richards' house.
The further adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. In Morse adventure thriller,
We're ahead of the others, Phil.
So I see.
Yes, I can understand why you might want to see me and your brother Arthur. But why Jack, Doc, and Reggie?
Never mind why, Sonny. I just do.
But you're not strong.
Will you cut that kind of talk? I know I'm an invalid. You don't need to rub it in.
I'm sorry. And another thing, Phil, I don't think Arthur will be here.
He'd better be here.
But there's something I haven't told you.
I sent word for the kid to be here. Did you tell him?
Oh, yes, of course, but he...
Then he'll be here. You got them 3 fellas living at your house, I hear.
You mean Jack, Doc, and Reggie?
Who else?
Well, yes, I told you they were staying at the house.
It's kind of funny. Them moving in on you like that.
Well, I'm glad you can talk about it sensibly, Phil. I'd have told you all about it the other night, only... Well, you got so angry with Jack.
You're in love with him. Sure enough.
Yes, Phil, I am.
You gonna marry him?
I'm sorry, Phil.
You are, huh?
Yes.
You don't care how you spill blood, do you?
Oh, Phil, how could
It's a fact, ain't it? You're laying this Packard Romeo wide open for the curse. You're giving him the works.
Phil, that's not fair. I've got a right to be happy.
Yeah. And I got a right to be walking around on 2 sound, healthy legs. But I'm not. I'm laying here in bed. I'm going to be laying here from now on.
And all because of the Richard curse.
And all I hope for your Jack Packard is that he goes out quick. Wouldn't wish what I got on nobody.
Phil.
Forget it. They're coming.
I don't hear them.
I got ears. They're coming.
Come in.
Go ahead. I've got the wheelchair.
Wheelchair?
Hello, Sonny. Oh, how are you, Phil?
What's this about a wheelchair?
Arthur insisted on coming over, so we put him in a wheelchair.
Arthur?
There we are. Didn't bump you very much.
Hello, Phil.
Hey, Punk. What's the matter with you?
Nothing but a busted arm.
But you shouldn't have come. The doctor said...
Nuts.
Now, wait a minute. What's going on here? How'd you get a broken arm?
I was going to tell you, Phil.
I don't want you to tell me. I want to hear the kid's story.
I tried to cross the street. Car come around the corner and smacked me.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Arthur, son, why don't you tell him everything?
That is everything.
No, fella, that ain't everything by a whale of a lot.
Well, then suppose you spill it.
Sure. Last night, Sonny here had that attorney feller Marks and Arthur to dinner with us 3. After dinner, your little brother got nasty and pulled a gun on me.
What's that?
Sure. I had to smack him down and take it away from him.
You blasted little fool.
So what?
What were you doing with a gun? Wheel him over here beside the bed.
Right.
Phil.
Answer me, kid. What were you doing with a gun?
I found it. Oh, Phil.
What were you doing with a gun?
I found it.
Oh, no, Phil.
I wouldn't take that from nobody else, Phil.
He ain't feeling so good, feller. I wouldn't hit him no more.
You and I'll settle this between ourselves, Punk.
Yeah, well, to go on with what I was saying. After our little fracas, Arthur here slipped out of the house and I tailed him. He caught sight of me down the block and tried to dodge across the street. And that's when he got smacked.
Why'd you follow him?
Well, see, he got home safe.
Didn't do a very good job of it.
If you're through with Arthur, I'd like to ask a question.
All right, Packard.
You asked for us all to gather in your room here. Why?
I hear a man was shot out in front of Sonny's house last night.
You heard?
Sure. Right across the park from the hospital. How could I help hearing? Everybody was talking about it over here.
It interests you?
Sure.
Why?
It sounds like the Richard curse got another victim.
No, that's not true.
And being a victim of the curse myself, I got a fellow feeling for the other victims.
I see.
Who was he?
He said his name was Fish Evans. Ever hear of him?
No.
He was a bum. But more important, he was found out in the park with the gun that almost shot my head off the night before last.
Well, that's interesting.
Yes, we thought so. He was drunk, so we held him until he sobered up, got his story, and turned him loose. He only got as far as the sidewalk when somebody got him with a sawed-off shotgun.
Hold up, huh?
Hold-up men don't use sawed-off shotguns. And speaking of shotguns, less than half an hour before Evans was killed, we found a sawed-off shotgun in the hall closet over at Sonny's house.
Jack, you what?
That's right. And after the shooting, we went looking for the gun, and it was gone.
What are you getting at?
Well, Arthur here brought one gun into the house that we know of. We're wondering if maybe he didn't bring the shotgun in, too.
Hey, what you trying to do, tie a murder on me?
Is that what you're trying to do, Packard? Tie a murder on a kid?
No. I'm just asking.
Arthur.
Well?
Did you have that shotgun?
Would you believe me if I said I didn't?
You say you didn't, and that's good enough for me.
You know I didn't.
If you say so.
I say so.
Well, even if he did, he couldn't have killed that Evans man, because he was upstairs in bed with a broken arm.
But he was up there alone. The doctor had gone, and you and Marks had come downstairs.
Leslie Marks was there?
Yes.
What about his alibi?
He says he was in the library.
Alone?
Mm-hmm.
Where were you, Sonny?
In the kitchen? Fixing some medicine the doctor had given me for Arthur.
That Leslie Marks is too smart for his own good.
We've thought about that.
You're mad to think Leslie would do a thing like that.
What about these 3 mugs, Phil?
Arthur, is that nice?
Yeah, what about you 3? You were the last to see Evans alive. You admit you had access to a shotgun.
You'll just have to take our word for it that we didn't kill Evans.
How about the police? Are they willing to take your word for it?
Well, they heard our story.
If I was the police, I'd think this whole setup looked mighty funny.
They didn't indicate they thought it was funny.
They give you a clean slate?
No. No, we're under suspicion like everyone else. But they haven't any evidence to give them reason to lock us up.
They might get it yet.
They might. If there was any to get.
Please, Phil, you're looking awfully tired. You better go to sleep and let us go back across the park to my house.
What's the hurry?
Well, you're tired, and Arthur shouldn't be up with that broken arm.
I'm doing all right.
I'm not through yet.
As I say, old chappie, you do look a bit ill.
Keep your sympathy to yourself.
Look here, I didn't mean...
I know what you mean. Drop it.
Quite.
Packard.
Yeah?
Sonny tells me you were announcing your engagement.
That's right.
You're a pretty brave man.
I don't think so.
I was engaged to Sonny. Look at me.
I think it's pretty rotten of you to keep throwing that up in Sonny's face, no matter what condition you're in.
Please, Jack.
And I've got just this to say before we drop the subject. In the first place, I don't believe in curses. Second, Sonny's worth any trouble she might bring along with her. All I want is Sonny. I'll take my chances on the rest.
I get it.
Then let's drop it.
First, I want to apologize.
Hmm? What about?
What I said the other night.
I don't recall.
I said, if the Richard curse doesn't get you, that I would.
That? Yeah, you were excited, upset.
Yeah, I was upset. It was a fool thing to say. Why should I lie here worrying about how to get even with you when the curse will take care of all that?
Yeah. And it will, too.
You keep out of this, punk.
Just like it got you, Phil.
I told you to shut up. Just as soon as that arm's well, you're coming over here and take what's coming to you for packing a gun, you understand?
I'm not a kid anymore.
I say you are. If I ever hear of you with a rod again, I'll call in a couple of cops and let them sweat you from now on. Now then, take him out of here. I've had all I can...
This is the room. Come on, boys.
Hey, what is this, an invasion?
What do you three policemen want?
Well, take it easy, Mr. Terry. We won't be bothering you for long.
This is a private room.
Sure. Me and my two boys here got a job to do.
What sort of a job?
Orders from headquarters to pick up these three men.
Oh, look here.
Which one of you is Jack Packard?
Oh, I am.
Doc Long?
That's me, fella.
And, Reggie York.
Right.
They want you down at headquarters.
Now, what do you suppose they want us down there for?
The Fish Evans murder.
That's nonsense. We've been with the police most of the day telling our story.
It seems like they don't like your story down at headquarters.
Well, it sure took them a long time to make up their minds.
Phantom, Sweeney.
We're not carrying any weapons.
Don't tell us. Let us find out for ourselves.
I say, a Bobby with a sense of humor.
What'd you call me?
Oh, take it easy. Bobby's Johnny Bull for cop.
But you're going to lock them up?
None of them's healed, Sarge.
Is that what you're going to do? Lock them up?
Not for long, Sonny. Don't worry.
That's what you think. All right, come along with you.
Oh, Jack, I don't think we got no reason to go down to no police station.
We can give you a reason if you want it that way.
Forget it, Doc.
You mean we're just going to march along?
Yes.
I ain't hit a policeman, and I don't know how long.
Look, you feel something hard and cold in your back?
Yeah?
It's a cannon, and it shoots.
Well, don't jab so hard. I'm ticklish.
Take 'em out, boys.
Just a minute, Sergeant.
Yes, Mr. Terry.
I want to say something to Packard.
Oh? Say it.
Packard, you recall what I said about relaxing and letting the Richard curse take care of you?
I do.
Well, I'm beginning to relax.
If you've got anything to say to me, say it.
I am saying it. Be rather funny if the Richard curse should take you three boys to the gas chamber up in San Quentin, wouldn't it?
Phil, you don't mean that?
Destroying three of you at one blow. That'd be some kind of record. Even for the Richard curse.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
Across the lobby with you. One bad move, you're all washed up.
Taking us down to the jailhouse, huh?
That's right.
I don't mind saying I jolly well don't like that gun pressed against my side.
You'll like it a lot less if it goes off.
Oh, that's a sweet thought.
Hold it. Open the door, Packard.
Right.
Lead the way, Sweeney.
Come along, you. Down the steps with you.
Now then, across the street.
I don't see any police car.
Car's across the park.
You mean in front of Sonny's house?
Yeah. We stopped there for you. Found out you'd gone over to the hospital. Now then, through the park.
First time I've had a chance of taking an errand with an escort for a long time now. How much you get for acting as a fella's bodyguard, Sweeney?
You talk too much for your own good.
No. But honest, feller, do you like being a policeman?
I do that. When I get a chance to pick up such as you.
Oh, now, I ain't such a bad fella. You might even get to like me if you knowed me.
I have my own opinion on that. Keep marching.
Sure. What's the matter with your copper, Reggie? Ain't heard a word out of him.
He hasn't said anything. I think he's got laryngitis.
Yeah? Well, what makes you think that?
Well, he's got a woolen cloth about his neck, and he smells violently of turpentine and cough medicine.
Laryngitis, huh?
Right. I've been telling him he should be home in bed, but the blighter doesn't appreciate my sympathy. Ouch, I say.
What's the matter?
Apparently doesn't appreciate my humor either. Keeps jabbing that valley gun in my ribs.
All right.
This is it. You mean this car under the streetlights?
That's right. Open the back door, Sweeney.
But this isn't a police car.
You don't say.
Look here, there's something phony about this.
You mean these birds ain't policemen?
Get into that back seat.
What about it, Jack?
Yes, get in.
But if this is a frame-up...
Get in.
Follow him in, Sweeney.
Sure. Here, you sit in the middle. I'll take the outside.
Suits me.
Now, you, Limey.
Jack, if this is...
Get in, Reggie.
Quiet.
Follow him in, Burke.
Well, anyway, Reggie, you and me get to ride next to each other.
Is that important?
Well, anyway, I like back seat riding best myself. All snug as 4 doggone bugs in a rug.
All right, Packard, in the front seat.
Suits me.
Keep your other gun on him while I get under the wheel, Sweeney.
He's covered right up to his eyes.
I take it we're going for a nice long ride.
Take it or leave it alone.
You know, Jack, if these 3 hombres sure enough ain't cops, it looks to me like we got a mighty interesting ride ahead of us.
Looks like it, all right.
Keep the gun on him, Sweeney, until I get the car underway.
It's as good as done.
Hey, ask him up there if he's a good driver, Jack.
No, here we go.
Smooth running, Bus.
All right, Sweeney, I'll take care of Packard up front here.
He's your boy.
Whew! Your feller does smell of turpentine, don't he, Reg? He's smelling up the whole car.
If I'm not mistaken, this road takes us out toward the desert.
You ain't mistaken, mister.
I thought so. 3 bodies buried in the sand out there probably would never be discovered.
Jack, don't talk like that.
What's that?
Well, that's something I don't ever want to be. The undiscovered car.
That Texas boy's just full of bad jokes, ain't he?
Doc? No, don't mind him. He's worse than a leaky faucet.
Yeah.
You boys look to me like part of a pretty well-organized gang.
We're doing all right.
You wouldn't by any chance know a man by the name of Leslie Marks, would you?
Oh?
Leslie Marks, attorney.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of him.
I'm not surprised. Looks like a pretty smart operator. Should think he'd make a great mouthpiece for a gang.
I'll tell the boss.
He wouldn't be boss by any chance, would he?
What do you mean?
Marks. He wouldn't be the big gang boss in these parts, would he? Got a great front for it.
You're nuts.
Well, there's no harm in asking.
Can't think of any.
But what's your racket? This doesn't seem to me any sort of a town for an organized gang.
You got me, buddy.
You mean you don't know?
I don't know nothing.
I see. Of course, you're close to the Mexican border. I suppose there's money in smuggling, and then this is a seaport.
Keep talking. It's only your breath you're wasting.
Uh-huh.
How we coming, Jack?
We're getting out into the great open spaces.
Are, huh?
I say, how about opening some of the windows? I'm getting bloody sick of breathing turpentine fuel.
Leave the windows like they are.
Oh, spoiling my whole ride.
Reggie, I bet you if we was to touch a match to your bodyguard, he'd burn like an oil well.
Or you could attach a pipeline to him and furnish Southern California with natural gas. Ouch, I say, old man, I'm getting very well fed up with you jabbing me with that brute of a gun.
Burke ain't a man to take a joke kindly. At leastwise, not when it's on himself.
Yes, I'm beginning to notice that.
We're really out in the desert now. Haven't seen a building along the highway for the past 5 minutes.
Passing any automobiles?
Not now.
There's a car on our tail, though.
What's that?
I know. Been there ever since we left town.
I'll take care of that.
Ooh-wee. Looky at us go.
Leaving it behind like it was standing still.
This car's got an engine in it, all right.
I say, the other car's out of sight already.
Doc, Reggie, can you hear me?
Yeah, I do.
Get ready for the worst.
What'd you say?
I told him to get ready for the worst.
What do you mean by that?
Keep on going like this and almost anything's liable to happen.
Such as what?
Such as this.
Hey, let go of that wheel, you! Look out, Doc, Reggie! Hey!
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy.
Doc, you all right?
Jack,
Oh.
Did you honest and truly go for to wreck this car?
Yes, I yanked on the wheel.
Son, you had never ought to do that. Well, this here's the way folks get hurt. You see Reggie?
Huh? What do you mean? Isn't he back there with you?
Feller, when this bus done its first flip-flap, Reggie zoomed out of here like he shot from a cannon.
Well, let's get out of here and find him.
I reckon I'm gonna need some help. What about these other guys?
Now, they'll have to look out for themselves now. Car's over inside. Can't you climb out through the back door?
Nope. Door's jammed.
Uh-huh. Well, climb over in the front seat and I'll give you a hand.
Okay, there. I stepped right in the middle of the driver.
He didn't notice it.
Yeah, sleeping like a baby.
Be careful of that broken glass. Now, up with you.
Yeah. There we are. Hey, Jack.
Huh?
There's the headlights of that car that was following us over yonder in the highway.
Well, never mind that. Find Reggie.
Yeah, he should ought to be over this way.
Oh, is that you over there, Jack?
Hey, Jack, it's Sonny.
Sonny, what are you doing out here?
Jack, what happened?
Asked you what you were doing out here.
I followed you. The minute those 3 policemen took you boys out of Phil's room, I followed. I thought they were going to take you to the police station.
Well, they weren't policemen.
They weren't? Jack, what are you looking for?
Reggie.
Oh, is he hurt?
I'll tell you better when we find him.
Hey, Jack! Hey, here he is!
Well, come on.
Oh, you see? You see the horrible things that are happening to you already from associating with me?
Well, that's stupid.
Here, this way, Jack.
How is he, Doc? Can you tell?
Well, he's knocked out all right, but he lit in these here bushes. I don't think there's nothing broken.
Oh, I hope not.
Yeah, let me see.
What the heck you doing out here, Sonny?
I trailed you. Who were those men if they weren't policemen?
Gun-toting gangsters. How's he doing, Jack?
Just stunned. He'll be around a minute.
Are you sure?
Certainly, I'm sure. All I have to say, Sonny, is that the Richard curse is a pretty impotent curse to let us get away like this.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, look at the material it had to work with. 3 gunmen with murder in their hearts, one of the best auto wrecks of the year. A really potent curse would have had us dead and buried by this time.
Yeah, and look at us. Just one of us with a little old bump on his head.
Oh, you mustn't say that. You mustn't challenge fate like that.
Baloney. Come on. Let's have a look at the boys in the car.
All right to leave Reggie there?
Yes, give him a few minutes to come around.
But who are these gunmen?
Your guess is as good as ours. Doc, I'm going to crawl back in the car and hand the bodies out to you.
Okay.
Good thing we didn't catch fire.
I still don't understand why gunmen wanted you 3.
Well, won't you let us worry about that, honey? Are you inside all right, fella?
Yeah. Here comes the driver.
Okay.
Careful with him. He's got some broken bone.
Got him. A meaty guy for his size. Yeah, lay there for a minute.
He's not dead.
No, ma'am. Just chewed up a little.
Next.
Now, let him come. Which one's he?
Sweeney. You got him?
Yep. Come on, Sweeney, old kid. The trip ended up kind of different. You expected, didn't it? That's it. Lay down there beside your pal.
Can I do anything?
I don't reckon. These fellas is going to need the attention of an expert.
They're hurt seriously?
Well, they ain't been done no good.
Ready, Doc?
Well, this would be old laryngitis himself, huh? I got him. Pity you, fella. Now that you're unconscious, you're exuding turpentine worse than when you was kicking.
Yeah, I'm glad that's over.
But what do we do now?
Load our cargo into your car and get him to a hospital.
And that's a job of toting. I wish Reggie'd come too, so's he could give us a hand.
Hadn't we ought to hurry if there ain't
All
any...
right. Stick up your hands, all of you.
What's that?
Hey, Jack, we got visitors.
You heard me. Not a move out of any one of you.
Guns and everything. Now what you suppose this is for?
But there must be some mistake.
Keep out of this, sister.
What's the idea?
We came out here tonight to bury you, mugs. And burying's what you're going to get.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
Take them up. Would you like a chunk of lead in your middle?
Not me, fella.
Then don't move a finger. Hoppy.
That's me.
I got them covered. Fan them.
Sure, with pleasure.
Don't waste no time. This ain't no picnic.
What about the skirt?
No, don't you touch me.
Leave the skirt alone.
It's a nice skirt.
Leave the skirt alone.
Well, ain't that what I'm doing? These guys ain't got no rods.
I could have told you that.
Hey, he could have told us that. Ain't he the comedian?
Hey, looky, my arms is getting taut.
Keep them up. Hoppy.
Shall I bump them off?
No, tie them up.
Well, what we want to tie them up for? We come out here to bump them off.
We can't bump nobody off in the presence of the skirt.
We could if we bumped the skirt off, too.
We ain't got no orders to bump no skirt off.
Yeah, besides, she's a nice skirt. Ain't you, babe?
You keep your hands off me.
Oh, a skirt with a temper.
Hoppy, tie them birds up.
May I make a suggestion?
No, you can't make no suggestion.
Well, then may I ask a question?
No, you can't ask no question.
Well, your three pals here are liable to die on your hands if you don't get them to a doctor.
You mean they're hurt bad?
Yes.
That's their hard luck.
Yeah, but if they're hurt bad...
That's their hard luck. We got our orders to bump these three guys off and bury them.
3?
That's orders.
Yeah, but it's only 2 of them.
Aye, that's right. Hey, where's the other mug?
Well, I can tell you that, fella.
Yes, we can tell you where he is. He's in that wrecked car, dead.
Yeah?
Yes, dead. And you can blame yourselves for it.
Well, ain't that too bad now?
We think so.
Well, don't feel too bad, mister. His troubles is all over. And you still got yours coming. Well, what are you standing there for, Hoppy? I told you to tie them up.
That's right. I thought there was something you told me to do. I was trying to remember.
Well, do it.
Shall I tie up the skirt first?
Leave the skirt alone.
Oh, aren't we going to tie up the skirt at all?
No.
That's too bad. I sure would like to tie up that skirt. Put your hands behind you, bud.
How about it, Jack?
He's got a gun on us.
Well, I sure don't like it. Why, you double-jointed city cat.
Put your hands behind you.
Feller, someday I'm going to take you apart.
That's better.
Put your hands up, both of you.
Hey, the skirt's got a gun.
Sonny, you crazy little idiot, drop that gun.
I won't. I can shoot as good as he can.
Drop that gun, sister, or I will make a sieve out of you.
I won't. I'll shoot if you do.
Hoppy,
A gun-toting skirt.
take that gun away from her.
You mean I can go for her?
Get that gun.
With pleasure.
No, don't come any closer.
I ain't mixed with a skirt never so long.
Sonny, throw the gun away. You hear? Throw it away.
I'll kill him.
Oh, no, you won't.
Oh, let go of me.
Give me that rock.
I won't.
Yeah, you got the gun?
Yeah, and I also got the skirt.
Now, hurry up and put the ropes on these two guys so we can get going.
I told you not to try to use that gun.
Somebody's got to do something.
Sonny, it's just like I told Arthur the other night. When you pull out a gun, you got to shoot right off. On the kind of folks, they just don't monkey around with shooting arms.
Now put your arms back of you, and this time do it.
And don't waste no more time. We got to get out of here.
Doc,
Yeah?
I think the British are coming.
Huh? Oh, yeah. No fooling.
No fooling.
What are they talking about, Hoppy?
One of them just said the British are coming.
Oh, what does that mean?
Search me. I got one of them tied.
Well, hurry up with the other one.
Yes, won't be long now.
And me all tied up like a sack of potatoes.
It's all right. I'm still free.
But not for long. Put your hands behind you.
Get him, Reggie.
I got him, Jack.
Hey, Hoppy!
I'll take care of Hoppy.
Hey, look out!
Atta boy, Jack. You got him first crack.
Yeah. How you coming, Reggie?
Oh, went down like a pole, Doc. Nothing to it at all.
Reggie, you were unconscious.
Oh, I said I didn't have to stay that way, did I?
Well, good work, fella. You come to, you took in the situation, and you did just what was right and proper.
Right. Ooh, still a bit dizzy, though.
Well, after that bump you got in the wreck, it's not surprising.
Sure, I did take a flying, didn't I? What about those other chappies?
Well, we've got to get him to a hospital.
Only now we got 5 bodies instead of just 3. And by the way, would somebody get these ropes off of
All
me?
right, I'll turn around.
Yeah. Where do you suppose these last 2 guys come from anyway, Jack?
Well, you heard what they said.
Yeah, that they was out here to bury us.
There you are.
Yeah, thanks.
Apparently, there were 2 more of the same gang that had been waiting out here in the desert for the others to bring us along.
Right, then there was to be a firing squad, and we were to be thrown into a hole in the sand and covered up.
No.
Hey, honey, what you shivering about?
Oh, what is it? What's going on?
Well, Sonny, it looks to me as though we were beginning to get under the surface of the Richard curse.
But what's this to do with the curse?
Maybe a lot.
I don't understand.
Well, supposing I'd been shot in the park the other night, or the 3 of us had disappeared, or our bodies had been found out here in the desert, what would you have thought?
Oh, yes.
Yes. If you hadn't known all that's happened, you'd have said the Richard curse had caused our deaths. You'd have believed we died because we were associated with you.
Yes, but this is different. Someone's deliberately trying to kill you. All the others have been accidental.
Been made to look accidental, you mean?
You mean...
I mean that I think this same gang that tried to lay us away tonight are responsible for at least some of the deaths that took place before we came into the picture.
But that's not a curse.
Hardly. Hey, where'd Doc and Reggie go?
They're taking the bodies over to my car on the highway.
Oh.
But, Jack, why?
What do you mean, why?
If a gang of men are killing people close to me, there must be some reason for it.
Yes, and we're going to start looking for that reason.
But the curse...
There isn't any curse, and there never has been.
Oh, but you're wrong. It's been in my family for generations.
Who told you that?
My father.
You might have found something better to do. When did he tell you?
Well, he didn't exactly tell me. He left it for me in a letter attached to his will.
Your father's attorney, Leslie Marks, gave you that letter when the will was read?
Yes, Leslie gave it to me.
Was it in your father's handwriting?
No, it was typewritten, but it was signed. I know my father's signature.
And you didn't know anything about the curse until you read that letter?
No.
Do you still have the letter?
Yes. Yes, I have it at home.
I'd like to have a look at it when we get back.
Well, if you wish.
Do you know the condition of your estate?
But that's absurd. Leslie...
It's not absurd. Nothing's absurd when people are being killed like flies around you. And I don't trust that Marks fellow any further than I could throw an elephant by the tail.
But if he wanted my estate, it would be me he wanted dead, wouldn't it?
Well, you're the last person in the world he'd want dead, especially if he's been looting the estate.
No, I don't understand.
Because if you were dead, he'd have to make an accounting to the court. And if he's been using your money, he'd go to jail for it.
Oh, yes.
But that still doesn't explain why he'd want the men close to you out of the way.
No. No, I think you're all wrong about Leslie. I'm sure of it.
Unless he... Look, Sonny, did your father's will say anything about all property reverting to you immediately in case you got married?
No. Merely that Leslie was to be my executor until I'd reached the age of 25. Why did you say that?
Well, if he had to turn the estate over to you when you married, then naturally he'd do everything in his power to drive off all eligible men.
But my marrying doesn't change a thing.
Oh, so we can forget that. Well, this is going to take some thinking over.
Well, Jack, if you can really prove it isn't the curse...
I've already done that to my satisfaction.
But proof. I want to be convinced. I've got to.
Well, you better stop worrying about the curse and start worrying about something really serious.
Serious?
Yes, and it's my guess that it's Leslie Marks.
Jack, I know you're mistaken. I know you are.
Well, somebody's surrounding you with gangsters and gunmen. Somebody's bound and determined you're going to live alone and like it. You proved that tonight.
Well, I don't understand it.
Oh, but you're beginning to believe it, aren't you?
Well, I don't know.
You were going to marry Phil Terry. Where's he? Cripple in the hospital. You were beginning to show an interest in Roger and in Freddie. Where are they? Buried. You and I announced our engagement. With good luck, I'm still here, but that wasn't because someone didn't try to slow me up.
Yes. Yes, there's something.
Well, there isn't something. It's somebody. And from now on, we don't let up until we run him down.
Well, who we gonna run down now?
Oh, it's you, Doc.
Yeah. And while you two been standing there gabbing, me and Reggie done ourselves a job.
Get all the bodies loaded in the car?
Yeah, no thanks to you.
Okay, let's get started back to town.
I don't know where anyone's going to sit. The entire back is occupied by the unconscious.
That's okay. Sonny can drive. You ride in the front seat with her, Reggie. Doc and I'll hang on the running board.
Hey, what's Reggie done to get a break like that?
He got thrown out of the wreck on his head.
And a little thing like that gets him the front seat back to town?
Oh, I say, Doc, you take it.
I should say not. You're riding with me, Reggie. Get in.
Thank you. Right-o.
And that settles that.
We ready to start?
Yeah, start the motor. Oh, here, wait a minute.
Hey, what's the matter now?
Just a minute. I've got to get back to the wreck.
Say, what's that for?
Darned if I know. Got some kind of a bee in his bonnet.
Think we should go too?
I don't reckon. Sonny.
Yes?
I heard some of the things Jack said to you. You convinced now that this here little old Richard curse of yours is a lot of hogwash?
Oh, I want to.
Well, then just go ahead and believe it. 'Cause it's true.
It's so mixed up. But I will tell you this.
Yeah?
There's been a knot of fear twisted up in my stomach for almost a year now. And for the first time, it isn't there anymore.
Now you're talking, fella.
Oh, here he comes back.
It didn't take him long. But what'd you go back for, fella?
Sonny, this may be important.
What's the matter?
Do you know a man named Donald Robert Lincoln?
Donald Robert Lincoln?
Yes, think hard.
I don't have to. Of course I know.
Who is he? What is he?
He's one of the richest men in San Diego.
Yes, but what connection has he got with you?
Oh, I don't know. He was a friend of my father's in the old days.
He was? How close a friend?
Why, next to Leslie Marks, the closest friend he had, I think.
Great, now we're getting somewhere.
But what does Donald Robert Lincoln have to do with this?
That's his automobile that's wrecked over there.
Hey.
Oh, no, Jack.
You mean he's head of the gang that tried to take us for a ride tonight?
That's what we're going to ask him.
Oh, but it couldn't be Mr. Lincoln.
I'll know more about that when we've had a little talk with the old boy.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
Bill, you should have seen that wrecked car. It's a wonder anyone came out alive.
That's mighty funny. I'm especially interested in how it happened that Jack, Doc, and Reggie came through that wreck with hardly a scratch, and the three gunmen ended up with busted heads and broken bones.
Just a lucky chance, I guess.
Oh, okay, hardly that.
What do you mean, York?
It was all very simple. You see, we were expecting the accident and were ready for it, and the other three men weren't.
Are you kidding?
No, not at all, Phil. That's the way it was.
Will you tell me how you can get ready for an auto wreck?
I don't mind. It's the principle, you know, of centrifugal force. I mean to say, when a speeding car spins and turns over, it's a bit like a whirling phonograph record. Anything near the outer edges flies off, but the nearer the center of the spin you are, the less violent the action.
Reggie, how do you get to the center of a whirling, crashing automobile?
Well, the chap in the front seat lies down on the floor and wedges himself up under the dashboard, his knees braced against the front seat. And the man in the back seat should drop to the floor and cling to the footrest.
That really works?
Well, you're still taking a bally lot of chances, of course, but Jack, Doc, and I have come through at least 3 such wrecks that way.
I wish someone had told me that a year ago before I went over the cliff.
Quite. I wish they had.
I've told you before not to use that tone of voice to me. I hate sympathy.
I'm sorry.
You haven't told me yet where Doc Long and Jack Packard are.
Well, we'll have to tell you everything that's happened in the last 2 hours for you to understand.
Never mind. You tell me that later. Where are they now?
Doc is down at the police emergency hospital. Jack's gone to see Mr. Donald Robert Lincoln.
Donald Robert Lincoln?
Yes.
You mean old Moneybags Lincoln?
Yes.
Why? What's Packard got to do with him? Does he expect... Who's that?
Shall I go to the door and see?
Who is it?
It's Leslie Marks, Phil.
Leslie.
I didn't expect to find anyone else here. If I'm intruding...
Of course he's not intruding, is he, Phil?
No. As long as you're here, you might as well stay.
Thanks, Phil.
And cut the Phil stuff, Marks. My last name's Terry.
Very well, Terry.
Why the sudden visit?
You're surprised?
Well, why shouldn't I be? First time you've been to see me since I came to this hospital.
Well, Terry, as a matter of fact, I came to see you about Sonny here.
Sonny?
What do you mean, Leslie? Why did you come to see Phil about me?
And if you must know, Sonny, I wanted to discuss your engagement to Jack Packard with Phil.
Why should you do that?
Yeah, why should I discuss Sonny's engagement to another man with you, Marks?
I certainly don't intend to say anything in front of the present group, especially York here.
Fine. Would you like me to leave?
You stay right where you are, Reggie.
What about it, Phil?
Yeah, stick around. By the way, Marks, Reggie and Sonny were just telling me a little story when you came in. Maybe you'd like to hear it, too.
Maybe I would. Go ahead.
Leslie, did you know that 3 men in police uniforms came in here a couple of hours ago, and they pretended to arrest Jack, Doc, and Reggie?
What's that?
Quite. For the murder of Fish Evans.
No, I didn't know that.
But then, of course, you didn't know that when those officers got the boys outside, they turned out to be 3 gunmen, intent on taking them for a ride.
Are you being serious?
Bloody serious, Marks.
Go ahead, tell them what happened, Reggie.
They loaded us into a car and took us out on the desert. They had our final resting place all picked out for us, and just before we arrived, Jack reached over and spun the steering wheel and wrecked the car.
Deliberately wrecked a speeding car?
Right.
Well, what happened?
Well, our 3 captors were knocked about a bit. Jack, Doc, and I escaped with minor bruises.
That's remarkable.
Not at all. We knew how to protect ourselves.
But if you wrecked the car, how did you get back to town so quickly? How far out were you?
10 or 15 miles, I should judge. Fortunately, Sonny here had the good sense to trail our car.
Sonny, you did that?
Yes.
I see. And what became of the gunmen?
Well, we were on the point of landing them into Sonny's car and returning to town when 2 more of the ballet brutes showed up.
What's that? You didn't tell me that.
We hadn't got that part of the story yet. They threw guns on us and seemed intent on completing the execution.
They were part of the same gang?
Apparently.
You were there at that time, Sonny?
Yes, one of them was in favor of killing me, too.
Killing you?
Sonny, in heaven's name, child, supposing that they had killed you.
Well, supposing they had.
No, Sonny, you've got to have a guard after this.
I've got all the guard I need.
You haven't any guard at all.
Jack, Doc, and Reggie are doing pretty well.
Never mind that. What happened?
The boys went to work on them. That's what happened.
But they were dangerous killers.
No, they weren't so dangerous when Jack and Reggie finished with them.
I see.
York.
Yes, Mr. Marks?
You men seem to know your business.
If you're talking about fighting, I agree with you.
Yes. But I suppose there was a certain element of luck in your favor.
It takes more than luck. Just look at you.
So you had 5 bodies to bring in instead of 3.
The whole back of my car was full of bodies. You should have seen the police sergeant's eyes bug out when we brought him out to the car.
What do you have to say?
We told him we'd picked up the 5 in an auto accident out on the desert, and we thought he might be interested.
I say, yeah. He took one look at them, and we were his friends for life.
What do you mean by that?
Well, it seems that 3 of our bodies were very badly wanted for smuggling across the Mexican border.
He said that?
He said more than that. One of them is wanted on an old murder charge, and the other one is wanted by the federal men on a narcotic indictment.
Quite a haul.
After that, you boys should have a pretty fine standing with the police in this part of the state.
Oh, you think they won't?
Well, we'll know more about that when Doc gets back. He's still down there giving them our story.
They let you two go?
Yes, we wanted to get back up here and relieve Phil's mind. See, it all started right here in the room, and I knew Phil would be worried.
It's thoughtful of you. You said Doc Long was at the station. Where's Jack Packard?
Oh, we dropped Jack off at Donald Robert Lincoln's.
Donald Robert? You dropped Packard off where?
That's right, at Mr. Lincoln's home.
Why?
Well, Jack made a very interesting discovery. I don't see any reason for keeping it to ourselves, do you, Sonny?
No, he didn't say to keep it secret.
Great. We discovered the car used by the gangsters in carting us out to the desert was one belonging to Mr. Lincoln.
What are you saying?
Bit of a blow, huh?
The gangster's car belonged to Donald Robert Lincoln? And Packard's gone to beard the man in his den?
Oh, Jack can take care of himself.
Wasn't he a friend of your father's, Sonny?
Yes.
He'd better be able to take care of himself. That fellow Lincoln is no one to play around.
I realize you're only the butler and you have your orders, but I'll give you one more chance. Do I get in to see Donald Robert Lincoln?
No.
Well, you asked for it. I'm sorry, but there's no time to argue. And I better roll you behind the curtain so as not to upset the household. There you are. Sleep sweet. Yeah, let's see now. He said the library. This should be it.
Jenkins, I said I didn't want to be disturbed. Stop it. Who's fiddling with that door?
If you look up from your work, you might be surprised.
What's that?
Yes.
Who are you? What are you doing in my library?
Now, don't get up.
How did you get in here? Jenkins!
No use calling for Jenkins. He's sound asleep on the floor behind the drapes in the hall.
Is this a robbery?
No.
Then get out.
Not yet. We've got some talking to do.
People don't enter my house at will. You'll be behind bars before you're 24 hours older.
Maybe. Now will you let me talk for a minute?
Well, say it and get out.
Mr. Lincoln, you're one of the most prominent men in this section of the state.
What of it?
You have a good name, wife, 2 or 3 nearly grown children.
What are you getting at?
It'd be a pretty terrific thing to have that good name come tumbling down in ruins, wouldn't it?
I'm beginning to see.
You are?
Blackmail.
Wrong again.
So you say.
Lincoln, do you own a big black Roadmaster car?
I do.
Where is it?
In my garage, naturally.
No, it isn't.
I say it is.
And I say it isn't. I was round looking in your garage before I came in to see you.
Just a minute. We'll see about this. Hello, Higgins. Is the Roadmaster in the garage? It's not? Well, where? Oh. All right, that's all. I was mistaken. The car's in the service garage down at the corner having new tires put on it.
No, it isn't.
I say it is.
I'll lay you a bet of 100 to 1 it's not.
Say, who are you? What do you care where my car is?
100 to 1.
Take it. I should be dialing the police station instead of a garage.
But I notice you're dialing the garage.
Hello, service garage. This is Donald Robert Lincoln talking. You've got my Roadmaster down there putting new tires on it? It's there now? You're sure about that? That's all I want to know. The car's down there just as I said it was. Now get out of here.
They told you that at the garage?
They did.
Then either they lied like thieves or else you're putting up a mighty good front.
If you've got anything to say it and get out.
Very well, I will.
I'm a busy man.
Tonight, 3 gunmen took 3 men for a ride out on the desert. The car was completely demolished. That car was your roadmaster.
Are you from police headquarters?
No.
Are you from the insurance company?
No.
Are you one of the gunmen?
No, I'm one of the men who was taken on that ride.
What are you doing here?
Well, first I want to know why gangsters are using your car.
If what you say is true, then the car must have been stolen from the service garage.
But they said the car was still there.
Then they must be in collusion with the gangsters.
Maybe. Next, I want to know what your relationship with Sonny Richards is.
Sonny Richards?
Now, don't tell me you don't know her, because I know you do. You were a close friend of her father, James Richards.
You're talking about his daughter?
I am.
I haven't seen the girl since her father's death.
You have no interest in the financial side of her estate?
I believe that is handled in its entirety by Leslie Marks, her attorney.
You know Marks?
Yes.
What kind of a man is he?
He has a reputation beyond reproach.
Lincoln, there's something that stinks to high heaven in this neighborhood. I wonder if it isn't you.
You. Get out of my house.
Your reputation and wealth would go a long way toward covering up any dirty work you might be engaged in.
Go on, keep talking.
You might very easily be...
Get him, Higgins!
What? Oh!
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
Open that door.
Who, me?
Yes, you.
Sure. Where do you suppose this goes to? Blacker than the inside of your hat.
Never mind. Spider,
Yeah?
get that flashlight on.
Sure. Why don't we finish the job right here and get out of our way?
Make too much noise. Wait till we get down to the basement.
Yeah.
So that's where we're going. Down in the basement.
Looks like it.
Come on, down them steps with you.
But it's dark down there, fellas.
Spider's got the flash on you. What more do you want?
But I can't see where I'm walking. For all I know, I'm stepping off into space.
You heard me. Get going.
Come on, Doc.
Well, if you say so, Jack.
Listen, Doc.
Yeah?
Dive down the stairs.
Dive? Come on, move along. We ain't got all day.
Get out of the beam of that flashlight. We'll have to take a chance.
Ain't we liable to bust something?
We'll have to chance it.
Keep that spot on them, Spider.
Let's go!
Spider, come on, get after him.
Doc, you hurt? Where are you?
I'm okay.
Come on. There must be an outside basement door.
Yeah, let's go.
Tiptoes. Keep it quiet.
Hey, Spider, where are you?
There I am.
Well, keep with me with that flashlight.
As long as we can keep out of the flash, we're okay.
Here. Here's the door.
Attaboy.
Door. Locked.
No key?
Now. Look up. Throwing that light around, crouched down.
I see some junk over yonder. You think we can get behind it?
Let's try. Come on.
Well, they've got to be down here. There ain't no way for them to get out.
I told you we should have bumped them upstairs.
Did you lock the door at the top of the stairs like I told you?
Yeah.
Then there ain't no way they can get out. They gotta be hiding around here back of some of this junk.
I thought this house was empty.
Sure.
And what's all this stuff doing down here?
Well, somebody's using it for a storeroom, looks like. Let them have it the minute you spot them.
Yeah, like hunting jackrabbits in the brush.
Hey, swing your flash over that way.
Door. Must be another room.
Yeah, furnace room, maybe. Let's have a can.
Ooh, practically standing right on top of us.
Yeah. Now we got a minute breather while they're in there. Can you do anything about opening that door?
Well, I can try.
Well, hurry up. Make it quiet.
Yeah. You stay here.
Wait.
Huh?
Too late. Here comes the flashlight.
Hey, fella, what we gonna do? Just lie here under this stuff and let them dig us out?
Got any suggestions?
Well, I don't aim to be shot down without a fight.
Hold it. Here they come.
Let's jump them when they get close enough.
All right. Wait until the last minute, though.
Well, there's nothing to do but kick around in this junk until we find them.
Yeah, wait till the boss hears about this.
He ain't gonna hear unless you shoot off your mouth. Them guys are here and we're gonna find them.
Giving us a splendid...
Jack, what was that? Who done that?
Someone shot through that basement window.
Shot our two gunmen?
Looks like it. See if you can find Spider's flashlight.
Yeah. What do you suppose happened? Gang war?
Oh, never mind that. Help me find that flashlight.
Yeah. Dagnabbit.
Now what's the matter?
Oh, I fell over one of them gun toters. Hey, here it is.
Well, you got the flash?
Yeah. Okay to turn it on?
Well, let's chance it. Here, give it here.
Yeah.
There.
Holy jumping toad frog. Looky at him.
Hold that flashlight.
Uh-huh. Hey, fella. Those two look like they've been shot with a box of tacks.
Sawed-off shotgun from a distance.
Sawed-off shotgun, huh?
Yes, from that distance they were sprayed with shot. Neither one of them's badly hurt.
They sure are unconscious, though.
They won't be for long. Get some of that rope over there and help me tie them up.
You gonna take them with us?
No, we can't be bothered.
Yeah. Here's some rope.
All right, go to work.
Yeah.
How far is Sonny's house from here, do you know?
Oh, middle of the next block over, way I figure it.
Good. Hey, come on with your man.
Yeah, I got his feet tied up. Working on his hands.
Step on it.
Yeah. Hey, what do you want to know about Sonny's house for?
That's where we're going.
We are? Well, there he is.
All right, come on. We've wasted too much time now.
Hey, didn't you hear Spider say that he had locked the door at the head of the stairs?
I've got the key. Hurry up. Wait a minute. Come on.
What we in such a hurry about?
I'll tell you later. Outside with you.
We taking the car?
Might as well. I'll drive. Get in.
Go to it, fella. Turn here, Jack.
I don't see Sonny's house.
There she is, in the next block.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right, pile out.
Let's go. I got the key, fella. Where to now?
Upstairs to Arthur's room.
To Arthur? Well, what's the kid got to do with this? He's in bed with broken arm.
Maybe he is, maybe he's not. Come on.
That's his room.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Hello, Arthur. Shut the door, Doctor.
Yeah.
What are you fellas doing here?
Well, Arthur, son, we live here.
Yeah?
Yes, we just dropped in to see how you were feeling.
So what?
So we'd like to have you tell us.
Yeah?
Yes. Oh, what's this telephone doing in this room?
Sonny brought it up for me. It just plugs into the wall.
Mm-hmm. Mind if I use it?
There's other telephones in the house.
But I want to use this one.
Well, go on and use it then.
Thanks.
Who you calling, Jack?
Police department.
What's that for?
You interested, Arthur?
Say, you mugs, if you think you've got anything on me...
Shut up. Hello? Give me Captain Norton. Yeah, Norton.
If you think you got anything on me...
You said that before, son.
Hold it. Captain Norton, this is Jack Packard. What's that? What do you mean, where did we vanish to? That's so? Never mind that. Listen, there's a big brownstone house at 1637 Sunshine Boulevard. Yes, 1637. Well, if you'll send an ambulance around to that address, you might find something that'll interest you very much in the basement. Yeah, in the basement. Me? Oh, I'm at Sonny Richards' house at the moment. No, not for long. I'll be going over to Phil Terry's room at the hospital in a few minutes. Okay. Get that ambulance out in a hurry. Bye. And that's that.
What are you trying to do? Take me for a ride?
Scared the pants off of you, didn't we, kid?
Nuts.
I thought you'd be interested in that conversation, Arthur.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why?
Because 2 men were shot over there with a sawed-off shotgun.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, what about it?
I thought maybe you could tell us what about it.
Are you crazy?
Well, I don't think so.
Well, what should I know about 2 mugs getting shot? I'm laying here in bed with a broken arm.
Mm-hmm. Doc.
Yeah?
Pull the covers off him.
Hey, what's the idea?
Jack said to pull the covers off you, fella.
You let me alone.
There. Hey, Jack. He's got his clothes on.
So I see.
You 2 cheap gangsters.
Now, never mind that. Why are you in bed with your clothes on?
Because I feel like it.
Just plain like to sleep that way, huh, fella?
Got his shoes on, too, Doc?
Nope, no shoes.
And I haven't had any on. I was cold, so I put on some clothes and I got back into bed.
Mm-hmm. This your closet?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, here's your shoes, all right.
That's what I've been telling you.
Your shoes, all right, Arthur, only you haven't been telling us the truth.
Oh, yes, I am.
No, because the inside of the shoes are still warm from having been worn. Well?
Well, what?
So it was your face I saw at the basement window of that other house.
Hey, Jack.
It was. Wasn't it, Arthur?
I ain't talking.
Jack, you mean it was Arthur here who sprayed them 2 guys with a shotgun?
That's right.
Arthur, you sure enough done that?
I ain't talking, I said.
But, fella, you maybe saved our lives.
Who cares about that?
Well, son, I do, for one.
Well, that isn't the question. What I want to know is, why did you do it?
Do what?
Now, look, Arthur, that's just being silly. We know you did it, so stop acting.
Yeah?
What do you know about those men? How did you know they were taking us there?
That's funny. Sounds just as though I hear somebody talking.
Well, doing what you done made things a lot easier for us, fella. Why don't you come clean, and maybe we could make it easier for you.
I tell you, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I guess there's nothing else to do.
What do you mean?
We thought maybe you'd like to keep this a secret.
Yeah?
Yes. But if you're not going to talk, we'll have to discuss it with Sonny and your brother Phil.
No, you ain't telling nothing to Sonny and Phil.
You don't want them to know?
That's all I asked. Don't tell Sonny and Phil.
Why not?
You heard what Phil said to me. You heard him say if he ever heard of me with a gun again, he'd turn me over to the cops.
But, fella, you said you didn't know nothing about it.
I don't, but if you tell Phil, he'll think I did.
Son, it looks to me like you're almighty afraid of your brother Phil.
Yeah, I'm his brother. I know.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. In Morse adventure thriller,
Phil, I hope you don't mind us using your room for a conference hall.
The pleasure's all mine, Packard. Anything to break the monotony.
As long as we don't tire you.
When I get tired, Sonny, you'll hear about it.
That's a promise.
Arthur?
Yes, Phil?
Where's the wheelchair?
I'm through with that baby carriage stuff.
Yeah? How's the arm?
It's in a cast. How do I know?
Well, are we all here?
No, we're waiting for Leslie Marks.
Sonny's attorney? What's he got to do with this?
Well, he's in on this with the rest of us. Oh, Reggie.
Yes, Jack?
Open that window. We need a little air in here.
Quite. Draft on you, Sonny?
No, it smells good.
Fog thick enough out there to spread on your bread.
Hey, Long.
Talking to me?
That's right. What are you sitting over there by the door for?
I like it over here.
Yeah, I see you do. Why?
Just a hunch, I reckon.
Knock means he doesn't get caught in the same predicament twice.
I still don't get it.
The last time we were all together in this room, we had visitors.
With guns.
Oh, so that's it.
That's it, fella. Should visitors come again, we're kind of spread out and fighting formation.
I see. You by the door, Packard here by the bed, and York over by the window.
And now you know as much as we do.
But that's fantastic. They wouldn't dare try the same thing again.
You can't tell what a bunch of torpedoes will do. It's just like I always said. Oh, I'll get it. Well, come on in, fella. It's Leslie Marks.
Yes. You were expecting me, I believe?
Yes, come in. Have a chair.
Hello, Leslie.
Good evening, Sonny. How are you, Terry?
Don't bother to ask.
Very well. How's the arm, Arthur?
It's broke. How'd you think it was?
Well, all very pleasant.
Arthur, that's awful.
So what?
Phil, you should say something to Arthur about his manners.
What's the matter with him?
Well, you heard how rude he was to Leslie.
Oh, that.
Yes, that.
Never mind, Sonny.
But I do mind. You've been a good friend to me, and I don't care what anybody says or thinks.
What's that?
What?
Has someone been saying I haven't been a good friend to you?
Oh, I didn't mean...
Sure, Marks. I say it.
I see, Terry. That explains a lot of things.
It does?
Yes, I've noticed an antagonism in you against me, and I never understood it until now.
He never understood it till now.
But if you think I've taken advantage of Sonny in some manner, then naturally I can understand your resentment.
That's what I call real deduction.
Phil, I'm interested.
You keep out of this, Packard.
Do you mind telling me why you think Marks is taking advantage of Sonny? And in what way?
I said for you to keep out of this.
All right, let it go.
But, Phil, you're wrong.
I'm not wrong.
Leslie, do you know what Phil's talking about?
I think so.
Well, for heaven's sake, let's hear it.
Phil's disliked me ever since I refused to give you extra money from the estate to maintain him here in this hospital.
Oh, no, Leslie.
Marks, you said the one thing that you shouldn't ever have said.
Nevertheless, Terry, I believe I'm stating facts. Sonny has paid every expense you've incurred since you were injured a year ago, and I might state that there were plenty of expenses.
Leslie, I forbid you to say another
and
word.
And furthermore, Terry, Sonny's been keeping this lazy, good-for-nothing brother of yours.
What did you call me?
Arthur, you shut up.
What did you call me, Marks?
I called you a lazy, good-for-nothing...
Arthur!
Arthur! Water glass came within an inch of my hip.
I intended for it to brain you.
Arthur!
I'll kill that tin horn lawyer.
Arthur, I'm talking to you.
What do you want?
Come over here to the bed.
Phil.
Come over here to the bed. Now then.
Phil, don't hit me.
Don't hit you. Why, you little baby-faced punk, I got a notion to smear your nose all over your face. You hear me?
Phil, let go my collar. You're choking me.
What do you mean saying you'll kill anybody? Answer me. What do you mean by it?
Phil, you're choking me.
Oh, Phil,
Answer
please.
me, punk.
You heard what he said about us.
And I told you to stay out of it, didn't I?
But you can't do anything. You're a cripple, Phil. Oh, Phil.
Don't ever say that to me again. You hear?
Yes, Phil.
Now go and sit down. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what everybody thinks. I'm a cripple. Well, supposing I am.
Oh, no, Phil.
I said supposing I am.
Here, Arthur, drink this. Make your throat feel better.
All right. Well, isn't anybody going to answer me?
Phil, we're getting entirely away from the matter we gathered here to discuss.
What do I know about what you came here to discuss? You called the meeting?
Yes, but I haven't had a chance to get a word in edgewise so far.
Well, you got the floor now, haven't you?
All right. I suppose you all know by this time that I went out to interview Donald Robert Lincoln and got thrown into jail for my trouble.
Yeah, that was great work.
Uh-huh. But I did accomplish one purpose. I've finally given the police a clue to this gang that's been working against us.
And what is that?
The service garage where Lincoln has work done on his cars is definitely connected with the mob.
Hey, Jack, I thought you wasn't supposed to tell that.
Well, it's not supposed to be known generally. It's all right among ourselves.
The police are watching that garage?
Yes, but that's a side issue. What I really wanted to tell you was a little incident that happened to Doc and me last night after we were released from jail. Or rather, I want Doc to tell it.
Well, why me, Jack?
Never mind. Let's go on.
Okay. Well, me and Jack come out of the jail and got into Sonny's car that I had parked outside and started for home. When all of a sudden, a couple of torpedoes come up out of the back seat and poke shooting pistols in the backs of her neck.
Doc, more gunmen?
That's right, Sonny.
You boys seem to be plenty unpopular in this town.
Ain't it the truth? Well, they made me drive to a big brownstone house over on Sunshine Street, not so far from here. Then they took us inside.
It was their headquarters?
No, it wasn't, fella. It was a vacant house. Anyway, from their conversation, they was all set to take us down in the basement and finish up the little jobs their playmates messed up on out on the desert.
They were going to kill you?
Well, that was the object of meeting. Only going down the stairs to the basement in the dark, me and Jack done a high dive and got out of their spotlight.
You did what?
They had a flash on us. We dived down the stairs.
But you might have been killed.
Well, shucks, a broken neck or hot lead in your gizzard, you're just as dead either way. Anyway, after that we played hide-and-go-seek for quite a while with them, when all of a sudden, bam, and somebody let them have it with both barrels of a sawed-off shotgun.
There was somebody else in the basement, too?
No. They shot from outside through the basement window.
He killed them both?
He was too far off. He just sprayed them with buckshot. But it's good enough. It laid him out long enough for me and Jack to put ropes on him and call the police to come and get him.
So now the police have 7 members of the gang.
Yeah, the 5 we picked up on the desert and these 2 mugs.
That's an interesting point, don't you think so, Marks?
What's that? I don't follow you.
I mean, if the big boss isn't careful, he's going to just about find himself out of gunmen.
Why do you address that to me?
I just thought you might have an opinion.
There seems to be an insinuation behind your remarks.
You haven't an opinion?
No.
I have.
Well, good, Terry. Let's hear it.
I'd say offhand the Richard curse that's been giving Sonny here so much trouble has turned into a gang fight.
Doesn't it?
In which case, the more gunmen the police round up, the less trouble Sonny's going to have with the curse.
I differ with you there, Mark.
Why?
Because no matter how many mugs we round up, Sonny's not going to have any peace until we put our finger on the leader.
Oh, yes, the leader.
How do you figure that, Pagan?
Well, this riffraff we've picked up aren't important. They're just doing what they're told. The man we want is the boss, who knows why. The man who knows why it's important that every man who comes closely associated with Sonny must be killed off.
Yeah, that's the guy we've got to get.
You really believe that's at the bottom of all this trouble? Someone is trying to keep men away from Sonny?
I know that's it.
But why? That's the thing I can't understand. Why, what difference does it make to anyone who I see or know?
Well, if we knew that fella, then we'd probably know who the buzzard was.
Wait a minute.
Well, Marks?
I'm beginning to understand your insinuation a moment ago, Packard.
Yes?
Anyone interested enough in Sonny to want to keep men away from her would have to be someone close to her.
I think so. Don't you?
Yes. As her attorney and executor, I'm closer to Sonny than anyone else.
Right.
I'm the only man who has been close to her over the past year who hasn't been a victim of the curse.
Let's say the victim of the gang. That's more accurate.
Yes. Therefore, I'm the logical man to suspect.
Now, that's what I call a beautiful analysis.
However, you're wrong.
Maybe.
And I'll point out the flaw in your reasoning.
Go ahead.
What have I to lose or gain by Sonny's association with other men?
That doesn't prove anything. Somebody's guilty and somebody's got a reason. You may have a secret reason just as much as anyone else.
But I haven't.
That's what you say.
I say, Jack.
That's right.
You say it has to be someone close to Sonny.
It seems logical.
Well, who is there closely associated with her? I mean, besides Marks here.
Well, there's Phil Terry here.
Yeah, I'm a great candidate. I got the worst deal of anybody so far. At least the others are dead and out of their misery.
Phil, dear.
And don't call me dear.
Don't call you dear.
No.
But why?
Well, you're going to marry Packard, aren't you?
Yes.
That's why.
To get back to the subject. After Phil comes Arthur here.
Yeah. He'd make a great leader for a mob, wouldn't he?
I'm just naming over possibilities.
Little Arthur here sure has all the makings.
He won't have when I get through working on him.
I'm doing all right.
Listen, kid, I'm going to make a man out of you if I have to kill you doing it.
Yeah.
Now, we're drifting again. I've got one more candidate.
Well, who's that, Jack?
Donald Robert Lincoln.
Oh, but that's absurd, Jack. Mr. Lincoln isn't close to me.
He was very close to your father. Supposing this thing reaches back.
Lincoln, Packard, I think you've got something there.
What do you mean?
I just remember something about Donald Robert Lincoln. About 6 months before Sonny's father was killed, Lincoln and Mr. Richard had a deal.
Oh! Leslie!
Jack, the shot came through the window. There he goes down the fire escape.
Go get him. Doc, go with Reggie.
You bet you.
Here, let me see.
Leslie!
What does anybody care?
Arthur, you mustn't say that.
Yeah, that mug's had it coming for a long time.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. In Morse adventure thriller,
Well, at least there's one thing we know. That Marks feller ain't gonna die.
He's a long way from being dead. Close that door when you're Reggie.
It's quiet.
But now that we got the library to ourselves, let's give this business a quick going over.
I'd say it was about time.
Yeah, I don't know which end I'm standing on half the time.
Now, before we get into that, what about that torpedo?
The feller that shot Marks?
Yeah.
Well, he got clean away in the fog.
I know that. Either of you get a good look at him?
In this weather? Well, feller, the fog's so thick outside.
How about you, Reggie?
No, not a bit of it. Right on top of the shooting, I looked out the window and saw the bally blighter going down the fire escape. Now, if I'd had a gun, I could have potted him easily.
Didn't see his face at all?
No.
Mm-hmm. Well, that shooting brought to light a couple of interesting possibilities.
Yeah?
Yeah, do you recall what Marks was saying just before he was shot?
Yes, quite. You had just mentioned Donald Robert Lincoln as a possible leader of the mob that's doing this dirty work.
Oh, yeah. And Marks had just remembered something. Something about a deal between old Moneybags Lincoln and Sonny's papa, just before he is shot.
Exactly. Could it be that the gunman shot at that particular moment to prevent Marks from finishing what he was about to tell us?
Hey.
But if that's true, then that would just about prove that Lincoln is the chap they were looking for.
Yeah, gunplay to cover up something in Lincoln's past.
That's one of the possibilities. Another one is the fact that Leslie Marks was only shot in the shoulder.
Huh? What does that prove?
Well, doesn't it seem a bit odd that Marks wasn't shot dead? Marks was sitting less than 15 feet from the window. I could have done a better job than that with a slingshot.
No, fella, I don't think that proves anything. If all the bad shots in this world was laid end to end, besides that, he was standing on a fire escape and anxious to make his getaway. No, I don't think bad shooting proves a thing.
Well, maybe you're right, but listen to my theory anyway.
Well, spill it.
Well, this is built on the assumption that Leslie Marks is the mob leader.
I say, and one of his own men shot him?
Yeah.
You mean they're turning on him?
No, it was a plant. We've talked so much about Marks being close to Sonny and not being bothered, he had to do something about it. So what does he do? He plants one of his men on the fire escape with instructions to shoot him in our presence.
Joe, what a chance he was taking.
Not if he knew his gunman. Some of these torpedoes can shoot the eyes off a fly.
Oh, boy, it'd sure be an alibi hard to beat.
Exactly. We saw him shot down, so naturally he'd be the last man in the world we'd suspect as the gang leader.
So now we've got our choice between Lincoln and Marks.
Yeah, and I put my money on Lincoln.
You don't like my theory about Marks, huh?
Well, fella, if you want the truth, I don't.
Well, why not?
Well, I don't know. I just don't. Sounds just a little bit like something they'd think up in the movies.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I mean?
Yeah. Well, maybe you're right. I'd still like to know why the gunman didn't kill Marks at 15 feet, though.
Yes, quite. Or why didn't he step into the room and finish up the job proper? None of us was armed. I mean to say, he took a bally chance making his escape down 4 stories on the fire escape.
Well, don't get me wrong. I still think Marks is a good possibility.
And now there's something else that's stuck out in our conversation over there like a sore thumb. Either of you get it?
I guess I slipped up.
Reggie?
Yes, well, as a matter of fact, there was one thing.
Yes, I thought you'd get it, because you weren't with Doc and me when we were taken to the brownstone house.
Well, I still don't get what you're talking about.
Well, you told the story of how the 2 gunmen held us up and took us down in the basement of the house. Then you said all of a sudden, bam, somebody shot him with a sawed-off shotgun.
Yeah, I remember.
Well, Phil asked, was there someone else in the basement? And you said no, the shot came from the basement window.
Yeah?
Well?
I guess I'm just plain dumb.
Don't you see, Doc? The subject was dropped right there. Not a single person in the room asked who fired the shotgun. And all the time, that was the thing I wanted to know most. I wasn't there, so naturally I wanted to know if you and Jack knew who fired the shots.
Oh, yeah, sure.
But don't you see? It was just as though everyone in the room knew who shot those 2 gunmen.
Yeah. Well, even Sonny didn't ask.
Not only Sonny, but Phil Terry and Leslie Marks.
And Phil's brother, Arthur.
Well, there was a good reason why Arthur wasn't curious.
There was?
Yes, we haven't had a chance to tell you before, Reggie, but Arthur wasn't curious because it was Arthur who did the shooting.
Oh, look here, you're sure?
Oh, we practically caught him red-handed. But will you tell me why Phil and Marks and Sonny didn't ask?
You think they knew?
Well, they knew something.
But looky, you trust Sonny, don't you?
Well, naturally.
Well, couldn't we just get a hold of Sonny and get it out of her?
Well, we might try. I don't like it.
You don't like what?
Why should Sonny be keeping anything from us? Why should she be keeping a secret with Marks and Phil Terry?
Well, of course, she has known Marks and Terry much longer than she's known us.
Yeah, but we're the ones who are trying to get her out of this mess.
Yeah, it does kind of make you wonder, don't it? When are we going to be able to see Marks?
Well, the doctor said not before tomorrow. Shock and the loss
of Hey, we ain't expecting no telephone calls, are we, Captain?
Hello? Yes? No, this is Reggie York. Yes, he's here. I say, Donald Rupp.
Hey, Reg.
Just quiet. Yes. Yes, I'll tell him. Righto.
What's the matter, Reggie?
That was Donald Robert Lincoln. He wants us to come right out to his home.
Well, ain't he got a nice disposition?
He said to hurry. It was important.
First he has Jack hit over the head and throwed in the calaboose, and now he invites him out to his home.
Well, come on, we're wasting time.
You mean we're going?
Well, certainly we're going. Grab your hats.
Well, shouldn't we leave a note for Sonny?
Well, she's over at the hospital with Phil, isn't she?
Yes, quite.
Well, we needn't bother. We'll have to use her car, though.
Yes, down in front.
All right, we're all set.
Well, what do you suppose this Lincoln feller's got on his mind?
It'll be interesting to see.
No, I still think we ought to leave word where we're going.
Why?
Oh, I smell a trap.
Well, what of it?
Yeah, we don't want the Marines galloping up to get us out of a hole.
Righto.
Well, here she is. You want me to drive, Jack?
All right. Oh, here, just a minute.
What's the matter?
Well, let's make sure there aren't any torpedoes planted in the back seat on this ride.
Hey, they wouldn't have the gall to try the same trick twice.
I guess you're right. Up in the back, Reggie.
That's right.
Go ahead, slide down the middle, Doc.
Yeah.
We're not going to a fire now, so take it easy.
Just a backseat driver at heart.
Get out! Get out of the car!
Man, oh man. Oh, it blowed right up in my hands.
You all right, Doc? Anybody hurt?
Don't tell me the automobile ain't dangerous.
Never mind that. Where's Reggie?
I say, here I am.
Are you all right?
No, I think so. I got out of the car, but the explosion knocked me flat.
Will you tell me what done that?
Certainly I'll tell you. One of our playful friends put a load of dynamite under the hood and wired it to the ignition. When you put your foot on the starter, it exploded.
Well, fella, We're having more fun than anybody.
You think so?
I say, Jack, is this the reason Donald Robert Lincoln was so anxious for us to come and see him?
Hey, you mean he's the one who had that exterminating powder put under the hood?
Well, that's what we want to find out. Come on.
Where are we heading for now?
Across the park to the hospital.
But hadn't we ought to get out to Lincoln?
Well, this way's shortest.
I said hadn't we ought to get... No. Okay, fella, you're the doctor. You coming, Reggie?
It's quiet. Crowd's beginning to gather back at the wreck.
Yeah. If we're going to do much more of this 100-yard dash stuff, I'm going to get me a pair of running breeches.
Across the street. Okay. Now, come on to the elevator.
We're going up to Phil Terry's room?
No.
You mean we're going to Leslie Mark's room?
Yeah. Get in. 4th floor, please.
But if the doctor said Marks wasn't to be disturbed...
I still say Marks was too slightly hurt for all the fuss that was made.
You sure are set on making Marks the villain, fella.
All right, come on.
You know which room Marks was taken to?
Yeah, 432. Yeah, this is it here.
Now we're here, what?
Not a word. I'm going to see how quietly I can open this door.
Uh-huh. Got it?
Uh-huh. I'm going to open it, crack. Keep your ears cocked.
The situation is more desperate than it's ever been.
He's talking on the phone.
Shut up.
That's what I've been telling you all along. We've got to fight fire with fire. We've got our backs right up against the wall, and there's only...
Duck, you fool.
Who's that? Who's that in the hall?
I couldn't help it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, a lot of good that does.
Who is that out in the hall?
Come on. Hello, Marks. How's the shoulder?
What's this? What are you doing here?
We just came up to see how the latest victim of the Richard curse is doing.
You were standing outside my door listening.
Were we?
And that's pretty dirty politics. Got a fever, and there's no telling what a man might say when he's light in the head.
Oh, you're light in the head.
A bullet in your shoulder is nothing to take lightly. I've caught myself talking to myself several times.
You were talking to yourself, huh?
What do you mean?
It sounded to us as though you were talking over the telephone.
That's ridiculous. I haven't the strength to lift a telephone receiver.
You, know what happened to us just now?
Will you go away and leave me alone? I'm in no condition to have visitors.
Someone put dynamite under the hood of Sonny's car. We started to take a ride in it, and it blew up.
How did you escape?
Well, we saw it coming, rolled out of the car. Marks, why are you pretending to be so much worse off than you really are?
I'm not pretending.
Yes, you are.
Well, Packard, I'm scared.
Scared?
So scared, I'm going to stay right here in this hospital with this superficial wound until this mob of gunmen is wiped out.
Well, spank me for a baby. Yell.
I've been a target for a gunman once. That's plenty.
Mind if I use your phone?
Well, go ahead.
Outside, please. Who were you, talking to on the phone?
I wasn't.
Hello? Donald Robert Lincoln residence? This is the police department. I want to talk to Mr. Lincoln at once. Thank you.
Why are you calling Lincoln?
I'd rather know what you were about to tell us about Lincoln when you were shot.
And I've changed my mind about that.
You're not going to talk?
No.
Oh, hello, Lincoln? This is Jack Packard. That's it, the man you had slugged and thrown into jail. I just wanted to tell you that someone just blew up our car, so we won't be able to keep our appointment with you. What's that? The appointment you called about 10 minutes ago and you... Oh, you didn't call? Uh-huh. Can you prove that? I see. Thank you. Marks, Lincoln didn't call us. He's got an ironclad alibi.
What about it?
Just this. If Donald Robert Lincoln isn't the man we're after, then it's got to be you.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from...
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. Morse adventure thriller.
Tell you, Captain, we've got our man. It's got to be the man.
You haven't got a thing on Leslie Marks, and you know it, Packard.
He's still the mastermind behind this mob.
Just the same, Jack, the captain's right. We ain't got nothing on him. Well, looky, the way he acted when you accused him face to face of being the gang leader...
How did he act?
Well, he just plumb laughed in our face.
Naturally.
I'm not through with him yet. I've got Reggie planted up on the fire escape outside his window. If he tries to pull anything while he's lying in bed pretending to be badly wounded, we'll trip him up.
If we can only pick up the gunman that shot him, it may help.
You know it won't. We've got 7 of the mob down behind bars now. Have you been able to get any information out of them?
No.
Certainly not. They just won't talk. And I still say Leslie Marks had himself slightly wounded to turn suspicion from him.
Hey, Captain, not to change the subject, but you got any line on them fellas that put that dynamite under the hood of Sonny's car?
We've got a dragnet out.
Man, was that an explosion?
No, that's not essential here. They get back to Marks.
Packard, why are you so sure it's Marks?
Well, he's the logical man.
Why is he the logical man? You can't bring forth one single reason. There's not one way in which he benefits by keeping men away from Sonny Richards.
Well, there must be a reason. That's what's driving me nuts. The why. Why is he doing it? Why doesn't he want men around Sonny? Why is he trying so hard to get rid of Doc and Reggie and me?
You tell me why, and I'll personally go up and put handcuffs on him.
Wait a minute. Maybe we're getting somewhere. Doc.
Yeah?
Go up to Phil Terry's room and ask Sonny to come down here.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, and Doc.
Now what?
If Phil's brother Arthur's up there, bring him down, too. Only park him outside until we're ready for him.
Why not?
Now what do you think you're going to do?
Look, Captain, we're going to stop looking for the man.
You're going to do what?
Yeah. For the moment, we're going to forget all about a mastermind. All we're going to try to find out now is why.
This thing is not turning your mind, is it?
No, look. All we're going to do is to try to dig out of Sonny something that might suggest a reason why someone would want to keep men away from her. Dig down into her mind. She must have the answer somewhere in her unconscious mind. She may not even know it's the answer. You see?
No, I don't. Will you tell me how you're going to dig information out of a girl's mind if she doesn't even know it's there?
Well, I don't know. But it's worth trying.
What do you want the kid for?
Arthur? Well, he knows something, and I'm going to get it out of him.
Something about the case?
Yes. I didn't tell you before, but little Arthur was the one who sprayed those 2 torpedoes with buckshot. Those 2 men you picked up in the basement of that brownstone house.
The kid did that?
Yes. He won't admit it, but I know he did.
Well, then he saved your lives.
Well, maybe. But more important, I want to know how he happened to be at the brownstone house. How he happened to have a sawed-off shotgun. And why he went to all the pains of getting out of bed with a broken arm to come to our rescue.
Yeah, it looks like a good bet. Why didn't you tell me this before?
Yeah, because I thought
they're waiting in here.
Come on in, Sonny.
What is it now? Doc wouldn't tell me anything.
Shut the door, Doc.
Yeah.
I think you've met Captain Norton before, Sonny.
Yes.
Sit down here, Miss Richards.
Thank you.
Sonny, this is very important. I want you to think before you answer each question. Now think. Did anyone ever say to you, you must never marry?
No.
You're sure about that? For any reason whatever, at any time in the past?
Yes, Jack, I'm sure. Not for any reason.
Well, then, did anyone ever express a dislike of seeing you in men's company?
That's an awfully hard question to answer.
Why?
Well, for instance, my father used to say to me that he wished I wouldn't go out with certain boys. And then after Father died, Leslie Marks urged me not to go around with Phil.
Hey, he did?
Oh, but that's nothing. Even Phyllis said that he wished I wouldn't be seen with certain men he didn't like. I mean, it's so hard to answer because, well, almost every man that's close to a girl disapproves of at least one other man.
But none of them disapproved of you going out with all men.
Oh, no, it was just men they personally disliked.
Would you mind answering a personal question?
Oh, Yes, if I can.
How many men have been in love with you?
Oh, Captain, that's an impossible question.
Well, all right, let me be more specific. Would you mind naming for us the men who have proposed marriage to you?
Well, that's very personal.
I said it was. Do you mind?
Well, Phil, of course.
We know that.
And then, well, there were 2 boys while I was in college, Hugh Bartlett and Jimmy Pearson.
They're in San Diego now?
Oh, no. Hugh's back going to Annapolis. Jimmy's got some kind of a job with an oil company in the Philippines.
Well, let's sum out. Go on.
Oh, I hate to say this, but Judge Morton...
Old Judge Morton proposed marriage to you?
Now, wait a minute. Isn't he the old friend of your father's that fell down your front steps and was killed?
Yes, that happened only a week or 2 after he asked me to marry him.
But he was old enough to be your father.
I know. I was a little bit ashamed of it.
The old fool. Go on.
The only other person was... Oh, please don't get the wrong impression. He was very kind and understanding.
You're talking about Leslie Marks, aren't you?
Yes.
I think that's all, Sonny. Any more questions, Captain?
No.
Sonny, I think the case is all wrapped up. You're the same as freed from the Richard curse now and forever.
You know who's behind all this?
Yes, and now I think we know the reason why.
But who is it?
Wait just a little while longer. Just a few minutes.
Well, may I tell this much to Phil?
Sure, why not?
Oh, I hope you know what you're talking about.
Let her out, Doc.
You are telling me the truth, aren't you?
Positively.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful.
You want Arthur? He's outside.
Shut the door for a minute. Well, there you are, Captain. There's your reason why. Leslie Marks wanted Sonny for himself. When he couldn't have her, he went a little crazy and determined to keep everyone else away from her.
It's a reason, all right, but it's not good enough.
Not good enough?
How are you going to prove it?
I don't need any more proof.
Well, the courts do. You haven't got a single thread of evidence.
Well, Doc, bring Arthur in here.
You bet you. All right, Arthur. Come on in, son, and meet the law.
It's all right, Arthur. Come on in, sit down. This is Arthur, Phil Terry's brother, Captain.
Yeah, I've heard about you. How are you, Arthur?
I hate cops.
Oh, do you indeed?
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's just too bad. What have we ever done to antagonize you?
I just don't like you, see?
Yeah, I'm beginning to.
Okay, now we got that straight. What do you want?
Arthur, why did you take the trouble of shooting those 2 thugs in the basement of the brownstone house last night?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're going to tell us if it's the last thing you do, so you might as well open up and make it easy for yourself. How did you know those gunmen were going to take us there?
What gunmen? Where?
Where did you get that sawed-off shotgun you used?
I've never even seen a sawed-off shotgun in my life.
Where did you get that shotgun?
I tell you...
Where did you get that shotgun?
Oh, go take a jump at yourself.
You see, Arthur, we know more than you think we know. We know who the head of the mob is now.
No, you don't.
We not only know who he is, but why he's been carrying on this reign of terror.
I don't believe it.
We certainly do. All we're trying to get out of you is your part of it. Everything else is all tied up.
Now I know you're lying.
What's that?
Sure, because if you knew the head of the gang, you'd know where I stood. Know everything, huh? You don't know nothing.
Hackett, I think you better let me take this boy down to police headquarters.
You ain't got anything on me.
Shooting 2 men with a sawed-off shotgun? I think we got plenty on you, son.
I didn't. That's not true.
Unless you want to come clean, you're going to go with me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know nothing, see?
Under those circumstances, young man, you may consider yourself...
You expecting a call, Captain?
No.
Well, I'll take it. Hello? Reggie, where are you? What's that? Well, stay right where you are. We're coming. Captain, that was Reggie. Leslie Marks has been shot to death in his bed.
Hey, what you talking about?
Murder, shot in the hallway. Come on.
Hey, where did you say that girl Sonny was going?
Well, Sonny, well, she said she is going to Phil's room.
What's that?
Yeah, Sonny's up in Phil Terry's room.
And Phil, the best news in the world. I've just come from Jack and Captain Norton.
Captain Norton?
Yes, he's from the police department. He and Jack and Doc are questioning people down in the hospital waiting room.
Well, so Packard's called in the police, huh?
But Philly's been working with the police all along.
What are they doing down there?
They're questioning people.
They question you?
Yes, and the strangest questions I ever heard. They've got Arthur down there now.
Arthur?
Yes, and they told me the most wonderful news.
What sort of questions did they ask you, Sonny?
Well, aren't you interested in the news?
I asked you what sort of questions they asked you.
Why, mostly about my personal life. First, did anyone ever forbid me going around with men?
Asked you that, huh?
Yeah, and then they asked me for the list of all the men who'd ever proposed marriage to me.
Makes quite a list, don't it? With Jack Packard's name at the head of the list.
Oh, Phil, I've got something to confess to you now. I mean, it's all right to tell it now.
What's that?
I'm not in love with Jack Packard.
What's that?
No. I'm sorry I had to hurt you by pretending that I was. But he said it was necessary to make people think we were going to marry.
So you ain't in love with Packard?
No. It was just a trap to draw the fire of whoever has been doing all these horrible things.
So that was it. How come you're telling me this now?
But that's it. There's no longer any need for secrecy.
No?
No. They know who the man is, and they're going to arrest him in just a few minutes.
Who told you that?
Jack, just now. He said to give them a few minutes more to clean up the details.
Did he happen to mention the name of this man?
No, he wouldn't tell. He said in a few minutes.
You sure he knows?
Oh, yes, I think that's why he has Captain Norton with him, to make the arrest.
Mm-hmm. Sonny.
Yes, Phil.
Why shouldn't you know who this killer is? Like the rest of them?
Oh, I don't know.
I think it's a dirty shame holding out on you.
Oh, Phil, I don't know what you mean.
It's very simple, Sonny. I think you ought to know. So I'm going to tell you.
You're going to tell me?
That's right. If I wasn't a bedridden cripple, I wouldn't have time to tell you because I'd be making my getaway.
Phil, what do you say?
But the way things are, there's no possible chance for escape.
Oh, Phil, stop talking like that.
Sure, I'm the guy. I'm the leader of the mob. There was a mighty good mob, too, until them 3 Boy Scouts busted in here.
Phil, it isn't true.
Sure, it's true. I've been head of the mob for 3 years, and after I was hurt, I kept right on being head of the mob.
Why did you do this to me? What did I ever do to you that you should surround me with murder and horror?
You don't know why.
No.
Well, then I'll tell you why. When I woke up in this hospital and saw I wasn't ever going to have you, I made up my mind right then that nobody else was going to have you either.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
And that still goes, see?
Phil, where did you get that gun?
I've been saving it. I knew this would happen sometime. I've been saving it.
For me?
That's right. If I can't have you, no one else is going to have you either.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Carlton Morse adventure thriller.
Boy, Leslie Marsh sure is dead this time. How did it happen, Reggie?
Well, so fast it was all over before I knew what was going on. I was watching outside his window on the fire escape. Marks was sitting up in bed talking on the phone. Well, suddenly the whole doorway there whipped open, and a hand holding a revolver poked through, and, well, that's all there was to it.
You didn't get a look at him?
No, Captain. Nothing but the fist with the gun in it.
Well, the hospital's surrounded. No one who can't be positively identified is allowed through the police lines.
Well, what's the matter, Jack? Mark's kicking off seems to have knocked you all in a heap.
Yeah, it has.
I never thought he was such a good friend of ours.
Friend nothing. I'm up a stump. All my theories been knocked into a cocked hat.
That's right. Now we know Marks isn't the mob leader.
Careful, Packard. I wouldn't touch anything until the medical examiner arrives.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Well, what's the matter, fella?
Captain Norton, there's an envelope in Mark's pajama pocket.
What's that?
Might throw some light on the situation. How about getting it?
Letter, huh? Oh, yes, of course.
You'll have to turn the body over a little.
Not any more than necessary.
All right. Easy with him, Doc.
Yeah.
There. Hold it. I can reach it. Hold it.
You got it?
Yeah, let him roll back.
I say, it's a sealed envelope.
Well, we'll see about this.
Yeah, what about it?
Well, listen to this. To whom it may concern.
In case of my sudden demise, be it known that the estate of Sonny Richards is intact and in good condition, as the records in my office will testify. If I have in any way appeared violent and desperate of late, it was for no other reason than sheer nerves. I'm not a brave man, and for the past 6 months it has seemed to me I've been staring death straight in the face. I've seen those close to Sonny die right and left and always expected we might turn next. I don't know why this has happened or who was doing it. My first impulse was to turn Sonny's estate over to the court and get out, but I couldn't. I was afraid to stay on, but more afraid to admit I was a coward. Since I've been attacked once before, there is every reason to believe I will be attacked again, next time probably fatally. So I write this letter. Leslie Marks.
Bally pathetic.
Well, Jack, you sure enough had Leslie Marks all wrong.
It looks like it. I wonder if...
I'll get it. Hello? Who's calling? Yes, he's right here. Captain Norton, it's one of your men.
Oh, thanks. Hello? Yeah, you got him. Good, bring him right up here. Yeah, to Mark's room. Fine. What's that? I see. Cleaned out the place, huh? That's good. Tell Mahoney to book him incommunicado. All right.
Caught our gunman?
I'll say they caught him, got him trying to get through the lines in an intern's white uniform.
We're trying to play it smart, huh?
But that's not all. The plainclothes men raided the service garage.
The garage where Donald Robert Lincoln's car was stolen from?
Picked up 4 men wanted by the police for a long time.
Hey, you police boys are doing all right.
That should just about round up the whole mob, Captain. You already have 7 in the clink. This torpedo you picked up downstairs and the 4 at the garage make 12. It's a pretty good-sized gang in itself.
I'll say all except the leader.
Yeah, a man we really want. Look, Captain, you don't need us for the moment.
I'd like one of you to stay.
Now, how about it, Reggie?
I don't.
All right, come on with me, Doc.
Sure. Where are we heading for now?
Down the hall to Phil Terry's room.
Sonny's there.
I know. I hate to have to break the news of Mark's death to her.
Yeah, she believed in him right straight through.
Well, the quicker she knows about it, the quicker she'll get over it.
Well, this is it.
Yeah.
Hey, Sonny's crying.
Come on.
Hey, Jack, Phil Terry's got a gun.
Yeah, so I got a gun. No, you don't. Come away from that door.
What's all this about?
Close that door, Pagan.
Sure.
And don't try to run for it, because if you do, I'll drill Sonny right through the heart.
You'll kill Sonny?
Yeah. Now close the door. Come over and line up alongside Sonny at the foot of the bed. Both of you.
Yeah, sure.
Hey. So you know who the leader of the mob is.
Who told you that?
Sonny did. Told me everything, didn't you, Sonny?
I wish I were dead. I don't want to live.
Well, don't worry, Sonny. I'm going to take care of that, too, along with your 2 boyfriends here.
So Sonny told you that we knew the mob leader.
Yeah, what's so funny about that?
Nothing. Only it looks like you've gone off half-cocked.
Yeah?
Yes, you see, when we told Sonny that, we thought that Leslie Marks was the man.
Marks, huh?
Yes, it never occurred to us that you were the man until we walked into this room just now and found you so hot and bothered.
I see. So I played it dumb.
Yeah, that's always the way it is with the smart boys. Sooner or later, they make that one big mistake. And that's the end.
Okay, I can take it. Curtains for me. But curtains for a lot of other smart guys, too.
Oh, gonna shoot us like dogs, huh, fella?
Oh, that amuses you.
Not very much. But looky, Phil, I can see why you might be mad at Jack and me. But what did you want to go bothering Sonny for? You ain't never had no better friend than Sonny.
Oh, please.
What do you think all the shooting's been about?
How you mean?
When I came to in this hospital and found I was never going to have Sonny, I promised myself nobody else was going to have her either.
And that just about explains everything.
Yeah. Now that I'm washed up, I'm still going to see that no one else has Sonny.
Uh-huh. I get you.
Tell me something, Phil.
Well,
did you organize your gang after you were brought to the hospital?
That's a pretty dumb question. How can you organize a mob in a hospital?
Then you were in the business before.
That's right.
But Sonny said you was a pro at the golf club.
Sure. Swell blind and put me right next to the best people.
One more question. The death of Sonny's parents in that plane crash was none of your doing?
No, it was an accident as far as I know.
And your own auto wreck was an accident?
That's right.
But all the rest of the deaths were the work of your gunman?
Correct.
Well, guess that's all. You got any more questions, Doc?
Nope.
Sonny?
No.
Well, here we are, Phil.
Yeah, as you say, here you are. All lined up in a row. I ain't shot a rod since I've been in this place. But I guess I'll do all right.
Yeah, and at 6 feet, you should ought to be terrific.
Who's that?
Hello, Phil.
Arthur. What are you doing here?
Wasn't you expecting me?
What are you doing with that rod?
Well, you've got one, Phil. We're brothers. We're just alike.
Didn't I tell you the next time I caught you with a rod?
Sure, Phil. Only This time it's different.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've known for a long time you was head of that mob. That was all right. I knew you were having folks pumped off. That was all right, too, but I kind of took a liking to Packard and Doc Long here.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's why I took that sawed-off shotgun down to the brownstone house and blasted 2 of your torpedoes.
Yeah, I was afraid that's how it was.
Sure. That wasn't all right. And no matter how I acted, I think Sonny's a swell girl. So what you got in mind now ain't all right either.
Why, you little sawed-off meaty mouth.
You ain't ever gonna slap me around or choke me again, Phil. I don't hate you, Phil. I wish I wasn't gonna do what I'm gonna do. I wish you was a swell brother a fella could be proud of.
Arthur.
Get away from me, don't come near me.
Now, looky, Arthur, you two fellers are...
Shut up! Go on, kid, get out of here. Beat it.
No!
I'm warning you. Beat it.
Goodbye, Phil.
No!
Oh! Get Terry's gun, Doc.
I got it.
Arthur.
That's all right, sir. He's gone.
Jack, come over here to bed. Phil's going fast.
What's that?
Yeah, little Arthur wasn't such a bad shot himself.
Here, let's see.
Let me alone. I'm washed up.
Huh? How about Arthur?
He didn't know what hit him.
Oh, crazy little punk. I always told him I'd make a man out of him. Or kill him trying.
Looks like you did both, fella. He sure was plenty a man for my money a minute ago.
Well, so long.
Turn those propellers over again, Reggie.
Righto.
All right, hold it.
Fella, this is what I call an airplane job. Boy, if it ain't.
Well, that's all we can do this afternoon. What time is it?
About 6 o'clock.
Let's call it a day. Come on down, Reggie.
Righto. Well, here she is. Our very own airplane all ready for us. Why, it don't seem any time since we was grousing around because we had to wait 2 weeks for the factory to get it ready.
Yeah, these last 2 weeks have passed in a hurry, haven't they? Well, roll your sleeves down, Reggie. That's all for tonight.
I think we'll be ready to take off by tomorrow afternoon. Don't you, Jack? Then look out, Central America.
Well, we can't get out of San Diego any too fast to suit me after what happened last night.
You mean Phil and Arthur using each other for shooting targets?
Yes, quite.
Forget it. We're going to have a busy time if we get away tomorrow. Reggie, you'll have to finish up the work on the plane.
Suits me.
Doc, it's up to you to get our clearance papers for the ship and see to our passports.
Yeah, I'll get 'em out and dust 'em off. Feller, I don't know when I've been so head up. Central America, doggone.
Does promise a bit of adventure, doesn't it?
Yes, sir. If it don't... What? Say. Hey, that's Sonny's boy.
Well, what's she doing out here at the airport?
Hey, Sonny, here we are.
I thought I'd catch you out here.
Jove, I hope there isn't any more trouble.
Hello, boys. How's the plane coming?
Fine. We're pulling out tomorrow.
Oh, I see.
Why? Is there anything the matter?
Very much the matter.
Yeah, well, what?
Me.
Well, what you mean, you?
What do you think I mean? You're going to pull out and I'm stuck here. You think I like this place any better than you do after what's happened? Phil and Arthur and Leslie Marks?
Fine. A bit like a morgue.
Yes. Well, you three have been so swell to me. I know it's an imposition, but I just couldn't help asking one thing more.
Well, let's have it, fella. What do you want?
Well, take me with you.
Oh, look here. Hey, we're going down into the Central American jungle.
I can't think of any better place to forget, can you? Won't you please? I'll pay my way and I won't be any bother. I mean, just because I'm a girl won't matter. Anything goes. What I don't like, I won't see.
Well, now, I don't know about that. What do you say, Jack?
Well, we could use some more money.
Yeah, we are going to be kind of short of dough when we get all our equipment.
Oh, look here now,
Oh, please. You mean you'll consider it?
Why not, if Doc and Reggie agree?
Well, it ain't the way we planned it, but as you say, why not?
Reggie?
Oh, I say, a girl.
Oh, Reggie, are you going to...
Oh, I say you're not going to cry.
I am too. I'm so disappointed.
But I haven't said you couldn't go. Oh, look here, will you stop those valley tears?
Then I can go?
Yes, fine. But I bloody well don't like it.
Oh, Reggie, you're wonderful.
Reggie, son.
Well, what?
Doggone, feller. But you sure are a sucker for women.
further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York.
American Broadcasting Company presents I Love Adventure. Incident number 12, Hearse on the Highway. A new Carlton E. Morse production featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie. 10 o'clock on a cold, rainy night on a state highway curving along the coast of Southern California. Jack Packard and Doc Long are in the cab of a 2-ton delivery truck, attired in the khaki uniforms and peaked caps usually worn by truck drivers. Doc is at the wheel, peering anxiously through the foggy windshield at the barely visible white line down the middle of the road. Jack seems more interested in the side roads intersecting the main highway, and adjusts the wind wings so he can see out as they speed along.
Jack, you have to keep that wing open. This cab's like an icebox already.
Bear up a little longer, Doc. We've almost finished our day's work.
Night's work, you mean? And just what is our work?
Why, we're truckers, of course. Anybody can tell that from our clothes.
Oh, what's the idea, Jack? Why are we wearing this disguise? Why are we driving up and down the highway for 3 nights running looking for something? And what are we looking for? And why don't you let me in on it?
Well, I had what I thought was a pretty good reason for keeping you in the dark, but it doesn't seem to be working out.
You keep telling me to keep my eyes open, but what for?
Hijackers.
Hijackers? Is that what we're looking for?
That's it.
Why didn't you tell me? I might have noticed something.
Well, I knew what we were looking for, and I haven't noticed anything.
Hijackers, huh? I've been reading about it in the papers. They having a regular epidemic down here, ain't they?
Yeah, I've been going on for months now. Local police have been yelling for help. That's why we're here.
Well, are we working with the police?
No, we're working for the Citizens Welfare Committee.
Well, who are they?
It's a local welfare organization, semi-political, I believe. Anyhow, they think this hijacking business is a reflection on the fair name of Southern California, and they want it stopped.
You mean they want us to stop it?
That's about it. We report to Xavier Carmichael, chairman of the committee.
Well, son, how'd they happen to pick on us?
Well, we got a telegram from this Mr. Carmichael. Asked me to come down here for an interview last week. He's got headquarters in an office building in downtown Santa Lorenzo.
So you come all the way down here to see him?
Yeah, I came down to see him.
Come in, Mr. Packard. I know you by reputation, and it's a pleasure to meet you.
Well, thanks, Mr. Carmichael. I'm flattered, I'm sure.
Well, we're not as far out of the world as you might think. We know what's going on. Now, sit down, please.
Oh, thanks. What's it all about?
Well, undoubtedly, you've read about the wave of hijacking going on down here.
Yes, I have. Several truck drivers murdered, I believe.
That's right. Well, Mr. Packard, as chairman of the Citizens Welfare Committee, I am prepared to offer you a good fee and expenses to get at the bottom of this hijacking for us.
You mean to work with the local police?
Absolutely not. Let the local police follow their own clues. As citizens whom I represent have sent for you to do the cleanup job alone.
Well, what's wrong with the police?
We're just tired of this hijacking and nothing done. We don't blame the police, but we want some action.
I know you're Sheriff Hunley by reputation. I always thought he was a very capable man.
Well, you see how capable he is. Practically every load of liquor and cigarettes that leaves the Santa Lorenzo Consolidated Warehouses is hijacked. In fact, it almost looks like a put-up job. And with us being so close to the border, we're stymied.
You mean you think Sheriff Hunley...
Perhaps not Hunley himself, but someone under him. I'm not accusing anyone until I get the facts. That's what I want you for.
I'm interested, Mr. Carmichael. It may take time, but I'll have a try if you like.
We're willing to stand a reasonable amount of expense. I've made out a check for your first week's services.
Well, that's pretty generous. And by the way, have you any suggestions, any place where you want us to begin operations?
That's your business, sir. I won't attempt to tell you how to go about it.
Mm-hmm. Play it any way I see it, huh?
Exactly.
Well, that sounds all right. Good afternoon.
Good luck, Mr. Packard.
So that's how we happen to be here, Doc.
I bet you the police will yell bloody murder if we break this case. Oh, say, son, I thought that Sheriff Huntley was a friend of yours.
It was. Still is, I hope.
Well, does he know we in town?
Sure. I went to see him, too.
Well, if it isn't Jack Packard himself. I haven't seen you in a coon's age.
Well, how are you, Sheriff? I thought you'd be back in the Army now. They're looking for good top sergeants again.
I tried, but they said I was too old. What are you doing down here anyway, Packard?
Don't you know?
Well, now that you come right out and ask me, yes, I do. You're working for Xavier Carmichael.
I can see he doesn't keep a secret very well.
What can you expect from amateurs?
Any objections to my new assignment?
No, not at all. I'm just as anxious to get this hijacking business cleared up as Carmichael. More, in fact.
Just what is Carmichael's racket?
Oh, he's made a pile of dough in the drug business. He's organized this Citizens Welfare Committee as a hobby. And they do a lot of good and help the veterans and write to the newspapers and all that.
I wouldn't say you two were exactly working together.
No, opposite sides of the political fence.
Well, I'd like to cooperate with you on this business, Sheriff, but my orders are to go it alone.
Oh, I understand, Jack. You can't always pick your clients. It was nice of you to come and see me. Under the circumstances, I doubted if you would.
Well, don't spill my play, huh? I imagine Carmichael would hit the ceiling if he knew.
You can depend on me. If you need any help, don't worry on that score.
Well, that's fair enough, Sheriff.
Well, I meant it when I said I'm anxious to get the bottom of these hijackings. Several drivers have been killed, friends of mine. Just between ourselves, we haven't been able to get a single lead on the gang that's doing it.
They specialize in cigarettes and liquor, I hear.
Yeah, and then a fast trip across the border. They seem to know every time a load of the stuff hits the road. There's a leak somewhere.
You've already checked the trucking companies?
Every one in the district.
How about the drivers themselves?
They don't know what they're carrying until they're on the road. They know it may mean their life if they talk. And too many of them have been killed. No, it's not the drivers.
Well, Sheriff, if you haven't been able to crack it, I don't know what I'm doing here, but the fee is good, and a job's a job in this game.
Well, glad to have you. And don't forget what I said. If you get into any trouble, need any help, just yell.
Thanks. And don't think I haven't got the voice for it.
Well, I feel a little bit better knowing the sheriff's office ain't gunning for her.
Sheriff Hunley's all right.
Hey, here comes the truck. He's blinking his lights.
He's saying hello. Blink back at him.
You okay? Hello there, feller. Hope he ain't carrying no cigarettes or liquor.
If he is, I bet he's none too happy.
Gets mighty lonesome on this stretch of highway at night.
Not getting nervous, are you?
Oh, no, I'm just tired. Plenty of strain watching this white line.
Yeah, I know. I'll take the wheel on the way back.
When we going back?
As soon as we have a bite to eat. I think there's a cafe along here somewhere.
Yeah, down the road a piece there. A roadside cafe. We ain't tried it yet.
Yeah, there are the lights up ahead. Roadside cafe.
I can always remember places to eat.
Popular place. A lot of trucks parked around.
Must be good. That's one thing I've learned about the trucking business.
trucks stop where the eating is good.
I hope you're right.
Here we are. And am I hungry?
Hey, there's a space in between those two trucks.
Cheeseburger on a bun. Ham it over. Hold the spud.
Hey, look it, son. Ain't no wonder there's so many trucks outside. It ain't the food, it's that beautiful blonde.
Watch it, Doc. She may not be so dumb either.
Yeah. Hey, there's a couple of vacant stools down the far end of the counter.
Lead on.
Hey, Goldie, how about another egg sandwich and toast?
Egg pan. Burn it.
Nice shape, huh, Jack?
Remember what I told you.
Yeah, gosh, it's nice to sit down and not have no wheel in your hand.
You said it, brother. I see white lines in my sleep.
Yeah, I'll be satisfied if I can see 'em when I'm awake. Hey, Goldie, how's about a couple of cups of Java?
Okay. Java coming up.
And a menu.
Menu's on the blackboard.
Yeah, up there on the wall.
You fellas haven't been trucking long, have you?
No, just breaking in. How'd you know?
Oh, I haven't seen you around, and you ain't been here before. You've known about the blackboard.
Yeah, we didn't know about this place.
Oh, all the truckers hang out here.
Here's your Java. This'll thaw the ice out of your bones.
Honey, I thawed out the minute I laid eyes on you. How about a date on my night off?
You're talking out of the wrong side of your mouth, pal.
Bowl of chili for me, please.
What'll be for you, Yardbird?
How about Saturday night?
Booked up 2 months solid. Get your mind on your eat.
I'll buy him a chili. I'm starving.
Medium. On 2.
Hey, don't go away. We just getting acquainted.
I got better company to keep. How you doing, Bing?
Hey, I want your little present, Goldie.
Hey, Doc, look.
Bottle of bonded stuff. Oh, you're a pal, Bing.
I got a whole case for you outside.
Oh, I'd have been happy with a quart. Hot shot trip, huh?
How do you think I got it?
I knew you'd make it. You can afford to take me into Los Angeles now.
I'll be back Saturday night.
I'll be waiting. Excuse me, your sand's ready.
Hot shot trip. That's what they call carrying an important load, Doc.
Yeah, I get it. Oh, I'm sorry, Bing. I didn't know Goldie was your gal.
That's all right, fella. I've been trying to make the grade a long time.
Yeah, she's worth waiting for. If you ever get fed up, let me have your place in the line.
2 chilies and egg sand.
I'll eat on the way, Goldie. I got to step on it now.
Okay. Bye, Bing. Be seeing you.
I'll leave the case in the storeroom.
Oh, swell.
Bye, Goldie.
Hey, honey, does this radio work?
Sure. But you gotta turn it on. Takes a minute to warm up.
Took me less than that to warm up to you, baby. I bet you're wonderful on a dance floor.
I can stomp a little, if that's what you mean.
Well, look, now that Bing's gone, we can get down to business. Hey, don't go away.
Sorry. I gotta phone my mother.
Well, let me treat you. Here's a nickel.
Why not? I'm thankful for small favors.
Well, when you get through talking, can I come see you in the phone booth?
No, not tonight. There's onions in that chili.
You don't seem to be going over so well.
Oh, she's just playing hard to get.
We don't want any trouble with this fella Bing. The less attention we attract, the better.
Oh, Goldie's just being nice to him on account of the bottle goods. Yeah, lots of static around here.
No, that's Goldie calling her mother.
On my nickel, too. It better be her mother.
Well, we've had enough. How about you?
I could stand a piece of pie.
You mean you want to hang around that waitress?
Well, it'll probably break her heart if I don't wait to see her.
Come on, Doc, forget it.
Well, how about paying her check?
I left money. Here we go.
Now you can see for yourself how hard it is to drive in this rain.
Yeah, kind of tough on the eyes. Glad we had that hot chili.
I wonder what drivers done before they had windshield wipers.
Hey, what's that up ahead?
Looks like a fire. Somebody's burning trash.
In this rain?
Oh, yeah, that is kind of fun.
I think it's a flare. Yeah, there are 2 of them.
Sure, somebody's truck's broke down.
Uh-huh. Parked to the side of the road.
Flares front and back. Slow down, maybe we can help.
You know anything about trucks?
Only just enough to drive, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Hey, Jack, there's a guy underneath working on it.
We'll pull alongside and sympathize anyway.
Hey, under there, you need any help?
Guess he didn't hear you.
Hey there, you in trouble? He must be deep.
Can you see him?
Yeah, well, what you know? It's a friend Bing.
Bing? You mean the fellow at the cafe?
Yeah, the guy give Goldie that liquor.
We better take a look.
Hey, you don't
Get
think...
out. I got a hunch something's wrong.
Hey, Bing. Bing, can we help you?
He hasn't moved. I'm going under there.
Hey, look, son. That wrench is taped to his hand.
Yeah.
Well, shake him.
No use. He's dead.
Dead? You mean...
Yeah. Shot through the heart.
Oh, poor hombre. I guess he was carrying cigarettes and liquor, all right.
Come on, we got a job to do.
Doing what?
I got a hunch. Let's get on it. Slow down. Here's the highway.
Well, where to now, son?
Turn right to the roadside cafe.
The roadside? Say, now, ain't that a mean trick on Goldie?
Goldie? Oh, the blonde waitress. Well, why is it a mean trick?
Well, being dead and all, she's probably feeling pretty bad. I wouldn't want to take advantage of her. She's a nice kid.
How are you going to take advantage of her?
Well, son, she kind of likes me, and now that her date for Saturday night is busted, I could probably step right into Bing's shoes.
And that's just what you're going to do.
Jack, you mean that you approve of my interest in Goldie?
I not only approve, I'm encouraging it.
Well, hey there. You have had a change of heart.
Look, you know what's in this package here?
No, I don't. I've been wondering. Looks like a Christmas present.
Well, not exactly. It's a gift for Goldie.
Oh, a gift for Goldie. Hey, now, you don't mean that
No, I'm not trying to beat your time. You're going to present it to the fair young lady yourself.
Oh, I am? Well, there must be a catch somewhere. Well, what's in the package?
A couple of bottles of scotch.
No kid. Oh, man, is she going to like that?
Very much, I think.
Well, wait just a minute now, son. Bing, that other driver, he give her a whole case of liquor just before he was found dead.
Well, you wanted to step right into Bing's shoes, didn't you?
Not all the way, if you know what I mean.
And when she asked if you're hauling cigarettes and liquor, you answered just like Bing did.
Well, how was that?
Just say, where do you think I got this stuff?
Hey, you don't think Goldie had anything to do with it?
Well, I'm going to find out pretty quick. If she's the leak, we're going to be hijacked tonight.
You mean you think she finds out from the drivers when they're hauling stuff that the hijackers want?
Why not?
Oh. Hey, I don't think I like Goldie nearly so much.
Well, don't go jumping to conclusions till we prove it.
But if we prove it, I won't be here not to like her.
You got your gun handy, haven't you?
Right here in my shoulder holster. That's how come you asked me twice tonight if I was set for target practice.
That's it. And if Goldie says anything about Bing, we know nothing about it.
Only what we read in the paper.
Right. Even the police don't know we found him.
Oh, hey, you didn't identify yourself when you called in from that gas station.
No, just told him I was a motorist passing by. No point in our getting mixed up in it.
Well, here's a roadside cafe. I'm pretty excited, but not in just the same way I was last night.
Pull in here. That's it.
Ain't many trucks here tonight.
Well, a little early yet, I guess. Don't forget your package.
Yeah, give it to me.
Now, do your stuff, Doc. Remember, this may be the break we've been waiting for.
And about time.
Well, if you ever made a play for a girl, do it tonight.
Oh, now you're talking about the kind of work I was cut out to do, wooing the women. Not that I think you're right about Goldie.
Maybe.
There she is. Hi, Goldie.
Hello.
Not so crowded tonight.
Never is for 7.
Have you missed me, honey?
Look, I haven't had to throw anything at you yet, but when I do, I won't miss.
Oh, ain't she the kidder?
Well, let's sit down. Anywhere, Goldie?
Sure, no reserved seats here.
Hey, I've been carrying your picture around with me ever since I seen you last, Goldie.
Picture? I didn't give you no picture.
It's in my mind. I can't see nothing else.
Then all I gotta say is, you better let your friend do the driving.
Truer words were never spoken. He almost ditched us last night.
Okay, what'll it be, gents?
Slab of cheese on rye for me.
You eating, Hanson?
Well, thank you for them kind words, Sugarfoot. Oh, I'll just sit right here and look at you.
What's eating you? You look as sick as our beef sandwiches.
He's in love, Goldie. For God's sakes, give him a date so he can do his share of the trucking.
American on rye. Java?
Yeah, one for the love lawn, too.
Colored?
No, we'll take him black.
Just made up a batch. I'll see if it's ready.
How am I doing?
Not bad. You better eat something, though.
No, if we're going to have action, I shoot better on an empty stomach.
You don't seem to be worrying about Bing, any.
No, but that's always the effect I have on waiters.
Here she comes. Now, don't forget your package.
Here you are. First 2 cups out of the kettle.
Have you thought any more about Saturday night, Goldie?
What about Saturday night?
Well, I sort of thought that maybe you might have changed your mind about going out with me.
Oh? You got a car?
Well, no, not just exactly.
I ain't going nowhere in no truck.
Well, it gets you there and it gets you back. What's the difference?
My chinchilla don't look good in a truck. No thing.
Oh, Goldie, now that ain't no way to treat me after what I brung you to.
Yeah? What did you bring me?
Here. That's a present for you.
Oh, gee, thanks. What is it?
Open it up and see.
Well, Scotch. This is a surprise.
I thought maybe you might like it. It's best brand on the market.
Yeah, it's swell stuff. Say, you're not hauling these.
Well, where you think I got it at?
Gee, a hot shot already,
Important to slow down the highway. You can't keep a good man down.
Yeah, I guess you got a future, all right.
Well, I finished my feed bag. You ready, Doc?
You ate that sandwich already?
Sure, but you wouldn't know. You've been in a trance.
Hey, Goldie, I'll get an automobile for Saturday night. I'll rent one.
Okay, handsome. Okay, it's a deal.
Come on, Doc. We're behind schedule.
All right. Bye, Goldie. I'll see you Saturday.
I'll be waiting.
Good work, Doc.
Done all right, huh?
I'm in. Let's get going.
Am I still driving?
Yep.
Yeah, got me a date, too. You know, Jack, there's something about me.
Yeah, sure is. And it takes a dizzy blonde to see it.
Oh, you just jealous.
Oh, sure.
Boy, I can't wait till Saturday.
Aren't you forgetting the reason for your little act in there?
Oh, yeah, that's right. It was just an act, wasn't it? I forgot for a minute.
Keep your mind on your driving. Now turn around and go back to the cafe.
Go back? What?
I forgot my cap.
Oh, guess I ain't the only one that's always forgetting.
Yeah.
I hope there wasn't no cop seen me make that U-turn.
Turn out your lights as we drive up.
Well, why?
Don't want to attract Goldie's attention.
Well, okay, they're off. Where you want to park at?
Out here on the road. I'll be right out. Goldie.
Just went in the telephone booth.
Oh, I forgot my cap. I thought you might have put it away.
Listen to that static on that radio. Always does it if anybody telephones.
Yeah. My cap must be around here somewhere.
There's a cap on the floor under that stool.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Thanks. Okay, get going, quick.
North?
Right, and step on it. Keep your eyes open.
Don't see nothing yet. What are we looking for?
Keep your eye peeled. Don't relax for a minute.
You think we're sure enough going to get hijacked tonight?
I'm sure of it.
Son, the more I think about it, the more I think you got Goldie pegged wrong.
She was in the telephone booth when I went back to the cafe.
Well, she might have been calling her mama.
Called her mother the night Bing was murdered.
Hey, you don't suppose there's a chance of us being murdered, do you?
Who knows?
Still don't see nothing. We must have come a good 60 miles.
58 to be exact.
Maybe they missed us. Maybe we spent too much time back there at that gas station.
I don't think so.
Son, seeing as how I might not be alive to talk this over with you, why, tell me, how did you know all them police would be waiting for us at the gas station?
It's a little plan I worked out with Sheriff Hunley.
I darn near fell out of the cab when I seen them. Must have been a couple of dozen of them.
20. And every one of them handy with a machine gun.
Won't them hijackers be surprised when they find out we carrying a load of police instead of cigarettes and liquor?
That's the general idea. Hey, what's that up ahead?
Looks like a flare.
Yeah, it is a flare. 2 of them.
You reckon there's a truck in trouble?
No. This is what we've been looking for.
This the hijacking gang?
Yeah.
And you better warn our machine gun crew in the back.
Right. 3 knocks on the back of the cab.
They hear you?
They haven't answered yet. Yeah, there it is. They're ready.
We're getting pretty close. What'd I do now?
Slow up with the flares, just as they expect we will. A couple of thugs will probably jump on the running board to try to open the cab doors. Sure yours is locked?
Oh, yeah, tighter than a drum.
So is mine. Now, when they hit the running boards, be sure the truck is stopped. Throw on the emergency brake and then duck. You understand?
Yeah, I got it.
When the truck stops, Huntley and his men will pour out the back and start blasting away with their Tommy guns.
Well, can't we get in on the fun?
Not unless we have to. They'll be covering us. We're depending on surprise.
Hey, there's somebody in the middle of the road.
Signaling with a flashlight.
Yeah. I guess this is it, all right.
All right. You're going to slow down now.
Only seems to be just one man.
The others are probably hiding behind the truck. Remember your instructions?
Yeah. Here we are.
I'm in trouble, pal. Can you give me a hand?
What's the matter?
Hey, what is this?
I need some liquor, pal. Stick 'em up.
Get him up, both of you, and get out of the cab.
This is stick up?
You said it. Open those doors before we drill you. Duck, duck.
Come on in, Jack. Here in my office.
You don't mind if Doc comes along, too?
Yeah, how about me?
Oh, not at all. Come on in. Want to congratulate you both. Fine work.
Well, same to you, Sheriff. Any of your men hurt seriously?
No, that's the best part of it. Only a couple of scratches. And we got 10 hijackers. 4 dead and 6 wounded.
Well, then I guess we're washed up here.
Well, I think we've broken the back of the gang all right. But I do wish we could have gotten the brains behind it.
None of the wounded hijackers will sing?
They claim they got their orders from Bugs Thompson. He died back there on the road.
That's too bad. What about the girl, Goldie? Did you pick her up?
Yeah, we're working her over. She says she always called Bugs Thompson on the phone.
Well, now, maybe Thompson was the brain.
No, Thompson was just a thug. He could do the rough stuff, but somebody else did the planning. It was too clever.
Oh, then Goldie was a member of the gang?
Sure, she admits it.
You're breaking Doc's heart, Sheriff. Doc had a wolfish eye on Goldie. Even gave her a couple of bottles of scotch.
Oh, so that's it, huh? Yeah?
Mr. Xavier Carmichael, see you, Sheriff. Says you sent for him.
Carmichael? Uh-oh. This probably means trouble for you, Jack.
Oh, I don't think so. In fact, I took the liberty of sending for him in your name, Sheriff.
You want him in here?
Yeah, do you mind?
Yeah, show him in.
Yes, sir. I'll get him.
What's the idea, Jack? Got something you haven't let me in on?
Maybe.
This way, Mr. Carmichael. Sheriff's right inside.
Pretty late hour to be getting me out of bed, Sheriff. Must be something important. What? Packard.
Oh, so you know Jack Packard.
Packard, what's the meaning of this? I thought I told you.
Carmichael, I accuse you of being the mastermind behind the cigarette and liquor hijacking gang. I accuse
what?
you.
Hey, Jack.
I accuse you of murder and robbery on the highway.
Packard, you must be out of your mind. You must be drunk.
Yes, what is this, Packard?
This is your mastermind, Sheriff. Carmichael, your gang was rounded up tonight, and Bugs Thompson is dead.
Bugs Thompson? Never heard of the gentleman. Who is he?
I know it seemed like a foolproof setup, Carmichael. None of the gang knew who they were working for except Goldie.
Goldie?
Yeah, we got her, too. She gave away the whole show.
Oh, that two-faced little brat. Yep. Okay, Sheriff. I guess that's that.
Well, looks to me like a friend Carmichael's about ready to sign a confession, Jack.
How about it, Sheriff?
Yeah. Deputy, take him outside and give him pen and paper.
It's a pleasure. Come along, you.
Jack, what goes on here? You throw me a curve. How'd you happen to suspect Carmichael? He's got wealth, position. What was his motive?
Greed. Just plain greed. He was rich, but he wanted to be richer.
Yeah, but Goldie, Jack, how come you know she knew Carmichael?
Because I listened to a telephone call.
But she always called from the booth. How could you hear her?
Remember the static on the radio?
Yeah.
Remember I told you it was the telephone dial?
Yeah, I remember.
Well, when I went back for my cap, Goldie was dialing a number. I listened to the clicks over the radio. I counted the clicks and got the number. Granite, 9854.
And that was Carmichael's number?
I checked with the telephone company and found out the number was a private wire leased to Carmichael.
And from what Carmichael said, Goldie not only worked for him, she must have been his girl.
Sorry, Doc. Better luck next time.
Oh, that's okay, son. She was only a strawberry blonde after all. I never did go for a strawberry blonde very much. Now, you take a real flaming redhead.
Not me. You take her.
You think I won't? Whoop. I'll pick a flaming redhead every time.
You have just heard I Love Adventure, a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring Michael Raffetto as Jack Packard and Barton Yarborough as Doc Long. Next week, International Incident number 13, entitled The Ambassador Ricardo Santos Incident, an affair of death in the African jungles. Other players in tonight's show included Lou Krugman, Peggy Weber, Russell Thorson, Frank Richards, and Frank Gerstle. Curse on the Highway was written by Thomas J. Ahern. Organ music by Rex Curry. Your announcer, Dresser Dahlstead. Now, a listening reminder. Laughs and thrills go hand in hand on the wonderful Johnny Fletcher Show, starring Bill Goodwin. Stay tuned. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
Well, you see what you got us into?
Now, Jack, you couldn't hardly say it is all my fault.
I could hardly say it was all your fault.
Sure, I reckon you could say it all right. Move over, Reggie, so's I can squat.
Quiet. Go ahead and squat. You knew as well as I did that the police were looking for us.
Yeah, I know.
And you knew that if they found us, they intended holding us as material witnesses in the Martin murder cases.
Yeah.
And you knew that it might be months before we'd be free.
But, Jack, after what happened to Cherry and Fay, you wrote a full report on the whole business. We all signed our names to it.
Yes, but I didn't say who the murderer was.
But you said the killer was dead.
The police weren't satisfied with that, as you quite well know.
Yeah, they wanted you to say right out that it was Job that killed the chauffeur, and it is Cherry who killed Job. Well, why didn't you say?
Because we went to the Martin house to protect Grandmother Martin's interests. Her chief interest was to keep the Martin name unsullied. Besides, Fay and Hope were going to get well. Why brand them for life as sisters of a killer?
And so the police were after us to make us tell what we hadn't told.
Well, we were doing all right. We could have stayed right here as long as we'd wanted to. Never been found. But what do you have to do, Doc?
Well, doggone it, Jack.
You have to get yourself mixed up in a drifting poker game.
But I was bored.
So you were bored.
That's right, I was bored.
So what do you do?
Well, I hunts me up a bunch of hombres and gets myself into a poker game.
You take the $25,000 reward money and lose the works.
Well, what you mean I lose the work?
Well, you did, didn't you?
Well, I got it back, didn't I?
Did I say you didn't?
Well, you act like I didn't. That 25,000 potatoes is in a money belt slung around your middle, and here you are making more fuss.
Yes, but, Doc, that isn't the idea.
Then what is the idea, I want to know?
You lost the money in a poker game, and then what do? You throw a gun on the game and take it back again.
Well, of course I took it back again when I found out the game was crooked.
How do you know it was crooked?
Oh, that's just plain silly.
I still want to know how you knew it was crooked.
Because when Doc Long loses 25 grand in a poker game, it's got to be crooked.
That's no reason.
Well, it's reason enough for me.
So now we're not only wanted by the police as witnesses in the Martin case, but you're wanted for robbery with a gun. By the way, where'd you get the gun?
Well, one I picked up around the Martin house.
Well, where is it now?
I made a present of it to the Chinese who runs the laundry around the corner from where we is living.
Oh, but, Doc, if the police ever find it on him, he'll be in an awful hole.
Well, that's what he gets for shrinking my underdrawers.
Very funny. You've not only got the police buzzing around our ears, but you've got the gang that was backing that poker game out looking for us with Tommy guns.
And we're running away.
You bet we're running away.
Well, I don't like it.
You brought it on yourself.
Well, it ain't that I mind hopping freights out of town. That's kind of different, and I like things that's different. But what makes me mad is us
up and running away from a bunch of tin-horn bandits.
Quite, Jack. That valley well makes my gorge rise, too.
Where's your sense? We can keep out of the way of the police so we can fight the gangsters. But you know as well as I do that we can't do both. This town's too hot, and the quicker we get out of it, the better for everybody.
Well, it ain't my way.
It's mine.
Well, I mean, Jack, if we could get just one fast round in with the gang before we go, just to make them understand we're not leaving because we're afraid of them.
Now you're talking, Reggie.
No.
And I could slip uptown, and I know where we could find some of them.
No.
Yeah, I reckon when Jack says no, that's all there is to it, Reg.
Apparently.
What time is this freight that we're catching pull out?
I don't know.
And we're just sitting here in this boxcar until it does?
Yes.
Sure a nice night for dirty work. Man, is it foggy.
We'd bloody well have to keep our eyes peeled. Freight could slip by us in this soup and we'd never even know it.
You know what makes me so blame mad about this?
What's that?
Well, here we come down to Hollywood for no other reason than to spend $25,000. Did we spend it?
Not 1 cent.
Not one doggone cent. First we get mixed up in the Martin murders, and now we got to sneak out of town. I swear to my grandma, it's harder to spend $25,000.
Shut up.
Huh? What's the matter?
Somebody outside the car.
Yeah.
Get down behind those bales of hay.
Right on.
Oh, probably just one of the yard bulls.
I don't care who it is. We don't want to be seen.
Yeah.
Are you sure, Jack? I don't hear anything.
Yeah, there's somebody out there, so keep still.
Hey, I see a flashlight.
Well, hold it. Keep down.
Nothing in this car but 3-4 bales of straw.
Jack, shut up, you fool. But, Jack, I know that feller's voice. He's one of the gang. What? I'm a spank hipponoceros if he ain't.
He flashed his light in here. He was looking for something, all right.
Of course he was. Looking for us.
That's great.
Huh? Well, what do you mean, that's great?
I mean, if the gang is that anxious to find us, they're going to be watching every freight that leaves these yards.
But look here, then maybe we'll have a go at them after all, huh, Doc?
Now you're talking. How about us piling out of here right now?
Listen, you two, you're playing with dynamite. Now let it alone.
But, Jack, this isn't like you.
Yeah, what's the matter with you, feller? You act to me like you got your running shoes on.
I'm telling you, if you don't get out of this town quick, we're going to end up in jail or in the slab at the morgue.
You call that any way to talk?
And another thing, I don't want anybody to see us climb up on that freight.
You mean they'll follow us out of town?
Well, what about it, Doc?
Yeah, you got something there. For 25,000 armed men, them mugs would follow us to Kingdom Come.
Exactly.
Of course, I hope they do. I'm still mad about them euchering me into a sucker poker game.
Well, forget your man. I don't want to be trailed all over the...
Hold it. What's the matter now?
They're back.
Hot dog.
Listen.
All right. Climb in, boys.
It's him again. Shut up.
Tony, your lookout. Keep a lookout for the yard bulls. Give me a foot up and then close the door.
Close the door?
Shut up.
All right, Tony. Shut the door. All right, you rats. Come on out. No use stalling. We know you're in here. There's 5 of us and only 3 of you, and we've come to do a job, so come on out and get it.
You mean there's only 5 of you?
Well, hello, Doc Long.
Hello, Lefty. Honest, is that all you brung along? 5?
That's plenty. Come on out.
Well, say we do come out. What then?
Use your imagination.
I ain't got much.
Well, I can promise you it'll make nice, juicy reading on the front page of your hometown newspaper.
And, man, do I love getting my name on the front page of the newspaper.
Quit stalling.
What's the matter with the rest of your outfit? Are they deep and done?
They ain't here to talk.
Uh-huh. They're here for something, I bet.
Kind of bets you make don't mean much.
Says which?
You made the biggest mistake of your life when you held up that poker game. We've come to get that $25,000 and teach you better manners.
Well, how about beginning? How about starting out by turning on your flashlight?
No flashlights. This night's work's going to be done in the dark.
It's too bad you can't do a little gun shooting, ain't it?
Yeah?
Yeah, on account of you going to need them. But you dasn't on account of that every bull in this yard would be down on you.
Knives are better for this kind of a job anyway.
Yeah, knives, huh?
All right, you stalled long enough. Now come on out.
Oh, we ain't quite ready yet.
You're as ready as you'll ever be.
Not quite. You see, my 2 partners is kind of maneuvering into position.
What's that?
Yeah. You see, all the time that we've been a-gassing, Jack and Reggie have been crawling around back of you so's we can attack front and back and kind of boil you up.
You're crazy. Beat Johnny.
You ready, Jack?
Let's go.
Ooh, yeah, go!
Doc, Reggie, you all right? I've got one more to polish off. There. Doggone, I don't know when. I had so much fun. Anybody hurt?
Hey, never mind that. Count the bodies. See if we got them all.
Oh, here. Wait a minute, Jack. I got Lefty's flashlight. Here you are.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's all.
And it's nice a mess of busted noses I ever about seen. What do we do now, Jack?
We get that lookout bird outside the car.
Well, that means we got to get this door open. Give me a hand, Reg.
Christ. Just a minute. When you get the door open, let me do the talking.
Okay. Come on, Reggie. Open her up now. That you, Lefty?
Yeah, I'm coming down.
Sure didn't take you long to do the job, eh?
No, it didn't, did it? Here's a little present for you.
Get him, Jack.
Yes, come on down. Help me throw him into the car.
Yeah. Come on, Reggie. Right-o. Let me give you a hand, Jack.
Grab hold.
Up with him.
Yeah. All right, now push the door shut.
Let me get my shoes.
Wait, listen. Never mind the door. Here comes the freight. Come on, get over to the track.
Hey, look out. We don't get separated in the fall.
There's the headlights. She's moving slow.
I say this ought to do it.
Yes, keep out of the headlights. We don't want the train crew to see us. Let the engine get by and then start looking for an open boxcar.
Here she comes. Here we are, Jack. Here's an open boxcar.
Run for it. Get in.
Hey, hurry. She's picking up speed. Make it ready. Right-o. Give me a hand, Jack. Up with you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, Doc.
Give me a lift.
Yeah. Up with you.
Wee. And here we are.
So here you are.
Hey. I say. Hey, who said that?
I say it. Why not?
Jack, there's a girl in this boxcar.
Why not?
Doggone female riding a freight train.
Yes, I am female. A dangerous female. So watch out.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
fortunate you chose this boxcar.
Why?
Because this car is occupied by the maestro and myself.
That's all right. You won't bother us.
But you bother us.
Did you say the maestro?
I did.
You mean there's somebody else in this here freight car besides you?
The maestro, yes.
A man?
A very great man.
Well, what's a very great man doing riding in a boxcar?
Yeah, and what about you? You a female hobo?
That is insult.
Well, why is it? Most folks that grabs rides on freight trains is bindle stiff.
I am not bindle stiff, I will have you know.
Not, huh?
No. The maestro and I have temporary financial difficulties.
Financial difficulties, huh?
That is true.
But see here, where is this maestro person?
Right now he is asleep.
So you're out of cash, so you and the maestro are trying to get somewhere by freight, is that it?
Yes. Business is not good.
Well, just what is your business?
I am dancer. The maestro is great magician.
Magician? You mean one of them fellers that pulls rabbits out of a hat?
Oh, pull rabbit out of hat.
Well, does he or don't he?
The maestro don't pull rabbit out of hat. He is great man, I tell you.
The maestro your husband?
My husband?
Yeah, you and him married?
That is preposterous.
Oh, it is?
The maestro is not married to any woman. What kind of a man do you think the maestro is?
That's what we're trying to find out.
That is what many people try to find out. What kind of man is maestro? But nobody ever has.
You been with him long?
2, 3 years, I don't know.
You been tagging that maestro around for 2, 3 years and you ain't married to him?
I most certainly am not. That is insult to the maestro.
Oh, you think you ain't good enough for him?
No woman is good enough for the maestro. I am best woman there is, and even I am not good enough for him.
I say, he must be quite a chappie. Well, how about us striking a couple of matches and having a look at you?
No, you do not light matches.
Uh-huh. Why not?
Because it will disturb the maestro.
What's your name?
Nasha.
Nasha, huh?
You mind?
Oh, who, me? No, it's okay by me.
Nasha. What is that, Russian?
No, I am not Russian.
Your dialect sounds Russian.
I am not Russian.
Nasha?
Aye, that is the maestro.
Nasha?
Yes, maestro.
Who are you talking to?
I do not know.
You don't know?
No, I do not know.
Well, find out.
Yes, I will. Who are you?
Well, my name's Jack Packard.
One is named Jack Packard.
I'm Doc Long.
One is named Doc Long.
And I'm Reggie York.
And one is Reggie York. That is all.
What are they doing in this boxcar?
I do not know.
Well, ask them.
What are you doing in this boxcar?
Just going for a ride.
The one named Jack Packard say they are going for a ride.
Tell them to get out.
Hey, who does he think he is?
He is the maestro. He say get out.
Well, tell him to take a jump at himself.
The one named Doc Long say, go take a jump at yourself.
What's that?
He say, go take a jump at yourself.
Oh, he did eh?
Yes, that's what he said.
Apparently he doesn't know who I am.
I guess he don't. Shall I stick a knife in him?
Oh, look here.
You do, and I'll whale the daylights out of you.
Then what I do?
You just shut up and let me go back to sleep.
The maestro is great man. He needs his sleep.
Hey, maestro.
Who said that?
I did. Come on out, be sociable.
Apparently you don't know who I am.
Sure, you're the maestro. Come on up the doorway.
Very well, very well. Anything to make for peace and good feeling. Well?
How do you do? Care to sit down on the door and dangle your feet?
No, I would not care to dangle my feet. Nasha?
Maestro?
Go bring that packing box.
Yes, maestro.
Nasha says there's 3 of you.
That's right. Doc here.
Hi, maestro, old kid.
Reggie.
My pleasure, maestro.
And myself.
Tramps?
Hey, fella.
Do we sound like tramps?
The packing box, maestro. Will you be comfortable?
Certainly I will not be comfortable. When was a man ever comfortable seated on a packing case?
Your star has not risen yet, maestro. But it will. It will.
These men say they're not tramps.
They want to know if I am Bindlestiff. I am insult.
Nasha Bindlestiff, eh?
Well, shucks, it is only naturally important folks don't ever ride around in a boxcar.
I beg your pardon.
Well, do they?
I am an important person. I am riding in a boxcar.
Important, huh? Nasha here said you were a 2-bit magician.
I did no such thing say that. I said he is great man.
And, gentlemen, she is right. I am a great man.
Don't mind admitting it yourself.
I do not.
I wish there was some light. I'd like to get a look at you two.
Why?
You sound like a pair of phonies to me.
He say phonies. Shall I stick a knife in him?
I'll whale the tar out of you if you do.
He say phonies.
You are Mr. Packard?
That's right.
You think, Mr. Packard, you could tell whether we are phonies if you could see her?
Yes?
Perhaps you'd like us to describe ourselves.
Sure. We aren't doing anything in particular.
Nasha, describe yourself.
Yes. I am very beautiful. I am very exotic. My hair and eyes are black as night, and my mouth is red. I am straight and lithe, and my body is so flexible I can stand straight and touch my forehead on my knees, or I can bend backwards and touch my head to the floor. I am built like a young boy, but my legs are nicer. I am so proud of my legs, and I dance as no other girl can dance.
Ooh-wee and hot dog.
You don't believe me?
Well, sure, I believe you. Only pretty soon I'm going to wake up and take another drag on the opium pipe.
It does sound a bit incongruous, doesn't it?
Nasha hasn't begun to tell you her accomplishments.
She says she's not Russian.
She is not. She is from one of the states close to the Russian frontier. Does she sound phony?
Well, you'll have to admit she's hard to believe. What about yourself?
My hair is silver gray. I'm extremely fat and ugly man. I'm neatly dressed, but shabby. I'm a sensualist, but I have strong, fine hands. I'm a magician, yes, but I'm more than a magician. I'm a student of philosophy, of mysticism, of higher ethics.
Are you a moral man?
I'm neither moral nor immoral. I am unmoral.
I say, Maestro, what do you mean you're a student of mysticism?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Well, do you mind explaining?
Yes. Your lack of understanding would only convince you I am a charlatan.
Why are you on this freight train?
Why are you?
Circumstances.
Exactly, my friend, exactly. Circumstances.
Hey, looky, how do you and Nasha here happen to be traveling around together?
You're very curious about other people's affairs, aren't you?
Okay, I can take a hint.
On the other hand, I don't mind in the least telling you. We all need money from time to time to keep body and soul together. When finances are bad, I suffer the indignity of going on the stage to perform simple acts of magic before the public. Nasha is part of my paraphernalia.
Oh, I get it. She's the girl that you saw in Half and the girl that escapes from locked trunks, things like that.
And I dance. That is what I like to do best. Dance.
In other words, you're a common garden variety of magician with a lot of highfalutin ideas.
You're trying to insult me, Mr. Packard.
Perhaps.
Well, you won't succeed. When you talk in that manner, I consider you stupid. An intelligent man never pays attention to stupidity.
Thanks.
Well, if you're so doggone smart, go ahead and show us something.
Show you something?
Sure, if you're such a high muck in this here mysticism stuff, go ahead and show us something.
That's a very dangerous thing to say, young man.
Yeah? Well, why?
Because I might do it.
Well, go ahead. What's holding you back?
Nasha.
Yes, Maestro.
Remove that cloak.
Yes, Maestro.
Have you done so?
Yes, Maestro.
Then lie down at my feet.
Yes, Maestro.
There. You cannot see the girl, but she's lying curled up at my feet. Nasha?
Yes, Maestro.
You are thinking only what I am thinking?
Yes, Maestro.
You're going to let me put this rawhide leash about your neck?
Yes. Yes.
I stroke your hair. Stroke your hair. Now it is no longer human hair. It is the hair of an animal. The mane of a tigress. The mane of a tigress. You are going to be a tigress. When I say so, you are going to be a tigress. You are a tigress.
Hey, Jack, it's snarling. Hey, look at its eyes. Look at its eyes. They're shining.
Shining in the dark.
That's enough. That's enough, Nasha. Nasha, you're a woman.
I am so sleepy.
Sleep, Nasha. Sleep. Sleep.
Doggone. I don't like it.
I don't like it a bit.
Now, she's asleep, gentlemen. She won't awaken. You don't need to lower your voices.
Boy, I darn near jumped clean out of this boxcar.
Well, Mr. Packard...
What do you think you were doing?
Just a very short visit into the realm of mysticism. A very short and unimportant visit.
And you want us to believe you turned that girl into an animal?
Why should you believe anything except what you heard and saw?
It was too dark in here to see anything.
But her eyes, Jack, I seen her eyes. They was blazing green and yellow in the dark.
I saw that.
And that horrible snarling.
Yes, I heard the snarling.
And you don't believe?
No, I don't believe.
You don't believe your eyes, you don't believe your ears. Would you believe your sense of touch?
I might.
We'll see. I clap my hands twice.
Hey, what was that?
A man has just been murdered.
Murdered? Here in this boxcar?
Nuts.
Mr. Packard, reach over here at my feet where Nasha was lying.
Well, sure. Why not?
What's that?
A man with a knife in his heart. You're touching the knife.
Yes. A man with a knife in his heart.
You believe?
This isn't magic. It's murder.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
There's a murdered man in this boxcar.
Now do you believe? Now do you believe in the power of the maestro?
I believe you've committed murder. Doc.
Yeah, Jack?
Have you got that flashlight?
Yeah, I got it here somewhere. Yeah, here it is.
Wait before you turn on the light.
Wait for nothing.
Just until I clap my hand twice.
Go ahead. Clap your hands twice.
Thank you. There. Now turn on the light.
You bet I'll...
Jack, where is it?
Where's that body?
I clapped my hands twice. It is gone.
You're crazy. There was a dead man lying right on that spot less than a minute ago. What became of him?
My son, the powers of the mystic are beyond your comprehension.
Rubbish.
Jack, turn the flash on this here maestro. Let's have a look at him.
Yes, let's have a look at you.
If you wish.
Hey, holy jumping catfish.
Will you look at what we got?
I told you I was fat and ugly.
Well, I swear to my grandma you wasn't kidding. You're just about the fattest man I ever did see.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Fella, you're darn near as broad as you are long.
So you're the maestro, huh?
I am.
What's your name?
Maestro is sufficient.
Reggie.
Yes, sir.
You stay right here with this man. Don't let him get up off that packing case.
Right.
Doc and I are going to search this boxcar.
For the dead man.
For the dead man. Murder amuses you?
Look at your hands.
What's that?
I suggest you look at your hands.
Well?
You touched the knife that was in the man's heart. Are there any signs of blood on your fingers?
No.
Isn't that odd? A man stabbed in the heart bleeds profusely.
That's true, Jack.
There was a dead man in his car.
Another simple excursion into the world of mysticism.
Rubbish. Come on, Doc. We're going to look for that body.
Well, there sure ain't much looking to be done in a boxcar. Empty boxcar's about the easiest thing I know to search.
Here, wait.
Huh? Well, hey, it's a little dancer Nasha. Now, hold your flash down close.
Yes, I want to look at her.
Was doggone. Just as pretty as she said she was. Sleeping like a baby.
That's what I wanted to make sure of.
Well, she is, ain't she?
Yes, there's no faking about that.
Doggone, fella. Can you imagine a little honey like that traveling around the country with a big, fat, ugly buzzard like the maestro?
Beauty and the Beast.
And darn it, she ain't plumb crazy about it.
Queer setup. Well, there's nothing down in this end of the car.
If you mean corpses, they ain't.
All right, let's try the other end.
I don't really think we'll find nothing, no, do you?
There was a dead body in here.
Well, are you convinced?
We aren't through yet.
I heard you talking down there. You find the girl?
Yeah, Nasha's getting her beauty sleep.
Well, when you search to your satisfaction, come back. I enjoy your company.
Thanks. Come on, Doc.
Sure is a good-natured old hipponocerous. Now, looky, Jack, you going to insist that there was a murdered man?
Yes.
Well, all right, then we got a right to say that Nasha was turned into a tiger.
Baloney.
But tiger or dead man, one makes just as much sense as the other.
That woman in the tiger gag was just a trick. Optical and oral illusion. It was dark. We didn't actually see the tiger.
But we seen green eyes in the dark, and we heard it snarling.
Illusion, I tell you.
Well, all right, but then why ain't the dead man an illusion, too?
Because I had hold of him.
But in the dark. Maybe he had that fixed up some way. These magician guys are smarter than a whip.
You see anything down here?
Well, there ain't nothing down here, and I feel kind of silly even looking.
Silly, huh?
Yeah, I do. Him sitting there playing tricks on us and laughing at us, and all the time us taking it serious.
All right, come on.
Of course, I know you still ain't convinced.
I know there was a dead man.
Then where'd it go?
Yes, Mr. Packard. Where did it go?
All right. Well, how about the car door?
No, I didn't move off this box. I was sitting here right in front of you all the time.
I couldn't see you in the dark.
But I was right in front of you, talking to you. No, if you have any idea that I threw a dead man out of that car door, you're quite mistaken.
You maintain it was an illusion?
I maintain I opened the door into the world of mysticism, just a crack.
What's he been doing while we were away, Reggie?
Reggie. Hey, Reggie. Turn on the flashlight, Jack.
Don't be alarmed. Your friend has nearly gone to sleep.
Asleep?
He must have been very tired.
Reggie. Reggie, what's the matter with you?
Let me alone, Jack. I'm tired.
Yeah, Doc, get hold of him. Help me get him up on his feet.
Yeah. Come on, Reg. Wake up. Come on, get up.
Let me alone. You chappies, let me alone.
That's it. Walk him around. Come on, Reggie. Snap out of it.
That's it. Stretch and wake up.
I say, what's going on?
You all right?
Naturally, I'm all right. What made you think otherwise?
What made us think otherwise?
I say, I just remembered.
You remembered what?
Nasha, that girl, she's been killed.
Hey.
But I saw it. I know it. I saw it.
You saw Nasha
She
killed?
must have been. She walked up to the door of the car and plunged out head first.
She done what?
I saw her.
Now look, Reggie, it's as black as the inside of your hat. How could you possibly have seen her jump out the door?
I don't know, but I did.
Doc, take this flashlight and go back to the end of the car and show Reggie she's back there asleep.
Yeah, come on, fella.
It was beastly all over before I could move.
Well,
I don't think you and I are going to get along.
that's a pity.
What did you do to Reggie?
I'm afraid you have a suspicious mind.
He didn't go to sleep of his own accord.
He didn't.
Nasha didn't jump out that door, and you know very well she didn't.
I didn't say...
Jack, she's not here.
What's that?
Jack, did you hear? Nash is gone. She's not here.
It's just as I said, Jack. I saw her float out of the door of the car.
This is ridiculous.
But it's the truth.
Doc, go down and look at the other end of the car.
Yes,
But,
sure.
Jack, I know what I'm talking
You
about.
don't know what you're talking about. You've been asleep.
Asleep?
Yes, you have. When Doc and I came back from examining the car, you were lying on the floor asleep.
You're sure?
Certainly I'm sure. Anything you think you saw, you dreamed.
Well, I don't believe it.
Nope, she ain't down here, Jack.
You look good?
Sure I did. She just plain ain't in this boxcar.
Your friend, Mr. Long, is right, Mr. Packard.
And I suppose you're going to say you saw her dive out the door, too.
As a matter of fact, I did. To throw even more light on the subject, I caused her to do it.
You made that girl jump out of this train going like we are?
I did.
But look here, that's murder.
Oh, no.
Well, I'd like to know why it isn't. The train going the way it is, well, she couldn't possibly have come through alive.
Besides, this is mountain country. Ravines, precipices. The girl may have fallen 100 feet.
You boys still don't believe, do you?
Don't believe what?
That I have the mystical power necessary to conduct acts which to you appear supernatural.
Are you going to tell us now that we're witnessing another of your experiments in mysticism?
Exactly.
You say you caused her to leap out of the car. I suppose you can cause her to leap back in again.
I didn't say that.
Reggie, tell us exactly what you saw.
You mean when Nasha...
Yes. What did you see?
Well, I saw her come from the end of the car where you saw her asleep.
Don't you see how ridiculous that is? You can't even see your hand in front of you.
Yeah, this was different. There was a faint glow about her. I don't know how to explain it. Like a firefly.
Wearing neon lights,
No,
huh?
I mean it. Luminous. Her body, her hair. She glided along till she got to the door. And she stood there for a moment, and then suddenly she just seemed to float off into the air.
You actually saw her? I mean, after she left the car, you saw her out in the air?
Yes, for a moment. I could see the wind blowing her luminous hair, and then all of a sudden she disappeared.
But, Reggie, what'd you stand there for? Why didn't you yell?
I don't know. I began to feel heavy, sleepy. I say, that's what happened, Jack. The minute she floated out there, I went to sleep.
That's great.
But I couldn't help it. Jove, I never felt so sleepy.
Did the maestro here touch you?
No. No, I don't think so.
No, I didn't touch him.
Well, I don't know the answer, but I think the whole thing's a lot of silly hocus pocus.
But doggone it, Jack, the girl's gone.
Yes, and so is the body of that dead man. I know they're gone. I also know there was a dead body here. And I know that if that girl jumped out the car door, she's dead.
The ways of mysticism...
I don't care anything about the ways of mysticism. You sit there like a big fat spider creating evil. I think you're a murderer, and I'm not so sure but what you're not a double murderer.
I know. A man convinced against his will.
Jack, look.
Yeah. She's coming back.
Floating in through the doorway, just the way she left.
Nasha, do you hear me?
She's just returned from another world. She must have time.
Floating back to the end of the car.
I want to talk to that girl.
You will have the opportunity. Just give her a minute.
You see? You see how luminous she is? How she glows?
Hey, look, it went out. She don't shine no more.
The power that surrounded her has left.
The power surrounding her.
I think she's ready to talk to you now. Nasha, come here.
We'll see what she has to say.
Nasha?
I am here, Maestro.
Nasha, where have you been?
Away. Way away. It was cold there, very cold.
Here, let me feel your hands.
Yes, I am cold.
Yeah, you're like ice.
Yes, I am cold.
How did you get so cold?
In the faraway country. But I did not mind the cold then because everything was so beautiful.
Mr. Packard doesn't believe you.
Shall I stick a knife into him?
No, Nasha.
Here, let me look at you in the flashlight.
So you can see how beautiful I am?
Let me see your hands.
They are beautiful, too.
Hello. What's this blood on your hands?
Blood?
And rust. Iron rust.
No. No, not blood. Not blood.
Blood and rust.
No.
Catch her, Doc.
Yeah, got her.
Put her down at my feet. I will heal her.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
Hey, we ain't moving. Hey, Jack, Reggie, we ain't moving. Jack, do you hear me? Wake up.
What's the matter, Doc?
We ain't moving. This boxcars are standing still.
Oh, have you looked out to see where we are?
No, I just woke up. You wake, Reg?
Yes, quite. Oh, seems queer after hearing the click of wheels for 36 hours, doesn't it?
Let's slide open the door and see what's happened.
Shall I go down to the other end of the car and wake up Nasha and the maestro?
Let him alone. They'll probably wake up when we open the door.
Makes enough noise.
All right, grab hold, Reggie.
Let's go. There she is.
Hey, will you looky out here?
Oh, I say. The desert.
Sand and greasewood, as far as the feller can see.
Dawn just beginning to break. Probably be able to see the mountains when it gets lighter. Come on, let's get down. There. Come on, Reggie.
I know.
Doggone if that ain't pretty, though. Purple light over the desert. Darned if I don't almost feel like I was back home in Texas.
You gonna stand there in the car door? You're coming with us.
Oh, sure I'm coming. There. Oh, where are we going?
Oh, just look around.
It don't look to me like there's nothing but sand and greasewood.
This sighting indicates there's something more.
Right. Railroad wouldn't shunt a car off here for no reason.
Well, if either one of you can see signs of anything in any direction, I'll put in with you. There ain't even any roads leading anywhere.
There probably is. We just haven't seen it yet.
Well, don't look to me like there was.
Oh, but there's got to be, Doc. Otherwise... Oh, look there.
Huh? Where?
There's a post with a sign on it.
Oh, that don't mean nothing. Railroads have them all along their right-of-way every few miles.
Well, let's have a look at it anyway.
Oh, sure. Why not?
Jove, that boxcar certainly looks lonely standing there by itself in this great expanse of nothingness.
Sure does, all right.
Well, here's a sign. Well, I'll be...
Huh? Well, what's the matter?
Read it. You can read, can't you?
Say, bury your dead Arizona. Bury your dead Arizona? Hey, what does that mean?
Apparently this is the town of Bury Your Dead.
The name of a town?
What else? Bury Your Dead, Arizona.
A bit gruesome, what?
Well, somebody's got a sense of humor, looks like to me.
You think that's funny?
Well, it does kind of tickle me somewhere. Can't just put my finger on it.
I say, I just had a bad thought. You don't suppose the whole population of Bury Your Dead is under the sod, do you? I mean to say that would make accommodations for us who are alive a bit sketchy.
Yeah, it would at that.
No, I still maintain there's a living population around here somewhere. That boxcar was left here to be loaded.
Well, I sure hope you're right, because I'm blamed anxious to start sleeping in the bed and eating my food off a table again.
Oh, I agree with you there. My boxcar accommodations are bally meager.
Are we going back to the boxcar?
Might as well till it gets lighter. It'd be silly to get away from the railroad tracks until we know definitely where we're going.
Are we going to tote the maestro and Nasha along with us when we do?
That depends.
It's queer about the maestro, isn't it?
How you mean?
Well, after that first night in the car, he hasn't said a word about his ballet mysticism.
Yeah, all day yesterday, he acted as though he didn't even know we was in the car with him. Just sat on that packing box of his without hardly moving.
With his eyes closed most of the time.
And, man, is he fat. Well, I don't see how his legs hold him up.
Didn't you notice his legs? Short, straight up and down like a couple of posts.
Yeah, he's going to have one swell time if we have to do any walking across this sand.
I say, they're awake. Nasha's out of the car.
Yeah, and the maestro's sitting in the doorway.
Waiting for us to come and lift him down, probably.
They seem to be watching us with a great deal of interest.
Doggone, Jack. That Nasha gal's a honey.
Honey expresses it perfectly.
Huh?
Don't think the maestro doesn't know you can catch a lot of flies with honey.
Now, what you mean by that?
Never mind. Let's see what they have to say.
Honey catches a lot of flies.
Well, morning, maestro.
So you haven't deserted us after all.
Deserted you? Is that what you thought?
You make us pretty mad, I can tell you.
Mad, huh?
The maestro say that is gratitude for you.
Gratitude? We're under no obligations to you. If there had been any object in our taking out across the desert, we'd have done so.
You are obligated to me whether you realize it or not.
In what way?
I let you live.
Hey, what you talking about, fella?
I let you live.
Valley unpleasant thought.
Is it?
Right. That our lives were in your hands.
Nevertheless, they were. Still are, if you wish.
Listen to him, will you? Why, feller, any one of us could tear you limb from limb if we was a mind to.
I'm not in a mood to discuss the matter. I simply stated a fact.
You don't want to make any further explanations?
No.
I do not like this place. Why we stop here?
We stopped here because here is where the railroad company chose to leave our boxcar.
And what is the name of this place?
Bury Your Dead, Arizona.
Will you say that again?
Bury Your Dead, Arizona.
You're not being facetious.
All I know is what I read on the sign around the other side of the boxcar.
But of course people bury their dead.
Oh, I don't know. Sometimes people are a little careless. For instance, did the maestro bury the dead body that we had in the boxcar with us night before last?
So you're still worrying about that?
No. Instead, he threw it out the door of the moving boxcar.
But there was no dead body?
I think there was.
Then you are a fool. It was the maestro's magic.
Let him alone, Nasha. If he will not believe, he will not believe. I've not seen around the other side of the boxcar. I assume there is a town.
He assumes there is a town.
There isn't?
You bet there ain't. The other side of the tracks looks just like this side of the tracks, just as far as your eyes can see.
Strange.
However, there must be some kind of a settlement not too far off.
This reminds me so much of a portion of southeastern Russia where I was once stranded.
Reminds me of Texas.
Same sandy wasteland, same purple dawns, same unhealthy silence.
But there's nothing unhealthy about this. It's inspiring. It's beautiful.
Yeah, what you mean unhealthy? Why, there ain't no place as healthy as a desert.
Same unhealthy silence. I think I found the place at last.
What are you talking about?
And you say the name of the place is Bury Your Dead.
Yes?
You say there must be a settlement nearby. Help me down out of this boxcar.
Roll over on your stomach and let yourself down.
That is not dignified.
And sit up there in the door. It's no matter to us.
It's only 2 or 3 feet. Jump.
My weight is too great. I would break a leg.
Then I reckon you'll have to roll over and slide down on your stomach like Jack done.
You insult the maestro.
Well, sure, why not?
Shall I stick a knife into them?
Let them alone. They're unbelievers, Nasha.
Pigs! Infidels and pigs!
Oh, what's going on here?
Hey.
Where did you come from?
I've been standing here watching you, and I don't mind saying I don't like what I see.
Well, we're mighty glad to see you.
You are?
Yes, we were beginning to think we were the only living beings on this desert.
Well, you ain't.
That's fine.
Quite a heap of folks over at Bury Your Dead.
Look here, then there is a town by that name?
Didn't you just hear me say so?
How many people live there?
Well, there was 20 last night. This morning, there's only 19.
Hey, well, what happened to the 20th?
Ed, by the wolves.
Wolves? Did I hear right? Did you say wolves?
That's what I said. Say, you're about the fattest man that's ever been in these parts.
Wolves, closer and closer to my Russian experience.
What'd you say?
What makes you think it was wolves?
'Cause I know it was wolves.
I don't believe it.
Ain't no skin off my back.
There have been any wolves in Arizona for 50 years.
You can prove that.
Well, no.
Then don't talk so much.
Now, can you prove that someone has been killed by wolves?
That's right.
How did it happen?
How would it happen? The wolves just pulled him down and went for him.
I see. How far is Bury Your Dead from here?
About a half mile that way.
It's queer. We can't see any building.
It's down in the gulch. That's where the water is.
Any place we can put up?
Dry Gulch Mary's.
Hotel?
Room and victuals.
A woman runs a boarding house in this forsaken hole?
Dry Gulch Mary is tougher than most men. Like to come along with me? I'll take you there.
Yes, I think we would. By the way, my name's Jack Packard.
Howdy. Mine's Jumping Dick.
Oh, glad to meet you, Jumping Dick.
Yeah, known by everybody in Arizona and New Mexico, Jumping Dick.
Oh, what's jumping for?
I got that handle on account I used to jump every time I heard a rattlesnake. I can't abide the critters.
Well, Dick, this is Doc Long. This is Reggie York.
Howdy. Glad to meet you.
And sitting up there in the car is the maestro.
The which?
The maestro.
Oh, that's so.
And this girl is Nasha.
Well, the boys down at Bury Your Dead get a squint at her.
They'd better not, I tell you those.
Hey, what kind of lingo's that?
Nasha's from the Far East.
Far East is Nebraska?
No, I mean over close to Russia.
Oh. Well, I don't reckon any of the boys ever seen a Russian before. She ought to go over big with them. Only pretty girl in Bury Your Dead's my daughter. And ain't no better than to bother her.
They bother me, I will stick a knife in them.
Oh, knife fighter, huh?
Yes. This way. Poof. They are dead.
Well, I'll pass the word around, but the boys sure do like a pretty woman. You coming with me?
Yes. Now, how about you, Maestro?
I demand you help me down.
Get down the best way you can.
Very well, I shall.
Just a little more, Maestro. There. Your feet touch the ground.
You have made me look ridiculous.
So what?
So I will cast a spell over this countryside. I will turn loose evil on Bury Your Dead, so that many who are alive today will not be alive tomorrow.
What the tarnation's he talking about?
And he will, too. The Maestro is great magician. You wait.
I have warned you. The wolves who have killed once will kill again and again.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
Yeah, it ain't much, but that's where we live.
Well, what's your daughter's name, Jumping Dick?
Laurie.
Laurie, huh? You mean Lorry?
L-O-R-R-Y? Well, that's plain ignorance.
It is, huh?
Laurie. L-A-U-R-A.
That's Laurie, huh?
Well, it ain't Kate.
He's got something there, Doc.
Now, just a minute. I think we're getting too far ahead of the maestro and Nasher.
Well, what you keep worrying about them for, Jack? They ain't no skin off our nose.
Besides, we've practically arrived.
Just the same, it won't hurt to show a little friendliness. I got a feeling our maestro could be a pretty venomous enemy.
You mean he could bewitch us or something with his mysticism stuff?
Talk sense, Doc.
Well, yeah, that does sound kind of silly to me, even at 6 o'clock in the morning. But if his weapon ain't magic, well, what the heck hurt can he do us? He sure can't chase us with a knife. Well, look at him. 300 pounds of pure unrendered whale blubber.
Yeah, fattest man I ever see, or expect to see.
Can't hardly drag 1 foot ahead of the other through this sand.
Can we be of any help, maestro?
How much more of this torture is there?
Just a few yards more. Can we help?
A curse on this desert sand.
Well, we're in the city limits of Bury or Dead now, so the going should be easier.
A curse on Bury Your Dead.
Hey, don't say that. Well, the folks in Bury Your Dead is going to feed us and put us up.
Go along with you. Stop annoying me with your silly prattle. Nosh and I will arrive in our own good time.
How you doing, Nasha, honey?
You do not say honey to me.
Why not, Sugar?
You do not say sugar to me either.
Why not?
Because maybe if you do, I speak nice.
Now will you be good?
Come on, let him alone.
Yeah, they seem to like their own company better than ours. Well, looky, Jumping Dick. Tell us more about your little old daughter.
Laurie?
Yeah, that little old Laurie female gal.
Well, ain't much to tell, except she's had a heap of book education. She talks a dad-burned citified and purty. Most folks won't have no truck with her.
You mean your daughter was educated away from Bury or Dead?
Yeah, I reckon. But again, my will. Why, say, she's so darn stuck up, do you think she'll wear flower sack bloomers like the rest of the women in these parts?
Oh, I say.
No, sir, not Laurie. She's got to have store-bought clothes from top to bottom.
You should be proud of your daughter, Dick.
Well, of course I am. But she's about the most expensive female critter yet. Store-bought clothes underneath where you can't see them. Why, with ideas like that, she'll never get a husband. And shoes.
You don't mean she insists on wearing shoes?
Darned if she don't. Shoes and stockings both.
Well, darned if I don't think you got a pretty desperate case on your hands, Jumping Dick.
Hey, you ain't in the mood to get married, are you?
Oh! Hey, now, wait a minute.
You ain't, huh?
Well, at least not till I've kind of looked her over.
I mean, say, if you look her over and like what you see, you'll take her off my hands.
Look out, Doc.
What you mean, take her off your hands?
Oh, it's got to be legal.
Legal, huh?
Oh, darn right. I want a marriage ceremony which says right in the contract that once I'm shed of Laurie, I'm shed of her for life.
Well, Jumping Dick, I don't reckon that I'm particularly interested.
Oh, here, now, don't go and say that. That ain't fair to Laurie.
It ain't?
No, it ain't. How can you tell you don't want a girl before you've even seen her?
Well, of course I can't.
Of course you can. Well, now then, how about branching off up to my place,
Not a chance, Dick. We want to get to the boarding house and get some breakfast.
Yeah, but you'll only be a minute. Just one quick look so Texas here can make up his mind.
You mean a young gal is up and around at 6 in the morning?
No, she ain't up, but you could sort of peek in through the window.
Oh, look here.
Oh, that's all right, because there ain't no glass in the window.
Nope, that ain't my way, Dick.
Oh, ain't, huh?
Nope, I like my women on the hoof, especially when I'm trying to judge them for marrying.
Well, I could have her up and dressed.
Dick, what's that building down at the head of the drawer there?
That's Dry Gulch Mary's boarding house. As I was saying, I could have her up out of bed and with her hair combed in no time.
Hey, Maestro!
Stop yelling at me, will you?
That unpainted building at the head of the drawer is the boarding house.
Well, when you get there, tell them to reserve the best room in the place Bobby.
And how do you like that?
As I was saying, I can get Laurie up and dressed.
Forget your daughter, will you?
But this is the first chance to marry her off.
You're barking up the wrong tree.
What's that?
The doctor's just kidding us. He doesn't want your daughter.
Well, he just said himself he didn't know until he'd seen her.
Doc, for the love of Mike, will you put Dick out of his misery?
Well, I don't know, Jack. If Laura's as pretty as Jumping Dick says she
You
is.
crazy fool.
That's the way to talk, young fella. Look, you go on over to Dry Gulch Mary's and get your breakfast, and I'll run along home and yank Laurie out and have her over there for you to look at. Huh?
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Texas, you're the same as married right now. I'll be back quick and you can taste snort.
Doc, I'd like to break your neck.
Oh, what the heck? It's all in fun.
When you're getting yourself into this, don't come around asking for help. Come on.
So that's Dry Gulch Mary's boarding house.
It looks more like a cow barn.
5, 6, 7, 8 shacks. What looks like this is all there is to bury your dead. Just them 8 shacks stuck around the slopes of this gulch.
Well, Dick said there were only 19 citizens in the town.
20, until the wolves killed one last night.
Well, that wolf business sounds mighty funny to me.
Yeah, it does, don't it? Man, you sure know you're in the desert. Only 6 o'clock in the morning. Already it's hot enough to fry eggs.
Well, here we are, such as it is.
Bit on the dilapidated side. Look at that porch.
Looks like your foot would go through it if you stepped on it. Do we knock or just walk in?
Well, let's try knocking. Come on up on the porch. Looks deserted to me. No curtains.
Yeah, look inside. No carpet.
Furniture, though. No answer?
Try again.
I hear somebody inside.
Oh, good morning.
Well,
You're Dry Gulch Mary?
that's right.
You have room and board to offer?
I rent rooms to serve grub.
That's fine. How about showing us 3 rooms with baths, if you have them?
I don't.
Well, then 3 connecting rooms.
All my rooms connect.
I say, but they're locked between, of course.
No. What do you want to lock your room for?
Oh, wait a minute. We can settle the details later. Can you show us 3 rooms, then get us some breakfast?
Let me see the color of your money.
That's fair. How much?
$1 a week apiece for the room.
$1 a week?
Well, if you don't like it, find someplace else to sleep.
No, that's quite all right. That's $3. And how about meals?
50 cents a day for each of you. Take it or leave it.
Doggone, did you hear that, Reggie?
50 cents a day for a week is 3.5. Times 3 is 9. 10.5. You'll feed the 3 of us for a week for 10.5?
Don't try to jaw me down.
No. And here's the 10.5, and here's the extra $3 for our rooms.
Just lousy with money, ain't you?
No, not exactly.
Hey, you ain't the fellows that killed Al Joe last night, are you?
I say. Done what?
Killed Al Joe.
Oh, he must be the feller that Dick is telling us about.
We understood he was killed by wolves.
Ha! Human wolves. Hey, who's that coming?
Oh, yes. 2 more customers for you.
They gonna stay here?
Yes, if you have accommodations.
Is he that fat, or does he just look that way?
No, ma'am, he ain't kidding. He's just as fat as he looks.
I wonder how he does it. I wish I could get my hogs that fat.
Madam, your attention, please.
What you puffing about?
The sand is difficult for the maestro.
Now, we'll dispense with unnecessary conversation. Madam, I want the best room in your establishment.
Well, you can't have it.
Madam, I demand the best room in
Now,
your house.
Juggler, don't you get tough with me.
Huh?
I've got the best room in this house, and I aim to keep it.
Shall I stick a knife in her, maestro?
Stand back.
Hey.
Don't make a move, none of you.
Joe. Jack, did you see that? She throwed a gun on us quicker than a man could have.
Mary, put up that gun.
Tell me how to run my boarding house, bunch of flea-foot tenderfeet.
You don't need that gun. No one's going to bother you.
Now, you bet you ain't.
Madam, I misjudged you. My deepest apologies. Show us the best room you have available. It will be plenty good.
Well, now, that's more like. Say, what about this girl and the knife?
Nasha.
Yes, maestro.
Apologize to this good woman.
Madame, I have been impetuous. Please, you will forgive me.
Is she your wife?
No, I will also want a room for Nasha.
That's a Lulu of a name, Nasha.
You mind?
It's all right by me, sister.
Then, quickly, a room, hot water, and then breakfast.
Let's see the color of your money.
Madam, you question our integrity?
I want $1 apiece from you and the girls. Now, that's for the rooms. Meals is 50 cents apiece a day.
That's quite reasonable. In fact, very reasonable.
Then dish out.
At the end of the week.
Money talk.
My dear madam, filthy lucre is the
Might
curse.
so allow me.
What's this?
Let me take care of your week's room and board. Here, Mary, I think this is right.
Yes, don't care how you throw money around. Are you sure you didn't murder Alky Joe?
Quite sure.
Well, you folks just wait here now. I got to go see where I'm going to put y'all.
A peculiar situation.
Hey, looky, Maestro. Ain't you going to thank Jack for paying you a nicest way?
No thanks is due. The honor of paying my way, as you so crudely put it, is sufficient reward.
You think so, huh?
You are privileged. Few can say they helped the maestro in an emergency.
Well, of all the ornery... Hey, what about you, Nasha? Ain't you grateful?
Why should I be grateful? It is you who should be grateful.
Yeah?
Grateful you have been allowed to live.
Grateful we've been allowed to live?
That is true. Have you forgot the wolves?
Hey, what you talking about?
Wait until tonight when the wolves come. Then you will see.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
That's you, Doc? Yeah. Man, there ain't a door in this boarding house that don't creak and groan. Make a darn good burglar alarm, Mo.
What are you doing? Come on into my room.
Well, I'm coming. Doggone it, this ain't like living in a barn.
Yeah, it's a bit of a clatter, all right, when you walk about.
Where have you been?
I'm across the hall talking to Nash and the maestro. Fit to be tied, the maestro. He says we had better accommodations in the boxcar.
Did you ever eat such vile food?
Probably the reason we get it for 50 cents a day. Hey, who's that?
It's Dry Gulch Mary. Who'd you think it was?
Oh, good evening, Mary.
Is that so? Who said the food I serve up is vile?
I'm afraid I did.
Well, if you don't like it, you can get out.
But how did you know I said it?
I was listening. That's how I know.
Hey, you admit you was listening at the keyhole?
I was. And the next crack about the food I serve, and you can all get out, the whole kit and caboodle.
We're extremely sorry.
You'd better be.
Oh, just a minute, Mary. Are you always going to be listening at outdoors?
When I'm a mind to.
But isn't that considered bad taste?
I got a right to know what's going on in my boarding house, and I'm standing on my right.
Well, you just go right ahead and eavesdrop. Your heart's content.
And mind what you say about my cooking.
We'll be careful.
See that you do.
Well, I know what I'm going to do.
What's that?
Well, I'm going to bed in the dark tonight. With a peeping Tom for a landlady, I ain't going to take no chances.
All right, remember after this. If you've got anything important to say it in a low voice.
Well, I got something important to say.
What's that?
Jack, that there Nasher gal and the maestro is up to something.
What makes you think so?
I know it. You remember what Nasher said this morning about the wolves descending on Bury Your Dead tonight?
Rubbish.
Well, maybe so, but I'm telling you, something mighty funny is happening across the hall in their room.
Well, what?
Well, for one thing, you know them tights like acrobats wear? Like long underwear on his skin tight?
Yeah?
Well, Nasher's got a pair of them on. Black ones. And, fella, is she a looker in them?
Nasha is wearing a pair of black tights?
I swear to my grandma, she is.
Well, what for? What's the object?
Well, I asked her, and I asked the maestro.
Yeah?
And every last word that they'd say was, "Tonight the wolf howls."
Tonight the wolf howls?
That's all. And when I come out of their room, you know what was happening? Nasher was a-laying curled up at the maestro's feet like a dog, and he is a-petting and a-smoothing her hair.
But, Doc, that's just what happened in the boxcar.
You're telling me. What made my hair stand up on end, just standing there watching them? Why, they didn't pay no more attention to me than if I wasn't there.
Why'd you leave?
You think I wanted to stand there and see Nasher turned into a wolf right in front of my eyes?
Doc.
Well, dadgummit, that's what happened in the boxcar.
You don't know that it did. You didn't see it happen.
Yes, but, Jack, we saw her eyes, green and yellow. Only an animal's eyes shine like that in the dark.
And nothing but an animal could have made them snarling noises.
So you think the maestro's in there turning Nasher into an animal, huh?
Well, doggone it, Jack. I know it don't make sense, just as well as you do. But something's a-happening in there. Something that made me want to get out of there just as fast as I could. Hey.
Oh, you're back again, Mary.
Yes, I'm back.
Well, what is it this time?
Talk louder. I can't hear a word you say.
That's just the point. We don't want you to hear.
And so that's it. You're plotting.
Plotting?
That's what I said. The more I see of you three, the more sure I am that you're the ones that killed Alky Joe last night.
Mary, for the 10th time, we did not kill Alky Joe.
Maybe.
But doggone it, Mary, why pick on us? Everybody else in town swears up and down that Alky Joe was killed by wolves.
Wolves?
Well, I saw his body this afternoon. It certainly didn't look like the work of a man to me.
That'd be a good way to commit a murder, wouldn't it? Make it look like an animal done it?
Well, you're certainly the only one in town who believes that.
That's because I'm smart.
Look, Mary, will you go away and leave us alone?
What's that? You ordering me out of my own boarding house?
We paid for these rooms. For the time being, they're ours.
Well, if you don't like
I
it...
know.
You know what.
If we don't like the way you run this boarding house, get out.
And take it or leave it.
Well, what else can we do for you?
Talk louder.
Man, what a woman.
I say, isn't there some way we could put a lock on our doors?
Well, where would you get a lock? No stores. Besides, as long as she makes a point of letting us know she's listening, what harm can it do?
Well, what about Nasher and the maestro? Don't you think you ought to go over there and have a look, Jack?
No, let them alone. As long as they stay in their rooms, they can't do any harm.
That's quite. And if they open their door or walk in the hall, we can hear them.
But if they go out, will we follow them? Is that it?
Well, we'll see. By the way, Doc, what happened about that old desert rat jumping Dick?
What do you mean, what happened?
Well, this morning he was going up to his house and get his daughter for you to look over.
Oh, yeah.
Well, did you see her? Are you going to marry her?
No, she wouldn't leave the house.
The way Dick talked, I thought he intended to drag her down here by the hair if necessary.
I don't know. He just come back and said if I wanted to look her over before I married her, I'd have to come up to his shack.
Well, didn't you go?
No, I told him I wouldn't walk across the street to look at a female.
Oh.
Said if he wanted me to see her, he'd have to lasso her and bring her down here to the boarding house. Hey, you think the old coot's serious, Jack?
Well, he seemed awfully anxious for you to see her.
Yeah. Well, he come back this afternoon and said he'd catch her when she was asleep and hog-tie her and tote her down here.
Well, I've always heard the desert breeds some weird and wonderful specimens.
We're getting our share this trip. Jumping Dick, Dry Gulch Schmidt.
I say. Company.
Hey, don't tell me Mary's getting some manners.
Come in.
Oh, I say.
Oh, hello, Nasher.
The maestro wishes to speak with you.
Fine. Tell him to come on in.
No. You must come to him.
Well, to the heck with him.
Very well, and we'll go to him.
Hey, Jack, you gonna let that big tub of goose grease order us around?
You do not say that about the maestro.
Oh, I see you still got them black tights on.
Why not?
And where did you get them?
I always have them with me. They are my dancing tights.
Why are you wearing them tonight?
That is what the maestro wished to talk with you about. Will you come?
All right. Come on, Reg, Doc.
Right in here. The maestro is waiting. Maestro, they are here.
Close the door.
Yes, maestro.
Oh, drat his forsaken hole. Doors squeak, shutters rattle, boards creak. Musty, filthy.
Hey, Maestro, you better not let Dry Gulch Mary hear you.
I told that woman I'd turn her into a mangy coyote if she didn't keep away from this room.
You told her that?
I certainly did.
She believed you?
With good reason. I wouldn't hesitate one moment.
Now, look here. You're carrying this mysticism to a point where it's ridiculous. You can't turn anyone into an animal, and you know that just as well as I do.
So, you want to defy me?
I don't know what your game is, but whatever it is, you're overplaying your hand.
You still think I didn't turn Nasha into an animal in the boxcar?
I know you did. Some clever trick, yes. But Nasha's a woman. She's never been anything else.
With your own ears, you heard a man scream in that boxcar. With your own hands, you felt a knife stuck in his heart there in the dark.
It was a dead man, all right. What's more, I think you killed him.
But when you turned on your flashlight, he was not there.
Another of your tricks.
Mysticism.
I say trick, and I mean trick.
It was a trick, too, when I sent Nasha floating out of the moving boxcar and then made her return?
It was?
So, I have not yet convinced you I am a great mystic, that I have powers beyond the normal.
You have not.
Then I will prove it tonight.
Just as you like.
I will prove it beyond any reasonable doubt.
Is that why you've called us in here?
No. No, I called you here to warn you that you must not leave this boarding house tonight.
You're telling us what to do?
I'm warning you.
Why?
Why am I warning you?
No, that isn't what I mean, but why are you warning us?
Because you gave Nasha and me financial assistance.
Yes, I paid your room and board here.
And that is my way of showing my gratitude.
By warning us not to leave the house tonight?
Yes.
I don't follow you.
Tonight, the wolf pack returns to this village.
That's what Nashi said this morning. How do you know they're coming?
Because I shall bring them.
Just how do you intend to do this?
First, I will put Nasha to sleep. Nasha.
Yes, maestro.
Curl up at my feet.
Yes, maestro.
Yes. Now, close your eyes. You are thinking only what I am thinking.
Yes. Yes.
You are sleepy.
I am sleepy.
Sleep, Nasha.
Ooh.
Sleep.
She's sure enough asleep, Feller?
Beyond awakening until I give the word.
You think she is, Jack?
Yes, that's simple hypnosis. Well, she's asleep. Now, how are you going to bring the wolves?
I will turn Nasha into a wolf.
You mean that?
I will turn Nasha into a wolf. I will send her out to the pack. She will bring them here.
You mind if I yawn?
I will turn Nasha into a wolf.
Well, don't stand there saying it. Go ahead and do it.
Turn out the lamp.
No. Do it here in the light where we can see it.
Metamorphosis must take place in the dark. Now turn out the light.
So, shall I, Jack?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, Jack. Here goes the light. There.
Man, is it dark in here.
Well, the light's out. Do something.
Nasha, I am smoothing your hair. It is the hair of a woman, but it is changing. It is changing to the hair of a wolf, the mane of a wolf. You are going to be a wolf. When I say the word, you are going to be a wolf. Nasha, you are a wolf.
Those eyes. They're shining in the dark.
Go, Nasha. Go join the pack.
Jack, she went right out through the window.
The wolf pack will bury your dead tonight.
further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
She's gone, gentlemen. You heard her crash through the window.
What did you do to that girl? Answer me before I shake it out of you. What did you do to that girl?
Don't touch me, Packard.
Then answer me.
I warn you. Don't lay a hand on me if you know what's good for you.
Jack, if you want him manhandled... Yeah, give me and Reggie a chance at him. We'll tan that thick hide of his right there on his fat carcass.
You heard that, Maestro, or whatever your name is?
Gentlemen, you mustn't be so disturbed.
Oh, we mustn't be so disturbed.
No. The three of you will be perfectly safe so long as you remain here in the boarding house.
We're not interested in our own safety. We want to know what you did to that girl Nasher to make her dive through that window glass.
Yeah, and lope off down the gulch, yelping at the moon.
No, that's crazy, Doc.
But we heard her howling her head off.
That wasn't Nasher. That was a real wolf.
Mr. Packard, that was Nasher.
I say it wasn't.
Very well, Mr. Packard.
But, Jack, we saw the glittering eyes. We heard the snarling right in this room.
In the dark, yes.
Well, supposing it was dark. We seen and heard what we seen and heard.
Of course, but get it through your head you didn't